Hey people, Shinobi no Kami here. In this fanfic, Naruto trains a lot harder than the canon and strives to become the best. This story starts right after the Sasuke retrieval mission. Hope you enjoy this fanfic. Please like and subscribe if you enjoyed it. Leave a comment if you want to suggest any other fanfics for me to read. Check the description for credits and support the creator of this story. So let us begin. Chapter 21. A friend's betrayal. Jiraiya and Pain stared at each other, a classic standoff between two powerful forces just before the epic clash. While not much had changed about Jiraiya as a whole, there were several differences that Pain was able to take note of. The most notable being his nose. It was much larger now and was covered in warts. The other changes included his eyes, which had red rings around with a black bar that ran horizontal across them in place of a pupil. The final difference was that he had a pointed beard that looked just like the toad on the man's right shoulder. He went through all that trouble just to summon two toads. Pain frowned as he looked at the toads, then began to analyze Jiraiya's new look. No, there's something different about him as well. It looks like Sensei has gone through some kind of transformation. How interesting. Whether it's Orochimaru or Jiraiya, these Sannin always have unique abilities. Jiraiya-chan, I can't see the descendant of the six paths, Pa said from his place on the man's right shoulder. He looked around with a frown. Where exactly is he? HMPH. Ma scoffed as she too looked around the area. Jiraiya-chan's eyesight must be going with his age. No, he's here, Jiraiya said with a frown. He was tempted to mention that Ma was much older than he was, but that would have just earned him a smack with her ladle later on. However, he's hidden himself in a summon creature that can make itself invisible. Oh, then it must be a chameleon-type summon. I've erected a probe barrier. That won't work against these types of summons, Ma said with a shake of her head. She brought her hands into a hand seal. You've got to be more forceful. Let's drag them out using the Kuricha no Kenshutsu, creature detection. Don't get overexcited, Ma, Pa spoke up with a frown. You'll get more wrinkles that way. Oh, hush up, Pa, was the reply he got. Still, I'm not sure why you went so far as to summon us, Jiraiya-chan. Is this guy really that much of a threat? Jiraiya's eyes narrowed and a frown marred his face. The man we're fighting happens to be a former student of mine. Both toads looked over at Jiraiya with shock etched upon their features. It looked almost comical, their faces being surprisingly more expressive than those of a human's, their mouths and eyes stretched and widened to proportions that a human simply couldn't reach. It would be Pa who broke the silence. I never knew you had another apprentice besides Minato-chan and Naruto Boya. Pa's eyes widened further as he leaned into Jiraiya's ear. Then is he, the one? Jiraiya didn't seem to register Pa's words, however, just because he had no physical reaction didn't mean he had not heard what the elder toad had said. I shall now tell you. In my dream you, who are solely perverted, will still manage to become a splendid ninja. And in time you will have your own disciple. That disciple will become a ninja who will bring great change to the ninja world. That is what I saw in my dream. Great change. Either great stability or great destruction. The likes of which the world has never seen before. One of those two. So this boy is the child of prophecy? Asked Ma, sounding surprised as she looked at Jiraiya. Then why are we fighting him? No, Jiraiya shook his head. He is not the child of prophecy. At first, when I had first seen his eyes I had been positive that he was, but now, the white-haired perverted hermit smiled. Now I know that he is not. Perhaps he could have been, but he has gone down the wrong path. Then it's. Yes, Jiraiya answered. It's him. If that is the case then it's our job to destroy the descendant of the sage, much as it pains me, Pa concluded. If he is not following the right path, then we cannot let him live. Whatever the case may be we should get started, Ma declared. I want to be home in time to make my stew. Jiraiya grimaced at the thought of Ma's stew, filled with bugs and nasty creepy crawlies of all kinds. So let's get started. Ma leaned forward and opened her mouth. What came out was not a tongue, at least, not one anyone besides maybe the other toads had ever seen. It looked vaguely similar to an eel, with a long pink tube-like body and a face with closed eyes and sharp, shark-like teeth. The difference between this tongue, thing, creature, and an eel were both its color, a light pink that was very much the color of a tongue, and the wart-like protrusions that ran along its body. It slithered out of Ma's mouth, growing longer by the second. When it reached a length of 3 or so feet, It began to sniff around, nostrils flaring in its attempt to track the summoned chameleon by scent. The creature stopped a moment into its tracking, pointed in a specific direction and with a cry of, "Found him." From Ma, it rocketed forwards at surprising speed. Pain had no time to tell his summon to move as the fleshy appendage with the face wrapped around the chameleon. The thing tightened its hold and made it impossible for the summon to move. Then, from the large wart-like bumps it began emitting a yellow gas. The chameleon let loose a strangled cry as it not only became visible, but the tongue managed to wrap itself around the creature's neck and begin strangling with. "Gotcha!" Ma cried. Her tongue began to reel in, tightening its hold and drawing the fleshy appendage taut. With a great heave that should not have been possible in a being so tiny, Ma lifted the chameleon into the air, and then slammed it back down onto the ground. Pa. Right. Pa cheeks bulged as Ma gave him his cue. He threw his head backwards, then forwards, releasing a small, yet highly concentrated beam of water. It hit the wall of the building behind the chameleon, carving a path through the metal as Pa brought his aim lower, until it hit the chameleon, cutting the creature in half. The chameleon's death screams died as its blood splattered everywhere, then it disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving its blood to rain down on the ground. "So that's the Rinnegan, huh?" Ma said with a solemn look. "It certainly looks like the one found in the legends." "What a nasty-looking pair of eyes," Pa commented. "I can see now why you would not want him to be the child of prophecy. Though his eyes are that of the sage, he does not seem to possess the heart for what you require." "I made my choice a long time ago," Jiraiya said. "Even before I knew Nagato was alive my choice was set. Then all that's left for us to do is take him out." The expressionless face on Pain did not change at the loss of his summoned creature. Indeed, it did not look like he even cared. His face remained passionless, dead, as if he had cut himself off from the world and all that it possessed. He might as well be a corpse for all the emotion his face showed. Whether or not the man Jiraiya had once trained held the capacity for emotions anymore became a moot point when, a second later, Pain clapped his hands together. Kuchio's no jutsu. Two summoning seal arrays appeared on either side of Pain, long lines of kanji that spread out along the ground. There was a flash of light from the center of each, and then a puff of smoke as Pain summoned not a pair of creatures, but two bodies. Human bodies. Both of the bodies were completely different from each other. The one on Pain's left was fat, with two piercings moving vertically across the bridge of his nose, a spiky piercing on each cheek, and a strange rod-like piercing that went through his ears and stuck themselves in the side of his face. Along with his piercings, the man had an odd spiky beard just under his lower lip, and Rinnegan eyes. The other man was skinny, especially when compared to the fat one. He had lines going down his eyes, and two piercings on each cheek, along with two more on his chin and one barbell piercing on his nose. Like the other human that had been summoned, this one had a pair of Rinnegan eyes. Jiraiya frowned in confusion as he eyed the three Rinnegan bearers. "I don't understand. How can there be three Rinnegan users? Is this some kind of special jutsu?" The more he thought about the situation, the less sense it made. The Rinnegan was a near mythological dojutsu. Jiraiya had considered himself lucky to even see it once. Yet here he was, looking at three people who all bore the Rinnegan. This has to be his technique, which means there's some kind of trick to it. "This is getting bothersome," Ma complained as she looked at the three men before them. "I had been hoping to finish this quickly. I was making dinner, you know." "Focus, Ma," Pa snapped. "We can't be getting all whimsical when we have an enemy that needs to face standing before us." However, Ma seemed to get irate at being reprimanded. "What was that, Pa?" Jiraiya quickly headed off any argument the two might get by saying, now you two. You can have your lovers squabble later. Right now we have to focus on beating this guy. It's time we made our move. I hope you know I'm getting you back for that lovers squabble comment," Ma said, making Jiraiya pale. "However, you are right, we should get rid of this guy before we do anything else." "Alright then. From this moment on, let Sage Jutsu prevail. Look to the skies above, upon halos and heavenly canopies. Jiraiya the gallant." Crack. "Quit yakking in my ears," came the shout from the two toads as they smashed their fists into Jiraiya's face. Both of the man's cheeks were smashed together, squishing and conforming. They forced the white-haired Gamma Senin's face to take on the general shape of a fish, with puffed-out lips that flapped and gaped, a squished cheeks and wide eyes. Jiraiya felt like crying as his posturing was once again interrupted, this time by his own companions. Is it too much to ask that they allow me to enjoy the small pleasures I can derive in a life and death situation? He asked himself lamentingly. He had put all that effort into making the most awesome and heroic poses for occasions like this. Why couldn't they just let him have his fun? No one appreciated him. Let's just get this over with. Ma decided to turn back to the task at hand. Namely kicking the ass of 1-3 Rinnegan users. I want to finish this guy off and be home in time to finish dinner. Ma, this guy's a Rinnegan user, Pa said, glaring over at the toad on Jiraiya's left shoulder. Dealing with him is far more important than dinner. Or facing the ultimate ocular jutsu, you need to stay alert. Shut up, Pa. I don't care what kind of jutsu he has. Don't belittle a housewife's dilemma of what she should cook every day, you old geezer. How dare you use such a tone with me? I'm just looking out for you. I don't need looking out for. If anyone needs to be looked after, it's you. Jiraiya sighed as the two toads began yelling at each other from their perch on his shoulder. Not even a second ago they were complaining about me yelling into their ears, he sighed at the hypocritical pair, not that they even heard it over their bickering. I'm beginning to wonder if I might have been better off on my own. While the pair of toads bickered and Jiraiya lamented, Pain had decided he was done waiting for the battle to begin. He sent the human path to attack. The reanimated human corpse launched itself forward at an impressive speed, easily surpassing those of Meta Guy with his weights off. In spite of this, the path stood no chance as Jiraiya literally seemed to disappear and reappear within a second flat. By the time the path was just a little over a quarter of the way to Jiraiya, the white-haired sage had reappeared directly in front the path and launched a deadly kick that caught it flush in the face. The human path was launched back, sent flying through the air before it hit the dirt, where it skidded along the ground, rolling and tumbling until it smashed into the cement cliff that the other two paths were on. There was a loud explosion from the impact as dust and rocks were kicked up from where the path hit, obscuring the area until the smoke dissipated naturally. When it did, the other two paths were able to see that the human path was lying on its back in a crater made by the force from Jiraiya's kick. It was an impressive display of strength. Not bad. Pain acknowledged his sensei's fighting prowess. Jiraiya put his leg back down and crouched low. Now that the fight finally seems to be underway, do you think you two could put aside your spousal differences? Just a suggestion. I guess we have no choice, Ma said with a sigh. She put her hands in another seal in preparation for her jutsu. Boy, you provide the oil. Pa, you provide the wind. Got it. Yes ma'am. All three of them, Toad, Ninja and Toad, went through a single hand seal before sucking in a deep breath, then blowing out their respective jutsu. Senpo. Baningwaru no o Furo. The three each launched their separate jutsu. Ma shot a large stream of fire out of her mouth, Jiraiya shot out oil and Pa blew out a stream of wind. All three attacks held a similar conical shape that increased in size the farther they got from the trio, before merging into a single attack. The oil quickly spread across the ground, with the fire lighting it up, meanwhile the wind fanned the flames and increased the intensity of the jutsu. The wind also served to help direct the flow of the attack, causing crests and swells within the oil. Before long, a giant wave rose up in front of the three paths, set to burn them all to cinders. Unable to deal with this new jutsu, the animal path jumped backwards, while the Preta path moved in front of the trio. It held out its hands, a light barrier of chakra forming in front of it as the jutsu came crashing down, set to sweep the three paths away. Smoke and steam rose up into the air, obscuring Jiraiya's vision of the events taking place on the small cliff. Frowning, the Gamma Sennin jumped into the air and landed on one of the large poles that were running vertically from the ground and looked into the steam as he tried to get a clear view of what happened. Ma and Paul looked just as interested as they too, leaned forward a little to see what had happened with the paths. Did it work? As the smoke cleared, Jiraiya's eyes widened. Down below the three paths were standing, completely unharmed. All of the oil vanished. It must be one of their jutsu, Pa concluded. Jiraiya figured out the same thing, though he was still unsure of just what that jutsu was. What could cause a combination jutsu that was more powerful than the average S rank disappear like that? Jiraiya frowned for a moment before deciding on a course of action. Kicking off his sandals, the white-haired Sennin got down on all fours. As his hands set down on the ground, both them and his feet began to grow, not only getting larger but also becoming more toad-like in appearance, complete with warts and everything. Since our jutsu didn't work, how about we find out how well he can fight in close combat? Sounds like a good idea. With his decision to change his pace, Jiraiya blasted off the ground at speed so high it created a large explosion from the point he left. Holding out his left hand, a spinning blue orb of chakra appeared in his palm. It was only about the size of a baseball, but that soon changed as the Gamma Sennin pumped more and more chakra into the attack. The Rasengan grew, its size increasing to easily 3 times that of a human. It was a feat that he was capable of thanks to his Sage mode. With a thrust of his arm, the attack was rammed directly on top of the Preta path. Normally, this would be the part where a large explosion of chakra occurred and the recipient of his jutsu was utterly incinerated by the sheer power the attack possessed. However, Jiraiya was not only disappointed but also utterly shocked when he saw the fat human corpse begin absorbing the jutsu through his hands. He's absorbing my entire jutsu. Jiraiya's shock was absolute as he watched large chunks of the blue orb getting absorbed into the Preta path's hands. I've never seen something like this before. A technique that can absorb jutsu so completely. Is this another ability of the Rinnegan? Behind us. Jiraiya soon found that he didn't have time to worry about the inner workings of the Preta path's jutsu as the human path appeared directly behind him. Thankfully he had Pa watching his back. The elder male toad pulled a purple ball out of his robes and threw it at the ground. There was an explosion of purple smoke that quickly covered the small area around Jiraiya, blocking the view of the human path and confusing his senses. In an attempt to use the smoke screen to his advantage, Jiraiya appeared behind the human path and threw out a strong right jab that had strength on par with his teammate Tsunade's. The human path didn't even bother turning around as he caught the punch in his left hand. What? Jiraiya would have blinked had the act not possibly granted Pain a new advantage. He not only blocked a punch while I'm in Sennin Modo, he also did so without even looking. That took a lot more than just a killer sixth sense and quick reflexes. Jiraiya's speed and strength were enhanced far beyond those of a normal shinobi's. Even Guy would have trouble fighting him with 6 of the inner gates opened while he was in this form, and Naruto had to be in at least a 5-tailed state just to keep up with him. There was something seriously wrong here, but Jiraiya couldn't figure out what for the life of him. Outside of the smoke screen, the human path watched the 2 silhouettes inside. A frog jumped out from the smoke, drawing his attention to it. Less than a second later it was made clear that the frog was just a distraction as Jiraiya appeared directly behind the human path and crouched down low. Senpo. Kanbari Senbon. Thousands upon thousands of Senbon needles formed from his hair and were launched at the human path. As they sped towards the reanimated corpse, the path went through several hand seals, his fingers a blur. There was a puff of smoke that covered the area behind the path for but a moment, before clearing to reveal he had summoned a large panda that ended up taking the attack for him. He did so without even turning around. Opportunity missed. Jiraiya jumped back, as far away from all of the paths as possible. As he glared at the human path's back, he began trying to discover why none of his attacks thus far had worked. I don't understand, so far all of my attacks have been completely negated with minimal effort. Had he dodged that attack I could have gotten him with another, but instead he summoned that panda, and all without even turning around. The human path turned around and looked at Jiraiya and, as if on some unspoken signal, the other 2 hopped back onto the platform. They've managed to block all of my attacks without even using verbal signals or eye contact. Even if all 3 were sensor-type shinobi, they would still have to see the attack in order to block it. Something was definitely wrong here. Kibari Senbon is my fastest attack, and it has the widest attack range. The only way to get away from that attack unscathed is to block it as he just did. And he did it without looking. Jiraiya glared at the 3 paths, all of which were staring at him with dead eyes. These are no ordinary clones. Jiraiya-chan, I think I've discovered the trick they are using, Pa said. Jiraiya spared the elder toad a glance. Are you sure? Hi, do you remember during our encounter with the long-haired one? You had managed to get behind him and attack from his blind spot, yet he still managed to block your attack. Did you notice how whenever you would attack one of them, at least one of the other guys would be watching? Yes, I did notice that, Jiraiya confirmed. He had not found anything particularly unusual about it. When in combat it was folly to take your eyes off your opponent. Even leaving your enemy unguarded for a single second could swing any engagement into the hands of the person you were facing. It wasn't unusual that they would all do their best to keep an eye on him. I don't see what you're getting at. They didn't give each other any hand or eye signals that I could see. Yes, but look at their eyes. All three of them have the same eyes. At Pa words, Jiraiya's eyes widened as he finally picked up on what the elder toad sage was saying. Pa looked at the three humans in contemplation. Suppose the three of them can share what they see with each other, enabling their eyes to share visions with one another. Jiraiya frowned as he thought of just what that would mean. If that's the case, this battle will be much harder than I expected. With the combined abilities of the three paths, along with their ability to share images between themselves, they literally had all of their bases covered. They can nullify all of my ninjutsu. The one with the long hair is strong enough that he can go toe-to-toe with my strength while I'm in Senin Modo, and the one with the ponytail can summon various creatures that can act in both offense and defense. Jiraiya quickly ticked off the skills he had seen from the summons thus far, and was not only impressed but beginning to realize just how disadvantaged he was. On top of all that, they can see what their comrades see, making it impossible for me to sneak up on them. Yep, I'm screwed if I keep fighting them all at the same time. He needed to somehow separate them from each other, or hit them with an attack that would kill them all in one go. Both of those were next to impossible as far as he had seen. With their ability to share each other's vision, it would take a lot of effort to separate them, and with the fat one's ability to absorb his ninjutsu, none of his attacks would work either. It was beginning to look more and more like a hopeless case. Watching the battle from above, Konan felt anxiety wash over her. She would admit to being surprised at seeing Jiraiya's Senin mode being used, and had even been impressed with the strength the jutsu had shown thus far. Just like Naruto had told her, it allowed the user to far surpass their physical limitations. It was truly a fearsome technique. However, even with his Senin mode powered up, the white-haired hermit had still been unable to land a single hit on any of Pain's paths. It was moments like these that showed just how hopeless a situation really was. Even with the incredible boost in strength and abilities, Jiraiya was still unable to land a single hit on Pain. Konan knew she had to do something to help get Jiraiya out of this situation. He was not only her teacher but Naruto's as well. On top of that, he was the blonde's godfather, his sole remaining link to his parents. She would never be able to forgive herself if she just let the events playing out here take their course when she could have stopped them from happening. But was she really ready to go against Pain? It was one thing to spy on him. At least when spying, she had never actually raised a hand against him. It might have made her feel guilty, betraying him as she had, but Konan had been able to tell herself that it was for his own good. Fighting against him would be another matter entirely. It was one thing to go behind the back of the man you once claimed was your best friend, and quite another to stare him in the face and let him know just how far the depths of your betrayal went. And yet, she knew that she couldn't just stand there and do nothing. In the end, it came down to a choice of which side she was willing to stand by. Naruto and the light he represented, or Nagato and the growing darkness that Madara had cast over her friend. As Jiraiya and his two-toed companions continued their face-off against the three paths, the white-haired Sennin tried his utmost to think of a way to pull a victory from his ass. It was very unfortunate that he wasn't like Naruto had been back in the day, when he somehow pulled out Deus Ex Machina devices out of his metaphorical ass to beat his opponents. Jiraiya-chan, I think it may be best if we fall back for now, Pa suggested. I think you may be right. While it rankled Jiraiya to just up and retreat like this, he knew a hopeless situation when he saw one. At the moment, there were still too many unknown factors to plan for every possible scenario. Not only that, but even if what they had seen so far was all Pain had to offer, it might still be more than enough to defeat them. As of now, nothing Jiraiya thought up sounded like a viable attack option against the men they were facing. It was just as he was about to escape into the pipes that the rhythm of combat changed in a way no one would have expected. Several thousand paper shuriken soared down from the sky, peppering the vicinity of the three Pains. The attack came as a major shock, both to Jiraiya and Pain himself, who was unable to react for several seconds, allowing his paths to get several deep cuts in their bodies and clothes. It was only after the Preta path got one deep cut across his face that literally split the skin from his left jawline to his right hairline that Pain reacted. The animal path went through a multitude of seals and summoned the giant crustacean once again, allowing his paths to hide under it while it took the barrage of paper shuriken instead. The hailstorm of sharp paper lasted for nearly a full minute before ending. When the hailstorm stopped, Conan materialized in between the two, forming from several thousand pieces of paper. Conan, Pain said, whether he was truly surprised or not, his voice did not show it. It was just as dead as always. What are you doing, Conan? I'm doing what I have to, Conan said. She looked up at him pleadingly. I'm here to ask you to stop this. Please stop this. Stop fighting Jiraiya. Stop trying to gather the Biju. Nothing good can come from what you're doing. While none of Pain's paths reacted in any way that would betray their emotions, Jiraiya gave a reaction that was much more prominent. His eyes widened and his jaw actually became unhinged. At the same time, his mind tried to register what his eyes were telling him, but kept coming up blank as Jiraiya had one of his first, what the fuck, moments in several years. Conan, you know what we are doing is the only true path to peace, Pain said. You've always agreed with my ideals and have always done your best to support me in them. Because of our friendship, I will give you this one chance to repent. Return to the headquarters and we will talk, continue defying me and I will show you true pain. Conan grit her teeth and looked away from the animal path, which seemed to have taken up the job of spokesperson for the three of them. She squeezed her eyes shut and willed the tears that threatened to come out back into their tear ducts. She was not surprised that he would threaten her like this, after what she had seen Pain do and what she remembered seeing what he had done to Omegakure. From Naruto's perspective, it had become plain and clear that the man she had once known was dead. But hearing him threaten her like that, without even a fluctuation in his voice, it hurt far more than she was willing to admit. So this is how it is, she muttered in a low whisper. You've become so blinded by what you think is right that you would even strike down your best friend. It is because you are my best friend that I will strike you down, should you choose to defy me, Pain answered. It means that you have lost sight of our goals and become corrupt. I would be doing you a justice by letting you die before your memory became tainted. You've truly changed, Nagato. Conan paused, and then shook her head. No, I can no longer call you that. The Nagato I knew died a long time ago. I had deluded myself into thinking you were the man I had known for so long, never wanting to admit that the kind and compassionate boy I had known and considered a part of my family had died the same day as Yahiko. A single tear fell down her cheek before she looked up at the three paths with a glare. I can't delude myself into thinking I might be able to save you anymore. I had always hoped, prayed that I would be able to pull you away from this path of destruction, but I see now it was a fool's dream. However, I won't let the sacrifices you, me and Yahiko went through be in vain. I won't let you destroy the peace we all wanted. If need be. Pain. I will fight you. For a long moment nobody moved, they scarcely even breathed. Jiraiya stood behind Conan, watching her back as she stared down her longtime friend. To say he was confused would be similar to saying Tsunade was slightly vain, or that Naruto liked ramen. He was currently undergoing one of those moments where your life is flipped on its head, then kicked with enough force that it kicked your teeth in. He couldn't even be sure of what was going on right now. Then the moment was over as the animal paths said, so be it. Bursting into action, all three paths went on the warpath. Wings shot out of Conan's back and with a great flap she launched herself into the air. Another flap launched several thousand paper shuriken at the human path. They would have hit their target dead on. However, the animal path was already acting and had sent the crustacean to block the attacks. Thanks to that, the human path was able to reach Jiraiya unimpeded. It began a taijutsu battle with Jiraiya, throwing a left jab at the white-haired man. It was not blocked, instead the Sennin had deftly dodged to the left, using some fancy footwork to sidestep the attack. He had then grabbed the path's wrist as it was passing by, and then he yanked. With the added forward momentum from the man's punch, combined with a powerful pull from a Sennin mode-enhanced Jiraiya, the man was easily sent flying forward. Right fist cocked back, Jiraiya was just about to let loose with a mighty punch. Behind you Jiraiya-chan, when Pa voice forced him to make a split-second change in his plans. Instead of smashing his fist against the path's face, he rotated on the balls of his feet, spinning around 180 degrees as he tossed the reanimated corpse at whatever was behind him. The thing behind him just so happened to be the crustacean the animal path had resummoned. It had been bearing down on him and looked like it was about to snap him in half with one of its powerful claws. With the human path getting thrown in its field of vision, the large summon creature was forced to stop its attack. This small lull in the summon's movements gave Conan a chance to launch her own attack at the large crustacean. She sent several hundred paper bombs at it, attaching the small slips into key points on the creature's body, the joints, eyes and plating on the underside. With a hand sign, all of the paper bombs exploded, destroying the creature outright and sending it back to the summoning world. Unfortunately for Conan, this gave the human path, which had recovered, a chance to attack her. The reanimated corpse jumped into the air, its impressive strength allowing it to easily reach her height. It came down behind her, planting both of its feet on her back and kicking her, hard. With a loud cry of surprise, Conan was sent spiraling down, making every attempt she could at regaining control. Before she could regain control of her flight, or go splat against the concrete, Jiraiya managed to jump up and catch her, before falling back to the ground. "Thank you," Conan said as he set her down. "You can thank me by telling me what's going on," Jiraiya told her. "I will if we manage to make it out of this mess alive," Conan replied just as readily. She eyed the three paths as they began a new attack pattern. The animal path had summoned the three-headed dog, the human path was running along the wall to attack from a better angle and at a higher altitude. Meanwhile, the Preta path stood back, watching silently. Not only was the attack pattern one that did not have any major holes that could be exploited, Conan knew they could not waste time fighting anymore. "However, if we are going to get out of this, then we need to leave now." "Easier said than done," Jiraiya muttered, but quickly ended up going through a set of hand seals. Ranshishigami no Jutsu. Once again Jiraiya's hair hardened and grew at a quick rate. The large strands of hair spread out in separate chunks and tried attacking each of the paths individually in an effort to disrupt their pattern. It worked, but only somewhat. The animal and Preta paths, not being truly made for combat purposes, were forced to jump away from the attacks, which followed them as they backpedaled. However, the outcome soon changed when the two got together. In that moment, the Preta path stepped forward and used its absorption abilities to render the hair useless. Jiraiya's long hair quickly retracted after that, no longer having the chakra to maintain its form. If nothing else, it had at least forced the two paths away. His other attack had not been so lucky. The human path seemed to rely solely on taijutsu. It was both fast and strong, easily on par with his own strength in Sennin Moto. When those abilities were combined with it using the fields of vision granted to it by the two other paths, the human path was capable of dodging the attacks long before Jiraiya's hair actually reached it. Jiraiya didn't even bother attacking the dog. Prior experience with the summon creature had taught him how bad of an idea that was, and so both he and Conan were forced to dodge the three-headed animal as it rushed in to attack them both. While Jiraiya jumped back and began backpedaling across the ground as the dog tried to pounce on the pair, Conan flew higher into the air, twisting in an aerial display before launching a barrage of paper shuriken at the human path. Said path had been closing in on Jiraiya and had been about to double-team the Sennin. With the dog summons, with this move it forced the reanimated corpse back and allowed Jiraiya to make space between himself and the dog. Conan flew back down to Jiraiya as they were giving a small amount of breathing room. "We should probably split up," she suggested. "Head back down the way you came while I take to the air. Head northeast until you reach the lake, that's where we'll meet up." "I guess I really have no choice but to listen to you," Jiraiya said as he eyed the paths and the dog. "Alright then, let's do this." Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Biting his thumb, the white-haired Sennin spread his blood across his hand, went through a series of hand seals, then slammed his hands into the ground, creating a large cloud of white smoke. The smoke cleared to reveal a huge toad, easily towering over buildings and trees. He had an aquamarine skin tone and yellow eyes with gray markings around them and two distinct, circular markings on his shoulders. He also carried two huge katanas on his back, which were his main weapons, with an orange sash around his stomach. "Gamahiro, I need you to help me make an exit from this place." Jiraiya called down from his place atop the toad's head. Jiraiya-san, and Fukusaku-sama and Shima-sama. "What are you two doing here?" asked Gamahiro as his eyes moved to stare up at the two elder toads. "Never mind that, Gamahiro boya," Pa said. "We need to concentrate on making an exit." "Right, I don't know what's going on, but I'll do what I can to help." With that said, the pace of the battle had once again changed. Gamahiro pulled out his swords and bull-rushed the largest enemy in his path, namely the three-headed dog. Before the large summons even had a chance to move, the sword-wielding toad brought both swords up in a cross-slash that sliced through the beast with ease. Unfortunately, the attack did nothing more than make the dogs split into three separate dogs, but the attack had done its job in allowing Gamahiro to reach the entrance that Jiraiya and Gameikin had made before the white-haired hermit had gone into Senenmoto. The three peens watched them go, both Jiraiya on his toad and Konana, who had shot straight up into the air and was now flying away. The animal path went through another set of hand seals and summoned a giant drill-beaked bird. The bird quickly flew off to chase after Conan while the dogs went after Jiraiya. Meanwhile, within the chamber where the three paths had come from, the three unopened stasis pods cracked open with a hiss of steam. Conan found herself in a tenuous position as she barrel rolled out of the way of the bird that Pain had sent to attack her. The large summon just barely missed. She could actually feel the creature's feathers brush against her cloak, it was so close. Not only that, but the feathers were sharp, as she soon found out when the parts of her cloak that the bird's feathers touched were cut straight through. As the bird finished flying past her, and before it could turn around to make another attempt at ramming her through, Conan sent a barrage of paper shuriken at it. Several thousand shuriken flew straight at the creature, though it did try to dodge. The bluenet had taken its movements into account beforehand and launched her shuriken in a wide-scale barrage that made it impossible for the creature to get past. Disappointingly, the attacks didn't do anywhere near the damage she had hoped, merely left a few small cuts along the creature's back and wings. Not enough to dispel it, and since the summons was actually a reanimated corpse much like the paths, it didn't feel any pain that it might have if alive, and therefore, there was no true disruption in its flight that Conan could take advantage of. In an effort to lose the summon, Conan began to descend back down to the city below. The bird had an advantage in the open air, it was much faster than she was. But she was more maneuverable. It stood to reason that if she could make her way into the twisting streets and skyscrapers of a megacar, she should be able to lose it. At least she hoped so. Of course, it went without saying that the summon had no intention of letting her get into the city. It dive-bombed her, speeding down with a loud screech as the air was rent in front of him. There was no time for her to even dodge as the creature's beak drilled straight through her. Yet rather than blood and gore being the end result of the violent confrontation, Conan's body burst into paper, letting the bird pass right through her and scatter the many sheets into the air. The many thousands of paper slips folded themselves into airplanes and quickly took off in all different directions, making it impossible for the summon to decide which slip to follow. Conan could only hope this trick would be enough to fool Nagato, at least long enough for her to meet back up with Jiraiya. While Conan had been duking it out in an aerial battle with the bird, Jiraiya was once again having a running form of combat toad versus dog style. The battle between Gamahiro and the dog summons was even more vicious than the one that Gameikin had been involved in. The two summons, or the toad and the half a dozen dogs that had split from the one, battled it out as they raced across the large city of Amegacar. Gamahiro had quickly realized that hopping onto the platforms in an effort to gain the higher ground would not work, as the dogs all seemed capable of communicating with each other long distances and getting one or more of them to attack whenever he tried to get up. Jiraiya had hypothesized that if the three humans Pain had summoned could share vision, and then it stood to reason the summons did as well. They all had the Rinnegan after all. Thankfully, Gamahiro had yet to be injured beyond a few scrapes, courtesy of his talent with a blade. Unlike Gameikin, who relied on defense and endurance to get through tough battles, the large blue and green, dual sword-wielding toad was all offense. He raced through the streets without much thought, taking turns only when directed by Jiraiya or one of the elders, and slicing at anything that got in his way. This was not just limited to the dog summons. Gamahiro had sliced several pipes and buildings straight through in his effort to not only escape the dogs chasing after them, but also disrupt their ability to catch him by using the area to his advantage by causing as much collateral damage as possible. It wasn't as effective as it would be on any other opponent, summon or otherwise, thanks to their shared vision. However, he had managed to catch several of the furry little beasts unaware and smash a building on them. Not that it did much as the summons simply multiplied. Jiraiya had to wonder how many times they could split before reaching their limit. At least count, he had been able to observe at least 12.5 dogs running all over the place, and unfortunately for him, they still seemed capable of splitting even more. Gamahiro. Jiraiya called from his place on the large toad's head. These dogs are throwing us off course and trying to herd us in. We need to head farther north. Try to find a spot where we only have to deal with them one at a time. That sounds a tad difficult, but I'll do what I can. Springing into action, Gamahiro used his powerful legs to hurtle himself along the ground. As he moved through one of the many large streets of AIM, two dog summons turned a corner in front of him and charged. The large toad, swords in hand, didn't slow his pace at all as he ran towards them. When he neared, the dog that was more towards his left jumped, its muzzle a vicious snarl of teeth and a foaming mouth. Gamahiro deftly used his right foot to hop to the left, the sword in his right hand flashed as he slashed the dog in half, initiating another split. The second dog was now right in front of Gamahiro. It leapt towards him and opened its maw in preparation to clamp down on the toad's neck. However, the summon from Mount Myoboku had no intention of letting the creature bite it. Bringing both swords up in a cross guard that formed an X in front of him, the large toads rushed forward and slashed the blades down. The speed with which he pulled of this particular maneuver was so quick that all anyone saw of the swords was a bright flash of silver, and then Gamahiro was past the dog and continuing his run through the city. This did not deter any of their pursuers, however, and several more dogs along with the ones that Gamahiro had just sliced up began following them. I think we need to use something that packs some more punch, Ma suggested as Jiraiya turned his head to look at the dog summons following them. Something that will sweep them all away in a quick blaze. Jiraiya-chan, Pa, you both know what to do. Hi. The two shouted as they figured out what jutsu the elder female toad wanted to use. Jiraiya turned around and all three went through a series of hand seals. Senpo. Kasai no Torrento. Once again Jiraiya ended up spitting out a large stream of oil, while Ma shot out fire and Pa wind. However, unlike the last attack which created a massive wave of fire, this one did something different. As oil spewed out of Jiraiya's mouth in a constant and steady stream, the wind from Pa shot out in the pattern of a whirlwind, or a tornado. It caught the oil in its grasp and forced it to take on the same flow. Meanwhile the fire struck the oil, instantly igniting the flammable liquid, which soon turned into a roaring blaze as the wind fed even more power into the flames. Soon enough the attack took on a spiraling torrent of white-hot fire that looked like it came straight from the sun itself. It blazed its way along the path the dogs were on, lighting up the entire street. Several of the summons tried to get out of the way, but the attack was far too large. While not as widespread as the Baningwaru no Ofuro, the attack still had a wide range. It acted like a funnel, small at the starting point but growing larger the farther out the attack got. None of the dogs were spared as it blazed past them. They all howled as they were burnt, their bodies dissolving into ashes. Jiraiya-chan, perhaps we should use the pipes to make our way to the destination point, Pa suggested. I think that's a grand idea. Out here we're not only outnumbered but the playing field also puts us at a disadvantage. Jiraiya looked down at the large toad he was on top of. Gamahiro. We're going into the pipes, I want you to do what you can to lead the summons away. However, don't push yourself. If you get hurt, dispel. Hi. Good luck, Jiraiya-san. Are you sure we can trust this woman, Jiraiya-chan? Asked Pa as the human he was on ran through the pipes of AIM. I honestly don't know, Jiraiya admitted. When I first got here, it was her who attacked me. But at the same time she didn't actually try to kill me, she used our combat to slip messages to me via her paper. She had tried to warn me away. Also, she is now fighting with us against Pain and I can't really see a reason for either of them to set up such an elaborate deception to defeat us. It was painful to admit, but Jiraiya knew he would not have won the battle against Pain as things continued as they had. If the fight had progressed any further he would have lost. On the other hand she is with Akatsuki, and was Nagato's best friend. If she is betraying him, it would mean that something major has happened to her that forced her to change her mind. I can't possibly think of anything that might have the necessary emotional impact that would convince someone to do that. I suppose we have no real choice but to trust her then, Pa mused to himself. In the meantime, we should analyze the 6 paths and see if we can't come up with a strategy to defeat them. Especially if this does turn out to be a trap. Do you have any ideas, Fukusaku-sama? Asked Jiraiya. No, not yet. But if we look over what we know so far something might come to us. Let's take a look at what we know. While all of those men looked different, they all possess the same eye. All three of them have the Rinnegan of the six paths. I'm still not sure what to make of that, Jiraiya admitted with a frown. The Rinnegan is supposed to be a mythological dojutsu that no one has seen since the Raikudo Sennin. Discovering that Nagato possessed the legendary eyes of the six paths was shocking enough, but now there are at least two more that we know who have the ocular jutsu. I suppose the question we should ask then is which one is the real pain. Though I'm not sure if that would even matter. The problem is all three of them possess the eyes. We don't know who, or what pain is. However, we can make a small deduction on their abilities. Their vision is linked, and they share images. That seems to be the main ability those eyes hold. So, what does that mean? Asked Ma. She was never much of a thinker when it came to situations like these. She was a housewife through and through. Think of their three eyes in a manner similar to those of a set of security cameras. In the same way that three security cameras can show different angles of the same image, those three are able to see three views at one time. So if just one of them can see the target, then the other two can counter with the ideal attack, with perfect timing, without having to see their foe. Pa paused to let the knowledge sink in. In other words, their field of vision is 3 times better than a normal shinobi's. And unlike the Byakugan, they can always guard each other's blind spots, without weaving signs or manipulating chakra. No wonder their combination seems so invincible, Ma exclaimed, finally understanding what the other elder toad was getting at. Which means if we want to defeat them, we would have to split them up and fight them separately, Jiraiya concluded. I'm positive that in a one-on-one battle we would win. Since they all share visions, fighting as a team is probably their standard mode of attack. Unfortunately, taijutsu seems out of the question, and ninjutsu will just be absorbed. Which means we would have to go with genjutsu, Pa concluded. Yeah, genjutsu. Jiraiya sighed. I'm just as bad at genjutsu as Naruto, worse even, since I don't have his ability to use fuinjutsu to create genjutsu. Then maybe it is a good thing that we're meeting up with that girl, Pa said. Ma and I have a genjutsu that we can do, but I would rather we use it as a last resort. I agree with Pa, there's no way you can convince me to use that jutsu. Is there something? Jiraiya's question was interrupted when a large explosion took place just a few feet in front of him. From the smoke came the human path. It closed the distance to Jiraiya far too quickly for the Gamma Sennin to use any of his jutsu, starting up a taijutsu battle by throwing out its left leg in a high kick. Jiraiya ducked under the kick and attempted to grab the leg so he could throw the path into the wall, but the Rinnegan user retracted his foot much more quickly than the white-haired hermit thought he could. At the same time he lashed out with his right foot, throwing a kick that would have hit Jiraiya's midsection, but because he was ducking, ended up being aimed right at his face. It was only thanks to his years of training that Jiraiya was able to react quickly enough to save himself from being smashed in the face with a foot. Crossing both arms, Jiraiya blocked the kick. He was forced to channel chakra to his feet when the attack threatened to launch him in the air. Then, when he was assured he would not get sent flying, he grabbed the leg with both hands and heaved, swinging the human path around in a full circle before tossing him into a wall. The force of his throw cracked and cratered the wall of the tunnel. The human path did not get up as it was lodged into a human-sized crater in the wall. However, Jiraiya learned too late that this was all a distraction. A very different path than the ones he had encountered thus far appeared behind him. This one was a tall, bald man with an unusual body shape, possessing a very thick neck, no ears and a large jaw. Like all of the others he had been fighting, this man seemed to possess Nagato's Rinnegan. It was the only body to not have orange hair, simply because it had no hair at all. It had a vertical ring piercing on its nose, 6 spike studs all around its head, 3 studs on the top and bottom of each of its 6 arms, an enormous cylindrical stud on its chin, and 2 vertical studs on each of its upper cheeks. The body had 3 faces, each with a different expression, and 2 of which appeared from the sides of its head only when it removed its cloak in a fight: happy, angry, and neutral. It also had a long, saw-like tail, which stretched from his back over his head. You should never let your guard down, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he tried to move into a defensible position, but was only able to turn around as one arm latched onto his left arm, and a fist was shoved into his gut. The power behind the punch was enough that Jiraiya was sent flying backwards, into the wall with enough force that the entire area of impact exploded outwards and the Gamma Sennin was sent flying out of the tunnel he had been in. Jiraiya's feet hit the water and he skidded along the surface. His feet created small trenches in the liquid before he slowed to a stop. Oh oi! Jiraiya-chan, your arm is missing. Ma shrieked as the Gamma Sennin grabbed at the now missing right arm. Jiraiya really wanted to say something sarcastic and witty to the blatantly obvious remark. But the pain wasn't allowing him to think properly. I'm well aware of that. What's going on? Asked Pa. This one has a different face than the others we've gone up against so far, Jiraiya said. He was probably summoned after Conan intervened. Jiraiya-sensei. Speaking of Conan, said woman flew down the moment she saw him on the water's surface. She touched down, her feet just a few inches above the water as she gaped at his arm, or lack thereof. It was the most expressive he had seen her face since they met again. Why your arm is missing? Yeah, no kidding, Jiraiya grit his teeth. Were his mind not so scattered from the pain he probably would have wondered what it was that made people point out the obvious. Are you alright? I'll live, so long as I can get this fixed up before I bleed to death. Jiraiya then looked out at the area he had just come from, and both his and those of the Toad Elders' eyes widened when they saw not 3 but 6 paths standing along the wall. What is this? Those are the 6 paths of pain, Conan answered as she looked up at the 6 bodies, her eyes only focused on one of them. They are the reanimated corpse of people Nagato used for his paths. They are pain, all of them. Wait, what? They are pain. Those people were corpses that Nagato used his Rinnegan's abilities on, reanimating them and gifting them with the Rinnegan. They are all connected to him and he to them. He controls their movements and actions via a series of chakra receivers that not only grant him that ability, but give them his abilities. Now I see, Jiraiya said in understanding. None of those are Nagato. The real one is controlling them from somewhere else. That would also explain why they all have the Rinnegan and only one set of abilities. Conan nodded at his words, but did not turn to look at them. Nagato granted each path one of the Rinnegan's abilities. Between that and their shared vision they are nearly invincible. Able to see any attack and counter it, they are the perfect weapon for the Rinnegan. Jiraiya looked at all of the paths as they stood there. Then they stopped, his eyes widening as they landed on one of them he recognized right off the bat. Conan, is that? Yes, that is the corpse of Yahiko, Conan shuddered as she spoke. She felt a spike of pain at seeing her friend's corpse being used in such a way. In some twisted sense, Nagato felt that using Yahiko as one of his paths would make it like Yahiko was still fighting with us. Jiraiya stared up into the eyes of Yahiko, or at least the eyes his body now possessed, as they too stared back at him without expression or emotion. It was unnerving, seeing someone he remembered as such a rambunctious kid, almost Naruto-like in manner, with such an expressionless face. Conan, I will give you one more chance to return to me, Yahiko, the Diva-path said. I understand that you might be feeling pressure from what we are doing, but you know as well as I that all we do is to ensure peace. I don't believe that, Conan shook her head vehemently. I can no longer believe that pain. We aren't creating peace, our ideals were lost with Yahiko. All we're doing now is creating more tragedies. Do you truly believe that? Conan closed her eyes. Yes. I see, a pause. Then you, along with Jiraiya, shall know pain. Chapter 22. One-man rescue squad. Yugito sighed into her drink as she sat on her stool in one of the many taverns located in Kumogakure, a relatively small joint where shinobi went in their off time to engage in the ancient art of getting shit-faced wasted. Not that she herself would ever get drunk. Like all Jinchuriki, her biju burned most of the alcohol from her system before it could have any serious detrimental effects. Yugito suspected she could get sloshed if she drank enough, but disliked the thought of having her ability to think logically hampered. You seem bothered. Looking up from her drink, the young blonde Jinchuriki for the Nibi let her gaze stray over to the woman on her left. The dim lighting in the bar cast number of shadows around her friend, Samui, as she too sat at the bar nursing a drink. Her friend looked at her with a curious expression on her slightly cold face. Care to share what's bothering you? Nothing much, Yugito spoke with a grimace at the end. Frowning, she brought the cup of sake in her hands to her lips, drinking the warm liquid and letting it burn down her throat. Setting her cup down delicately, she grabbed the bottle from her right and poured herself another glass. I guess I'm just going a little stir-crazy from not being allowed to take missions. Her words were something of an understatement, since the Akatsuki's botched, but nearly successful, attempt at capturing her, both she and Kurabi had more or less been placed under house arrest. Now, while the term may have been a little harsh, it was a very accurate description to her current predicament. She was not allowed to leave Kumogakure under any circumstances, she was now allowed to take missions. In fact, Reikage-sama had specifically told her that until the Akatsuki crisis was taken care of she would be more or less forced to stay in the village. The only time she had gone out was during the Chunin exams, and that had simply been because of the fact that she was with both Kurabi and the exams were being hosted in Konoha. She frowned at the thought of Konoha, or to be more accurate, a specific person who lived there. It had been quite a while since she had seen Naruto, mainly due to the mission he was now on. Yugito hadn't been told what the mission entailed, but knew that it had something to do with Uchiha Sasuke, her fiancé's traitorous teammate. That had been nearly 2 weeks ago. She still hadn't heard from him. When people say nothing much, it usually means the opposite, Samui commented idly. She took a sip of her sake. Closing her eyes she swallowed, hummed, and then poured herself another glass. Hiding your feelings and thoughts from your friends is not cool. Yugito snorted a bit, amused by her friend's words. A moment later she sighed, pushed the saucer of sake away and said, I dislike being a burden. Whoever said you were a burden? Asked Samui, frowning a bit when she heard her fellow blonde's words. No one, they don't need to, Yugito said, shrugging her shoulders. But as things stand right now, I'm more of a burden than an asset. With Akatsuki on the loose, I can't take any missions, I've been confined to the village, and I'm not even allowed to go outside to train. Even Kurabi was still being allowed to travel to his favorite training spot at Unraikyo. Meanwhile, she was confined to the training grounds inside of the village. Yugito thought the Reikage was showing favoritism towards his adopted brother, but would never admit that out loud. Don't forget that you are also bothered by the fact that Naruto hasn't been able to spend much time with you, Samui added, a small smile gracing her face. Yugito huffed a bit, looking away, which just caused the normally frigid woman's smile to grow. Not to say that I can't see why you would be bothered by that. If I had someone like him as my boyfriend, then I wouldn't have to worry about all of the men around here staring at my breasts. Fiancé, Yugito corrected absently, along with silently agreeing on the other woman's assessment. Especially the breast part, even now she could see the men around them staring at Samui's large assets. That's right, Samui spoke with a small smirk. How could I forget that you two are engaged? Especially with that small gem on your finger. Her eyes flickered to the beautiful ring that Naruto had crafted for Yugito, then back to the other woman's eyes. You know, I'm surprised Reikage-sama is actually allowing this. You shouldn't be, Yugito stated, turning more fully so she could face Samui. Everyone knows that Reikage-sama and Naruto-kun's father fought each other in the last war. And everyone knows how each and every single one of those battles ended. Samui couldn't help but nod her head. She knew how those battles ended, and how none of them had been in the Reikage's favor. No matter how hard the man had tried, how many times he and the man who had earned the moniker of Kuroi Senku had fought, had never won. And now Naruto had learned the very technique that had made his father so feared, and could use it to the same degree that Minato had. On top of that, the blonde was capable of fighting on even ground without its use. And that was not even going into Naruto's abilities when he used the Kyabe's chakra. That alone made the Reikage wary of Konoha, so when the chance came to form an alliance, he took it. Better to be allied with someone capable of such power, than to be against them. The Reikage, for all his power, skill and stubbornness, was also intelligent and did what was best for the village. The fact that Naruto had fallen for Yugito was really just the icing on the cake, it ensured that Konoha, and Naruto in particular, would remain Kumo's ally. Conversation drifted after that. Samui had never been that talkative of a person to begin with, and Yugito became lost in thought. Things would have continued as they were, with silence as their only companion. However, an interruption came in the form of Omoi and Karui, who were bickering together as they came in. Gah! Why can't you shut up? Just once, I wish you would stop overthinking everything. I'm just saying that whatever Reikage-sama wants from us must be very important, he wouldn't have asked this of us if it wasn't. Maybe he wants all of us for some kind of top secret mission. It would have to be something super secretive, like sneaking into a foreign country that we're not friendly towards. Maybe we'll even end up having to assassinate someone proclaiming themselves to be a god with plans for world domination. Hundreds of miles away, Nagato sneezed, then frowned. Gods don't get sick, so why did he sneeze? He shrugged, and then got back to using his paths to fight Jiraiya and Conan. And I'm telling you there is no way we'd be given a mission like that, Karui said through grit teeth. It was easy to see that the woman was about to blow her top, meaning this conversation had likely been going on for some time now. Deciding that she wasn't in the mood to listen to the pair arguing about something that, in all likelihood, was pointless, Samui interrupted them. What are you two doing here? I thought you were serving under Darui at the moment as bodyguards for Reikage-sama. We were, Karui said, straightening herself in front of the blonde woman. However, Reikage-sama has requested the presence of yourself and Yugito-san, along with both of us. We were sent here to get you. Yugito and Samui looked at each other, blinked as similar expressions of curiosity formed on their faces, and then simultaneously turned their attention back to the dark-skinned pair in front of them. Did Reikage-sama say what he wanted? Asked Yugito. Only that we were to retrieve you two and escort you to his office, answered Karui before Omoi could say anything. She was not in the mood for his conspiracy theories, having listened to them far more than anybody should have too. The two blondes shared another look, before standing up. Yugito gestured to the two chunin in their presence and said, lead the way. The trip they took to get to the Reikage's office was very roundabout. Unlike in Konoha, one could not just shunshin into the Reikage's office. As a village that was more militaristic than any of the other hidden villages, Kumogakure followed very strict protocols that were enforced to the letter. The only person capable of breaking these protocols was Kurabi, which Yugito suspected was simply because he was Reikage-sama's adopted brother. Though even the famed Hachibi Jinchuriki couldn't get away with some things. Shaking her head, Yugito did her best to ignore the pair bickering in front of her, only catching the occasional word from their heated discussion. She instead remained silent as they made their way along the village, hopping across the flat roofs to the many conical buildings in the city. Like most days in Kumo, the sky was fairly clear, with the only clouded areas being around the Reikage mansion and the large mountains that their village was built around. Unlike Hai no Kuni and some of the other countries she had been to, the weather in Kaminari no Kuni was very predictable. When they arrived at the Reikage's mansion and walked in, they were greeted by Mabui and quickly ushered into the Reikage's office. The man himself was sitting at his desk, a large stack of paperwork off to one side, and an even larger stack of paperwork on the other. It was clear from the scowl on his face and the way he was grumbling while taking papers from the larger stack that he had just received the large stack of paperwork a few minutes ago, probably right after he had finished the first. However, the moment the door shut and Yugito, along with the other three shinobi present stepped forward, the Reikage stopped stamping papers and placed his hands on the desk, pleased to be doing something other than seeing how long it would take for his hand to get carpal tunnel. I have a mission for the four of you that is of the utmost importance, began without preamble. The man was never one for beating around the bush, a surprising lack of subtlety considering all of the plans and plots he had come up with in his life to help his village gain more power. Opening a drawer on his desk, he pulled out a scroll with two symbols on the bottom. The first was easily recognized as the cloud-shaped symbol of Kumogakure. However, the second took a bit longer for most of the shinobi in the room to place as the symbol of Kurigakure. This scroll contains important documents that will help solidify our alliance with Kurigakure. The man's statement drew surprised gasps from Karui and Omoi, while Samui and Yugito only raised an eyebrow. You are to deliver this scroll to the Godime Mizukage and wait there until the treaty can be signed and formalized. This will be a long-term rank mission of the utmost importance. I'm counting on the four of you. Yugito now realized why the Reikage had called on her for this mission, especially as he had been so adamant on keeping her in the village after getting almost captured by Akatsuki. It was obvious to her that she was being sent because Mei was one of the women that Naruto was engaged to, and the Reikage, along with everybody else who saw them at the Chunin exams in Konoha, knew about their relationship. Never had she been so thankful that knowledge of Naruto's relationships with her and Mei had been known. She, along with Samui, Omoi and Karui snapped to attention upon receiving their orders. Hi, Raikage-sama. It hadn't been long since Naruto had hooked back up with the rest of his squad, who had just come back from successfully retrieving Uchiha Sasuke, with said traitorous ninja being sealed up inside of Naruto's prisoner transportation scroll. He, along with Yamato, Kakashi, Kiba, Hinata, Shino, Sai, and Sakura, were all hopping along the trees as they made their way back to Konoha. They were in a standard arrow formation, with Naruto in the lead, Kakashi and Sakura on either side and the others evenly spaced behind them to create the key points of the formation. Naruto scanned his surroundings, keeping an eye open for any possible threat. Madara may have been injured, but the blonde wasn't sure if that would be enough to stop the man. And even if the one claiming to be the ancient Uchiha was unable to attack, it didn't mean he wouldn't send a subordinate to do the same. Kisame and Zetsu were both very real threats, especially Zetsu as Konan had told him that the plant being could travel underground at overwhelming speeds. Hey brat. Kyuubi. Naruto frowned as he continued hopping along the trees. It was very rare for the Biju to start a conversation with him, preferring to stay quiet unless it was to make the occasional snide comment. What's up? I've been waiting to tell you this until after your fight with the Uchiha. But that man who was claiming himself as Uchiha Madara was not, in fact, Uchiha Madara. Excuse me. Such was Naruto's shock that when he landed on the next tree branch he stumbled and nearly lost his footing. Only experience and long-standing use of tree hopping and a quick application of chakra kept the blonde from plummeting to the ground in a rather humiliating way. Naruto? Questioned Kakashi, who was hopping along right next to the blonde, a small note of concern in his voice at seeing the rather confident and normally skilled Naruto nearly fall off during something as routine as tree hopping. Behind them, the rest of their squad was also looking at the whiskered blonde in concern. Hold up Kakashi, Naruto said absently, Kyuubi's trying to tell me something important. He missed the looks of shock and concern he got with that statement, or to be more accurate, he ignored them. What the great Biju had to tell him was far more important than their shock at the moment. What do you mean that's no Uchiha Madara? How could that be anybody else? I don't know. By the snarl in Kyuubi's voice it was clear the ancient beast was even more frustrated by this than he was. I'm only telling you what I felt. I know Madara's chakra signature as well as I know my own. So I'd know if it was him. That man was not him. But what about when he made you attack Konoha when I was born? Asked Naruto, trying to gain enough information that he could wrap his head around what Kyuubi was telling him. I thought you said that Madara was the one who forced you into attacking the village. I never said that. You just assumed that because that Konan girl you were mated to told you Madara was the one who is leading Akatsuki from the shadows that he was the real Uchiha Madara. Kyuubi's words were a cause for alarm. If what the fox was saying was true, then the person that Naruto had assumed was the reason Kyuubi's attack on Konoha, and the secret power behind Akatsuki, was not who Naruto thought he was. It also meant that Konan was wrong and the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara was deliberately handing out misinformation on his identity to further confuse everyone, including his own men. The problem Naruto had with that was that if Kyuubi was right, and the man he had faced was not Uchiha Madara, then who was he? Why was he impersonating another person? Especially one who had been considered one of the most powerful shinobi to date. None of this made sense to Naruto. He could not see any discernible reason for Tobi to impersonate Madara, especially when only a few people even knew of his existence, and of those few only himself, Konan and Pain knew who he truly was. Or at least, who he was pretending to be. But I thought Madara was the only Uchiha who had the power to control you, Naruto said, eliciting a growl from Kyuubi, who was angered at the blonde for bringing that up. The blonde did his best to ignore his prisoner's angry growls, however, as he continued speaking. And if that isn't the case, and there really is someone out there with the power to subdue a Biju, then who is it? How should I know? Asked Kyuubi, his voice something akin to a snarl. As far as I knew that blasted Madara was the only Uchiha whose eyes had the power to subjugate me. The way the Biju said subjugate, as if the word were some kind of poison, did not go unnoticed by Naruto. There was a prominent pause following the ancient Kitsune's words. That there is another Uchiha with the power to control a Biju is troubling. Why is that? Asked Naruto, curious. He had his own thoughts on why having another person capable of controlling a creature as powerful as Kyuubi was troubling, but suspected his reasons were vastly different from the Biju's. You mean aside from the fact that it means there is another capable of making me subservient to their will, said Kyuubi in a dry growl. Naruto didn't say anything, knowing the question was rhetorical, but his feelings of mild embarrassment that went through the seal made the ancient kitsune snort in a mild form of amusement before continuing. The reason it is so troubling is because not just anyone of the Uchiha clan can do this. To be capable of subjugating a Biju requires more than just a Sharingan. Even the famed Mangekyo Sharingan of legends is incapable of enslaving me. From what I know, Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Izuna, also possessed a Mangekyo, yet he could not control my actions with it. It requires a mental fortitude that few possess. Which means whoever this man is, not only has a strong Sharingan, but also has powerful mental abilities, Naruto concluded. So it required more than just a Sharingan, or even a Mangekyo like Itachi's. It required a powerful will that could oppress and subdue the will of the Biju they were trying to take control over, meaning that their mind and will had to be stronger than normal. That was a scary thought. Exactly. The Uchiha in question also must have a very powerful chakra. It takes a lot of power to use the Sharingan's ability to subdue me. Just the act itself would require more chakra than most of what you would call Jonin-level shinobi possess. I see. Naruto resisted the urge to sigh as he felt a slight headache coming. This new piece of information was troubling, especially since it essentially meant he would need to reevaluate the situation entirely. Still, better to deal with it now, than not know and find out sometime down the road when the knowledge he now held could have made a difference. Thanks Kyuubi. Che, whatever brat. Naruto almost smiled at the grumble in Kyuubi's voice. He could almost picture the ancient Biju scoffing at him. Naruto, Kakashi's voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, Naruto looked at his former sensei with a curious expression. Something wrong, sensei? I was just wondering if you were done talking with Kyuubi. And if so, what was so important that it had to tell you? Naruto corrected absently, tilting his head a bit as he tried to decide how much he should tell Kakashi, and the others who were secretly listening in. He couldn't tell them everything, not only because they were out in the open but because secrets never stayed secret for long when more people knew about it. And the information that the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara was not Uchiha Madara was a pretty big thing. Knowledge was power, and in this instance it may be better to tell them as little as possible. Kyuubi was just giving him some information on the man that I fought a few minutes ago. Oh. Kakashi raised a single eyebrow in question. It was obvious to anyone that the silver-haired man was looking for more information. However, much as Naruto may trust Kakashi, this was the kind of information that he was not willing to hand out callously. Yes, Naruto replied with a nod, then snapped his mouth shut. After several seconds, when it became obvious that the blonde was not going to elaborate on what he and Kyuubi spoke of, Kakashi sighed and went back to monitoring their surroundings and looking out for signs of danger. It wasn't until 3 hours later that something happened. In mid-jump, Naruto's body stiffened and his eyes widened in surprise. He stopped, abruptly and turned his head in a specific direction with eyes slightly glazed over, looking at something only he could see. Naruto, said Sakura, surprised by the sudden stop as was everyone else. They had been making good time so far, and were only a few days away from Konoha. Naruto had been driving them rather hard to make it back to the safety of the village where Akatsuki wouldn't be able to attack them, which was why everyone was wondering what had caused the blonde to stop moving so suddenly. Someone just activated one of my Hiraishin seals, Naruto said with wide eyes. The look didn't last as his eyes sharpened and he turned his head to look at Kakashi. Sensei, from this moment onwards you are in charge. I want you to head to Konoha with all due haste. Do not stop until you are within those walls. Understand? Yes, Kakashi nodded, and then paused before voicing his concern. Is something wrong? I don't know, Naruto frowned, and then shook his head. But everyone who has a Hiraishin seal knows that I am on a mission. They wouldn't have activated it if they weren't in very serious danger. He paused, and then looked at everyone on the squad before nodding in goodbye. I'll see you all in Konoha. And with that, Naruto disappeared in a flash of yellow. Naruto knew almost as soon as he used the Hiraishin to flash to the location of the person who summoned him, that something was wrong. It was not just an innate sense of instinct that told him this, but ran more along the lines of all of his senses and combat experience screaming at him with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. The vast and erratic flares of chakra told him that whoever had summoned him was likely in a battle. This theory was proven to be a reality when he appeared in the middle of a battle between Conan and Jiraiya, and 6 different people, all with the ripple-patterned eyes, which he guessed were the 6 paths of pain. It was immediately apparent that the battle was not going in the favor of his mentor, and his lover. Jiraiya was missing his entire right arm, and was crouched down panting heavily, his eyelids drooping as he fought to maintain a conscious state. Conan was faring better, but it was clear she had seen better days as well. The clothing that she wore under it was ripped and cut, along with her body. A large bruise was forming on the right side of her face, and she was bleeding profusely from a wound on the left side of her torso. Things definitely weren't looking good for the 2. Using the split second he had to analyze the situation, it was obvious to him what was going on. It was clear that they were in a megacar, if the rain didn't tell him that much, and then the large steel city several meters before him would have, which meant that his sensei had tried to infiltrate a megacar. If Naruto had the time, he would have taken a moment to curse out Jiraiya for his foolishness. Unfortunately he didn't. It would not be long before the others reacted to his presence and he needed to be out of there by then. Reacting with due haste, Naruto put on a burst of speed and appeared right in between Jiraiya and Conan. He placed his hands on the water's surface and flared his chakra, molding it, directing it, controlling it. In a burst of electricity and wind, a large cylinder of water, nearly 100 feet high, rose from around them, protecting them from the paths that had been just about to attack when he had flashed here. The water crackled and howled as blue arcs of lightning danced across its surface, and green gales of force-cutting winds moved around life-giving liquid. It was a 3-way state of protection and one of Naruto's ultimate defensive jutsu, Araten, Fiferment no Shoheki. Naruto! Conan shouted, recognizing the jutsu for what it was. She spun around to face him to see that the blonde already had a now unconscious Jiraiya held over his right shoulder. The blonde didn't say anything, just held out his hand to her. She took it, and the moment she did, Naruto pulled her to him, wrapped his free arm around her waist, closed his eyes and concentrated. There was a flash of yellow. The protective elemental barrier that had been held up by Naruto's chakra dispersed, the water falling back into the lake and disrupting its movement with large waves, the lightning dispersed into the atmosphere and the wind blew outwards in a shock wave that forced the paths that had been standing next to the protect cylinder several meters back, where they skid along the water's surface, creating crevices. The Diva path let its hands fall down to its side, the protective barrier of gravitational chakra that he had created dispersing. His eyes roved over the now empty landscape, expression never changing. When it became clear that Conan and Jiraiya were gone, escaped by the help of the person he belatedly recognized as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, he, along with the other paths, began making their way back to base. He would need to inform Madara of this new development. The moment Naruto, along with Conan and Jiraiya reappeared, the blonde shinobi quickly dropped to his knees, gasping as he heaved in a great lungful of air. Naruto-kun! Shouted Conan, surprised to see her lover looking like he'd just run a 5,000-mile marathon with Guy and Lee. Her arm encircled his waist as she tried to hold him up, but due to her own exhaustion only managed to bring her down with him. As the blonde fell to a knee, Jiraiya slid from Naruto's grasp, falling to the ground and laying on his side. The slow breathing was the only thing that let them know their sensei was alive. Are you alright? Asked Conan, her voice clearly stating her concern. Yes, Naruto got out, his voice raspy as he continued heaving for breath. It took him a few seconds before he could continue talking. The Hiraishin is a jutsu where the chakra cost is proportional to the mass I'm using the jutsu on. That cost is tripled when I'm taking more than one object at a time, especially if I'm flashing with them. And that wasn't even mentioning how he had just gotten out of his own battle with the Madara that was not Madara. As it was, his reserves had already been cut down to a third by that battle. By the time Conan had summoned him, he'd been running on empty and was just barely able to use the Hiraishin. His eyes landed on Jiraiya and he remembered that time was of the essence. Acting with as much haste as possible, Naruto summoned a scroll from inside his left kunai pouch. Unrolling quickly and flattening it against the ground, he smashed his hands on the seal located in the center of the parchment. With a puff of smoke that cleared soon after it appeared, Naruto summoned the medical supplies that he always kept on hand. He grabbed one of the jars containing several black pills, popped the lid and threw 2 into his mouth. The blonde grimaced. He hated using chakra pills, or any kind of artificial enhancers. But at the moment, he didn't have much of a choice. As he felt his chakra replenish, Naruto turned to Konan and began speaking. I'm going to get Tsunade. I need you to stay here with Jiraiya and keep him alive. Konan nodded sharply. She wasn't a medical ninja, but having been the one who healed most of her friends' wounds when they were injured, she was decent when it came to application of medicine and field bandaging. Naruto didn't respond with words to her affirmation. Instead he disappeared within a swirl of leaves, leaving her to tend to Jiraiya's wounds. The first thing Konan did was roll Jiraiya onto his back. He had long since lost consciousness and was beginning to look drawn and pale, a sign that he was running low on blood, which meant he needed to replenish what he'd lost. Konan easily found the blood replenishing pills. Naruto was very meticulous in his labeling. She opened the container and grabbed several, feeding them to Jiraiya one at a time. It was difficult to get him to swallow them, since he was already unconscious. She had to help him chew by moving his chakra, and then help him swallow by forcing the paste down his throat with some water. Thankfully, he wasn't dead enough that his survival reflexes weren't kicking in, and he automatically swallowed the water and pills. When the blood replenishing pills began working, it showed the now severed stub that was his arm beginning to leak more blood than before. Konan, knowing that she had to stop the blood flow, ripped off the right sleeve of his tunic, and used it as a tourniquet. The blood flowing out of the wound slowed to a mere trickle, which she knew was about as good as she was going to get it. Realizing that there wasn't much else she could do for her sensei now, Konan fell onto her backside, hands going behind her for support, and for the first time since she had appeared with Naruto, took in her surroundings. The room they were in was a bland, square room with very little in the way of personality. She and Jiraiya were on some kind of pad, a light tan pad with a rubber grip texture. They were in the center, surrounded by gray lines that formed a square around them. The walls were made of cement, a light tan color weathered and cracked with age. Several stone columns acted as support and held up the roof. Behind her, she noticed a set of stairs with rust-colored handrails surrounding it leading to a door. The few personal effects that she noticed were the tri-pronged kunai hanging on the wall at the far end, and several houris that Naruto wore. It wasn't long after her initial survey of the room, maybe 5 minutes later, that Naruto reappeared in a yellow flash next to her, this time with 2 other people. Naruto dropped to his hands and knees, panting. The one on his left, who she absently recognized as Tsunade, swore, loudly. Shit. The blonde Hokage was at Jiraiya's side in an instant, running a medical scan over him. The worry that was clear on her face began to grow into fear, letting Konan know that something was wrong with the man. Her theory was proven a moment later when Tsunade began speaking again. He's going into shock. Shizune. I need you to help me carry him upstairs. Hi. Tsunade-sama. Konan watched with tired eyes as Tsunade and the dark-haired woman that could only be Shizune grabbed Jiraiya and lifted him as delicately as possible. The pair of medical ninja moved as quickly as they were able without jostling the white-haired hermit, moving up the stairs and through the door. When the door closed with a click, Konan was snapped out of her stupor and moved over to where Naruto was sitting. Naruto-kun, she questioned, making his eyes snap open to look at her. The blonde offered a tired smile, which she tentatively returned, though it didn't last for long. Come on, Naruto said, pushing himself to his feet with a great heave. He wobbled for a moment, his legs shaking as he showed just how tired he truly was. The blonde looked like he was about to fall over, but thankfully for him, Konan seemed to realize this and managed to catch him just as he was starting to tilt. You're tired, she noted, not bothering to berate herself on how obvious that statement was. With a few deft movements, Konan managed to wrap her left arm around his waist, while pulling his right one over her shoulder and allowing him to lean on her for support. Yeah, no kidding, Naruto said with a dry chuckle. When he looked at Konan out of the corner of his eye, and saw the look she was giving him, one that told him she was not in the mood for smart-ass remarks, he decided to elaborate. We ran into Madara on our mission. Konan flinched, a clear indication of how she felt about this knowledge. You fought him? She asked. Naruto gave a tired nod as he said, yes, it was probably my hardest battle yet, and I'm not even sure how serious he was. His left hand pressed against the now healed shoulder wound. Aside from having exhausted most of his chakra in that battle, He'd been more injured than all of his other battles for the past several years. The only fight he'd had that had been the tough was when he went up against Yagura during the Kiri Civil War. As his mind went to the battle he'd had with the one calling himself Madara, he remembered Kyabe's words. Turning his head to look at Conan, he said, "Let's head upstairs. There's something important that I need to tell you." Conan watched as the large wound on her torso healed, the flesh that had been shredded by the serrated blade-like sash of Pain's Asura path knitted together very slowly. It was only a few minutes later that the torn skin fully healed, not even leaving a blemish. "You are very good," Conan complimented the woman who healed her wounds. Shizune looked up from her work and smiled. "Thank you," she said, before her still glowing green hand moved to deal with Conan's less grievous injuries. As Shizune began healing the smaller cuts and bruises that had formed all over her body, she began speaking some more. "I've been trained by Tsunade-sama since I was a little girl. She's taught me everything I know about being a medical ninja, and while I can't use her strength technique, I like to think that my skills in healing are at least around her level." Conan gave a nod as she remained silent and let the woman work. Her eyes moved around, staring at the bland white walls of the hospital room she was in. The smell of blood and disinfectant hung in the air, a wretched scent and one that Conan had never liked. It had been a long time since she'd been injured enough to require going to a hospital. Her job as the Angel of Aim kept her in the village, so unlike the other members of Akatsuki who were always out on missions or capturing Jinchuriki, she had stayed in one spot and thus never got into any serious battles. A grimace came to her face as she closed her eyes, her mind flashing back to the battle she and Jiraiya had with Pain. She couldn't help but curse herself for not having intervened sooner than she had. If she had more resolve to fight her friend, then maybe Jiraiya wouldn't have been as injured as he was. That she had taken so long to steel herself was a cause of great guilt for her, and because of her hesitation, there was a very good chance Jiraiya wouldn't live out the night. He could only imagine how Naruto must be feeling right now. "There," Shizune said, the woman's voice bringing Conan out of her funk. She opened her amber-colored eyes and looked to see the medical ninja standing back up, having just finished healing the last of her wounds. "Your wounds have been healed so you're free to leave. However, your body is still going to be very tender. I would suggest not doing anything too strenuous for at least a few days." Conan gave the woman a sincere nod. "Thank you. No problem," Shizune said with a smile, though it was clear the woman was not really in the mood. The smile was as fake as the ones Naruto used to wear when he was younger. Not that Conan could blame her given what transpired just a little over half an hour ago. Standing up, Conan made her way out the door with Shizune following close behind. Looking over at the woman who had decided to walk alongside of her, she asked, "Do you know where I can find Naruto-kun?" Shizune absently noted the suffix Conan added to Naruto's name as she nodded. "He's probably standing outside of the emergency room that Tsunade-sama took Jiraiya-sama to. I'm heading there myself, so just follow me." With a nod, Conan did just that, following the woman as she moved through several halls, up a flight of stairs, and down another hall. At the end, they found Naruto just as Shizune said they would. He was standing in front of a large set of double doors with a red light blazing above the door to let everyone know it was currently in the middle of an operation. The blonde himself was pacing back and forth in front of the door, the thumb of his left hand in his mouth as she chewed on it in worry, while the other was cupping the elbow of his left hand and holding it up. Every few seconds he would stop, turn his head to look at the door, and when he noticed that the light still hadn't turned off, he would continue his pacing. It was easy for Conan to see that her lover was worried. The expression on his face, his movements and the stiff pacing told her all that she needed to know and more. Knowing from experience that if he continued to stand there with nothing to occupy him, he would just worry more, Conan walked over to him, the soles of her shinobi sandals making light squeaking noises along the floor. Behind her, Shizune watched the preceding events with idle curiosity. She looked over at the door, seeing the light burning brightly and letting her know that Tsunade was in the middle of a delicate operation. Unless her master called for her, she would be better off not entering. Therefore, she turned her attention back to Naruto and the mysterious woman he was with. "Naruto-kun," she said, her voice bringing him to a halt. Naruto turned to look at her just as she reached him. His arms relaxed upon seeing her, moving back down to his sides, and some of the worry on his face turned into relief at seeing that she was all right. It warmed her heart to know that he cared about her, to see the emotion of worry on his face and know that at least part of it was because he was concerned for her well-being. She moved the rest of the distance between them, closing the last inch as her arms slid his waist and wrapped themselves around him tightly. Naruto was taller than her now. When they had first met, the blonde was about the same height as she was. Now he was at least a head taller. Her head was able to easily fit underneath his. In response to her hold on him, Naruto's arm wrapped around her shoulders, squeezing her just a little tighter than he normally would, as if to make sure she was really there. His chin came to rest on the crown of her head, eyes closing as he tried taking deep breaths to calm the worry that was raging in his mind. It will be okay, Conan murmured, her voice so soft that Naruto almost missed it. They parted only slightly, so that Naruto could look down at her as the blue-haired woman looked up. She tried to offer him a reassuring smile, though it was clearly forced. Despite this, she continued. Everything's going to be fine. Jiraiya-sensei wouldn't let something like this kill him so easily. Yeah. It was clear Naruto didn't quite believe that as he looked over at the still closed door, a prominent frown marring his face. He shuddered a bit, his body shaking and sending a reverberation through Conan. She watched in concern as he closed his eyes and grit his teeth. Are you all right? We should have told him, Naruto whispered, his voice breaking ever so slightly. About us. About everything, Naruto said. Opening his eyes again, he turned his head once more to look at Conan. I should have realized that he would eventually figure everything out on his own. Omegakure's the only nation in the elemental countries that has been totally isolated from the rest of the world. It's the perfect place for Akatsuki's base. I should have realized that he would eventually figure this out and go there to see for himself. You can't predict the future, Naruto-kun, Conan said. At the time, you thought this was for the best. We both know how Jiraiya thinks. If you had told him back then, he would have still gone there. Maybe things would have been different, but maybe they wouldn't have. You can't know for sure. She rested her head in the crook of his neck, breathing his scent in through her nose, and blowing her breath out through her mouth. All we can do now is hope that Jiraiya will pull through this. Right. As one of Naruto's hands went to the small of her back, his other one came to her head, fingers beginning to brush through her hair as he rested his cheek on her head. Excuse me? Asked Shizune, bringing attention to herself after watching the exchange. Naruto and Conan looked over at her. Seeing this, she continued, focusing her eyes mostly on the blonde. Asking the question she wanted to ever since she worked on Conan, she said, Naruto-kun, who is this? That's right, I haven't introduced you yet, have I? Naruto said rhetorically. He ended their embrace, taking a step back from Conan and grabbing onto her left hand. She responded, lacing her fingers with his as they walked over to one side of the wall, where Shizune had chosen to stand. When they reached the dark-haired woman, Naruto introduced the two by saying, This is Conan. Conan, this is Shizune. It's a pleasure to meet you, Conan said, hands held in front of her as she bowed slightly in respect. Though Shizune was dissatisfied by the very small introduction, having been hoping to learn more about this mysterious woman that somehow knows Naruto, and in an intimate sense if their previous actions were any indication, she returned the gesture. It's nice to meet you as well. Returning to an upright position, and hoping to learn more about the blue-haired beauty, Shizune opened her mouth to speak. Before she could, however, the light above the door blanked, and a few seconds after that the door opened and a tired Tsunade walked out. Tsunade-sama. Shizune said as she, Naruto, and Conan walked in front of the blonde Hokage. How's Ero Sennin? Asked Naruto before the woman even had a chance to speak. Is he alright? Did he make it through? How is he doing? He was forced to stop talking when Tsunade held a hand up in front of his face, backed by a tired glare to let him know she was not in the mood to listen to him. After a few seconds, when it became clear that Naruto would not interrupt her, Tsunade said, It was come and go for a while, but Jiraiya's going to be fine. The relief that washed through the area was almost palpable. Both Naruto and Conan closed their eyes and sent out a silent thank you, neither realizing that Tsunade was eyeing the two curiously, though her attention was more focused on Conan. Deciding that she would get her answers as to who this woman was, and why she looked so familiar, along with the knowledge of why Naruto was here without his squad later, she first decided to tell them more about Jiraiya's condition. His right arm is gone completely, and since you didn't have it with you, I can't reattach it. Even if you did bring his arm, the wound was beginning to get infected and I'm not sure reattaching the limb would have worked. In the end I was forced to cauterize the wound. This will hamper his ability to use ninjutsu, but I'm sure he'll find a way around that when he wakes up. There were several other problems as well, namely that he had more than a few broken bones, including a nearly shattered ribcage. His left lung had also been punctured by several bone fragments from his ribs. She paused for a moment, catching her breath before continuing. As things stand, he was very lucky that you managed to get me when you did. A few minutes later and he would have died from any number of the injuries he suffered. It was a harsh diagnosis, and one that made everyone listening wince as they heard the number of life-threatening injuries he had. At the very least he was still alive, that had to count for something. Can we see him? Asked Naruto. Tsunade shook her head. Currently he's been put into a medical-induced sleep so that his injuries might heal without him aggravating them. She then fixed Naruto with a glare. I'm also going to need a mission brief from you, as well as an explanation as to why you are here, without your squad I might add, and who this woman is. Naruto sighed. He should have expected something like this. Right. Well, let's go to your office. This explanation will take a while and isn't something you're going to want to become public knowledge. Chapter 23. Revelations. Tsunade rubbed her forehead as she looked at Naruto, who was currently standing at attention in front of her desk with the blue-haired woman that she had seen with him by his side, and couldn't help but wonder if this boy was trying to force her into retirement via stress. Just when she thought they had everything figured out, the last remaining Uzumaki aside from her managed to drop an exploding tag on her. So you're telling me that the Uchiha Madara that is supposedly secretly leading Akatsuki from the shadows really isn't Uchiha Madara, but someone impersonating him. She had just been given a report on what had happened during their capture Itachi mission. While she was pleased to know that Sasuke had been captured during that mission, this new information on the man known as Tobi, who they had assumed was Uchiha Madara, was troubling. Tsunade really wasn't sure if she should be relieved or terrified by that knowledge. The founder of the Uchiha clan had been a shinobi of monstrous strength. The only ninja said to be on par with her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, who was still considered to be the most powerful ninja in the elemental nations. If the man Naruto fought was not Madara, then it meant they wouldn't have to deal with such a powerful ninja. On the other side of the coin toss, the man Naruto fought was capable of controlling the Kyuubi just like her grandfather's rival, which could mean they were dealing with someone who was not only just as powerful, but also a complete unknown. Neither of those answers brought much comfort. Kyuubi seems to think so, Naruto answered her with a shrug. And since he knows the bastard personally, I can only assume that the fox is right. Aside from that, I trust Kyuubi's judgment when it comes to these things. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're not misplacing your trust? This is the being that nearly destroyed Konoha, you know. I doubt Kyuubi would lie about something like this. Naruto defended the powerful nine-tailed kitsune in his gut. He doesn't benefit from lying to me or withholding information that could potentially end with him becoming a tool for an Uchiha again. If there was one thing that Naruto knew about the fox, it was that he hated being manipulated or controlled in any way. He worked with Naruto because it was a benefit to him right now, but even with the threat of being sealed in a statue should Akatsuki capture the blonde, it was still reluctant to do so. Naruto could only imagine how Kyuubi would feel about becoming an Uchiha's pet once more. That does make sense, Tsunade sighed, more than ever wishing that she didn't need to be sober for this report so she could reach under her desk and grab some sake from her stash. I suppose I'll just have to trust you about the Kyuubi then. Now that we have that out of the way. Tsunade's eyes strayed from Naruto and went to Konan, narrowing as they did. You can begin telling me who this is and why she ended up with you in a half-dead Jiraiya. For one of the first times in a long while, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. It wasn't that he had no intention of telling Tsunade who Konan was, because really, it wasn't like he could keep this from her. No, his issue ran more along the lines of trying to figure out what he should tell her first. After all, how do you tell someone that the woman before them is not only one of the 4 women who had agreed to be his wife, but also a member of the very organization trying to capture his Biju? It's not like he could just come out and say, "This is my bride-to-be, Konan, I'm sure you remember her from when the two of you met in AIM during the Second Shinobi World War. Oh, and by the way, she also happens to be working with Akatsuki." You know, the organization made up of S-ranked criminals trying to steal the Biju. But don't worry. She no longer agrees with their ideals and is actually my spy within said organization now. Yeah, he could see that going over really well. This required more subtlety. Do you remember when I mentioned during my first few days here how I refused to reveal two of the women who agreed to marry me for their own protection? Well, so much for subtlety. Yes, Tsunade said, furrowing her brow as she tried to figure out where this was going. You wouldn't even reveal who they were to me, stating that the more people who know the less of a secret it is the safer she was. The woman's eyes widened as she snapped her gaze towards Naruto, and then towards Conan. They came back towards Naruto a second later and her jaw nearly dropped. You're telling me that she's one of your wives. The technical term would be betrothed, Naruto stated, a bit of mirth in his voice at seeing Tsunade looking as if she had just shit a brick. But yes, this woman is my betrothed. Her name is Conan. It's a pleasure to see you again, Tsunade-sama. Conan finally spoke up for the first time since the meeting began, bowing her head slightly towards the blonde Hokage as a sign of respect. See me again. Tsunade blinked after picking her metaphorical jaw off the floor. She looked at the woman with slightly narrowed eyes. Are you telling me we've met before? That is correct. You may not remember me, but I was one of the war orphans that Jiraiya took in when you three were in Omegakure during the Second Shinobi World War. Conan's words spurred the memories of the Godime Hokage. She remembered the Second World War quite well, though she wished she didn't. That was not a time she liked to remember as it was the war where she lost both her younger brother, Nawaki, as well as her boyfriend and fiancé, Dan. However, she did remember her time in AIM. It was hard to forget, seeing as how that had been when she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had fought against Shansho no Hanzo of the Salamander, and earned themselves the title of Densetsu no Sanin. Thinking back on the time, Tsunade did remember meeting three orphans, two boys and a girl with blue hair, amber eyes, and an origami flower in her hair. Blinking several times, Tsunade looked at Conan and overlapped the image of the young girl with the woman standing before her. They were nearly identical, minus the labrae piercing, skin-tight leather pants, shoulder-less leather top, and the sensual curves that most women would kill for. Gaki. Tsunade growled out. You'd better have a good reason for marrying someone who's old enough to be your mother. Naruto blinked. Conan blinked. Naruto blinked once more for good measure. But, Mei's almost twice my age, Naruto pointed out. Doesn't that make her old enough to be my mother as well? That was not even mentioning Yugao and Yugito, both of whom were in their mid-20s. Thinking on it, the only one who was even close to him in age was Koyuki, who was only 20 years old. Even then, the only reason marriage with her was considered legal was because he was a shinobi, and therefore an adult. And as things stand, the only reason I'm even tolerating your relationship with Mei is because I can see that she truly loves you, Tsunade stated with a stern look. Even now a part of me is telling me not to let her anywhere near you because of your age difference. This woman, the busty blonde pointed at Conan, is at least 10 years older than Mei is. That means she's over 20 years older than you. Naruto's lips thinned into a small line. He was well aware of the difference of the age between himself and Conan, and was even more aware that their relationship would turn a lot of heads, and not necessarily in a good way once people learned about their age difference. Still, he had assumed Tsunade would be supportive, if not because Conan loved him, then because she understood him better than most due to her also being a student of Jiraiya's. That she didn't hurt more than he would ever let on. While it is true that I am technically over 20 years older than Naruto-kun, Conan began speaking before either of the two blondes could. Both of them turned their attention to her, Naruto with curiosity, and Tsunade with animosity. That is only partially correct. You see, due to an incident a few years before the Third Great Ninja War, Nagato, or Pain as he has stylized himself as, became crippled. This led him to creating his paths, which splits up his Rinnegan abilities into 6 individual bodies. Being forced to use this jutsu not only greatly weakened his Rinnegan, but also leaves him very vulnerable if people knew how to exploit it. Because of this we came up with a backup plan. Should Nagato ever die, I was to implant his Rinnegan into my own eyes and continue his work. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the woman, her anger still simmering beneath the surface, but buried under her curiosity. That's a very interesting tale in all, But what does that have to do with the age difference between you and Naruto? Because we were not aware of how long it would take to accomplish our goals, Nagato felt it would be best if I was able to live longer. For the past 18 years he's been using a modified version of the Gedo, Rinne Tensai no Jutsu, outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique which when used normally would allow him to revive a person who has recently become diseased. However, the modified version is different in that it stores souls in the King of Hell, and then converts them into a form of medical chakra that can rejuvenate the body. In other words, it's capable of turning back the hands of time, Tsunade concluded for Conan before the brunette could finish her speech. Or stalling them, Conan told her. Which is what happened to me. While I've technically lived for 42 years, my body has not aged since I was 24. HMPH. Tsunade huffed as she glared at the younger woman, before begrudgingly speaking. I suppose that would explain why you don't look your age. There was a hint of jealousy in the female Hokage's voice that almost had Naruto smiling. He could only wonder at how pissed the blonde woman was at knowing that while her young looks were due to a hench, Conan's was because she really was just that young. A few seconds later Naruto realized something that caused him to blink. How come I didn't know anything about this? I didn't think it was relevant at the time, Conan admitted with a shrug. Would knowing that I am physically younger than you thought I was make a difference? Well, no, Naruto admitted, scratching his cheek with his index finger. Then it doesn't matter, does it? Asked Conan with the slightest of smiles. And besides, I never really thought about what our age meant for us until Tsunade-sama brought it up. Which was true, ever since they had met Conan had never really thought about Naruto's age. While her lover sometimes tended to act childish, more often than not he displayed the maturity of someone 3 times his age. Because of that she had never really seen him as a 16-year-old boy, but simply as a man who had the same desire for peace that she did. Tsunade stared at the pair for a long time, before heaving a sigh and slumping back in her chair. Despite this she still managed to fix them both with a glare. I still don't like it, she told them without reservation. Even if you are physically as young as you claim, I still dislike the fact that you two have such an intimate relationship. Naruto opened his mouth, most likely to come up with some retort, but Tsunade held up a hand to stop him. However, both of you are consenting adults, and furthermore, ninja. I can't tell you how to live your life and that includes who you can and can't be intimate with. I'll let this go on the condition that you, she pointed at Conan, never betray the trust and love he has given you. I give you my word that I would never betray Naruto, Conan said, and though her voice was still stoic, her eyes were burning with conviction. Naruto is the only light I have left in this world of darkness, and the only person who can truly understand me. Even if I didn't love him, I would never betray him. I'll hold you to that, Tsunade told the brunette. With the minor confrontation and relationship crises over, the blonde Godime Hokage leaned back in her desk, propped her elbows on the table, and laced her fingers together in front of her face. Now, since we've gotten this out of the way, why don't you two tell me how you know each other? Naruto's shoulders slumped as he realized that he had just overcome one crisis only to run directly into another. Arguing over a relationship between two people's age difference was nothing compared to explaining how the woman he was set to marry belonged to a group of S-ranked criminals that were dead set of sucking the kyuubi out of his body, which would consequently kill him. Talk about moving out of the stove and into the oven. You'd better break out the sake for this one, Hokage-sama, Naruto said, using the more respectful title and suffix for the woman before him, letting Tsunade know just how serious this next issue was. This is going to take a long time to properly explain. Tsunade looked at the elite Jonin with a raised eyebrow, before deciding to do as told. Bringing out a bottle of sake and 3 cups, she poured all 3 of them a drink. Reaching out for hers, the woman took a sip, reveling in being able to drink something for this. After allowing herself a small moment of pleasure, she fixed the blonde with a level look. Start talking, Gaki. Right, Naruto sighed as he grabbed his own cup, taking a small sip before he began. It all started when I decided to separate myself from Ero Sennin for a bit to look for clues on Akatsuki's whereabouts on my own. Exox Pain found himself staring into the raining sky as he stood upon the balcony of the towering structure he had claimed as his base of operations. The clouds were particularly thick today, and the rain was much heavier than usual. It beat against the steel architecture with the sound of 1,000 drums being hammered at the same time, an endless drum beat that refused to stop for anything except a god. None of this mattered to Pain at the moment. The reanimated corpse he was using as his diva path could feel neither the cold, nor the sting of 1,000 droplets of water being battered against his body. He simply continued to look out at the city as the heavens cried out their anguish to him. Madara, Pain stated as he felt a distortion behind him. He did not turn as the one calling himself Toby began appearing within a swirl of black chakra, first his orange swirl mask-covered head, then his body, followed finally by his arms and legs. You failed to keep the Kyuubi Jinchuriki occupied. Because of his interference, Jiraiya survived and now knows where my base is located. The boy was stronger than I thought he would be, Toby said, his voice gruff as he walked towards Pain. There was a limp in the masked man's steps, a sign that the leg he had regrown and attached to himself was still giving him problems. He came to a stop. Besides Pain and looked out at the city. I underestimated him and it cost me. The boy is becoming more trouble than we expected, Pain said, his narrow-eyed gaze sweeping back and forth across Omegakure. We have underestimated him too much. First he killed Sasori, and then he defeated Hidan and Kakazu. He will need to be taken care of soon. Agreed. Pain's words went without saying. Namikaze Naruto had become a major thorn in Toba's side. Already several of the plans he had created were derailed, and the schedule for the sealing of the Biju, as well as which Biju he wanted to seal first, was no longer viable. That meant he would need to come up with an entirely new plan if he had any hope of completing his plan. Where is Konan? Asked Toby as he finally seemed to realize that the woman who was always at Pain's side was no longer there. It was amazing he had not noticed when he first got here, but had to chalk that up to the fact that he was still in a good deal of pain. It was difficult to think when his new limbs were still giving him so many problems. She is gone, Pain said, his eyes narrowing into slits. She betrayed us for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. What? If it weren't for the mask getting in the way, Pain would have most likely seen Toby blink. However, Toby was wearing a mask and so the Rinnegan user could not see the surprised blink the man made. Can you repeat that please? Konan has betrayed us for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Pain restated, his narrowed eyes seeming to narrow further. When I was fighting against Jiraiya-sensei, she interfered and helped fend me off. Furthermore, she was carrying one of the Jinchuriki's Hiraishin Ch, and managed to summon him before I could finish her and sensei off. How is this possible? Asked Toby. For the first time in a long time the orange spiral mask wearing Akatsuki member was flabbergasted. Konan was the last person I would have ever expected to betray you. Which was true. Unlike everyone else who had joined Akatsuki for their own reasons, Konan was strictly loyal to Pain. Everything she did was for him, and she had stayed by his side through thick and thin ever since they were younger. The idea that she would betray her best and dearest friend was unfathomable. That makes two of us. It was hard to tell what Pain was thinking. Of course, that could have something to do with the fact that the man before him was nothing more than a doll, a puppet being controlled by the real man that had once been known as Nagato. Even still, Toby almost thought he detected a hint of hurt in the man's voice. What are you going to do about this? Pain was silent for a moment. He understood the real question that Toby was asking. What was he going to do about Konan? Was he going to kill her? His dearest friend. The friend who had been with him through thick and thin, who had supported him through all of their hardships, who had agreed to capture the Jinchuriki with him, the woman he had at one point held a major crush on. The same woman who had just betrayed him for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. The woman who had told him she could no longer agree with his ideals. The woman who had fought him alongside Jiraiya, and had called the Kyuubi Jinchuriki using a ring that apparently had the seals for the Hiraishin on it. I will deal with her the same way I would deal with anyone who has decided to make an enemy of God. Toby almost snorted at the ludicrous statement. Pain may be powerful, perhaps even more powerful than he was in many ways, but a god this man was not. Not by a long shot. Still, he would allow the fool his delusions. Pain was needed if his plans were to succeed. Well, you will have to deal with her another time, Toby told him. As things stand, attacking Konoha outright is no longer a viable option at the moment. And what about Konan? Asked Pain, finally turning away from gazing at the rain to glare at the man who kept trying to dictate what he could do. It's unwise to leave a loose end like her around. She knows all of my secrets. And chances are the Kyuubi Jinchuriki already knows them. Toby countered the man before he could continue. If she had the ability to summon Naruto, then it means they have been working together for some time now. Which made sense, now that he was thinking about it. Toby had always wondered how Naruto had managed to arrive at Sunagakure just as Deidara and Sasori had been about to capture the Ikibi Jinchuriki. The intelligence he got was that the Namikaze brat had been in the area after capturing a bounty and had just decided to go see his friend, but now that he really thought back on it, the whole incident had been far too coincidental. It was most likely that Konan had told him about Akatsuki's movements. That was the only way the Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails could have been in the right place at the right time to help fight off his minions. Then it is all the more imperative that we deal with her now. In Pain's mind, that was the only thing that made sense. His best friend had betrayed him for one of their enemies. The only way to rectify this situation was to kill her at his earliest possible convenience. It is very likely that you have no secrets left from Konoha, Pain, Toby chastised the man who thought himself a god. If you go there, they will be ready for you, and not even the vaunted powers of a god will be able to stand up to the full might of that village. Do not underestimate the powers of a god, Madara, Pain said dismissively. Dealing with Konoha will prove little trouble for one such as me. You fool. Toby hissed, finally losing his patience with Rinnegan Bearer. Do not underestimate the ninja of that village. He may have hated Konoha beyond all reasonable comprehension, but even he would never deny that they produced some of the most outstanding shinobi the world had ever seen. The Namikaze brat's power is not something to be trifled with, even without calling upon the Kyuubi's power. He has mastered his father's Hiraishin to an incredible degree, and his ability to use sealess ninjutsu is outstanding. While I have no doubt that you would ultimately triumph in a one-on-one fight against him, it would not be an easy battle. And if you fought against Konoha, you would not just be fighting against him. Even someone as powerful as you will not be able to best the Kyuubi Jinchuriki when he has the likes of Senju Tsunade and Hitaki Kakashi fighting with him. And that's not even going into how Konan will be fighting against you as well. Then what do you suggest I do? Asked Pain, and though his voice was just as even as always, Toby could tell the man was getting frustrated. We cannot risk allowing such a loose end to live. Konan knows all about our plans, and she knows the weaknesses of every member of Akatsuki. Leaving her alive will prove detrimental to our plans. Chances are she has already given Konoha all of your secrets. There was very little doubt in Toba's mind about that. If she has been working for the Namikaze brat for as long as he thought she had, then it was not much to assume Konoha already knew everything Konan did. At the very least, Naruto already knew everything. So the point is moot. For now, we should focus on acquiring more power. Already 5 of our 9 members have been killed, and we only have the Sanbi, the Yonbi, and the Gobi to show for it. And how do you suggest we do that? Asked Pain, visibly calming down. They were in a precarious position right now. Ever since Akatsuki had made their move against the Jinchuriki and hidden villages, things had rarely gone their way, and most of the blame could be laid solely at the feet of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I have just been given some news that the Nibi Jinchuriki has left the village for Kiri, Toby began. And you want to have her captured en route. Pain was already guessing at what the man wanted to have done. It would be a simple matter to send Kisame to take care of the women. While she was strong, she only held the 2 tails. For someone like the monster of the hidden mist, she was nothing. No, Toby shook his head. She has the ability to summon the Namikaze to her side. Even if you went there yourself, there is nothing stopping him from simply flashing away with the girl. Instead, I want you to attack Kumogakure, and capture the Hachibi Jinchuriki. You want me to go? The Diva Path raised an eyebrow. It was unusual for Toby to request that he go and do something, especially when the masked man knew that Pain was not one to be ordered around like the other Akatsuki members. I would have Kisame go, but I have a need for him to be elsewhere. Toby shrugged as if to say, what can you do? Also, the Raikage is strong, as is the Hachibi Jinchuriki. They call him the perfect host for a reason. While Kisame may be capable of taking the Hachibi one-on-one, I doubt he would be able to defeat the Raikage. And that was saying nothing about the village as a whole. Kumogakure was a heavily militarized village, and while they did not produce shinobi as outstanding as the ones from Konoha, they had a lot more ninja than the Hidden Leaf village did. You wish for me to destroy the village then? That made a good deal more sense. While Kisame was probably enough to capture the Eight Tails, the man that had been dubbed Monster of the Hidden Mist was not strong enough to destroy an entire village, and especially not one as militarized as Kumo. No, Kisame would most certainly not be able to do that, but Pain could. With Conan's treachery now out in the open, it will only be a matter of time before Kiri, Kumo, and Suna learn about your abilities, Toby reasoned. If Conan was working strictly for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki like I assume she was, then it means that right now only Konoha knows about your abilities, but it's only a matter of time before they send that information to the other villages. We need to strike now while the other villages have no knowledge on your capabilities. It was a reasonable assumption, and quite possibly the only reason Pain didn't refuse Toba's request out of hand. Very well, Pain agreed, deciding that doing as Toby suggested was in his best interest. He would deal with Conan later, preferably when he had more power at his disposal so he could also take care of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki at the same time. Kumo will fall by my hand. It is time to show the world what a god can do when angry. Toby almost didn't manage to cover up his snort this time. You may think you are a god now, Nagato, but that is only because you have not seen what a true god among ninja can do. But he would eventually. If all went according to plan, then his most annoying pawn and the rest of the world would see what someone who had really been considered a god amongst shinobi could do. Xox the trip home was very subdued. After Tsunade had grilled Naruto on everything he had been up to that had not been reported to her, and Conan on everything she knew about Akatsuki and Pain in general, the pair had been let free. In any other circumstances, Naruto would have probably used the opportunity Conan's need to no longer hide presented to show said woman around Konoha, but as things stood both of them were too tired dealing with their previous battles to do much more than head home. After entering the front door to the large house Naruto would now be sharing with Conan as well as Yugao, the pair took off their shoes and set them aside, before stepping into the house proper. Naruto turned his head and looked over at Conan with a slight smile. Why don't we get something to eat before choosing which room you will want to sleep in? Conan frowned for a moment, and were it not for the fact that she knew there was another woman living here, even if they had never met, she would have probably insisted on sleeping in his room. As things stood, it would be best to agree with his suggestion so as to avoid any unpleasantness with the other female she would be living with. She didn't want to cause trouble like Yugito and Mei had after all. Besides, it wasn't like having her own room meant she couldn't sleep with Naruto. She just wouldn't be doing it all the time. That sounds fine, she told Naruto as she followed him into the dining room. Why don't you take a seat while I get started on making some dinner? Naruto suggested as he walked over to the refrigerator and began searching its contents. Meanwhile, Conan sat down at the long table meant for quite a few people, set her hands down in front of her on said table, and began watching as Naruto moved about the kitchen, turning on the stove, getting out pots and pans, and setting aside ingredients like he had been doing it all his life. The dinner Naruto made was just a simple stir-fry, nothing extravagant. Not that he could truly be blamed. With everything that had happened in the last 24 hours, the blonde-haired Uzumaki was feeling more than a little tired. After dinner was over, he had every intention of sleeping like the dead for a good 15 hours at least. It was just as Naruto had begun serving that one of the other two residents of the house, and the one who was more often than not at the Namikaze estate, walked in. That smells so good, Fu mumbled as she entered the dining room. Her head tilted up and her nose twitching as she took several deep whiffs. It was quite clear that the girl was literally following her nose. Moreover, the female Jinchuriki with mint green hair was drooling, and when combined with the way her stomach rumbled, made it obvious that she had not eaten for at least several hours. Naruto and Conan watched in a mixture of amusement and wonder as Fu plunked down in the seat she always sat in when having dinner at the Namikaze estate. Granted, such an instance was actually very rare, as the Nanabe's Jinchuriki preferred staying over at the Aburame clan grounds. Would you like to eat with us, Fu? Asked Naruto, his mouth turning into a very slight smile. Yes please, said Fu, still drooling. Naruto was amused to note that the girl seemed to be completely oblivious to Conan's presence. He wondered if the hunger was the cause. Hold on, Naruto said, scurrying back into the kitchen. Let me get you a plate. Doing exactly what he said he would, Naruto opened the cupboard where he stored his plates and bowls, and grabbed one for Fu, along with a set of chopsticks. He came back out mere moments later and set the dish and eating utensils in front of her. Almost before Naruto had even finished putting the plate down, Fu began dishing up her food. Naruto and Conan shared another look. This one questioning, as both of them wondered the same thing. You're pretty hungry today, Fu, Naruto commented just as the girl he spoke to finished putting the amount of food she wanted on her plate. The Namikaze clan head suddenly found himself very grateful that he had made so much, because Fu had taken enough food to feed an Akamaki. Her plate had a literally mountain of food on it. That's quite a bit of food. Are you sure you can eat it all? He asked, honestly wondering where such a wayfish girl planned on putting all that food. Fu moaned as she stuffed her face. Her chopsticks were a literally blur as they moved from the plate to her mouth. The small mountain of food she was eating began to disappear right before their very eyes. She only stopped once to speak, and even then her mouth was so filled with food Naruto could barely make out what she said. I have home really harb braming bode. Naruto murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. Though it was apparently not quite enough, because Fu spoke to him again. Yeb, Hibian, Hino, Avenue been barring with me. It's buff. I see, Naruto got out, watching with an almost sick fascination as the food on Fu's plate quite literally vanished before his very eyes. He was really beginning to wonder about where the girl was storing all that food. How could someone so tiny possibly eat so much? Beside him, Conan seemed to be much the same way, only worse. Her nose was wrinkled and her face looked almost green as she watched the tiny female vacuum down the food like an akamaki at an all-you-can-eat buffet after having fasted for a month. She looked like she was going to be sick. Finally, after what felt like hours, but was in truth only a few seconds, Fu's plate was cleaned of food and even seemed to have been polished to a shine, making Naruto wonder if the Nanabi Jinchuriki had licked the plate sometime while he was watching her and he just hadn't seen it. The girl with mint green hair put her chopsticks down and released a content sigh as she patted her belly. Ah. Now that really hits the spot. Thanks for making dinner, Naruto-san. You're welcome, Naruto managed to choke out, shocked. He had seen many things in his rather short life, but he had never seen someone eat like Fu just had. Not even he was this bad, not even when it came to ramen. It was only after had eaten her fill and spent a few moments staring vacantly at the table that she finally noticed the beautiful blue-haired woman sitting at the table with them. Naruto-san, who is this? Ah, Naruto blinked, his head shaking as he found something to focus on other than Fu's phenomenal ability to put away food like an akamaki after going on a hunger strike. That's right. You haven't met yet, have you? He had nearly forgotten that he only summoned the Bluenet when no one else was around, since he hadn't wanted even a hint of her identity leaking out and somehow getting back to Akatsuki, and more specifically Pain. This is Conan, one of my betrotheds. It's a pleasure to meet you Fu-san, Conan said with a slight bow of her head. Fu gave her a bright smile that was so different from the lifeless eyes she used to have. It's nice to meet you as well. The girl then tilted her head, and looked at Conan curiously for a moment. Wait, if you're one of Naruto-san's betrotheds, how come I've never seen you come over? Naruto was very grateful that Fu was looking at Conan so intently that she didn't notice him wince. He was hoping to avoid telling anyone about his lover's role as his spy in Akatsuki until Tsunade decided what they should with the information the Bluenet had given them. He should have realized that something like this would have happened, if not with Fu then most definitely with Yugao, who, even though she was giving a relationship with him a chance, had yet to meet Conan. Fortunately for him, Conan was able to come to his rescue. I have come over before, but because I was on a long-term mission that required me to stick around, I couldn't be summoned very often. Oh. Fu blinked, then nodded her head. Well, that makes sense. The green-haired girl stood up and stretched. Anyways, I think I'm going to hit the sack. I'm pretty tired from all training I've been doing with Shino-kun and his family. Alright, see you tomorrow then, Naruto said as the girl gave them a wave and left the dining room. Naruto-kun, Conan said after a moment of silence passed through the room. Yeah, I don't think I'm very hungry anymore. Neither am I. Exox later that night Naruto lay awake in bed unable to sleep. The shades on his window were pulled up, allowing the moonlight to spill into the room. They cast shadows along the walls that seemed to warp and twist in unnatural ways, or maybe that was just Naruto's mind playing tricks on him as the guilt over the recent events with Jiraiya washed over him. His sensei had almost died, and it was his fault. Naruto couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if he had been honest with his sensei and informed him of Konan and Nagato's involvement in Akatsuki from the start. He had always assumed that if Jiraiya knew his old students were still alive, then he would have gone to them in an attempt to make the one now calling himself Pain see reason, but he couldn't help but wonder now, would that have really happened? Due to not being let in on what had transpired between him and Konan, Jiraiya had gone to Omegakure anyways. He had not only gone there and been confronted by Nagato, but had been completely unprepared for the man's power and abilities, and because of that he had nearly been killed. He likely would have too were it not for Conan's timely intervention. How better off would Jiraiya have been if he had known about Pain's abilities from the start? What would have happened if Naruto had been upfront and gone with him when he went to confront Pain? Would they have been able to defeat him? He hadn't done anything because he didn't want to tip the man calling himself Toby off and force the masked man to act before he was ready. But in doing so he had almost lost his sensei, and while Jiraiya was not dead he was now one arm short, making jutsu impossible unless he learned one-handed seals. As Naruto's mind began spiraling into a ring of depression and guilt, there was a knock on his door. A frown made its way to his face as he wondered who was at the door, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Getting up, the blonde shinobi silently made his way over, before opening the door to his room. Just as he thought, Konan was standing in front of his door. She was wearing a blue nightgown that matched her hair and went down to just below her knees. After his eyes made their almost customary trail over her body, the nightgown barely covering her curvaceous figure, he looked up and noticed the uncertainty on her face. Her eyes were flickering from his face to the side, and she was worrying her lower lip between her teeth, a sign that she was nervous. Konan. Naruto started, his voice concerned as he tried to figure out what was wrong with his lover. Of course, he realized it wouldn't be possible to discover the source of her problems without asking her, so quickly decided the best way to get to solve whatever ailed her was the direct approach. He liked being direct anyways. What's wrong? Can't sleep. Konan shook her head. Can I come in? She asked softly, and Naruto gave her a nod before moving out of the way, allowing her to silently pad into the room. She stopped over by the window, her arms crossing under her bust as she released a small shiver. It wasn't from the cold, Naruto noticed. He walked over to her, slowly wrapping his arms around her midsection. When she didn't protest, and even began to lean into him, he tightened his hold until she was being held securely in his arms. What's wrong? Konan didn't respond for a moment, and for a second Naruto had to wonder if she would explain at all. After a few seconds, however, she began to speak, her voice slightly stilted with emotion. I was just thinking about what happened in Omegakure, she murmured softly. When Jiraiya-sensei fought with Pain, she corrected herself quickly, though Naruto heard the stammer in her voice. He only just managed to withhold a wince. When I first stopped him from killing Sensei, I tried to talk some sense in him, to make him see reason. However, he wouldn't hear any of it. I always thought that he would eventually come to realize that what we were doing was wrong. A part of my hope was that I could bring him around to our way of thinking if I kept talking to him about it, but he didn't listen to me. She stopped for a second, and her body gave a shudder as she clenched her eyes shut. He was perfectly willing to kill me because I didn't agree with him. I never imagined he would be willing to kill me, that he would have stooped so far into the darkness that he would be willing to kill his childhood friend. But he was. If you hadn't shown up when you did, then I would have been dead before the day was out. This time Naruto did flinch. The thought of Konan being killed made his insides rebel. The very thought that someone who meant so much to him, whose hopes and dreams coincided so much with his own, could be killed by the best friend she had stood by and watched helplessly as he fell into darkness for years unsettled him more than he could ever admit. It wasn't something he wanted to think about. However, when I found out that Pain was perfectly capable and willing to kill me, I realized something, Konan continued, mercifully saving Naruto from his defeatist thoughts. What we are doing is dangerous, more so than even being shinobi. Our desire for peace can only be achieved when the current system has been dismantled, and that will create a lot of enemies for us. With what we're doing, any day could very well be our last. Her hands grabbed his arms, and carefully pulled on them to loosen his hold on her. She turned around slowly until she was facing him. Amber eyes carefully stared into expressive blue, and the blue-haired beauty's hands came up and gently cupped Naruto's face. And I don't want to die with any regrets in my life. Naruto brought a hand up and gently grabbed a hold of one of Conan's. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed her palm. None of us are going to die. I promise that no matter what happens, I'll protect you and everyone else. Conan smiled, but shook her head. You can't guarantee that. Naruto searched her eyes, his own questioning. After a moment he asked, why are you telling me this? Because when either one of us could die at any moment, I want to make sure I live my life to the fullest, she told him, a gently smile on her face. More importantly, I want to show the man I love that he means the world to me. Her hands moved forward, her fingers sliding through his hair as Naruto's own hands instinctively rested themselves on her waist. She brought his head down until their foreheads and noses were touching. Her hot breath on his lips made Naruto shudder. If I live in a world that can kill me at any time, I want to give myself fully to the man I've chosen to marry so that neither of us live with regrets. With those final words, Conan pressed her lips against Naruto's. His response was instantaneous as his eyelids fluttered closed and he began to kiss her back. Her hands removed themselves from his hair and slid down before she wrapped her arms around his neck. In return, the hold he had on her waist came loose and he slid his arms around her back. The kiss startled out gentle, soft, ephemeral. It was nothing more than the two brushing their lips against each other. However, the kiss only remained chaste for a second. Wanting to feel more, Naruto took Conan's lower lip in his mouth and began to gently suckle on it. His move caused the woman in his arms to emit a soft, breathy moan, her mouth opening to do so and allowing him to slip his tongue inside of her. His tongue slowly worked its way between her lips, brushing against her teeth, before the fleshy pink appendage encountered resistance in the form of Conan's tongue. Rather than battle against the woman in a fight for dominance, Naruto worked around her, entwining the oral appendage normally used for speech with hers and rubbing them against each other. The action felt phenomenal. They caressed and moved and worked around each other in a timeless dance that created a gentle and pleasurable friction between them. Hypersensitive nerves that often dealt with taste tingled in ways that only came from activities of the flesh. In that moment, Naruto could have happily stayed where he was all night. However, it became clear that Conan wanted more. The woman's hands found themselves gripping Naruto's shoulders, and she began to push him until his legs hit the bed. Another surge and the blonde fell backwards, Conan going with him as they were still in the throes of a passionate embrace of tongues. She wiggled on top of him, squirming in ways that caused his arousal to grow, until she was straddling his waist. Her hands began to explore his body, caressing his muscular chest, and tracing the contours of his six-pack abs. The ephemeral touches of her gentle hands sent shivers down Naruto's spine, and caused goosebumps to break out on his skin. Conan's hands stopped when they reached the growing bulge in his boxers. While their dancing tongues continued, she brought one hand up to support herself, and the other cupped his hardening member and began to rub it. Naruto groaned into her mouth as his arousal spiked. The feel of her hand rubbing him through the fabric of his boxers created a friction that almost made him putty in her hands. Keyword being almost. Naruto had never been one to allow himself to receive such pleasure without giving it back at least tenfold. As a gentleman, it was only right that he returned the favor. While Conan had rubbed the stiff rod in Naruto's ramen-themed boxers until it was hard a rock, the blonde she was making out with underneath her had cupped her breasts through her nightgown. The fabric she was wearing was very thin, almost see-through in the light of the moon, and it did very little to mask the feel of what his hands were doing to her. A throaty moan escaped from the back of Conan's throat as her blonde lover's hands groped her chest. Her back arced forward like a cat, her perfectly round breasts pressing themselves against Naruto's hands as he kneaded the fleshy globes expertly. His thumbs brushed up against her nipples, the small bud hardening underneath them. It wasn't long before the fabric of her nightgown became unbearable for Conan. She wanted to feel her lover's hand on her flesh. The kiss broke, the two panting heavily as they tried to regain their breath. Conan placed her hands on Naruto's chest and pushed herself up until only her crotch and thighs were touching his body. Sometime during their heavy petting, Conan's nightgown had ridden past her thighs. She went down to reach for it so she could pull it off, but Naruto beat her to it. No, he rasped, his voice heavy with the lust he was feeling. Conan shivered at his tone, and the pale blue panties she was wearing grew damp. Let me. Naruto's hands began to draw up her nightgown, and Conan raised her hands above her head. When the sheer, semi-translucent dress moved past her bosom, revealing dark pink nipples, Naruto surged forward. His lips took one of the hardened buds into his mouth, and the brunette cried out as he began suckling on it. She tried to bring her arms down so she could wrap them around the blonde's head, but Naruto had raised the nightgown far enough that they were caught in his grasp. The woman straddling his waist squirmed and moaned as he worked her over, sucking on her nipple, flicking it back and forth with his tongue. She was helpless until he decided to release her. When Naruto finally removed the nightgown, he had already finished with one of her tits and moved on to the other. Rather than simply take it into his mouth, he swirled his tongue around the outer edge of her areola, moving closer and closer to her nipple with each full rotation. Stop. Stop teasing me. Conan panted out as her hands gripped Naruto's head and tried to pull him into her breast. He grinned, or would have if he were not currently busy, but didn't let her dictate the terms. He moved at an agonizing pace, and when he finally did reach the hardened bud of pink flesh, took it in between his teeth and gave it a gentle tug, eliciting a long, drawn-out moan from the woman he was working over. Ooh. Rather than use his free hand to attend to her other breast, Naruto let it travel down, trailing across the creamy expanse of skin that lay exposed before him. He stopped only when his hand reached the junction between her thighs, and cupped her sex through her panties. There, he began to rub his hand along her crotch, pressing his fingers against labia. On. Ha. Ha. Conan's moans mixed with pants as Naruto's fingers began pressing against her womanhood. He slid his fingers up and down her slit, the digits pushing against her outer lips just enough to part them and brush against the small hood that hid the real treasure. Eventually, Naruto got tired of feeling the cloth against his skin, and pulled it out of the way so he could stimulate her directly. Naru. Oh. A shudder ran through the beautiful brunette's body as Naruto moved one finger inside of her, then curled it after sticking two of the joints into her. It only took a moment for him to find the slightly smoother patch of flesh along her inner walls and stimulate it by pushing his finger against it and rubbing. Oh. Conan cried out, her grip around Naruto's head tightening almost painfully. Her fingers grabbed large chunks of his hair, and it felt like she was close to pulling them off. Despite this, Naruto continued to stimulate her arousal, and even decided to go one step further. With a surge of strength, he rolled them over so that Conan was her back and he was on top. Not that the woman seemed to notice, with her eyes closed and her head thrashing back and forth as she moaned. Her hips began to buck into his hand, helping him work the inner walls of her pussy more liberally. With his hand now less confined due to Conan no longer straddling, Naruto was also able to use his thumb to free the woman's clit from the small hood of flesh it was hidden under. That seemed to be Conan's threshold. She could hold on no longer. Her walls clamped down around his fingers with enough strength to make him wince, and almost refused to let go as her hips jerked against his hand. With one last thrust of her hips, she cried out loudly, before her entire body slumped onto the bed. Naruto pulled his fingers out of her and brought them to his face. They glistened with her essence in the light of the moon, and he brought them over to his lips where he proceeded to suck them clean. He noticed Conan looking at him with slightly wide eyes and a red face, and gave her a tiny grin. You taste good. Conan looked away from him, the hue on her cheeks darkening. Yo, you shouldn't say such embarrassing things, Naruto-kun. Naruto chuckled, before moving over her until his face was mere centimeters from her own. Conan's eyes flicked from his, then looked away, causing him to chuckle a bit, before he reached out with a hand to cup her face. The feel of his hand against her cheek caused her eyes to be drawn back to his. He brushed his thumb against her cheek, enjoying the feel of her unblemished and silky skin. Conan leaned into his hand, her eyes closing and her mouth parting ever so slightly. Naruto's eyes were drawn to her lipstick had rubbed off during their heated kissing, and they were slightly bruised and a lot more red due to all the blood that had been drawn to them when the blonde was sucking on them. He was so tempted to lean in and claim those beautiful lips again, but held himself back knowing that there would be plenty of time for that later. I love you. Amber eyes flickered open to look at Naruto. Her head tilted in curiosity for a moment, as if she had not quite registered his words. Barely a second passed before her lips curved into a small smile. She moved her head forward and planted a gentle, yet longing kiss on his lips. I know, she murmured softly when they parted. Their lips remained close however, close enough that they could feel the other's breath on their skin. Foreheads were pressed together, and noses gently rubbed against each other as amber eyes stared into blue. Conan smiled at him again. I love you too. They kissed again. Conan's hands wrapped around Naruto's neck as she fell back onto the bed, taking him with her. Situated between her legs, Naruto pressed his body against his lover's. There was barely any room between their bodies, they were so close that Conan's breasts were smashed up against Naruto's chest. A hand reached down, sliding between the small space in between them that only remained because Conan's bosom was keeping them from closing the space any further. Soft digits slid into Naruto's boxers and wrapped around his hardened phallus. Naruto, Conan breathed out in a heavy pant. Her eyes were darkened with lust, and she looked to be barely holding on. The blonde on top of her didn't seem to be faring any better. Naruto. I want this in me. A smile was given to her as an answer, and Naruto only moved back far enough so that he could reach down and slide out of his boxers. Conan gazed at the hardened piece of flesh in arousal, already imagining what it would feel like to have that monster in her. Placing his hands on her inner thighs, Naruto spread Conan's legs so he could aim the head of his shaft at the small opening of pink flesh. He moved his hips forward slowly, the head of his cock sinking into the entrance to Conan's most sacred place. His shaft soon began to follow, but he stopped when a pained hiss emitted from his blue-haired betrothed. Are you alright? He asked in concern. Yes. Conan gasped a bit, wincing as Naruto's girth spread her walls. You're just a bit bigger than I had realized. I've never had anything as big as you and me before. There was also the fact that she had only slept with one other person, and said man was dead and had been for around 20 years. Going so long without sex had undoubtedly ensured that she was a lot tighter than most other women. Be gentle. Right. Naruto took a deep breath, and slowly began pushing himself into Conan again. He made sure to watch for any signs of discomfort on the brunette's face, and made sure to stop when he did. It was difficult. Conan's sheath was squeezing him like a velvety vice, and all he wanted to do was bury himself hilt deep into her. He restrained himself however, knowing that was not what Conan wanted. When he was all the way, Naruto took a moment to just bask in the feeling of becoming one with the woman under him. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to move anyway. Conan was so tight that the act of moving may very well cause him to lose control of his load before they even got started. Conan didn't seem to have the same issue, and after waiting for a few seconds as she adjusted to Naruto's size, began rocking her hips back and forth, drawing a soft moan from her and a sucking in of the breath from Naruto. Getting the hint, Naruto also began to move with her, pulling his cock out of her pussy, then thrusting it back in. They moved slowly at first, merely working to find each other's rhythm, however, it wasn't long before Conan wanted more. Faster. Naruto-kun. Please. Naruto didn't bother giving her a nod, and instead focused on increasing the speed of his thrusts. His grunts of exertion were drowned out by the combined sound of skin slapping against skin and Conan's cries of bliss. Said woman was moaning and thrashing underneath him. Her hips moved and bucked as she tried to keep up with Naruto's pace, but was unable to do so. Naruto leaned down as he kept thrusting into her at blistering speeds. His mouth began claiming her body as his lips kissing every inch of skin they could reach, his tongue licking off the sweat their love-making had caused. He claimed her mouth once more, and Conan responded to him eagerly. Her loud moans, muffled by her lips being covered by Naruto's, reverberated through the whiskered male and nearly caused him to lose control. He held on though, wanting to set the bar during Conan's first time with him as high as possible. Feeling Conan's vaginal walls tighten to the point where Naruto's pace was involuntarily slowed let him know that she was close. She just needed one more push. Letting go of her lips, Naruto moved his face until his mouth was right next to her ear. You're close, aren't you? Conan moaned loudly in response. Naruto smiled and nibbled on her earlobe. Come for me, Conan. And come she did. Letting loose a wail that was louder than all of the previous ones she had. Conan's walls clamped down on him to the point where it actually became painful. Only her fluids gushing against his cock made the pain bearable, and allowed him to wait out her orgasm while keeping his still hard shaft inside of her. He let himself rest as Conan recovered, simply content to watch as the gorgeous female under him took great gulps of air, her breasts heaving up and down in a hypnotic motion. She didn't come to for a while, so Naruto had plenty of time to devour the sight before him. When Conan did finally recover, she gave him the softest of smiles, before bringing his head down to hers for a kiss. Thank you, she whispered against his lips, causing Naruto to grin as he kissed her again. It wasn't until Conan's hips moved against his slightly that she realized something. A frown crossed her face as she pulled back to look at him. You didn't come. I figured you might want at least one more round before we call it a night, was his cheeky answer, complete with a fox-like smile. Conan returned his smile with a much softer one of her own, before her hands gripped his shoulders and pulled. Before he could squash her, Conan rolled them over, so that Naruto was once again on the bottom and she was on top. Her hands slid from his shoulders to his chest, and Conan's smile remained in place as she leaned down and gave him a kiss. You're right, she whispered, her voice huskier than it had been all night. Naruto shivered when she trailed a perfectly manicured nail over his pectorals. I would like to do this again before we call it quits tonight. She kissed his chin, then pushed herself back up and looked down at him through slightly hooded eyes. I want to give myself over to you. Completely, to cry out your name until my voice is hoarse. To make love with you until I'm lying in your arms sweaty and exhausted. But more importantly, I want to show you just how much I love you. If Naruto weren't still stiff as a kunai, those words alone would have been more than enough to make him stand at attention. It wasn't exactly dirty talk, and he doubted Conan was capable of such. That was Mormei's area of expertise, but it didn't really matter. There was just something about the way she spoke, the sincerity in her words, the emotion in her voice, that caused a severe spike of arousal in Naruto. And then she began to move. Using her arms for support, Conan lifted her hips, revealing Naruto's dripping with her love juices cock inch by inch. She stopped when only his head remained buried inside of her, but only for a second, before she slid back down just as slowly. Naruto released a hiss of pleasure at the agonizing pace. His eyes clenched shut, and his body shuddered in blissful agony as Conan began to repeat the process. He wondered if she was getting back at him for his earlier teasing. Conan. Patience, Conan said, already knowing what he was going to ask, if the small smile on her face was any indication. All good things come to those who wait. Yep. She was definitely getting back at him. Thankfully her pace did pick up. It seemed going so slowly was just as painful for her as it was for him. Before too long the woman was riding him hard, his shaft sliding in and out of her wet cunt with lewd squelching sounds to accompany it. Deciding to help her along, Naruto's hands reached for her hips, helping her find her rhythm and helping him get her timing down so he could match her thrusts with his own. Groans, grunts and moans filled the room again as the two proceeded to make love once more. Naruto spared a glance at the woman riding on top of him, and found his mouth had become strangely dry. He had always known that Conan was a beautiful woman. Even before she had agreed to become his spy he had thought her to be gorgeous. However, in that moment as she was, in crass terms, fucking herself on him, she had never been more beautiful to him. Her porcelain skin glistened and shone with the sweat she was working up from their passionate bout of love-making. Her beautiful amber eyes were closed in an expression of bliss that he had never seen on her before, and her mouth was open, forming a tiny "oh" as she moaned out his name. Moonbeams shot in from the window and were arrayed around her in such a way that they had formed a halo of light around her body. The effect cast her in a phantasmagoric light, too perfect to be real, an image conjured by the mind trying to create its idea of perfection. During this time, Naruto couldn't help but think that Conan truly did look like an angel. Conan, he groaned out. I'm close. Hold on, please. Conan's eyes opened and she looked at him. Just for a little bit longer. I'm almost there. Naruto's voice stuck in his throat as he felt his cock bulge. He knew he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Knowing that Conan, like him, wanted to share a mutual orgasm, he pressed his hand against her engorged clit and rubbed. I'm coming. Conan finished as her walls clamped around him for the second time that night, this time getting their just rewards as Naruto painted her walls white with thick, hot streams of cum. With one last scream erupting forth from her mouth, Conan collapsed against her fiancé and the man she had given herself to fully. So warm, she mumbled, snuggling into Naruto's chest with a sigh. I've never felt this content before. Naruto was tempted to make some witty comment. Perhaps a corny one-liner that would cause the normally stoic woman to smack him upside the head. It would have most likely ruined the moment, but then Naruto had never been known for keeping his foot out of his mouth. However, he noticed almost immediately that Conan's breathing was deep and even as she exhaled against his chest. Looking down, he saw the brunette's eyes were closed, and a small smile played on her face. She was asleep, and it was probably a good thing, he mused to himself. Smiling, Naruto wrapped one arm around Conan, pulling her closer to him, while the other was used to drag them both up to the head of the bed. Surprisingly, she did not wake, merely murmured incoherently and tried to burrow her way into his chest. He carefully slipped them both under the covers, then lay his head down on the one pillow that had not been thrown off the bed by what they had done. Sighing contently, Naruto closed his eyes and went to sleep. Tomorrow was likely to bring new problems and more issues, but for tonight, Naruto allowed himself to be at peace as he held one of the few women he could truly say he loved to him. Chapter 24. Assault on Kumogakure. The rays of light from the setting sun were just barely seen over the mountain tops of Kaminari no Kuni. What rays could be seen created an intense halo effect around the mountain peaks before they ended up hitting the dense cloud covering that hovered around the mountain peaks, the light refracting off the thick particles of condensed water and changing their generally white coloring to stark oranges and pinks. It was a very beautiful sight as one Oko Yushima could attest to. Oko Yushima was an average, Chunin-level shinobi. He had chin-length dark green hair and brown eyes. His outfit consisted of the standard Kumogakure attire of a Chunin, a long, gray top that gathered at the waist to give it a sash-like appearance with matching colored pants. Over this was his one-strap Chunin flak jacket along with a set of arm guards and shin guards. Attached to his waist was a plain-looking katana. Like all Kumogakure shinobi, Oko was trained in the use of Kenjutsu and Raiden Jutsu. He was not the best at either of those, especially Raiden since his elemental affinity was for Suiten ninjutsu, but he got by. He was good enough that he made Chunin, though he had not advanced beyond that despite having been a shinobi of Kumogakure for the past 16 years. This was fine with him. He did not really care to advance in rank. Oko had decently comfortable life as a member of Squad 16, whose job it was to patrol the southeastern border, the only way to enter Kaminari no Kuni on land. That was one of the reasons Kumo was nearly impossible to invade, and one of the reasons they did not need a very large amount of shinobi assigned to border patrol. With only one land route capable of being used to enter Kaminari no Kuni, it meant any invading forces would be funneled through that single 15-kilometer space. And while that was still a significant portion of land, it was nothing compared to the likes of Hai no Kuni, which had nearly 7 times that amount that needed to be patrolled. Along with Squad 16 there were only 8 other squads assigned to border patrol. The 9 squads were not necessarily a close-knit bunch, nothing like those tree huggers from Konoha, but they got along well enough. It was necessary for them to at least be capable of working together in order to set their patrols up in a net formation that would ensure no one made it past the rivers and valleys that formed the vast majority of the country. Oko's squad was currently patrolling closer to the border. It was their job to set up the first net within their formation. The group of 4 were traveling through the mixed terrain several meters from each other and moving in a crossing formation that had them weaving in and out of each other's view every few seconds. Being so close to the borders that separated Kaminari no Kuni from Shimo no Kuni, Land of Frost, meant the terrain was a combination of mist-filled valleys and several rivers that would eventually lead into the mountain-covered terrain their country was so well known for. Squad 16, the crackle of his earpiece came to life in a burst of static and the voice of the captain in charge of the border patrol was heard through it. That she was speaking now alerted him to the fact that the rest of the squads would be coming once they received the all-clear. Anything to report? Over. There was a moment of silence before another crackle of static came over the earpiece and his Junin squad leader voice was heard over the line. Nothing unusual to report. Everything looks normal. Standard protocol. Over. Standard protocol called for the normal web formation that would have the 9 squads set up their patrols in a sweeping pattern. It wasn't as tight as some of the nets they formed when chasing down a suspicious person or missing nin, but then, for something like a simple border patrol the more advanced formations designed to hem in and capture possible enemies weren't needed. Roger that. Squads 6 and 7 will rendezvous with you at Alpha Point. Over and out. His Junin squad leader acknowledged her superior's orders before ordering the members of Squad 16 to Alpha Point. Alpha Point was a small underground bunker exactly 52 meters from their current location. It was nearly impossible for anyone without authorization to notice due to the genjutsu that was woven around the bunker, making it look like a small hill. Only members of Kumogakure's shinobi force, or a dojutsu like the Sharingan or the Byakugan would be capable of recognizing and seeing the illusion for what it was. Oko formed up behind his squad leader, Mai, a Junin with raven hair that had two small buns tied on her head while the rest was let down to run over the front of her shoulders and down her chest. She had light brown eyes that were set in an apathetic expression that bordered on looking bored. It was a look she always wore. Like Oko and everyone else, her outfit consisted of standard Junin attire. The only difference between her and most of those in her squad was that she did not have a katana at her side, but several dozen stilettos strapped along her waist and thighs. As the group reached Alpha Point, they were forced to stop when they caught sight of someone who shouldn't be there. Landing on the ground, the squad of four saw a man with spiky orange hair and several piercings on his nose and ears, and two more piercings under his lower lip. His eyes were the strangest pair any of them had ever seen. Both the iris and sclera were purple, and there were four concentric rings surrounding the pupil. They looked like some kind of dojutsu, but they didn't look like any dojutsu Oko had ever heard of. However, while the eyes were unusual, it was not what caught his squad leader's attention. That cloak. It was the cloak. Wrapped around the man, covering his entire frame from their view was a black cloak that had red clouds on it. It was an unusually flashy piece of clothing for anyone to wear, very easy for people to take notice of. It was almost like he wanted people to see him. So busy was Oko observing the man that he became completely shocked when the strange orange-haired figure disappeared. Not just moved, but vanished entirely. At least, that's what it looked like to him. The slitching sound of fabric and flesh being sliced into followed by a pained gasp had Oko turning his attention towards one of his teammates. He was shocked when he saw the man who vanished was standing before one of his squad members, a strange metal rod in his left hand. Said rod was also stabbed through the chest of his teammate, penetrating all the way through the man's torso and sticking out of his back. As his squad mate gave a death shudder, the orange-haired male pulled the rod out of the now dead Chunin and let the corpse fall to the ground with a dull thud. It's Akatsuki. Mai shouted in shock, and Oko felt surprise of his own coursing through him. He knew of Akatsuki, everyone did. A group of powerful missing ninja that were apparently after the Biju. They had even been forced to step up their patrols on the off chance one of its members tried to sneak into Kaminari no Kuni to take Kurabi-sama and Yugito-sama. While his own shock at seeing a member of Akatsuki here kept him rooted to the spot, the orange-haired man with the strange eyes managed to disappear in another burst of speed. He appeared in front of the last member of their squad, a drinking buddy of his, and just like last time the man impaled the Chunin in the chest with that strange rod. Oko. Mai snapped as she whipped two stilettos off her and spun them in her hands. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Form up. With her piece said, Mai began channeling lightning chakra through her stilettos. A part of the reason she was a Junin despite not having much in the way of solid close-range skills was due to her accuracy with throwing weapons, and her talent in lightning manipulation. She was one of the more skilled ninja in the village when it came to manipulating the Raiden element and was on par with some of the more powerful ninja of their village. Raiden. Pasu no Kiba, lightning release, piercing fang. With the two stilettos in her hand now covered in wreathing arcs of blue lightning, Mai threw the sharp knives at the orange-haired man with incredible speed. The weapons were so fast all that Oko could see was a sharp, blue streak as they traveled straight towards the Akatsuki member who had just attacked and killed two of his squad mates. They looked like two bolts of lightning rather than a pair of throwing knives. The stilettos, which looked like they would pierce right through the man with ease at the speed they were traveling, never touched the man. Oko couldn't even begin to guess what happened. 1 second, the lightning-wreathed weapons were sailing towards their enemy at speeds most Junin would be unable to keep up with. The next the two blades were blown away with some kind of invisible force. The next instant happened too fast for Oko's eyes to follow. Mai had been preparing to throw more lightning-covered kunai when she was suddenly lifted off her feet and sent soaring towards the Akatsuki member. Before Oko could even blink, Mai was impaled by the black metal rod, her mouth opening in a gasp as blood leaked out of it. As the lights in her eyes dimmed, the man wearing the black cloak with red clouds pulled her off the rod and tossed her cooling corpse onto the ground. And then the man was in front of Oko. The last thing the Chunin with little aspirations saw was purple eyes with concentric rings staring at him before his world erupted into pain. Exox Pain stared at the corpse of the green-haired man he had just tossed to the ground before lifting his eyes to his surroundings. He did not bother to turn his head to see the 6 other figures walking out from the surrounding rock-covered terrain. He did not need to bother, for he already knew they were coming. He was them, just as they were him. They were all one. They were all pain. 6 sets of identical Rinnegan eyes stared ahead into the misted valley. Beyond this border lay Kaminari no Kuni, the country where Kumogakure was. The shinobi village where the Hachibi Jinchuriki lived. Squad 16, have you reached Alpha Point yet? Squad 16. Report. Pain glanced down at the earbud on the Chunin he had just killed as a voice came across it, getting louder and louder as it asked for Squad 16 to report to them. It looked like he had a few more small-time shinobi to deal with before he could reach Kumogakure and secure his target. Exox, it was a fairly peaceful day in Kumo. Of course, the term peaceful is always very subjective when it comes to a shinobi village, and even more so when talking about a village like Kumogakure. As a ninja village that is heavily militarized, there is always something going on. Ninja hopping along the roofs, both Anbu and normal squads, ninja walking along the street and mixing in with the few civilian families that lived in Kumo. Ninja training in one of the many hundreds of training grounds that dotted the village. In fact, the training grounds were almost always crowded with numerous shinobi training to sharpen their skills. It wasn't unusual for the sounds of explosion and large arcs of lightning to be seen and heard coming from the many training grounds on an almost 24-hour basis. The Yondaime Raikage was very big on training, and mandated that all ninja regardless of age or rank must train for several hours each day to keep their skills sharp. And so hundreds of shinobi were currently outside at one of the many training grounds practicing their jutsu or polishing their skills with a blade. Still, despite the day being busy, peaceful was a term that could be contributed to the village. If nothing else, the day could claim to be peaceful because there were no large-scale battles happening, no situations where someone might die at any second. There was nothing to indicate that this day would be different than any other day. Perhaps this was why no one had noticed the group of 6 orange-haired figures standing several meters away from Kumogakure. The 6 paths of pain stood on a bluff overlooking the whole of Kumo. Laying at the feet of the Diva path in an expanding pool of blood was the corpse of a former Anbu, the last of the village's defense perimeter in this particular sector of the village outskirts. Diva subtly narrowed his eyes as he looked at the large village. According to reports Akatsuki had managed to receive, Kumo's Jinchuriki rarely ever visited the village, especially since Akatsuki's failed attempt to acquire the Nibi Jinchuriki. It was both a fortunate and unfortunate circumstance. That the Hachibi's Jinchuriki was not here meant Pain not only had to acquire information on his whereabouts, but also travel elsewhere after annihilating the village was bothersome. At the same time, he did not want to fight against the Hachibi Jinchuriki, the Yondaime Raikage and the rest of the village at the same time. He had no doubts of who would win such a fight, but Pain also knew he would not walk away from that battle unscathed. Yes. It was probably for the best that the Hachibi Jinchuriki was not here. No sense in fighting the perfect host along with an entire village at the same time. Time to get started. The Preta path, a large man with slicked back hair, a sharp-looking piercing on each cheek, 2 running vertically down his nose, 5 more jutting out from under his bottom lip, and another 2 long piercings sticking out of his ear moved to the fore of the group. The second animal path, a young girl with a chakra receiver above her nose, 2 on either side of her neck, a row of 4 running vertically down each cheek, and 2 studs on each forearm, walked over to Preta as the other reanimated corpse crouched down and laced its hands together. She stepped onto the Preta's hands, which were pointed towards Kumo, then crouched down in preparation. Soon enough, Animal was launched through the air at impressive speeds. Her body straightened as she dove towards the shinobi village head first, heedless of any possible danger she may face. There was no need for her to worry. Unlike Konoha, Kumo did not have a barrier surrounding it that would alert anyone to her presence. This was likely due to how many shinobi they had, nearly 3 times that of Konoha. As Animal got closer, she quickly flipped herself around, landing on her feet on top of a roof. At the same time her hands flipped through several seals so that as soon as she landed on the ground, she was ready to summon the other 5 paths to her. There was a large puff of smoke as the 5 paths appeared. It dispersed very quickly, however, as the 6 paths took off as soon as they were summoned, already preparing to cause as much damage as possible before anyone could realize they were there. Xox. It had not taken Animal long to make it to the center of the village. Most of the ninja patrolling Kumo's interior were Chunin, and they were far too slow to see her as anything more than a blur. By the time she reached the heart of Kumo, her hands had already flown through all the needed seals to summon a powerful creature of her choosing. The cloud of smoke that the summoning created was far larger than when she had summoned the other paths, and far more noticeable because of it. Not that this mattered much. Before the smoke had even dispersed fully, a 3-storied 3-headed dog jumped forth and descended upon the hapless village before the village's forces could even begin to realize what had happened, much less set up a timely response. Several buildings were decimated as the large 3-headed beast smashed into them with reckless abandon. A number of ninja that were hopping the roofs were violently flung through the air, a number of them hitting the ground and an even larger number hitting the surrounding buildings. Judging from the sickening crunch that could be heard from several of them, the ones that hit the building in particular, many of these shinobi were not injured but outright killed, the force they hit the wall with ending their lives. The animal path looked on as her summoned beast began rampaging through the village. This would set up a nice distraction for the others to begin slaughtering this village's shinobi much more easily. Xox Asura was perhaps the most unusual looking of the 6 paths. Aside from being completely bald with 4 spiked chakra receivers sticking out of his head, Asura also happened to possess 3 faces. Each face looked generally the same and even had the same piercings, 2 running vertically down each cheek, a loop ring that ran vertically down the bridge of his nose, and 1 large receiver embedded into his chin. Yes, just looking at Asura's face was enough to inform anyone that this was not a normal person. Landing on the ground, Asura skidded across the dirt surface. As he slid across the abandoned alley, his left hand grabbed the wrist of his right hand, twisted, then pulled. Oil poured forth from Asura's forearm as it was pulled off. As he pulled his arm out further, a long, 1-inch thick metal wire with several dozen missiles attached to it became more and more visible as the wrist got farther from the rest of the arm. Coming to an abrupt halt, Asura lifted his arm, now loaded with high-tech mechanical weaponry, above his head. Less than a second later, 24 missiles were launched into the air. Many shinobi and civilians who were in the general vicinity of Asura looked up when they saw these strange-looking machines with flaming plumage like those of a comet behind them. They didn't have much time to gawk and wonder about these unusual devices, however, as the first one soon hit a nearby building. One after another the missiles struck buildings and roadways, exploding with enough force that the entire building hit was blown sky high. Many of the buildings that were hit were reduced to rubble, and large chunks of debris created by the destroyed buildings were sent flying. The debris would either hit another building, toppling the walls it struck, or flew into a street crowded with civilians and shinobi, killing many of those it hit and leaving just as many broken. Those missiles that hit the street often managed to do so in a busy intersection or bustling marketplace, sending those that were not in its blast radius flying. Those who weren't fortunate enough to not get a full blast of the missile's destructive force were destroyed outright, their bodies exploding in a spray of blood and gore as pieces of their anatomy were sent flying across the street and splattering all over the walls. With any luck, not only would the amount of destruction generated from the explosives cause enough death and mayhem to keep everyone in a panic, Asura hoped that the way the destruction from the explosives had spread out would keep people from getting a fix on his general location so he could continue causing as much long-range damage as possible. In either event, it was time to move to another location anyways. Ill-begotten was the ninja who stayed still for too long while in enemy territory. Xox Prada counted at least 10 shinobi surrounding him on ground, and another 5 on the rooftops. Their flak jackets and the way they carried themselves showed him that many of them were Chunin, but he could spot a few Junin amongst a large group of ninja looking to take his head off. Most people would probably be worried about being surrounded by so many enemy shinobi. Prada was not, and not just because he was only a reanimated corpse. There was simply no need for him to worry about the trash currently facing him. What could meager ninja such as the rabble around him do when they were confronting a god? Raiden. Bakurai, lightning release. Depth charge. Several of the ninja were enveloped in a layer of lightning after going through a set of hand signs. It looked like they were going to collaborate their jutsu by combining the same jutsu in order to make the attack bigger and more powerful. It was similar to the way collaboration jutsus worked, in which one elemental attack would be used to boost another, such was with fire and wind. This was a bit different as there was only one jutsu being used and multiple people launching it at the same time, but the effect was the same, not that it mattered. While the 6 large bolts of electricity combined in midair to increase greatly in both size and power, the rest of the ninja pulled out their swords and prepared to rush in should he manage to dodge the attack. Not that he had any need to dodge. Holding out his hands just as the combined jutsu was about to hit, Preta began absorbing the chakra that had been used to fuel the attack. Slowly, little by little, the large lightning jutsu began to decrease in both size and power. To those looking on from afar, it looked like the jutsu was being sucked into a distortion centered around Preta's palm. What the hell? The jutsu had no effect. Surprise emanated from the Kumo ninja surrounding Preta. What was going on here? Why wasn't this strange man nothing more than a charred corpse? Had the jutsu failed? Or had this orange-haired weirdo found some other means of surviving what should have been an unsurvivable combination jutsu? If they weren't in the middle of a battle against a ninja who had actually had the gall to attack their home, there was little doubt that many of them would have been scratching their heads in confusion. As it was, they did not have time to be confused. Their enemy was still alive, unharmed, and that meant they still had work to do. Since the jutsu had failed in a most spectacular manner, the surrounding ninja that had their weapons out were quick to charge in. They rushed forward at varying speeds, their weapons raised or prepared in their preferred styles. The Kumo ninja had Preta surrounded on all sides. He was boxed in, trapped, and they had no intention of letting him get out of this trap alive. Too bad for them, Preta didn't need their permission to get out of this predicament alive. Something interesting about the paths of pain. Each path has only a single particular ability given to them from the Rinnegan, one of 6 abilities that were techniques only those who bore the Samsara I could use. Because of this, each path was actually very limited in what they could do. The Preta path could only ever block and absorb ninjutsu, the animal path could only summon, the human path could read the mind of his target and yank out their soul, etc. etc. However, you would never find a path that could do more than the power they were given. A good example was elemental ninjutsu. No path would ever be able to use elemental ninjutsu, because it wasn't a Rinnegan-specific ability. The path's inability to use more than a single technique limited to the paths of pain in many ways. Together they were a nearly unstoppable force, but divided they were weakened significantly, their overall abilities nowhere near as powerful as the total summation of their parts. So how can one eliminate the inherent weakness in dividing the Rinnegan's techniques through 6 reanimated corpses? The answer is simple. Taijutsu. Moving at speeds none of the shinobi around him could follow, Preta charged his first target, a younger ninja who had a bit more speed than the rest of them and was the one who would reach him the soonest. Preta appeared right in front of the younger male, and before anyone could even begin registering that Preta had changed position, he rammed a crushing fist into the other ninja's chest. If the sound of explosives from Asura and the roar and noise of buildings being crushed underfoot by animals summoned monster not drown it out, the crunching sound of the young shinobi's bones breaking as they caved inwards towards his organs would have been overpoweringly loud. The young shinobi did not even get a chance to scream, as the blow not only killed him instantly by having one particularly unlucky bone fragment stab him in the heart, but the blow was powerful enough that it also sent the Kumo Chunin flying backwards. Preta did not wait around to watch as the now dead corpse smashed against a wall with a sickening crack. He was already moving. By now, the other ninja had realized that he was no longer in his original position. They had halted in their tracks, though a few he noticed had spotted him and were adjusting their charge accordingly. They would not get the chance to attack him. Once more, Preta moved forward, lashing out with a powerful kick that connected with a ninja's solar plexus. As the younger man went down with his ribs broken, Preta twisted his body to the left. His right hand shot out, latching onto a wrist whose hand contained a sword that had been descending towards his high. Continuing his spin, Preta soon found himself back to back with the shinobi that had just attacked him, his own hand still firmly gripping his enemy's wrist. With nary a sound, Preta proceeded to toss the enemy ninja over his back and into a group of other ninja charging at him. Several of the charging ninja went down, but most of them managed to avoid being tossed to the ground by jumping either to the side or over the judo-tossed man. They were the less fortunate of the group, as Preta decided to take them out first. Appearing in between two ninja who had jumped along the same general path, the large reanimated corpse launched his fist into the face of both enemies with enough force that their faces caved in as they were sent on a flight path similar to the one Preta's first up-close victim received. What the fuck is this guy? He's a monster. No. Not a monster, Pain thought to himself as Preta began decimating the rest of the ninja trying to destroy him. A god. Xox the ever-present grin was still on the human path's face as he held his hand on the head of a ninja he had managed to capture while everyone else had been distracted by the fireworks and mass destruction occurring throughout the village. It had not been that difficult to find this man. He had already been walking down a deserted alley near a bar, likely he had had one too many drinks, and all human had to do was swoop down and place a hand on his head before the man could recover from his shock at seeing the numerous explosions happening within his village. Human was one of the more normal-looking paths. A slightly effeminate male with long, orange hair and Rinnegan eyes. Like all the paths of Pain, he had several chakra receivers embedded in his body. The ones on his face were located on his cheeks, with two running vertically down each cheek, which seemed to be par the course for chakra receivers, and one going straight through the bridge of his nose. With his hand in contact with the appendage containing the other man's brain, Human quickly and thoroughly scoured the mind for any information the guy might have on the Hachibi Jinchuriki's whereabouts. It was not surprising that the location for the Hachibi Jinchuriki was a well-kept secret when one took into account that the Eight Tails host was the younger brother of the Raikage. While a lot of people seemed to know that the Jinchuriki known as Kurabi was rarely in the village these days, few actually knew where he was being kept. Like all the others, this man did not know where the Hachibi's Jinchuriki was being kept either. It seemed the Yondaime Raikage had upped the security on his Jinchuriki, or at least his brother. Then again, he did not really need to worry about the Nibi's Jinchuriki, as the young woman was well known for being one of the Kyubi Jinchuriki's lovers. With the Namikaze's Hiraishin seal likely located somewhere on her person, and a Hiraishin kunai for her to use in case she was ambushed and needed backup, the Nibi Jinchuriki was currently out of Pain's reach anyways. At the very least he could not go after her until Akatsuki had acquired some of the other Jinchuriki they needed. The Nanabi and Rokubi Jinchurikas were still at large. Seeing how this man did not have any useful information to give him, Human decided that he had outlived his usefulness. Pulling his hand up as if he were yanking on something, Human watched as a blue, ghostly object was pried from the shinobi's head. His on-the-spot interrogi quickly went slack as his soul was pulled from his body, slumping to the ground like a Sunagakur puppet with its chakra strings cut off. Human looked up just in time to see several explosions from the head-mounted cannon located within Asura's skull. The blue lights from what looked distinctly like some kind of high-tech laser beam hit a number of buildings, merely damaging some and outright annihilating others. As Human watched on, one of the buildings nearest him was hit. The laser-like blast took out a large portion of the wall and several support pillars. As the building began to crumble like a stack of cards that had been hit by an angry child having a temper tantrum, Human decided to find another victim he could extract information from while Asura and the others kept them distracted. Hopefully the next fool in his grasp would give him the knowledge he wanted to know. Xox, a few minutes before the assault. Damn it, Omoi. Do you always have to overthink shit? I'm trying to drink in peace here. Samui was just barely able to keep up her cool persona and contain the irritated sigh that wanted to escape her. She had gone to the bar today with the hopes that she could get a nice drink and relax in peace. Being a Junin squad leader was tough work, especially when said leader had ninja under them that couldn't get along if their lives depended on it like she did. Day in and day out the two Chunin ninja of Team Samui would argue over the most trivial and uncool things. Omoi would over-analyze and overthink everything, and Karui would respond with violent words and just plain violence. It got tiring listening to them bicker constantly. Samui felt she deserved a little downtime. They had just gotten back from their latest mission, escorting Yugito to Kurigakure, and she was tired. Look, all I'm saying is that we were really lucky that Courier Ninja wasn't carrying top-secret documents that could have destabilized the entire country. Not only that, but if someone could actually steal documents from us it means our village isn't as secure as it should be. Who knows what other countries and villages would, Gah. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Why won't you get it? I don't know care. The situation was already dealt with anyways. Why are you so fucking big on what ifs? Unfortunately for Samui, it seemed like her teammates had the same idea she did. She could go to another bar, of course, but there was only one shinobi-only bar within Kumogakure. The Raikage did not approve of indulging in alcohol, but couldn't ban it unless he wanted to cut into one of the most profitable ventures in the entire elemental nations. So instead he simply stated that only one bar would be a shinobi-only bar in the hopes it would keep his ninja forces from overindulging, since most didn't like the mingle with the civilians. The rest of the bars were civilian bars, which she most definitely did not want to go to. While having to suffer through listening to Omoi and Karui argue was bad, the feeling of several dozen eyes stripping you was worse, much worse. It was times like these Samui cursed her large chest. Sure, her breasts were big. She had even had people compare her breast size with Senju Tsunade's. And they were useful for distracting male ninja. But beyond that, they were nothing but a mere annoyance. They sometimes got in the way of her kenjutsu, they were so large they didn't fit her small frame and often gave her back problems, and she couldn't go anywhere without having every male and even a number of females ogling her chest. It was so uncool. You should care. What if something like this happens again? Only instead of something useless like the number of handbooks being published getting stolen, they steal a map with the entire layout of the village, including all of our secret entry points. Speaking of uncool, that would never happen. Her eyes traveled over to the insufferably uncool duo that were her teammates. Omoi was looking contemplative and slightly paranoid as always. Meanwhile, Karui was red-faced and angry and looked 1 second away from shoving a kunai into Omoi's spleen. In other words, she also looked the same way she always did. Her wanting to kill Omoi was just par the course. Naturally, the reason for her teammates' various expressions were because they were fighting, again. Over what? She didn't know. They had changed subjects so many times in the past hour that she wasn't paying attention anymore. For all she knew, they could have been arguing about whether or not the samurai came before the shinobi. Times like these made her wish she had different teammates. When she had first come into the bar, she had been able to claim a seat by herself. Her reputation as a cold and aloof bitch worked in her favor and made it so that none of the average run-of-mill shinobi would ever bother her. There were only a few ninja in the entire village who would actually come up and speak with her. Her teammates were 2 such people. Yugito was another one. Kurabi-sensei would probably be one as well, but since he had never been to a bar because he didn't drink, it was a moot point. My respect for you has really gone up. Samui tore her cold gaze away from her arguing teammates to look at the only other person sitting at her table. The man on her left was a fairly tall, dark-skinned man with a slightly bulbous nose and lazy, half-lidded eyes. To top of his general lazy boy look, his posture was slouched while his left arm was hanging behind his chair. His hair was a mess of shaggy white locks with a thick bed of his hair covering his left eye. He was wearing a high-collared, sleeveless uniform with loose-fitting pants, bandages on his wrists, and the standard white one-strap over one shoulder flak jacket of Kumogakure. He also had the kanji for water and lightning tattooed onto his left and right arm respectively, signifying the 2 elemental affinities he possessed. When Samui raised her eyebrow at him, Darui gestured to the pair of still arguing chunin. Dealing with them day in and day out must be tiring. I'm impressed that you can handle them as well as you do. I had Kurabi-sensei as my sensei, same as these 2. Samui shrugged her shoulders, which did very pleasant things to her chest as Darui could testify. Having to deal with their constant arguing as well as Kurabi-sensei's rapping on a daily basis made it easier for me to remain cool when they get like this. Though that didn't mean she actually enjoyed listening to them bicker, or that she could necessarily block them out. She had just grown so used to them constantly arguing like an old married couple that she was able to act like she was ignoring them. That's still pretty damn impressive, Darui continued with an easygoing smile. I don't think I would have the patience to deal with this, he gestured to Omoi and Karui, who were still arguing. On a daily basis. Flattery will get you nowhere, Samui replied in the same cold tone she always spoke. I would like to ask that you not hit on me, Darui-san. It's not cool. Ouch. Darui over-exaggerated a flinch and effected a mock-hurt expression. I see those rumors about how cold you are weren't an exaggeration. He tilted his head back as he knocked back the sake in his saucer, allowing the warm liquid to burn down his throat. With a content sigh, he set the saucer back down and poured himself another glass. Though I did hear a rumor that you've gotten pretty cozy to the Namikaze boy Yugito is so taken in with. That's because Naruto-san is cool. He can at least look at me without looking below my face, Samui replied. And besides, he is already taken by Yugito-sama and, from what I understand, several other women. I did hear Bozu saying something about that after the Chunin exams a few months back. Darui hummed in thought as he remembered the Yondaime Reikage muttering something about lucky blonde bastards. He sounded jealous. I wouldn't know, Samui said in a cool voice. I'm not as close to Reikage-sama as you are. True, true. Before anything else could be said, the loud boom of multiple explosions and what sounded like something crashing into a number of buildings reached their ears. This was followed by the earth rumbling and shaking underneath them. What the hell is going on? Shouted Karui as she was knocked off her chair and onto the floor, an angry expression marring her face. Maybe some new techniques gone out of control, Omoi suggested, right before he began suggesting more theories. Or maybe there's some kind of large-scale earthquake that's managed to reach up here. Or maybe someone's attacking the village. Who would be stupid enough to attack the village? Asked Karui as she stood up with a growl. The thought that someone would attack their village so blatantly was absurd. They were the most militarized village out of all the hidden villages. No one would be dumb enough to assault their village with anything short of an army, and they would have been alerted long before now if that were the case. Samui ignored them both as she and Darui dashed towards the doors and quickly exited the bar. The two Kumo Junin hopped onto the roof in order to assess the situation. What they saw was enough to shock even Samui into losing her cool demeanor. Smoke and fire filled the air. Samui could smell the scent of ash on the wind. Everywhere she looked, dozens if not hundreds of fires were liberally dotting the village. Dozens of buildings were destroyed, their remains, cement corpses on the ground, lay on the ground as nothing more than large mounds of rubble. And a number of corpses, both shinobi and civilian, lay unmoving on the streets. Beyond all that was the large three-headed dog towering over many of the buildings in the village as it tore its way through buildings and people with equal impunity. It roared and snarled at anything and everything, attacking whatever it laid eyes on with the single-mindedness of a beast. It was a scene out of a nightmare, something Samui could have never imagined happening. Kumogakure was under attack. But who could be attacking? To assault Kumo directly was akin to suicide without an army, and there was no way an army could have attacked the village without Kumo having been alerted far in advance. That was another thing. She could clearly see that this was not an army attacking. There were no hordes of enemy shinobi, no mass amounts of hostile forces conveying on the city like a plague of locusts. In fact, from her point of view it was easy to see that there were only 6 areas of Kumo being attacked at any given time. An infiltration assault then. That was the only thing she could think up at this point. But to infiltrate the village with only 6 people was the height of stupidity. 6 people against the most heavily militarized village in the entire elemental nations was like an anthill trying to take down a dragon. All the dragon needed to do was breath fire into the anthill and it would be gone. Could it be Akatsuki? There really wasn't any other explanation as to who could be attacking them. Out of all the groups Kumo had made an enemy of, Akatsuki was the only group that was not only brazen enough to do something like lead a direct assault on their village, but also the ones with enough power to cause serious damage before they were taken down. Did that mean they were here for Kurabi-sensei? Samui shook her head. Of course that's why they would be here. Akatsuki were after the Biju, and of the 2 ninja of their village, Kurabi was the only one possessing a Biju that was still within Kaminari no Kuni. But they were attacking the village. Did that mean they didn't know that Kurabi-sensei wasn't actually in the village? She supposed that was a good thing in some ways, except for the fact that their lack of knowledge meant they had decided to lead an assault on the village. There was always good and bad to any situation. That they did not know where Kurabi-sensei was meant they could not capture him and take the Hachibi. That they did not know where he was also meant they had decided to attack Kumo directly, leading to much death and destruction. Samui would just have to take things as they were and do her best to defend her village. Is that a giant 3-headed dog? Asked Darui, looking at the large monster with a frown. Samui nodded her head. Yes. Ah, okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't seeing things. What the hell is going on here? Karui had just come up onto the roof where Samui and Darui were standing to see the sight of her village being attacked by the largest dog she had ever seen, never mind the fact that it had 3 heads. Beside her, Omoi also landed on the roof and stood in stunned silence at the event he was witnessing. Who's attacking us? Could it be? Omoi gasped. It must be. Samui looked over at the Chunin under her command. She was not surprised he had figured out who was attacking so soon, what with his propensity for overthinking. Aliens. Extraterrestrial life forms are attacking our village so they can capture our people and anal probe us. Even Samui's eyes twitched at his words. Kurui's reaction was much more violent. Idiot. She landed a powerful punch on his face, not enough to send him flying like she normally would, but certainly enough to leave a large, red imprint that looked exactly like her fist on his left cheek. There's no such thing as aliens. Stop overthinking everything. It's obvious that the people attacking are Akatsuki, Darui added, Samui nodding her agreement, having come to the same conclusion. The man given the title Raikage's second right hand turned to look at the blonde woman whose cool demeanor was finally back in place. I am going to inform Raikage-sama about this. I'm sure he already knows, but go do what you need to, Samui told him. Omoi, Karui, and I will see what we can do to help defend Kumo. Darui nodded and, turning on a dime, began to jump across the roofs of Kumo towards the Raikage's mansion. I don't know if we can do anything about that dog, Omoi said thoughtfully. We're not really a unit made for mass destruction, and it will take something big to get rid of that thing. Where there is a summons there is a summoner, Samui informed him coolly. If we can find the summoner, we may be able to force them to reverse the summoning. At the very least we can keep them occupied so they can't summon anything else. Right. Karui slammed the fist of her left hand into the open palm of her right. All we need to do is find this summoner and kill them before they can summon anything else. Don't worry. When I get my hands on that bastard his ass is grass. Samui sighed, but did not say anything to dispute her subordinate's words. Let's go. Exox when the first set of explosions rocked Kumogakure, the Yondaime Raikage had been in the middle of his workout. Since he works out all the time this does not really mean much. The attack could have happened several hours ago or several hours later and he would still have been in the middle of his workout. That did not change the fact that he had been exercising while the attack started, interrupting his training. He hated it when people interrupted his training. Mabui. A yelled out, his voice both harsh and angry. At the sound of it, the door to his office opened, allowing an attractive young woman with dark skin, green eyes, and light gray hair pulled back into a bun with only 2 bangs framing either side of her face, to enter the room. Raikage-sama, Mabui began, already knowing what he wanted to hear. I have just gotten several reports claiming that 6 people wearing black cloaks with red clouds have infiltrated the village. Even as she said this, another series of explosions rocked the village. Akatsuki. Growled. He should have known they would be the ones behind this. There was no one else who would be stupid enough to attack his village. If those idiots thought they could get away with harming his village and his people like this, then they had another thing coming. Alert all of our reserve shinobi that are not already on the scene. Ordered. Tell them they are to help evacuate the civilians first, and then prepare to help annihilate the Akatsuki. Hi, Raikage-sama. Mabui gave him a crisp bow before hurrying towards the door. Saw this and was about to head out himself when Darui entered the room. I guess you already know what's going on, Darui commented, his lazy posture now gone. Where do you want me? Find C and get over to the damn 3-headed monstrosity and take it down. Ordered. When you do that, find me. I'm going to be going after the leader of these idiots. Ah, Bozu, Darui raised a hand to stop the Raikage from doing what he knew the man would do late. Why don't you, smash? Use the door instead, Darui sighed. As he looked at the remains of the window the Yondaime Raikage had just busted through in his haste to face the enemy. He scratched the back of his head for a moment, feeling a tad sheepish at what his Raikage had just done. At least everyone is probably too busy panicking to notice any damage Bozu is likely going to cause. With a final shrug, he began making his own way out of the tower. He had more important things to than worry about the mass amount of property damage his Raikage would likely cause before the man even reached his enemy, like finding his partner C for one. Meh, I'll apologize to the people whose stalls Bozu destroys later. Chapter 25. Battle for Kumogakure. Fire was everywhere. Great conflagrations that devoured the ruined remains of buildings and the corpses that littered the streets. Many buildings had long since collapsed, either from the explosions of the Asura path, or crushed under the foot of the animal path's summon. What few buildings had not been turned into rubble and debris looked like a stiff wind would cause them to collapse on themselves. The amount of damage pain had unleashed upon Kumogakure in such a short amount of time was as astonishing as it was widespread. Only a few areas of the village had been left pristine. The few sectors that had been lucky enough not to have one of the 6 paths make landfall in them. Everyone hurry! Shouted one of the many Chunin-level shinobi that littered the ranks of Kumogakure's ninja corps. He was waving his hands to go with his actions, directing the numerous civilians that were running frightened through the streets. Working with him were several other shinobi, all of them Chunin as well. Quickly, this way. We need to get all of you to the shelters. It was easy to see the terrified expressions on the civilians' faces. It was even easier to understand why. While everyone knew of the possibility of the village they lived in being invaded by an outside force due to its status as a hidden village, none of the citizens ever thought it would happen. And why should they? Kumogakure was the most militarized village of the 5 great nations. They may not produce shinobi of such quality that they become legends every generation like Konohagakure did, but they had more ninja than any other village out there. The idea that someone would attack their village was laughable. No one was laughing now. As the Chunin directed the civilians to the shelters that had been erected inside of the very mountain range their village was built on, a dozen of the village's elite jonin were doing everything in their power to defeat the 4-headed dog that had been summoned into their midst. Barring that, they were at least hoping to draw the summoned animal away from the civilians so they would be able to flee the scene. Both of these tasks were much easier said than done. Whatever kind of summon this 4-headed dog was, it was incredibly durable. Kunai were too small to do any real damage, close-range weapons like swords were out of the question as well. One ninja tried to be brave and close the distance by jumping on its back so he could stab it with his katana. He paid the price for his hubris by being eaten alive by one of its 4 heads. Originally, the dog had only had 3 heads, but during one ninja's attack where he had blasted it with a powerful lightning jutsu, the dog had grown an extra head. They weren't sure if that meant lightning jutsu aided it or if this was just some kind of freak accident, but they had become wary of blasting it with any lightning jutsu below a rank. Please remain calm and follow us. The Chunin continued directing his charges across the damaged village. They could not move very quickly. Even running as fast as they could, civilians were notoriously slow. At least compared to shinobi. We're getting you all to shelter. Please remain calm and look out. Ultimately, it was the slowness of the civilians that led to their demise. A stray jutsu managed to hit the dog in one of its eyes, perhaps its one weakness. This led to the giant summon stumbling right into a building, one which led directly to the roadway that the civilians and Chunin were using to reach the shelters. The civilians were all killed when the debris and rubble of the now destroyed building came crashing down on top of them. Their screams were the last thing the ninja helping direct them heard before they were crushed by several tons of cement. The Chunin was killed when he jumped out of the way, just barely missing getting crushed by the large amount of rubble, only to get crushed under the large paw of the dog summon. When the dog summons lifted its paw off the ground again, it revealed the Chunin's body twisted in an unnatural shape, his head bent at an angle that should not be possible. Samui tried not to lose her cool as she watched the giant 4-headed dog kill a large number of civilians and Chunin like they were nothing. There weren't many things in this world that were worse than seeing your comrades getting slaughtered like they were animals. The knowledge that she could do nothing to stop this monster as it continued destroying and killing everything in its path only made Samui feel that much more useless. Her feelings were made even worse by the number of corpses that littered the ground. Civilian corpses, not shinobi. These were not hardened warriors prepared to face death at any second, but innocent lives who have never known the true hardships ninja went through every day. Damn it. Karui swore as she saw the same thing Samui and their other teammates saw as they traveled through the streets, trying to avoid the summon's gaze and the debris it threw in all directions as it crashed through one building after another. What the hell is everyone else doing? Why aren't they trying to stop this thing? And just where the fuck are the kami be damned Anbu? They're probably being held up by whoever is causing those explosions. Always the thinker, Omoi was the one who came up with the most reasonable explanation. I doubt whoever summoned that dog is alone. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a small group that had managed to infiltrate our village and is causing as much havoc as they can. You also have to account for the fact that it's only been about 15 minutes since this thing's been summoned, Samui added with a frown. Her eyes darted left and right, constantly shifting as she kept wary of her surroundings just in case they ran into the one who summoned that dog. The Anbu will take time to mobilize, especially since one of the first buildings that was destroyed was the Anbu headquarters. After hearing this, Karui summed all of their thoughts nicely. Shit. In any case, we need to find the person who summoned this thing. If we can find them, we should be able to make them reverse the summoning. Right. You don't have to tell me twice. The search for the summoner continued. Whoever had summoned that thing was very skilled in stealth. Neither Samui nor her two squad mates could find hide or hair of the person responsible for that creature's appearance. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack, made even worse by the fact that Samui was not even sure of what the needle was supposed to look like. It was a frustrating turn of events to say the least. The trio quickly ran into one of the many alleys that dotted the once pristine village, just barely dodging the giant dog's attention. They were getting closer and closer to the summon now, which was making it more difficult to keep from being spotted. The only reason they had not been seen yet was due to the many shinobi that were still trying to ineffectively take the thing down with lightning jutsu. Speaking of, now that they were closer, Samui could see the lightning jutsu being hurled at the summon. It looked like those Jonin were going all out. There wasn't a ninjutsu below a rank being thrown at that thing. Everything from lances and spears made of lightning to dragons and other animals composed of the lightning element were being launched at the summon to absolutely no effect. It was like the thing didn't even feel the pain it should be in. What was going on here? That summon should at least be getting aggravated. Why was it just shrugging off the attacks like they were nothing? Better yet, how was it able to shrug off so many jutsu so easily? Were the attacks just too weak to do anything? Perhaps they needed a jutsu above a rank to truly damage it. As if the shinobi attacking the dog summon had been thinking the same thing, several moved in to distract the creature while a half a dozen jumped onto the roofs, their hands already running the gauntlet of seals for a collaboration jutsu. After they ran through all the hand seals needed, the group called out the name of their technique simultaneously. Samui could not hear what the name of the jutsu was over all the noise near them, but she could see the effects, see the stream of what was obviously lightning chakra coalescing and shooting off of each shinobi before all the jutsu clashed in the center and grew even larger. The jutsu unleashed from the combined efforts of the ninja was massive in size, a giant dragon made of spiraling lightning with glowing red eyes that towered over the four-headed dog. It looked like a giant tornado made out of pure lightning that managed to form cohesion and took the shape of a dragon. Even from the distance she was at, Samui could see the way the chakra spiraled around a central axis like that of a tornado. Samui knew what the technique was. Raryu no Tatsumaki. An A-rank ninjutsu when used by a single Jonin-level shinobi. As a collaboration jutsu it was probably above S rank. If nothing else it made for an impressive sight. The four-headed dog's snarl was drowned out by the dragon's roar, an earth-shattering sound that shook the very heavens. The powerful roar seemed to carry to all corners of the village an echo for several long seconds after the massive lightning beast finished. And then the giant collaboration lightning jutsu surged forward. The four-headed dog summon was given no time to do anything, much less move, as the massive lightning dragon smashed into with the fury of a thunderstorm combined with a tornado. What happened next was an incredible explosion of epic proportions. Lightning exploded outwards in all directions from where the jutsu struck as a giant sphere of swirling blue energy engulfed the summon in its light. The sight was so bright that Samui and her two teammates had to cover their eyes lest they be blinded. When the light died down and it was safe to look again, the trio did so and gasped at the sight before them. Well, Karui gasped. Omoi did too. Samui just stared with a slight widening of her eyes, but you could tell she was just as shocked as her companions. And why wouldn't she be? The place where the dog summons had been was gone. What had once been a bustling city street before the fighting broke out was now nothing more than a large crater. Samui couldn't judge just how large the crater was, but she estimated it to be at least several dozen meters in diameter. Whoa! Karui muttered in shocked awe. That is one big hole. Omoi didn't really have anything to add, so he just nodded. It looks like they destroyed the summon, Samui noted coolly. Of course, being who she was, everything she said was often spoken in a cool and collected tone, even when she was near the point of freaking out. I doubt there's anything that could have survived such a concentrated assault. And she was right. Such an intense and powerful offensive assault was enough to defeat even the four-headed dog summon. It hadn't even been given the chance to split itself before being forced to dispel from the several hundred million volts of electricity traveling through it. That didn't mean they were out of the woods yet. Several dozen meters from Team Samui's location, another large burst of smoke appeared to hover over destroyed and burnt-out buildings. And from that cloud of smoke a giant centipede with a dark black carapace and orange-colored skin underneath that shot out. Like the four-headed dog, this summon also had the Rinnegan, as well as a number of body piercings, including one that went straight through the center of its head. Almost as soon as the giant centipede was summoned, did the thing go on a rampage. Rearing its head back, the monstrous summon crashed itself straight through one of the still-standing buildings it was near. Debris and rubble were soon flung in all directions. Several of the larger chunks smashed against walls that, due to already being weakened under the strain of having the four-headed dog destroy much of the structure already, toppled down as the rest was building collapsed from having nothing left to support it. Samui turned back to look at her two teammates, a cool look in her eyes. Come on. Right. The trio dashed out of the alley and into the street proper. Deciding to forego stealth in favor of getting to whoever had summoned that centipede before they could disappear, Team Samui blasted down the street as quickly as they could go, their legs nothing more than a blur as they ran. It was this lack of discretion that led to them never reaching their intended target. It started when Samui felt a very mild yet powerful burst of killing intent directed at her and her teammates. The intent was so subtle that the only reason she sensed it at all was because she was a Jonin-level kunoichi. That was the only warning she got before a presence appeared from above them. Move it, you two. Samui ordered her squad mates as she followed her own words with actions. Tucking forward into a shoulder roll, the blonde-haired Jonin traveled across the ground quickly just as whoever she had sensed landed on the place she had been with a loud smash that seemed to shake the ground. Spinning about, Samui reached behind her and grabbed the tanto strapped horizontally across her back. Her two teammates landed on either side of her, Karui on her left and Omoi on the right. Both had their weapons drawn. Unlike Samui, who preferred using a tanto, a short blade made more for stabs and thrusts than slashes, Omoi and Karui utilized long blades. The blades were not quite at the length of a nodashi, a long sword that was usually just as tall as a person, but they were definitely longer than your average katana. Other than their longer than average length, they were fairly standard-looking blades. Nothing at all special about them. With their weapons out and ready to be brought down on whoever had just attacked them, the trio of shinobi glared at the dust cloud that had been created by whatever made impact with the ground. The thing, for whatever this was, could not be human, before them was incredibly unusual. It looked human enough, except that it had no neck to speak of and a large piercing on its chin to go along with the numerous other piercings all over its face. Its eyes were purple, both the iris and sclera, and running around the eyes was a ripple pattern. The thing that Samui noticed the most aside from the eyes was its cloak, black with red clouds. Akatsuki. Samui narrowed her eyes. So these were the people after B-sensei, Yugito and Naruto. They must either be supremely confident in themselves or incredibly arrogant to attack them up front like this. So these are those Akatsuki assholes. Karui looked at the thing incredulously. I knew they had to have some issues, but I hadn't realized these people would be so damn freaky looking. We should handle this guy with caution, Omoi suggested. Given that he's attacked the village, even if it was done out of arrogance, he must be assured that he has enough power to back up his assault. Or maybe he's just some kind of distraction and the real mastermind is already heading over to where B-sensei is. Whatever, Karui scoffed. If this idiot thinks he and his goons can really take on the full might of Kumo, I say let him. We'll crush him and his friends like bugs. Samui frowned as she listened to her teammates. Something told her this battle would not be that easy. Still, she prepared for a fight all the same. This was so not cool. Exox the shinobi of Kumogakure were having a very difficult time with this new summoned creature. It was bad enough that they just barely managed to kill the last one, which had cost 6 of them almost all of their chakra to destroy. Now they had to deal with one that seemed even more difficult to kill than that four-headed dog. Nothing they had thrown at it worked so far. The centipede was impervious to lightning release attacks. At least, nothing they've attacked it with did anything more than mildly irritate it. Not even chakra flow, channeling lightning chakra through their swords, did anything more than leave light nicks on the giant monster's carapace. One of them had managed to take out one of the creature's many legs, but he had also lost his life in the process. Since then, those few brave ninja who tried ended up losing their lives long before they could even reach the summoned beast. It was almost like the thing was learning the more they fought it. How were they supposed to beat something like this? Something they couldn't even damage. Kumo Ryu Kangiri cloud-style flame beheading. Descending from above, a man with blonde hair and holding a sword that was imbued with fire nature chakra above his head slashed at the centipede summon's left eye. While the carapace that he hit did not even crack or glow red from the heat, the eye was soft and the blade that had been lit aflame easily sliced through it. There was a loud sizzling sound as the eye burst open like an overripe fruit. The intense heat caused the light receptive organ to not only explode, but evaporate all of the liquid located inside of the eye itself. The centipede summoned let out a loud shriek of pain as it reared its head back. Atsui jumped off just as the giant centipede began shaking its head back and forth, bashing it against the buildings around it and destroying them with impunity. Now that was a hot attack. The man shouted. Now that he wasn't a falling blur, he was more easily discernible than before. The man who shouted in exuberance had shoulder-length blonde hair that was being worn in an asymmetrical bowl cut. His eyes were green and he was wearing a sleeveless version of the typical attire a Jonin of Kumogakure wore. The only real difference aside from the sleeveless shirt was that he was also wearing shin guards, bandages around his forearms and the kanji for Netsu heat tattooed onto his left shoulder. How do you like that? The man continued. It was clear he was reveling in his sense of having managed to damage the giant summon while everyone else was struggling. Equally clear was that he had no real trouble gloating over his supposed victory. Was it too hot for you to handle? Atsui senpai. That's right. Atsui grinned largely as the other shinobi stared at him in awe, or surprise. Some of them may have also been deadpanning. Not that he noticed this, busy as he was showboating for everyone. It is I, the man with fire in his veins. Don't come near me or you might get burned by how hot I am. The amount of stares his introduction got was numerous. Even the summons was staring at him with its one good eye. Kuchio's no jutsu. Unfortunately for him, and everyone else, there was someone who was not staring at him. The one who had summoned the giant centipede. Even more unfortunate, this person decided that the best response to make to Atsui's declaration would be to summon more animals to fight. Kuchio's no jutsu. 2 more large bursts of smoke exploded into existence. Like the after effects of a nuclear explosion, the white smoke formed 2 large mushrooms' heads that expanded far into the sky before being blown away by a strong breeze. When the smoke finally cleared, everyone got a sight of what had been summoned to fight them. They promptly wished they hadn't. The first of the summons was actually one that flew out of the first cloud and smoke and into the air. It was a giant drill-beaked bird. It was an incredibly unusual-looking animal as it not only displayed a prominent and jagged beak that looked similar to a drill, but it also had 3 distinct legs, 2 located horizontally on either side of its body and 1 below, as well as 3 wings. Like all the summons of the animal path, the bird had Rinnegan eyes. The bird summoned screeched a loud, horrible-sounding shriek that echoed across the village and forced Atsui and the other shinobi near it to hold their ears in pain. Gritting his teeth, Atsui could barely restrain a grimace at the loud noise. His hands were beginning to feel wet, a sure sign that the ear-splitting screech had actually managed to damage his eardrums enough to cause internal bleeding. That was not good. Looking up, he was just in time to see the large bird summons dive bombing them. The giant avian swooped in like some kind of demented bird of prey, leveling out only after it was hovering just a few feet over the village. It was close enough that the discharge of air from its flight destroyed several buildings. Then it began to lay eggs. Atsui found himself blinking along with all the other shinobi as hundreds of eggs fell out of the bird summon's backside. The eggs, strange yellow eggs with white spots, attached themselves to every surface available. Not just the ground but the walls of buildings as well. Several landed near Atsui. What was this? Some kind of strange ninjutsu. Perhaps the eggs contained a poison that would be released when they broke. Or maybe they would birth more birds. That's what usually happened when eggs hatched, right? It only took Atsui a second after the eggs around him began glowing to realize that whatever they did, he did not want to stick around to find out. Atsui jumped into the air in order to avoid the eggs, which had covered every viable surface on the ground. Just in time too. Several seconds after he became airborne, the eggs all exploded. Many of Atsui's comrades did not get away in time and were caught in the blast. Those who did manage to get far enough away from the explosions were forced to watch as their friends were annihilated in a hailstorm of fire, their bodies disappearing as they were reduced to naught but ash. Landing on the ground after the explosions ceased, Atsui and the other ninja of Kumogakure wondered how they were going to deal with this monstrosity. Already the giant avian was coming for another pass, this time with what looked like some kind of dust storm with lightning billowing inside of it trailing behind. It wouldn't matter. Many of these ninja would not get another chance to attack the bird summon anyways, for at that moment the second summon made itself known. Stampeding out of the second cloud of smoke as it busted down anything and everything in its path was a large rhinoceros. If the bird summons was large, then the rhino was gigantic on a scale that could compete with the biju. It easily towered over everything around it. Not only was it tall, but it also possessed a lot of mass. From the sharp-looking horn on its head to the long tail that swayed behind it like some kind of pendulum, the giant summons had to be at least 6, maybe 10 times the length of the average building in Kumo. With its mottled, leathery gray skin and what looked almost like dark gray armor, the rhino was easily visible amongst the cement bricks that exploded in all directions in its wake. Its large hoofed feet pounded on the ground, creating large craters each time it moved. The earth seemed to tremble under its weight. The earth was shaking so violently that Atsui, along with his comrades, were forced to send chakra to the bottom of their feet to keep from falling over. Not that this did any real good. The rhino had started charging them the moment the group of ninja landed on the ground. It plowed through several buildings, smashing its way across the village in its effort to run them over. As things stood, Atsui was just barely able to get out of the way by making quick use of the kawarimi to substitute himself with a rock. Many of his comrades did the same thing, substituting themselves with the debris around them to avoid getting trampled by the monstrous-looking rhino. A few of the chunin were not so lucky. One of them had been going through the hand signs for the kawarimi, but the shaking earth from the rhino's charge had knocked his hands out of place, forcing him to remake the hand seals. He had not been fast enough, and he had paid the price when the rhino's large horn gutted him. The chunin died quickly, bleeding out as the horn went straight through his stomach and came out of his back, its length stained red with blood that glinted in the sunlight. With a violent shake of its head, the rhino threw the corpse off its horn. The body flew through the air and landed on the rubble from one of the many destroyed buildings. Damn it. This is getting even hotter than I expected. Atsui was not very pleased with this turn of events. They had managed to get rid of the dog and the centipede, but now they were facing 2 summons and he had no idea how to deal with these ones. That rhino looked very durable. Would jutsu even work on it? And what about that bird? It looked like it attacked mostly from a distance if one were to judge by the jutsu it used. Most lightning-styled ninjutsu were short to mid-range attacks due to the fact that the lightning had to travel through air, or wind, and would dissipate after a certain amount of time unless someone kept it going with a constant stream of chakra. Most people did not have the reserves to keep a lightning jutsu from dissipating. Atsui wished he had a summons of his own. Only something as large as a boss summon could deal with something like this without exhausting itself. It was unfortunate, but while Konohagakure was known for having powerful summons such as toads, slugs and monkeys, Kumo was not known for possessing any summoning contracts. That pretty much meant they were shit out of luck. Life was so unfair sometimes. Exox, it was like one of those old western standoffs. It was a clear day, mostly, if one ignored the cloud of dust and dirt that blocked out the sun at times. The roads were deserted, sort of. There were no people around besides them, at least, just the bodies of those who had died. And the hero and the villain were standing just several meters away from each other in a stare-down of epic proportions. All the signs of an epic standoff were present. I'm simply saying we should approach this guy with caution. He's a member of Akatsuki. There's no telling what kind of tricks he has up his sleeve. For all you know, he could be hiding a mechanical body under that cloak. Or maybe he can launch explosives from his hand or something. What would we even be able to do if he had a mechanical body? That's why we need to attack. So long as we don't give the bastard the opportunity to do anything, he can't attack us. Now quit talking, idiot. We're in the middle of battle. If one discounted the fact that the hero had two bickering sidekicks by her side. You two, stop fighting. Samui sighed. Really, she wished these two would just give it a rest at least once. It's not cool. As if her words were magic, the two instantly shut up and got back into their combat stances as if they had never been fighting in the first place. Their attention snapped back into focus and was redirected towards the Akatsuki member who, for some unfathomable reason, had decided to let the two's antics play out. It was easy to see from their stances that Omoi's and Kurui's styles were opposites yet complementary in every way. Omoi preferred to take a wide stance with his feet spread apart and knees bent at an angle. He kept his blade sheathed, with his left hand gripping the hilt to ready it for a quick draw. On the opposite end of the spectrum was Kurui's narrow stance, her feet coming together and legs straight. Her katana was unsheathed, both hands were on the hilt, which was being held in front of her in a very basic kenjutsu stance that was reminiscent of the samurai from Tetsu no Kuni, the Land of Iron. Samui would have shaken her head at how the two seemed to complement each other so well, were it not for the fact that they were about to fight for their lives. The standoff did not last very long after the two got themselves in gear. A strong wind rustled through the clearing, kicking up dust and a few leaves that moved into their path. That was the unspoken signal as both Karui and Omoi charged from either side of Samui and made their way towards the strange-looking man. The man before them responded quickly, but not in the way anyone likely expected. Twisting his head to the left, Samui, Karui and Omoi watched in shock as the skin bulged before another face, one that was identical to the original face except it was smiling, formed on the left side of its head. This was followed by the same thing happening to the right, only that face was frowning. The man then threw off his cloak, revealing a horrifying surprise underneath. What looked like a man was actually a machine of some kind. It had 6 arms with what looked like bolts on the shoulders and a large, serrated blade-like sash around its waist that almost looked like a tail. Seeing what this thing looked like underneath that cloak for the first time had the members of Team Samui pause. Holy shit. Karui swore as she jumped back to gain some distance between her and the machine. That is one ugly son of a bitch. Said ugly son of a bitch seemed to take offense to that. At least, that's what it looked like. Gripping one of his forearms, a loud clicking sound preceded the thing's wrist detaching from the rest of his arm with only a thick line of metal with several rockets attached to its side. This doesn't look good, Omoi murmured as the Asura Path pointed his arm at them. With a hiss of smoke and fire, the many dozens of rockets launched from their places and flew towards the trio of Kumo shinobi. Samui swore as she, Karui and Omoi jumped away to avoid the barrage of explosives. This didn't help them much as the missiles followed them wherever they ran, forcing the group to split off and divide the missiles between them. Karui and Omoi took to the roofs and went in opposite directions. Nearly a dozen missiles followed them, and the two were soon forced to dodge and weave across the rooftops, keeping one step ahead of the missiles as they impacted against the roofs and exploded. In the meantime, Samui used the distraction the two gave to charge forward and close the distance between her and the Asura Path. It was a risky venture, moving so close to an opponent whose abilities were still very much a mystery. But it wasn't like there was much else she could do. If she wanted to find out what her opponent was capable of, the only way to do that would be to engage this strange being in combat. Despite her intentions, Samui found herself unprepared when the Asura Path was blasted forward at incredible speeds from chakra propulsion jets activating on the bottom of its feet. Samui only had enough time to get her tanto up before the serrated blade tried to bifurcate her. A loud squeal of metal on metal erupted from where tanto met serrated blade. Sparks flew between the two weapons, but only for an instant, as the Asura Path overpowered Samui seconds after the two clashed. With a grunt of shock, Samui was sent skidding several feet backwards. Gritting her teeth, she channeled chakra to the bottom of her feet in order to maintain her balance and hopefully stop herself from moving too far. She succeeded, only to look up just in time to see one of the Asura Path's fists detach from its arm and come flying towards her like one of those segmented rockets he shot at Karui and Omoi. Eyes widening, Samui made to raise her tanto to deflect the fist, even though she knew she would not make it in time. Fortunately, she did not have to. Kumo Ryu Mikazukigiri Cloud Style 3 Days Moon Beheading. Omoi rushed in from the left, his sword sliding out from its sheath at lightning speeds. Gripping the blade with both hands, he swung the sword in a single, large, crescent moon-shaped arc that occurred at such velocity that the sword actually seemed to form a blurring streak that made the crescent shape of Omoi's weapon visible. His target was the hand that had just been launched. Most people would probably not be capable of slicing through such a small and fast-moving object, but Omoi was trained by Killer Bee, the resident Jinchuriki and one of the few ninja who had truly mastered swordsmanship. Something like this was well within his capabilities. The blade quickly and efficiently sliced straight through the middle of the hand, cutting it in half to reveal the steel and cables underneath. With its circuitry destroyed, the propulsion jets that kept the hand moving forward at such incredible speed sputtered and died. The two halves then separated, one falling down to the ground immediately, the other continuing on as momentum carried it and blowing a small hole through the wall that was miraculously still standing even though the rest of the building was not. The wall collapsed several seconds afterwards, as if the hole had been the final straw that broke the camel's back. Just seconds after Omoi managed to slice the flying hand in half, Karui descended upon the Asura path with the vengeance of a fallen angel, her sword pointed straight down as she was set to impale the mechanized villain. Take this, you bastard. Unfortunately for Karui, the Asura path was already reacting to her presence. 4 small triangle-shaped segments split and peel back from his head, revealing the metal underneath the false skin along with a large hole. Blue light began gathering around the hole. It was only after a few seconds of watching the light gather there that Samui realized what was happening. Karui. Get out of there. The warning given, Karui did not waste any time and began making several hand seals. It was difficult when one of her hands was gripping her sword, but she made do, completing the last hand seal just in time for what came next. There was no real warning when the cannon on top of the Asura path's head went off. One moment it was building up enough chakra to destroy several buildings, the next there was a large blast of energy that shot from its head and exploded. The light engulfed Karui's form until nothing of her could be seen. When the light died down, there was nothing above the Asura path. Everything had been obliterated. Kumo Ryu Omotegiri Cloud-style front beheading. Appearing in front of the Asura path, Karui swung her sword in a single, quick and powerful cutting motion. The attack would have taken the Asura path's head off, had it not been for the powerful-looking serrated blade launching itself forward and knocking her sword aside. With her sword knocked away but her momentum not halted, Karui stumbled forward. It was the perfect opening for the Asura path, who did not hesitate to waste this opportunity. The blade moved to bisect the dark-skinned Kunoichi. Asura had every intention of ending her life right then and there. He would have too, had the blade not been blocked by another sword appearing from his left. There was a loud clang as metal struck against metal, followed by a squeal as the two weapons ground against each other. Omoi's teeth were grit as he channeled chakra into his feet to keep from getting sent flying. He didn't know how such an unusual weapon that did not appear to be all that sturdy, it bends far too much, could be so strong. It was like getting hit with a several thousand-pound brick. Still, he did what he could to keep the serrated tail blade from moving. Out of the 3 of them, he was physically the strongest. While blocking and locking this attack into place was hard, it was not impossible for someone who had been forced to block Killer Bee's sword attacks during training. Dashing forward, Samui made her presence known as she began using chakra flow to channel lightning-natured chakra through her tanto. The blade was soon wreathed in blue lightning that crackled and popped as it skittered across the metal surface. With the serrated blade already occupied, there wasn't much it could do against Samui as she reached the machine path. Kumo Ryu Reitoku Cloud-style lightning thrust. Keeping her body low to the ground, Samui thrust her lightning-coated weapon forward, hoping to pierce this thing's head. It was not to be. While the serrated blade may have been neutralized by Omoi, the Asura path still had 5 arms it could use. Which it did use. One of the 3 hands on its right side came up and grabbed onto the blade, heedless of the electricity that was not coursing through its body. While that hand moved the blade off to the side, forcing Samui to stumble forward, another hand came up to stare into Samui's face. Kawain no Haya, flaming arrow of amazing ability. Samui had just enough time to realize her mistake before the fist was detached from the arm and launched at her. The fist struck her with such force that it felt like all the bones in her head had caved into her face. She had never felt anything as excruciating as this before. And then she was sent flying backwards with enough force that her body became nothing more than a blur before it crashed straight through a building. Samui. Her two teammates yelled out in unison. Not that they could do much more than yell, for once Samui had been taken care of, the Asura path turned its attention on them. Almost too quick for them to follow, the Asura path had two of its 5 remaining arms pointed at them. They only had enough time to register this before the fists were detached and sent flying. Omoi was hit in the chest, his entire ribcage collapsing in on itself while the hand going after Karui went straight through her stomach, leaving a bloody trail in its wake as it exited her back. The last thing either of them saw before their world went black was the Asura path's head splitting open again to reveal the chakra cannon gathering energy to finish them off. Exox Atsui was beginning to wonder if this situation wasn't getting too hot for them to handle. They had a giant bird creating lightning storms and dropping egg bombs on them, a giant rhino that was rampaging through the streets and destroying everything that the centipede and dog didn't. And that was on top of the new summons that had come out of the woodworks, a giant ox, that's right, a giant bison with thick brown fur, multiple piercings located throughout its body, the largest damn horns he had ever seen, and the same odd ripple-patterned eyes as every other summon they had been dealing with so far. It had appeared about 5 minutes after the Anbu had shown up to try and subdue the other summons and subsequently wiped out most of the Anbu by squashing them flat when it had been summoned. Now there were only 3 Anbu left of the 4 squads that had arrived. Things really weren't looking too hot for them right now. The bird is coming back. As the cry went up, Atsui looked up into the sky and swore. The bird was coming back, and not only was it laying eggs, but that lightning storm was behind it as well. He hadn't even known that thing could create 2 different attacks at once. Everybody scatter. That sounded like a fine idea to Atsui. He had no desire to stay in the line of fire from that thing. He had already seen numerous examples of how deadly that bird could be firsthand. A good number of Chunin and a few of the Anbu that had managed to avoid getting smashed by the ox had their remains splattered across the ground from those egg bombs. Hopping down from one of the few roofs that miraculously still stood, the young Jonin made his way out of the area of imminent destruction via giant bird summons. After making it quickly to the ground, he began to hightail it out of the general area with chakra-enhanced speed. It was while he was running that he ended up hitting a new problem. Though it may be more accurate to say the new problem hit him. He had been running down one of the main roads when it happened. The building to his immediate left exploded in a blast of fragments and cement shards. Atsui was not only knocked off his feet, but several large shards managed to embed themselves in his arms, legs and torso. Thankfully, he had managed to cover his face with his arms, otherwise his head would have been impaled instead. Not that this meant much when he landed on the ground several dozen from where he had been originally standing. Atsui moaned in pain as he tried to regain his bearings, an impossible task to be sure. His entire body felt like it was on fire. He was tired, he hurt, and there were at least a dozen shards of cement ranging from the size of a pebble to the size of daggers sticking into various areas of his body. If he didn't get medical attention soon, he would probably bleed out. A loud snort caught Atsui's attention. Managing to just barely lift his head and show off slightly glazed eyes, the Jonin of Kumogakure caught a glimpse of the thing that had been responsible for almost killing him. It was the rhino. And it was glaring straight at him. Oh, I feel almost like Samui for saying this, but, not cool. As the rhino glared down at him, its mouth opened up to reveal a person standing inside of it. Atsui's vision was blurry, so he could not make out who they were or even what they looked like. All he could see was black on red. Now why did that sound so familiar? You are the one who took out my centipede. Atsui blinked. The voice was distinctly male. He supposed that was good to know, though just why it was good to know he was about to be killed by a man eluded him. Come to think of it, there were a lot of things eluding him at the moment, like why he was no longer feeling any pain when just moments ago it felt like his skin had been getting ripped off his muscles and bones. A part of him knew this was not a good thing. Another part was just relieved he didn't hurt anymore. You shall know pain. Well, that didn't sound good. It sounded even worse than the stamping the rhino was making as it dug its hoofed foot into the ground in preparation to charge at him. Atsui tried to move his body as the rhino charged him, but no matter what he did, his body just would not respond to his commands. In fact, he couldn't even feel his body any longer. All he felt was warmth. Man, he was feeling hot. Daburu Kuropansa Double Black Panther. The last thing Atsui saw was black lightning taking on a blurry form as it charged straight for the rhino. Exox as the shadow clone that had helped him dispelled, Darui watched as the double black panthers blitzed the giant rhino. The two animals made a black lightning, the signature technique that had been taught to him by none other than the third Raikage himself, crashed into the rhino with a fury that could not be contained. Thousands of black tendrils of lightning chakra skittered across its surface in a never-ending and impossible-to-discern pattern that did not follow logic or explanation. It was interesting to see the effects that black lightning had on living creatures. Most lightning techniques were piercing in nature, and while black lightning had the ability to pierce most armors and materials, that was not why it was so deadly. Darui looked on in grim satisfaction as the rhino roared in agony, its body stumbling and spasming as the black lightning boiled the creature's insides. Eventually, the giant rhino came down with a loud crash, upheaving earth and sending chunks of debris flying. The giant beast twitched once, twice, then disappeared in a large puff of smoke as it was sent back to wherever it came from. With a sigh, Darui took a look behind him. Atsui was still laid out amongst the rubble, his body twisted at an unnatural angle. His right arm was bent in a way that should not be humanly possible, unless the joint keeping said arm from moving in that direction had been broken like Atsui's probably was. One of his legs had been crushed underneath what had to be at least several hundred pounds worth of debris. It would take someone of the Raikage's caliber to lift that. Perhaps the most telling sign that Atsui was no longer amongst the living, aside from the lack of a rising and falling chest to signify breathing, was the glassy, glazed over and dull eyes and the large pole that impaled the man's chest. Barely withholding a grimace, Darui tried to think of what he should do now. He needed to take care of the other two summons before they could cause any more damage, then find the summoner and take them out as well. After that he would need to find Raikage-sama again and help him deal with the leader of this group. And that was not even going into what else he was going to have to do after all this was over. It looked like he had a tall order ahead of him. Kuchio's no jutsu. Darui looked over to his left to see another large cloud of smoke arise from where the rhino had dispelled, his body tensing. He had not realized that the summoner was anywhere near him. Then again, it would be hard for someone who was not a censor to find the person in charge of summoning all these creatures when he or she could be anywhere. The cloud was soon blown away. Darui was given a clear sight of what had been summoned. It was a giant chameleon with leathery, dark green skin. It had one large, protuberant Rinnegan eye that looked like it was barely being held in by the eye socket, and a strange bandaged cylinder for its other eye. Even more unusual than that in the many piercings on its body were the two wings sticking out of its back and the snake-like tail, which actually had a snake head with two Rinnegan eyes. Where is this guy getting all these summons from? Darui could not help but wonder about that. Seriously, giant three-headed dogs that can become four-headed dogs. Centipedes. Rhinos. Ox. And now a chameleon. How many summoning contracts did this guy have? This is so drab. Darui. Darui did not bother to turn as a figure dropped down next to him. The young man stood up to his full height, revealing short blonde hair and dark eyes. He was wearing a sleeveless black shirt with a one-strap over one shoulder flak jacket that was the standard issue for all ninja of Chunin and above level in Kumo. Other noted articles of clothing was the Kumogakure headband on his head, his elbow-length arm guards, and red and white Kumo shin guards that went over his shinobi sandals. There you are, Darui, the man said. I've been looking everywhere for you. Apologies, see, Darui did not look very sorry. I was actually looking for you as well, but then I ran into this guy and, well. I see, C said, his attention never really straying from the sight in front of him as he spoke with his partner. I suppose I can forgive for not finding me. You were just doing your duty as a Kumogakure shinobi after all. Thanks, I guess. Darui began running through several handseals as he prepared to use another jutsu. In response, the large chameleon and the summoner on top disappeared. We'd better finish this fight up and find Raikage-sama. Who knows what kind of drab enemies he's fighting. Right. Xoxe's raikage robe swished behind him as he ran through the ruined streets of Kumogakure, his teeth grit and his brows furrowed in a mask of barely contained anger. And why shouldn't he be angry? Everywhere he looked he saw nothing but death and destruction. Buildings reduced to rubble, bodies laying where they were killed, the ground and few remaining walls soaked with the blood of his people. But that wasn't even the worst thing. No, the worst thing about all this destruction and chaos was that most of the people who had died were civilians, men, women and children who did not even know how to fight. Whoever had attacked his village had done so with little regard to innocents and non-combatants. It pissed him off to no end. He loved his village. He may not always show it, but the village meant more to him than anything else, even his own life. There was nothing he would not do for his village, whether it was something dirty and underhanded like trying to kidnap the Hyuga heiress during peace negotiations or allying himself completely with Konoha. If it meant keeping his village safe from harm, he would do it without a second thought. That was actually why he had allied himself with Konoha in the first place. When he had heard from his spies that had been keeping an eye on the ongoing war in Kiri and learned that the Yellow Flash had made a return in the man's son, he knew that he would have to do something to keep the man from becoming a threat to his village. At first, he had thought about assassinating him, but later on realized how poorly that would work out. Naruto had mastered his father's jutsu, one that allowed the boy to surpass even himself in speed. He had shown that mastery by decimating a group of nearly 5,000 enemy shinobi. To top it off, the boy had been traveling with Jiraiya. He had a lot of faith in his ninja, but even he knew that taking on 2 cage-level shinobi was suicide for anyone other than 2 other cage-level shinobi. There was a reason cages were known as army killers. His thoughts were later vindicated when he heard of the failed attempt Iwa made at killing the boy. So he had decided to do something else. If he couldn't kill the son of the Yondaime Hokage, he would ally Kumo with him. It was a decision that he did not regret to this day. Of course, none of that mattered now. His village lay in ruins and the one responsible for it was standing right in front of him. He studied the man who appeared before him, standing there so nonchalantly, his face completely devoid of emotions. Like a corpse. The man was of decent height, a bit taller than average. He had spiky orange hair, a lot of piercings and purple eyes with a ripple pattern in them. The Raikage had never seen these eyes before, but he had most certainly heard the legends of the Rinnegan. You're the Akatsuki scum who attacked my village. And you're the 4th Raikage of Kumogakure, the man replied in a dead voice. It's an honor to meet you. Tell me, where can I find the Hachibi Jinchuriki? Like hell I'll tell you that. Activating his Raiden no Yoroi, he became wreathed in lightning. Blue currents of incredible power cascaded across his body, enhancing his speed and reflex synapses to levels most shinobi would never reach. With the speed granted to him by the Raiden no Yoroi, he disappeared and quickly reappeared right next to the bastard whose face he was going to smash into a pulp. Iron Kuro, Iron Claw. He could not explain what happened after attempting to use his Iron Claw. 1 millisecond he was set to grab the man's face and the next he was lying against the remains of a destroyed wall. Sitting up, he looked over to see that the man before him had not moved an inch from his spot. What the hell had just happened? Deciding he would need to be more cautious, he stood up and eyed the man warily. It looks like I'll be needing to take you seriously. The man tilted his head, as if not quite understanding what he was saying. Prepare yourself. For I won't be giving you another opportunity to do whatever you just did. He charged up his lightning armor again. He had a feeling he was going to need to go all out from the very beginning if he wanted to have any hope of victory here. Then again, what else should he have expected from a man who bore the Rinnegan? Chapter 26. A double surprise. Darui's eyes darted around the destroyed residential district as he searched for a sign, any sign, of their current enemy. That chameleon summon they had been set to fight just disappeared several seconds ago after using some kind of transparency jutsu or something, and now he had no idea where it was. A good shinobi would normally be able to notice small discrepancies within the landscape that marked an invisible enemy, movements in the dirt, the sound of footsteps, a spike in killing intent from someone who was about to attack. There were all manner in ways for a skilled shinobi to detect another even when they couldn't see their enemy. Not that this meant anything to Darui at the moment, who couldn't detect a thing. No footprints in the dirt, no sound of footsteps, no spike in killing intent. It was almost as if their opponent had disappeared into thin air. Even with all his prodigious talent in the ninja arts, Darui couldn't detect his enemy's presence anywhere. Their enemy was simply better at hiding than he was at tracking. Good thing he wasn't a tracker ninja or he would be embarrassed. See, he spoke to his partner, his hands prepared to either start making seals or grab his sword. There was no telling what an enemy like this was capable of, so he wanted to be ready for anything. Can you sense him? I'm having a bit of difficulty, which was a mild way of saying he couldn't. There's just too much interference from the other summons and enemies running around Kumo. The strange thing is, all of them have the same exact chakra signature as the one we're fighting. That shouldn't be possible. Chakra signatures were unique to each individual. No two people had the same chakra signature. Even identical twins would have different chakra signatures. Are you sure you're sensing them right? Of course I'm sure. An annoyed vein throbbed on C's forehead at Darui questioning his sensing abilities. He was one of the best sensors in Kumo while Darui couldn't sense his way out of a paper bag. His normally relaxed partner really had no right to talk. And I'm telling you that I'm sensing 9 chakra signatures that are all identical to each other. It's interfering with my ability to sense our enemy. Now stop questioning me. Alright, Darui mumbled his apology. No need to be so drab. Darui. Behind you. The quick and sudden warning had Darui spinning around to face whatever C was warning him about. He was taken back for a second when he saw nothing, however, and this gave their invisible opponent the opportunity to get a clear shot at him before he even realized what was happening. Darui's eyes widened as something long and fleshy wrapped itself around his leg. He looked down, but couldn't see whatever was gripping him. He did, however, see the creases in his clothing as whatever wrapped around him tightened. His clothes were also getting a tad wet. A tongue. This is not good. Without warning and before he had time to cut the invisible tongue off him, Darui was yanked into the air. Sking in annoyance as he tried to reach for his sword but kept failing due to how hard he was being shaken, Darui decided it would be easier to simply use one of his jutsu. Fortunately, he had a number of jutsu to choose from that would benefit him in a situation like this. Rabbit. Dog. Boar. Ram. Rat. Raiden. Kangeki up lightning release. Wave of inspiration. Channeling as much chakra as he dared to his hands, Darui felt the flow of his chakra reverse and polarize as it was changed into lightning-natured chakra. Garlands of crackling electricity arched and skittered across his hands like living creatures, coating and covering both appendages with their blue glow. Acting with speeds that most people would not expect from such a laid-back guy, Darui grabbed onto whatever was attached to his leg. He winced a bit as his own technique sent a shock through his system, but his pain was secondary to his primary objective. The lightning on his hands went down into the thing gripping him, lighting up the appendage which he could now see was definitely a tongue as it traced a path towards the owner of said fleshy, pink appendage. The summons released a shrill scream as it became visible again due to the lightning chakra currently shocking it, breaking its concentration. It let Darui go, allowing him to fall back to the earth. As he fell, his body spun and righted itself so that he would land on his feet. At the same time, his hands were already going through several handseals in preparation for launching another technique. Reigen Reikocho Lightning Illusion Flash of Lightning Pillar. While Darui was preparing his own jutsu, C had already gone through the handseals needed to use one of his opening techniques. The Lightning Illusion Flash of Lightning Pillar was a supplementary genjutsu that had no range, meaning it could be used at close, middle or long distance and still affect the enemy all the same. Like the name stated, it was a lightning release genjutsu that blinded people by making it appear as if a bright light was emanating from the one who cast it. It generated an electric light directly from C's body, which increased to blinding proportions within seconds after it's been cast. With his opponents blinded, C would then be able to cast more illusions on his enemies before they even realized it and finish them off while they were distracted. Or allow his partner to finish them off, as was the case here. Rantan. Reiza Sakasu, Storm Release. Laser Circus. As Darui held his hands out in front of him, a halo of lightning chakra surrounded and spread out from them. The technique quickly encircled his hands before several beams shot out from the center of the halo where most of the chakra was being concentrated. The beams of light blue, electrified chakra tore through the air, all of them heading straight for the chameleon. In response, the summons animal turned invisible just as the beams sliced through the spot where it was standing. They continued on to strike the ground not even a half a second later, obliterating a small chunk of the earth and causing smoke, dust and debris to get launched skyward as a miniature explosion occurred, further obscuring the area in a veil that Darui could not pierce. Not that it mattered, really, because his sight was practically useless right now anyways. See. He called out, not taking his eyes off the cloud of dust as he looked for any sign of movement. While he wouldn't be able to see the chameleon summons, he would see the dust that got displaced in the air when a creature that big moved. Provided it hadn't been sliced apart by the piercing power of his storm release technique. It's to your left. Damn. Darui had been sure that he had gotten it with that last attack. They'd had the creature dead to rights and hit it with one of their better combos. How had that thing managed to move fast enough to avoid his attack and not disturb all that dust in the air? He would have to think on it later. Right now, there were more important things to worry about and any hesitation on their part could easily end with their lives. Not wanting to present an easy target, Darui began moving as quickly as he could, dodging debris and bodies alike as he began running in a zigzag pattern. It was a good thing he reacted to C's words so quickly. Not even a second after he had darted away did something invisible strike the ground hard enough to crater it. Had that hit him, it might have very well left him as a bloody smear. On the ground. Beginning more hand seals, Darui prepared to use another jutsu while C looked like he was already in the process of casting one of his genjutsus. Hopefully, his partner's illusion would distract that thing for a little longer than it did last time. Raiden. Unzeji Nidozumu Lightning Release. Jaded Edge 2 times Prism. Black lightning erupted from Darui's body, covering him in skittering garlands of dark electricity, which soon shot off his body and into the air. Higher and higher it soared until it was completely out of sight, seemingly piercing the heavens. Not even a second later, the black lightning descended towards where C had last said the summon animal's location was, splitting off into 4 bolts that struck the ground in 4 different locations that when looked at from a bird's eye view would have been marked as the points of a prism. Not even a second later, the 4 points of black lightning shot inwards, striking at the center in between the 4 points. The explosion created from the attack was most impressive. A large, black ball of condensed lightning and chakra over 6 meters in circumference. It looked like all the power behind the attack was being contained within that sphere. Only a few small arcs of lightning managed to escape it, lashing outside of the sphere and striking the gravel, rocks and buildings with enough power to blast whatever it hit apart. When the attack died down, there was a large crater sitting in the ground. You didn't get him, Darui. C called out, alerting the dark-skinned and normally laid-back man to the fact that their enemy was not dead. He's moving again. To your left. TCH. This guy is really drab, Darui swore as he made to move. Before he could, something clamped down on his right shoulder. Whatever it was strong enough to easily pierce his clothing and flesh. Blood began pouring down from the wound, which looked to be multiple puncture marks of varying size. Biting back a scream of pain, Darui was lifted off his feet and tossed into a wall, which crumbled upon being forced to receive his weight and kicking up a lot of dust and smoke. A second later something managed to wrap around C's torso and arms, bringing them together and forcing them to constrict. The Jonin-level shinobi tried to break what could only be this summon's tongue, but it was surprisingly durable and no matter how much muscle he put into his effort or how much chakra he pumped into his body, nothing seemed capable of breaking the insanely strong appendage that had managed to get a hold of him. The situation was made even worse because his arms were being held against his torso, meaning he couldn't use his hands, and without the ability to make hand seals, he couldn't use any of his jutsu. Even the simple kawarimi was out of his reach with his arms restricted like they were. Before his situation could become any more tenuous, Darui appeared before him in a blur, his right hand already gripping the sheath of his sword, which he yanked out quickly. Flowing from the action of unsheathing his blade, Darui continued swinging it downwards towards where he accurately guessed the invisible tongue was. His blade, charged with lightning chakra and glowing a light blue as electricity danced across its surface, sliced into something, presumably the tongue, with impunity. There was an outraged shriek as one half of the tongue, the half that Darui had cut off from the rest of the summon's body, became visible. Darui smirked in satisfaction. It wasn't much, but it looked like they had found at least one weakness. Took you long enough, C grunted as he was finally free from his constraints. Shaking his arms, he tried to get feeling back into his arms. Did you have to wait so long to attack after using Kawarimi? Sorry. Darui didn't sound all that sorry. I was waiting for the best opening to do the most damage. This guy's slippery. I haven't been able to get a lock on him, and since you haven't been casting any genjutsu on him, it's harder for me to hit him than usual. I have been casting genjutsu on him, C told his partner in annoyance, surprising Darui. It's just not that none of them seem to affect him. A summon animal that's immune to genjutsu. Darui sighed. This is so drab. Before C could scold his partner on using that stupid catchphrase of his, a loud shrill screech caught their attention. Craning their necks up, the pair saw a giant bird with a drill beak heading towards them at speeds that almost seemed to break the sound barrier. The pair were soon forced to jump out of the way as the monstrous bird summon dropped several dozen eggs from its rear end that soon exploded against the ground. The large explosions from multiple detonation points not only sent up large amounts of earth and debris, but also caused hot winds to shoot upwards towards the pair of Kumogakure Junin. Both were jostled by the winds that lashed against them and pushed them further away from each other, separating them. As the two began to finally descend several dozen meters from where they had been originally, C found himself getting smacked in the back by something invisible. Goo. Having already been falling, the Jonin of Kumo was sent towards the ground at an increased rate that made him look like a streak of white in the air. He soon ended up hitting a building face first, smashing into and through the ceiling to what had, at one point, been a small house. He ended up lying face down on the ground, in a small crater just a little larger than his body, groaning in pain. While he had been hit with attacks that were a lot more painful, he would admit those were few and far between. His back was burning from where that thing had hit him. It felt like someone had taken sledgehammer to his spine. To top it off, he had practically belly flopped through that roof and the concrete of the floor. He likely had bruises on his bruises. He tried to push himself up, but all he managed to do was turn himself over so that he was lying on his back. When that happened, his eyes widened as they met a pair of Rinnegan eyes set within a man with long, orange hair. C was pulled to his feet by the man before being forced onto his knees. A hand was placed upon his head and the Kumo Jonin found himself incapable of moving. No matter how hard he struggled, or how much his mind told him to attack this man, he wasn't capable of doing anything other than kneeling there. It was like his body had completely frozen up. Where is the Jinchuriki for the Hachibi? Asked the man as C's mind screamed at him to move. He didn't say anything that would betray the location of the Raikage's adoptive brother. He was one of the Fourth's most loyal shinobi, and he would never betray his leader. Too bad for him the human path did not need to hear him speak. I see, so the Hachibi Jinchuriki is currently residing at a place called Unraikyo. C's eyes widened in both shock and fear. He was an intelligent ninja, preferring to analyze his opponents and come up with a plan before engaging. A shinobi like him was easily able to read between the lines and realize that this man had just read his mind. But how was the question? Was this an ability granted to him by the Rinnegan? The legendary Dujutsu was certainly one of mystery. What very little text existed on the Rinnegan only spoke of its ability to control all 5 main elements and that it was a power originally used by the legendary Raikudo Sennin. Everything else from its abilities to its origins were wrapped in a veil of mystery. These questions and more fled from C's mind, as did everything else seconds later when the man pulled his hand away, taking the Kumo Junin's soul with it. Xox blitzed towards the spiky-haired Rinnegan wielder, his body moving so fast it did not even leave a blur. One moment he was standing several meters away, the next he was right in front of Pain, his lead arm extended and covered in the electricity from his lightning armor as he prepared to strike the man who had dared attack his village with a lariat. Just before E's attack could touch Pain, the Raikage once again found himself being sent sailing backwards, only this time the attack was even more powerful than before. The last time the attack had hit him, it had felt as if a strong force was pushing him back. This time it felt like his entire body had just taken one of Senju Tsunade's legendary punches without having his lightning armor protecting him, only instead of a concentrated area like his stomach or face, it felt like he had been hit by the fist of a giant. Rather than ending up buried under a pile of rubble, staring at a ceiling of a home he had been busted through, the attack was powerful enough that he was blasted through several buildings, tumbling end over end like a rag doll before managing to right himself. His feet soon skidded along the ground as he was forced to channel chakra into them in order to stop his backwards momentum. Even then, he ended up skidding back for several more feet, leaving 2 long trenches where his feet had been dragged through the ground to signify his passing through. Standing to his full height, he frowned as he tried to figure out what had just happened. The man before him hadn't even moved an inch, he had him dead to rights, and yet, somehow it was him who had been blasted away like he was a 50-pound weakling. Unfortunately, he had never been a very deep thinker, especially when in battle. He was the kind of guy who relied more on his instincts than anything else when in combat. Which was sad because right now he couldn't make heads or tails of what just happened to him. All he knew was that this guy apparently had some kind of special jutsu that he used to shove him away with the kind of strength expected from Senju Tsunade, and he didn't even lift a finger to do it. For those who knew the Raikage, they knew that he was hot-headed and easily angered, especially when something happened that he didn't understand. Right now, he was just not getting how this guy had been able to launch such a devastating attack on him without even making so much as a twitch. It was even worse than when he faced Minato and the bastard managed to dodge his fastest attacks. Naturally, he decided to charge at the man again so he could wipe that blank look off the idiot's face. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to charge right in from the front. No, while the fourth Raikage was quick to anger and even quicker to action, he was still an intelligent man with a keen sense for battle and tactics. This time he came in from behind the man. He decided to go with something simple. An iron kuro. Meanwhile, while his hand was clawed and ready to grip the back of his enemy's head, he was going to observe his opponent and see if he could not determine some kind of weakness to whatever technique was being used against him. Once again it happened. Just as he was about to hit Pain with his devastating attack, the man seemed to have sensed his approach and quickly reacted by ducking under his iron kuro, spinning around to face him. This time, Pain held out both hands towards him, and again, he felt himself getting propelled backwards at incredible speeds. This time, he was prepared for it, however, and when he felt himself getting launched backwards, he began to crank up the juice and added more power to his lightning armor. Soon, the two powers began a fight for dominance that neither seemed capable of winning. The Raikage, with speed maxed out beyond what most humans should be capable of accomplishing, was unwilling to give an inch even though keeping his body running at such a high level was beginning to put a strain on his muscles and bone structure. On the other hand, Pain seemed completely emotionless as he continued pumping more and more chakra into his attack. It was a battle of attrition, with neither side willing to give the other an inch yet both wanting the other to lose. In a battle such as this, the one with the strongest will, or just the one who was more stubborn, would be the victor. He was one of the most stubborn bastards anyone would ever see. With a final roar of defiance, the fourth Raikage managed to break the stalemate. It seemed that Pain could not hold whatever technique he had been using for very long before it just stopped working. On the other hand, he could use his lightning armor for as long as he wanted, though the longer he used it the bigger the strain was on his body. Still, it was a small price to pay for finally getting a good hit on the bastard who had destroyed most of his village. Because there was no more resistance in the form of whatever power Pain had used to try and push him away, E's body followed the laws of physics. The speed at which he had been running had already been quite outstanding, and the only reason he had not moved was due to Pain exerting an equal amount of force to keep him in place. Without that, the fourth Raikage not only shot forward and closed the distance incredibly quick, he did so in less time than it took to blink an eye. This time, there would be no way for the Rinnegan-wielding bastard to dodge his attack. He found his body halted when something sharp and painful stabbed him in the stomach. His body folded over the offending object as it ground against his lightning armor, which protected him from most of the damage whatever had stabbed him would have done, though it did nothing to prevent the blunt force trauma of having something rammed into his gut. Grabbing the offending object as he folded around it, the Raikage let out a titanic roar of anger and pulled whatever was on the other end to him. He soon discovered that the thing trying to pierce his stomach was a long, prehensile-like, serrated tail, and that the person on the other end was a really unusual-looking bastard with 6 arms and 3 faces. Not that this person's looks mattered to E, the guy was dead either way. The strange 3-faced man soon came into contact with E's lightning-infused fist as it smashed against his chest. The fourth Raikage did not have the incredible chakra-enhanced strength of Senju Tsunade, but with his lightning armor, that really didn't matter. Under the incredible power and strength granted to him through this technique, this strange new enemy may as well have been made of paper. Even though it was only a single attack, Asura found itself being completely destroyed by the lightning-coated fist to his chest. His body literally exploded into thousands of shards and gizmos, revealing that he was actually some kind of robotic doll similar to, but nothing at all like the puppets of Sunagakur. As pieces of his body scattered and bounced along the ground, his head hit the dirt several meters away and rolled to a stop next to Pain, who had finally moved away from his original position. That was a very deadly attack, Pain admitted as he stared down at his Asura path with emotionless eyes. He looked back up at the wreckage to see him huffing and puffing in anger. I dare say that would have killed me had it hit. It was supposed to kill you, you bastard. He growled in annoyance and anger. He had been so close to finally showing this guy why he shouldn't have attacked his village when that jackass had shown up out of nowhere. And just who the hell was that guy anyways? Some kind of robotic puppet. These Akatsuki freaks were the weirdest bunch he had ever seen. I am not one to be done in as easily as that, Pain stated, though I do applaud you for your effort. Before he could make any kind of retort, or just attack the man, which he had planned on doing, another person appeared before him. This one was a man with a pudgy face, the same orange hair as the other two and the same Rinnegan eyes. What the hell? E's eyes widened. What the hell was going on here? The Rinnegan was supposed to be a legendary dujutsu that was so rare only the Raikudo Sennin was said to have possession of it. Now he had met not one, not two, but three people who all had the Rinnegan. What the fuck was going? In his surprise, he could not react in time when the Preta path grabbed onto him and began to drain him of his chakra. The crackling electricity that surrounded his body soon dispersed as the chakra he put into the technique was absorbed by this new enemy. Thankfully, the act of having his chakra drained was enough that he finally managed to gather his wits and used the immense strength granted to him through years of lifting weights in his office to break Preta's hold on him. This was followed by a powerful headbutt that had the Rinnegan bearer stumbling backwards. Rather than do what most shinobi would do in this situation, which was jump backwards to put some distance between them and bombard the enemy with long-range ninjutsu, he did the exact opposite and grabbed this new guy by the face after making his hand into the shape of a claw. Ian Kuro. Lifting Preta up by his face, the wreckage barely gave the path a second to realize its situation before smashing him down head first into the gravel. The results were very pleasing. Preta's head was literally crushed underneath the clawed hand. Even without his lightning armor active, he was still someone with immense physical strength as suggested by his powerful frame. Bansho Tenon, heavenly attraction of all creation. Before he could even think of attacking Pain again or congratulating himself on his kill, he was quite suddenly jerked off his feet and sent flying towards the diva path. His eyes widened as he moved closer and closer to the man who had his hand outstretched towards him as if beckoning him over. The move had been so unexpected that there was very little he could do to counter against it. Due to the force being exerted on him, he could not bring his hands up to use even the most basic of jutsu, and because his feet were nowhere near the ground, he was not even capable of channeling chakra to the bottom of them so he would stick to the ground. He was, for lack of a better term, a sitting duck. At least, that's what Pain thought. With determination flowing through his veins, he did not try and fight the pull on his body, which would have been an exercise in futility anyways. Instead, he watched as the man using the strange technique that seemed capable of attracting and repelling objects pulled him closer and closer. It was a good thing he was used to moving at such high speeds. Because his eyes were well adjusted to spotting fast-moving objects, the fourth wreckage was able to see Pain pull out some kind of black metal rod and pull his arm back in preparation to stab him. Not that he would ever allow such an obvious attack to do him in. He was not only a kage, but one that specialized in close-range combat. Taijutsu was his forte, and only someone like Senju Tsunade, Namikaze Minato and now Namikaze Naruto had ever been able to match him in that arena. This Pain character seemed to be primarily a ninjutsu user. Granted, he had only displayed 2 abilities so far, but it would not surprise E if the man only had a few more centered around his ability to attract and repel objects. What's more, he had managed to catch Pain off guard with his taijutsu. It had only been thanks to the timely intervention of those other 2 that this Rinnegan wielder had been saved. When Pain thrust the metal rod forward to stab E through the stomach, the wreckage was prepared. activating his lightning armor not even a second after the attack was made in order to increase his physical prowess and speed to incredible levels. Yi's left hand lashed out, grabbed hold of the black metal rod, snapped it in half, then launched a powerful right hook at Pain's face. This time, there was no path around to save Pain from getting hit this time. Like the sound of thunder cracking against the ground, the noise from Yi's lightning-enhanced fist striking Pain's face was loud enough that it caused the earth to rumble. The punch did more than just make a lot of noise, however, it also shattered Pain's jaw and sent him flying backwards in the same manner he had been doing to Yi for the past few minutes. Like a lightning jutsu gone out of control, his body spinning like a top, Pain struck the ground, digging up massive amounts of rock and dirt as he created a large trench along the path he was thrown. He struck one of the buildings in his way, going straight through it and coming out the other side. The building collapsed in on itself like a house of cards and still Pain traveled further. The Raikage glared at where he had last seen his enemy. He was sure that would put an end to him. He had struck out with everything he had in that last attack. Not even someone of Tsunade's strength would have been able to survive a hit like that without being liquidized. Nodding to himself, the Raikage prepared to find the rest of the enemies attacking the village and protect his people before his entire body froze. His eyes widened as he felt his chakra being leached from him. Looking down, he found Preta gripping his calves tightly. His lightning armor went out as he no longer had the chakra to sustain it. He was still alive. He had been sure he'd killed the bastard. He could even see its face was still caved in where he had crushed it beneath his hand. With a growl, the Raikage made to yank one of his legs out of the idiot's grip and stomp on his head when an indescribable pain pierced his abdomen. He blinked several times as he stared down at the bloody tip of a serrated tail. Still in shock, he craned his neck to look behind him and saw the mechanical enemy he had annihilated a little while ago standing behind him, a grin on all three faces. What the fuck? He grunted as he went down to a knee. He tried to stand again, but the chakra being drained from him by the Preta path was leaving him incredibly weakened. All he could do was shake and heave as he tried to push his body beyond what it was capable of. What an amazingly strong attack. He looked up, disbelieving as he saw Pain walking back towards him looking no worse for wear. There didn't seem to be any damage done to him at all. You truly live up to your title, Raikage. An attack of that caliber would have killed most people. He coughed as blood began welling up in his lungs. How are you still alive? A pointless question, Pain said in his usual monotone voice. There is no need to answer it when you are going to be dead soon. He growled as he tried to stand again, but was too weakened. His vision was beginning to blur from a lack of chakra and blood loss. You fought valiantly, but in the end it wasn't enough. You now know. Pain, but it is too late. I cannot let one as dangerous as you live. A flash of black was all that the Raikage saw before a rod of black metal was stabbed all the way through his neck and out the back. He gurgled as he bled out, his eyes glazing over and his body slumping. A single second passed, then two. Finally, the Raikage stopped breathing. Pain looked at the body of the Raikage, then raised his head to look at the rest of the village. There was no more need to stay here now that he had the location of the Hachibi Jinchuriki. All that was left to do was use this village as an example of what would happen to those who defied God. Using his powers to lift himself into the air, Pain floated high above the hidden village. From his bird's eye view he could see how much damage he had caused. More than half the village was nearly destroyed. Not that it mattered. This village wouldn't be around at all for much longer. Raising his hands high above his head, Pain's gaze sharpened as his chakra surged in preparation for his technique. In less than a second, Kumogakure would be no more. Shinra Tensai. Exox within the darkened bedroom that was lit only by the few streams of light that managed to sneak in through the curtains of a nearby window, Namikaze Naruto felt himself begin to stir. It was a slow stirring, the kind where one still felt a bit groggy from the events of yesterday and needed a few minutes to adjust from that moment of restful peace to complete awareness. Blinking several times as his eyes adjusted to the darkened room, the young man took absent note of the decor. He easily recognized the master bedroom of the Namikaze estate. He also easily recognized the female body snuggled deeply into his side. Smiling slightly, Naruto reached out with a hand and began to gently run his hands through Konan's beautiful blue hair. Rather than fan out like the other girl's hair did, Conan's was too short for that and thus was arrayed in a typical bedhead fashion, with numerous strands sticking up chaotically sort of like his own. An amusing thought escaped him as he wondered if their children would look like that, their mother's hair color but his style. He shook the thought off. While an appealing thought, children weren't something they could afford right now. Not with Akatsuki, and more importantly, that guy claiming to be Uchiha Madara still on the loose. The last thing he wanted was for his wife and child to be used as a hostage. Wanting to get his mind off the dark place his thoughts were taking him, the last Namikaze heir found himself gazing appreciated at Conan's beautiful figure. The blanket he had used to cover them had fallen a bit and was only covering up to their waist now, so Naruto had a decent view of some of the woman's bountiful chest, blocked only partially by the way her right boob was mashed against his torso, but also by her angelic face as it rested against his shoulder. Though he could not see, Naruto could definitely feel the way their legs had entwined sometime during the night. It was something he always enjoyed, waking up to the feeling of a pair of soft, smooth and downright sexy legs hooked around his own after a night of passionate love-making. Then again, he loved everything about moments like this, from the way Conan's breath felt hot against his skin to the way her body was pressed so closely against his there wasn't even enough space for one of her paper jutsu to slip through. Call him sappy, but one of the best parts of having sex was waking up next to the woman you loved. Or would that be women in his case? Well, whatever. He could think on that later. As Naruto spent his time just enjoying the feeling of waking up with one of the people who meant the world to him, Conan began stirring. Noticing a change in his angel's breathing, he looked down just in time to see Conan raise her head and blink her beautiful amber eyes several times. After a second or two of looking like they were still asleep, those half-lidded eyes sharpened and focused on him. Morning, Naruto greeted warmly. Conan gave him a smile that matched the warmth in his voice. Good morning, Naruto, Conan mumbled as she leaned up enough to give him a chaste kiss on the lips. How are you feeling? He asked as Conan laid her head back down on his shoulder. A little sore, Conan admitted, not quite managing to suppress a shiver as her lover let his fingers trail along her back, leaving goosebumps in their way. She pressed her lips against the skin of his shoulder in return, and smiled when she felt his breath hitch slightly. But a good kind of sore. I'm glad. Silence reigned for a few seconds as Naruto continued to stroke the woman's bare back. They would need to take a shower eventually. He could feel the dried sweat sticking to her frame, and he doubted he was much better. Last night. Naruto looked back down to see Conan staring up at him, her chin resting against his shoulder. Last night was incredible. I'm glad we shared this moment together. Her eyes became soft as a small smile crossed her lips. For some reason, I feel much closer to you than before. Almost makes you wish we had done this earlier, huh? Asked Naruto, which earned him a light smack to the chest. Joking. Just joking, he saw the look he was getting and grinned sheepishly. Well, sort of. Anyways, we should probably take a shower and then head down for some breakfast. On cue, Naruto's stomach rumbled like some kind of ravenous beast. Did I mention I was starving? Conan giggled at Naruto's antics, then stopped as she realized she was giggling. She looked back at Naruto, her eyes narrowing as she saw the grin on his face. You didn't hear anything. Naruto's grin widened. Sure I didn't. You didn't hear anything. How about this? With movements that were swift and sure, Naruto rolled the two of them over so that Conan was pinned to the bed while he was hovering over her. I'll pretend nothing happened, if you give me a kiss. Conan smiled as her arms wrapped around his neck and pulled his face down to hers. I think I can do that, she whispered, before pulling him into a passionate kiss. Exox after several minutes of not quite going all the way but certainly doing more than just kissing and fondling, Naruto and Conan mutually decided to adjourn to the restroom to get clean. Having never been this intimate with Naruto until then, Conan realized that there were things about the blonde that she had not known. For one thing, Naruto was a very attentive lover. She had known that he was capable of supporting her emotionally, as well as how able he was at supporting her physically, but she had not known about his skills at supporting her intimately. Her time last night had made her realize that Naruto was a very skilled lover, but it was their time in the restroom that made Conan truly aware of how attentive he was to her needs as a woman. She had sat between Naruto's legs while they showered, shivering and moaning in delight as he gently and lovingly washed and kneaded her back, working out any and all knots she had while at the same time getting her clean. He had spent the same amount of attention to her breasts, stomach, legs and feet, messaging and worshipping her body as he cleaned her up. By the time every part of her had been washed, Conan was more than ready to get dirty again. It was a shame she had been too sore to commit in any acts of debauchery. Getting out of the shower, the pair decided they wanted to relax for a little while longer. Naruto made a shadow clone and had it transform into a dry, clothed version of himself. After ordering it to make breakfast, which the clone left to do while grumbling under its breath about lucky bastard originals, Naruto and Conan found themselves lounging in the large bathtub, relaxing as steam rose from the water's surface. In what had become practically par for the course as far as Naruto's love life was concerned, Naruto was sitting at the end of the tub with his back against the tub itself. Meanwhile, Conan sat in between his legs, her firm, shapely rear pressing against the obvious sign of his arousal. Her back was resting against his chest, her head laying back so that she could press her cheek against Naruto's as his arms wrapped tightly around her, making her feel like she had been encased in a loving cocoon. We haven't talked much about yours and Ero Sennin's battle against pain, Naruto said after several moments of comfortable silence. How are you feeling? Conan sighed as she turned on her side and lowered her body so that she could rest her head on his chest. If they were going to have this conversation, she wanted to be comfortable, and listening to Naruto's heartbeat was surprisingly comforting. I don't know, she said at last. I'm not sure how I feel. For the longest time, Nagato had been my best friend, my world. I was his biggest supporter and his goals in life were what held me up. Now that he has fallen to darkness, I feel almost like I no longer have a purpose. Naruto did not say anything as Conan spoke. Rather, he listened and let her express herself through words. And even though you and I got together, and I knew that you were at odds with him, I had always hoped. A few cold droplets of water splashed against Naruto's chest. They presented a stark contrast to the heat coming from the bath water. I always thought that I would be able to save him. That if I stuck close to him, I could subtly influence his decisions down a less destructive route. Then maybe the three of us could have worked together to bring peace, but now. I understand, Naruto said, running his hand through Conan's hair. It's hard watching someone who meant so much to you fall and realize there is very little you can do to stop it. Naruto's own mind went to Sasuke, the person he had thought of as family that went on to join Orochimaru. He knew exactly how Conan was feeling, having already experienced such an event himself. I wish I could say something that would help you cope with this, but the truth is, I never really got over Sasuke's betrayal. Even now, a part of me hopes that he can be redeemed, while another still feels the sting of what he did to Sakura and I truly don't know what I can say that would make you feel better. Just be here for me, Conan murmured as lifted her head to look up at him. That's all I need. I'll always be here for you, Naruto responded earnestly, causing Conan to smile as she leaned up and claimed his lips in a kiss. Naruto's hands tightened around her waist, pulling Conan flush against him as her own arms entwined around his neck and made to pull her up so she could have more access to his mouth. A moan escaped her lips as one of Naruto's hands moved from the small of her back to her perfectly peach-shaped butt and began to grope it. Conan responded by moving her ass in time to his squeezes and caresses, grinding it against her lover's, increasing proof of her lover's arousal. Their tongues soon broke through each other's mouths and began moving together. They pushed and rubbed and hooked against each other as they played that age-old game in which everybody was a winner and no one was a loser. Conan thought it was one of the most enjoyable games in the world. Eventually, Conan's grinding led to the pair's mutual release. A low groan came from Naruto's mouth as Conan let out a breathy sigh of content and sank deeper into the water. Her head came rest against his chest once more and she spent a number of minutes just laying kisses on his pectorals as her blonde lover began running a hand across her back while she came down from the post-orgasmic high. We should probably get out, Naruto said after several minutes of silence. My clones finished making breakfast, and I really should formally introduce you to Yugao. Plus, if we stay in here any longer we'll start to prune. That's the one in the Anbu, right? Conan asked, her eyes drooping a little as they both stood up. She was feeling a bit tired, not just from staying in the water so long, but also from what they had just done. All she really wanted to do right now was drag Naruto back to bed and snuggle against him while she slept. Yes, Naruto nodded. You never met her before since we didn't get involved with each other until after the Chunin exams. He paused. She's currently eating breakfast, so now would be the best time. After drying off and getting dressed in a pair of civvies, Conan and Naruto made their way out of the room and into the kitchen. There they found Yugao sitting at the long table, eating what looked to be an omelette with a side bowl of fruit. As soon as the pair entered, said purple-haired beauty looked up and gave a slight mischievous, if strained, smile. The next time you two get up to the kinds of antics you did last night, you may want to think about applying a silencing seal on the door, and the walls, and maybe the ceiling, floor and window for good measure. Why you heard that? Naruto asked in surprise while Conan blushed at hearing that her debauchery had been heard by someone. Yugao nodded. I heard it all the way from the basement. She looked at the pair, her eyes showing a mixture of amusement and jealousy. You must have been pretty amazing to make her scream that loudly. Conan's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red, creating a very stark contrast against her blue hair. Naruto shook his head and smiled as he grabbed Conan by the hand and led her over to table. After moving her being gentlemanly and helping her into a chair, the blonde walked around the table towards Yugao, absently creating another shadow clone to grab 2 more plates and put the food on the table. I think you're just jealous. Naruto smiled slightly as Yugao twitched. Leaning down, he wrapped his arms around her and leaned in so he could place a kiss on her cheeks. But you know you shouldn't be. Whenever you're ready, I'll be here waiting. Yugao's countenance relaxed. Her eyes softened and she smiled at him before turning her head and placing a chaste kiss on his lips. Thank you, she said with a grateful smile. You never need to thank me for something like this, Naruto told her as the clone set both his and Conan's food on the table and dispelled. Sitting down in front of his own plate, Naruto decided to finally get the official introduction out of the way. Yugao, this is Conan, she was a spy for me within Akatsuki and the reason Gar is still alive. Conan, this is Azuki Yugao, one of the youngest Anbu in history and a well-known sword junkie. I hope you know. Yugao began with grace and poise, only the slight twitching of her eyebrow letting on to what she thought of being called a sword junkie. That I am going to get you for that comment later on. And I'm looking forward to it, Naruto grinned, causing Yugao to sigh and turn her attention onto Conan. So, welcome to the family, I guess, she said. It's nice to officially meet you. Likewise, Conan felt a little weird knowing that this woman was also one of Naruto's lovers. Being from a megachur, she only knew of the laws Konoha had towards clans, specifically clans that were nearing extinction, through Naruto. It still felt strange to share the person she planned on marrying with several other women. Naruto has told me a lot about you. Oh, he has he? Yugao sent a sidelong glance at Naruto, who was whistling an innocent tune as he periodically placed food in his mouth. When he got the woman's attention, he immediately turned and looked away, causing her to narrow her eyes and look back at Conan. And just what has he been saying about me? I don't really think it's necessary for you to know what we've been talking about, do you? Asked an embarrassed Naruto. Oh no, Yugao gave Naruto a small grin. It is very necessary. She turned back to Conan, ignoring the way Naruto began to sputter. So, care to share? Conan looked over at Naruto for a brief moment, watching as he waved his hands across his face in a no gesture, then turned back to Yugao. He used to speak very often about how you were constantly protecting him when he was younger, and how he always used to think you were the most beautiful woman in the world, she told Yugao succinctly, though with a hint of amusement and envy in her eyes. Both Naruto and Yugao blushed. He really said that? Asked Yugao, her eyes moving over to Naruto before the color staining her cheeks deepened and she looked away. Conan nodded. He did. He also mentioned about how when he was younger he wanted to marry you, and would constantly fight your boyfriend every time he came over. It was a testament to her recovery that the indirect mentioning of Hayate didn't even so much as cause her to flinch, though her chest did feel a tight ache when she thought of him. This time when she looked over to see a red-faced Naruto pouting at the two of them, her eyes softened and a smile crossed her lips as she remembered those very simple times. Yeah, she chuckled warmly. He was always going on about how he would beat up Hayate-kun and then make me fall in love with him. Of course, then he went to the academy and fell in love with that Sakura girl. Yugao crossed her arms and gave a mock pout. I felt like I had been replaced. No one could replace you, Naruto said lowly, his face turning red when the other two looked at him. I thought I should aim lower. You know, 'cause it was clear that Hayate had an advantage over me. So you gave up, Yugao teased. What happened to never giving up and never going back on your word? I didn't give up, Naruto puffed up in mock indignation. I was simply making a temporary retreat until a better opportunity to sweep you off your feet arose. And I thought that since Sakura was cute and had a unique hair color, she would be good practice for when you finally realized I was the man of your dreams. You mean the boy of my dreams? With a teasing smile, Yugao watched as Naruto gave her a pout. And it doesn't look like you ended up getting much practice. You never even managed to get a single date with Sakura. Don't remind me, Naruto moaned. As Konan watched the small byplay between the two, she couldn't help but smile. You two seem to get along very well, she noted, looking over at Yugao with a smile. I'm actually kind of jealous. Yeah, well. Yugao trailed off unsurely. It's just because I've known him for so long. Perhaps. Light banter continued throughout the rest of breakfast as Konan and Yugao learned a bit more about each other. They seemed to get along fairly well, which Naruto was glad for. The last thing he wanted was for these two to start fighting each other like Mei and Yugito had when they first met. Dealing with that kind of situation once was more than enough for him. Near the end of breakfast, the doorbell to his estate rang out. Frowning, Naruto created a shadow clone their plates and washed them off while he, Konan and Yugao walked over to the door. The person on the other end was an Anbu member with a lizard mask covering his face. When he saw Naruto standing there, he snapped off a salute. Namikaze-san, Hokage-sama has requested you in her office. Did she say why? I am not privy to her reasons, sir, the Anbu replied dutifully. Naruto nodded, figuring that the woman probably just wanted to speak with him. He looked over at Konan and Yugao, both of whom understood his expression. Don't worry about us, Naruto, Yugao said. I'm off duty right now, so I can use this time to show Konan around Konoha while wait for you to get back. Naruto smiled at the pair, before turning back to look at the Anbu. Lead the way, Lizard-san. The Anbu nodded as he grabbed Naruto by the sleeve of his shirt. Together, the two disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Exox Tsunade leaned back against her chair, sipping at a saucer of sake in order to keep from becoming a nervous wreck. These past few days had been very hectic since Naruto came back from the successful mission to capture Sasuke. She had tried working up the courage to tell them about their relationship, but Jiraiya's battle with pain had interfered. Then she had to personally keep Jiraiya from dying on them. Even then, he was still left with just a single arm and had been put into a coma. Now there was nothing left getting in her way. Jiraiya was out of danger, Sasuke had been retrieved. Pain was an ever-looming threat but not one they could deal with right now. Even the paperwork was complete, which was a rarity for her. All of this led to one thing. It was time to tell Naruto of their relationship to each other. She was nervous, frightened even, but he deserved to know. She had sent an Anbu out 15 minutes ago, so all that was left to do now was wait for Naruto to arrive. Which was why she was sitting there, contenting herself with sake so that the passing of time did not increase her nerves. If she got any more nervous, she wasn't sure she could go through with it. A brief wind kicked up, followed by a swirl of leaves. A few seconds later, Naruto appeared alongside the Anbu she had sent to get him. You called, Ba-chan. Yes, I did, Tsunade said, causing Naruto to frown. Thank you for getting here so promptly, she informed the Anbu, who gave a nod and vanished upon using the shunshin again. Sit down, Naruto. Still looking a little unsure, Naruto did as told and took a seat in one of the two chairs in front of the desk. I'm sure you're wondering why I called you here, Tsunade said after a moment before taking a quick sip of her sake. Naruto, still confused, nodded. A while back we managed to acquire some information on your blood test that can and likely will cause a good deal of commotion if it ever gets out. It also changes a good deal between us. Then what I have is a bloodline? Asked Naruto. Yes, Tsunade said, it is a bloodline. I believe it came from a combination of your Uzumaki blood and your father's blood. My old man, Naruto frowned. What does he have to do with this? As far as I am aware, he was not a part of any clan. And as far as we were aware, he was not either, Tsunade said. Recent information from your blood test, however, has shed some light on things. Namikaze Minato was an orphan as far as anyone knew. There are no records of his parents in any of our files, however, I am beginning to believe that is because they were stricken from his profile by Sarutobi-sensei. It must be pretty important if Hokage Ojisan needed to erase the information, Naruto noted. It is. Tsunade took a deep breath, then blew it all out in a sigh. I'm not going to beat around the bush, Naruto. When we ran the blood test, we did a much more extensive test than the one to simply see if you had a bloodline. This test showed us a number of information that goes beyond blood type and genetics. Through it, we would have been able to find out who your grandparents and great-grandparents were so long as we had a sample of their blood on record. I take it this has something to do with my grandparents, then. Naruto frowned in thought as he was finally given a bit more information on what this meeting was about. Just one of them, Tsunade informed him, your grandfather on your father's side. You see, I discovered that your grandfather is, in fact, my deceased younger brother, Senju Nawaki. Naruto's mouth dropped. Naruto, your father was actually my nephew, which makes you my grandnephew. With the bomb dropped, Tsunade waited for the other shoe to fall. She expected a number of things to happen after Naruto recovered from his shock. Anger at leaving him alone for so long, rage at how he was treated by the villagers. She expected him to shout at her, to yell and scream about how she should have been there for him, and she felt he would be right to do so. Clearly, she let her own anxiety get the best of her. You do know that you can no longer complain about me calling you Ba-chan, right? Tsunade blinked. What? Naruto grinned. You can't get upset when I call you Ba-chan anymore. Technically speaking, you kind of are my Ba-chan since we're related and all. Naruto, now it was Tsunade's turn to gawk. I just told you that you and I are closely related and all you can say is that I can't complain about you calling me Ba-chan. So. Naruto looked at her, confused. I don't really see your point. This doesn't change anything. Doesn't change anything. Tsunade parroted in shock. Aren't you? You should be mad. You're related to me and I wasn't there for you. I've known about this for months, but kept it from you because of my own fear and selfish desire to keep the status quo. I'm still not seeing the problem, Naruto admitted with a shrug. As far as I can see, you only found out after I returned to the village, which means you did not know we were family before then. I'm not sure how I can blame you for not being there for me when you didn't even know we were family. So you're not mad at me? Asked Tsunade, still reeling from shock. Of course not, Naruto scoffed, being upset at you for not knowing something is stupid. Why would I blame you for being ignorant? That would be like how the villagers blamed me for everything the Kyuubi did when I was younger. Thank you, Tsunade whispered, trying not to let the tears fall from her eyes. Naruto rolled his eyes. Don't get all wishy-washy on me. Aren't you old hags supposed to be tough? His question was answered when Tsunade threw an empty sake bottle at his head. Watch it, brat. Tsunade scowled. I may let you get away with calling me Ba-chan from now on, but there is no way I'm going to let you call me an old hag without suffering the consequences. Geez, you're so violent, Naruto muttered. Aren't the Senju supposed to be peace-loving hippies or something? Tsunade snorted. Only when you don't piss us off. Then we become the devil incarnate. Right, Naruto nodded his head, pleased to see that he had dispelled the aura of doom and gloom surrounding Tsunade. Now, this information is interesting and all, but I do have a question. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Which is, how did Nawaki have a kid? Wasn't he, like, 12 or something? 13, Tsunade corrected, and yes, he was too young to have a child. However, Orochimaru was his sensei. And you believe that he may have taken samples of Nawaki during that time. Or sometime after, Tsunade replied. I don't want to believe that he was experimenting that early on, but it's not outside of the realm of possibility that he injected a woman with Nawaki's seed and tried to observe her when she got pregnant. It's also very likely she died at childbirth, as there are no records of who Minato's mother was. She was likely a random civilian that Orochimaru had selected for that very same reason. Less chance of people noticing her that way, especially during times of war. Makes sense, Naruto nodded his head. Naruto, Tsunade began again, a tremor in her voice. Are you really okay with this? Naruto looked confused, but then shrugged. I don't see why not. I mean, we're already pretty much family, right? Might as well make it official. I see. Tunsade had to smile at his words as she remembered another reason she liked the blonde so much. He didn't just remind her of her little brother and late lover, he was also an amazing person capable of accepting others no matter what and always tried to look on the bright side of things. She was about to say more, but before she could even open her mouth, the door to her room was blasted open and one of her ninja was leaning against the door jamb, huffing and puffing like he had just run a marathon. You had better have a good reason for barging in like this. Tsunade scowled at the man, who shrank a bit but did not waver. It's Kumogakure. The man rasped, his breathing still heavy. We just received news that it was destroyed by Akatsuki. What? Chapter 27. Approaching tempest morning in Kurigakure came as the sun rose over the horizon. With the first rays of light shining across the large coalition of islands, a number of people began to wake up, getting themselves ready to start another day. Bakers began baking their goods, merchants started to set up shop, and a number of shinobi could be seen traveling across the roofs of buildings. A light breeze blew through the hidden village, carrying with it the scent of the sea. It was this scent that caused Niyugito to stir from her slumber. Cracking a single eye open, the young woman with long blonde hair quickly shut it again as several rays of light streaming in through the nearest window hit her eyes. Groaning, she rolled onto her side and shut her eyes again, determined to get a few more minutes of sleep before starting her day. It wasn't like she had anything pressing to do right now anyways. As she rolled over, her right hand came into contact with something that caused her to pause. It was soft, and round, and squishy. She recognized what it was, even in her semi-conscious state. Opening both eyes, the first thing Yugito saw was the mass of red hair. It was spread across the bed, looking almost like wildfire as the sunlight hit it. The second thing she saw was the woman that hair belonged to, a beautiful woman with a figure that rivaled her own, and a face that held a sensual elegance about it. Even when she was at rest, the woman looked positively alluring, with her eyes closed and her lips parted ever so slightly, just begging someone to plant a kiss on them. Yugito shook her head of such thoughts, but could not deny it had entered her mind. The last thing the blonde-haired Jinchuriki noticed was that her hand was on the woman's right breast. Yugito blinked several times, wondering what she should do. After a moment's thought, she decided to slowly take her hand off Mei's well-formed chest so as not to wake her. You can leave it there if you want. Startled, Yugito tilted her head to see that Mei was already awake. The woman's sea-green eyes were staring at her with a mixture of amusement and mischief that reminded her a lot of the man they were going to marry. Maybe that was the reason she had allowed this woman to convince her to share a bed. I didn't want to wake you, Yugito said, letting her hand come back down to rest on Mei's bare bosom. I've been awake for a while, Mei admitted. The woman with gloriously long red hair allowed her own hand to rest on Yugito's. I don't really feel like getting up right now though, so I decided to relax a bit. I don't think that's really something a cage should say, Yugito teased. People will accuse you of being lazy. It was interesting for Yugito to realize how at ease she was with the other woman. Maybe it was because they had shared a sexual encounter with each other during the prelims when they both had sex with Naruto, in fact she was sure that was the reason. Still, it did not change how fascinating the thought of her and this woman being more involved with each other than was necessary was to the blonde beauty. They can say whatever they want, Mei countered, I don't really care, though I doubt anyone would actually complain. With Mizu no Kuni at peace, I don't have as much to do anymore. Relatively speaking, at least, especially when compared to immediately after the war when they were rebuilding the nation. The process of not only rebuilding her shinobi forces after having them nearly cut in half, but also aiding the civilians regain their livelihood, and rebuilding Kurigakure from all the damage it had taken during the war had been a very long and arduous process. It was fortunate they had the full support of the daimyo in this or the process would have taken much longer than 2 years. That sounds like an excuse to me, Yugito mumbled. Despite saying this, the blonde-haired beauty scooted closer to Mei, allowing their equally nude bodies to conform as she used the redhead's bosom as a pillow. It's only an excuse when there is actually work to do, Mei countered as she pulled the slightly younger woman closer. Cuddling with Yugito wasn't the same as cuddling with Naruto, but for the moment, both of them were willing to contend themselves with each other. I can afford to rest for a few more minutes. Yugito moaned slightly as she relaxed into the other woman's embrace. Her eyes closed again as warmth seeped into her body. She allowed herself this small moment of peace and quiet to last for several seconds before speaking again. So what do we have to do today? There are only a few more formalities to worry about before we can finalize the alliance between Kumo and Kiri. Great. It shouldn't take longer than an hour or two. Mei ignored the sarcasm in Yugito's voice. The council is only procrastinating because that's how they work. They want this alliance to happen just as much as we do, since it will mean securing both our northern and eastern borders from intrusion. Once that happens, we'll officially be allies with both Konoha and Kumo. And Suna, Yugito added. And Suna, Mei agreed, though the desert nation was not really important to Kiri, being too far away for them to really affect her village. A thoughtful hum escaped her lips. Once the alliance is finalized, we'll become the largest coalition of allied shinobi villages in the elemental nations. Not to mention the most powerful. Yugito could not help but agree. An alliance between Konoha, Kiri, Kumo, and Suna would make them the largest and most powerful group of allied villages. That was 4 of the 5 great shinobi nations. That was a lot of firepower to bring down. We're going to ruffle some feathers when the alliance becomes official. Mei nearly snorted. We've already ruffled quite a few feathers. Some of the smaller countries have learned of the alliance and are getting restless. They won't do anything though, they know that if they were to start anything they would be crushed. The minor villages were much smaller than their counterparts in the 5 great nations. Plus their forces were not as well trained due to their lack of funding. A war against one nation of Kiri's size would be costly, a war against 4 was suicidal. Do we know what Iwa has to say about all this? No. Mei shook her head at Yugito's question. Iwa has been silent since several of their ninja went rogue and attempted to use Koyuki as a hostage to kill Naruto. They cannot afford to make any moves right now, though I do not doubt they know about the alliance. It wasn't like they had tried keeping it a secret. Every village worth their weight likely knew about the upcoming new battles between Naruto, Mei and Yugito. It wasn't as publicized as Naruto's close friendship with Koyuki, but it wasn't like they had done anything to hide it either. Yugito did not say anything, merely absorbed the information to the best of her abilities. As a shinobi of Kumo, and one of its Jinchuriki at that, she had not really had to worry about the politics between the villages like this before. She wasn't like Mei, who had to worry about running a village, or Naruto, who was the head of 2 nearly extinct clans. She was just a ninja with a giant chakra entity sealed inside of her. As such, these political concepts were a little more difficult for her to grasp. It was while Yugito was trying to work her way through the knowledge her fellow sister wife had given her that Naruto appeared before them within a Hiraishin. Both Yugito's and Mei's eyes lit up when they saw the man they were to marry, but soon realized something was wrong when he did not smile at them. In fact, he looked rather grave. Koi, Mei spoke up, disentangling herself from Yugito to stand up, heedless of her own nudity. What's wrong? Naruto said nothing as he walked over to them. Yugito also made to stand. She was only given enough time to sit up, however, before her husband to be sat down on the bed and pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry, he said, his voice a mere whisper. I am so sorry. Yugito did not know what was going on, but a feeling of dread began to well up inside of her, along with confusion. Why was he saying this? What was he sorry about? She pushed Naruto back a little so she could look at him. The pit in her stomach increased when she saw the despondency on his face. Naruto. Why are you sorry? What's wrong? When Naruto bit his lip, Yugito knew that she would not like his answer. She had no idea how right she was. Exox breaking the news of Kumo's destruction to Yugito had been much harder than Naruto thought it would be. No amount of preparation could have prepared him for the anguish this knowledge would have given the woman he shared so much in common with. The look on her face when he told her, that tormented expression she had given him, was something that would remain with him for the rest of his life. Several hours had passed since then. Mei was off in a meeting with her council. As much as she would have liked to remain and help Naruto comfort her distraught sister wife, she couldn't neglect her duties as the Mizukage. She had left the man they both loved to comfort Yugito, holding her in his arms as she cried out her anguish and rage to the world. It was the only thing he could do in this situation, and it left him feeling powerless. What kind of fiancé was he that the only thing he could do was console his inconsolable significant other? He should have tried to kill pain when he had the chance. Had he done that, none of this would have happened. Yugito wouldn't be mourning the loss of her village and he wouldn't have to deal with this feeling of helplessness and guilt. The Jinchuriki for the two-tailed Nekomata had fallen asleep several minutes ago, having expended all of her energy crying and screaming out her denial, shock, sorrow, and anger to the world. She was sitting sideways in Naruto's lap as he sat on the bed, his back against the headboard. His arms were wrapped around her in a tight embrace, as if he were trying to shield her from the world. Her head was tucked neatly in the crook of his neck as he rested his chin on the crown of her head. It was about midday now, which Naruto noted when he looked out the window and saw the sun shining high overhead, sending beams of light down on the world below. From his position on the bed, the blonde Uzumaki Namikaze was able to clearly make out the people of the village hidden in the mist as they went about their business, ignorant and unknowing of the tragedy that had just taken place. Naruto felt a dissonance between the world around him and his own broiling emotions. A day in which something so horrifically tragic happens should not be this bright and lively. The sound of the door clicking open took his attention off his desolate thoughts, something he was grateful for. Looking up as someone entered the room, Naruto was greeted with the sight of Mei Terumi walking over to him. "How is she?" was the first thing Mei asked as she sat down at the edge of the bed. Naruto's eyes traveled down to where he could see the shimmering blonde hair of Yugito. He could not see anything else right now, but he knew that if he were to get a glimpse of her face he would see red-rimmed eyes and tear-stained cheeks. "I think. The answer to that should be more than obvious," he said softly, shifting as he tightened his hold on the blonde woman in his arms. "Right. Foolish question, I know." Mei scooted further onto the bed, moving to rest against the headboard right next to him. She grabbed Yugito's calves, lifting them up so she could scoot under them and then set them back down on her la. Her hands traveled up and down the other woman's legs, which caused the female Jinchuriki to purr lightly in her sleep. It was the only form of comfort the redhead could offer right now. "How did the council take this news?" asked Naruto after several minutes of silence. "About as well as can be expected," Mei said with a heavy sigh. "They're afraid. It seems that news of Kumo's destruction has reached all corners of the elemental nations, as well as the knowledge that one of the 5 great hidden villages was wiped out by a single person. It's only natural they would be afraid of someone with that kind of power." "Yeah. Is something wrong, Koi?" Naruto shook his head. "Not really, it's just," the blonde-haired Uzumaki grimaced. "I can't help but feel like this is my fault. If I had just killed Pain when I had the chance. If I hadn't run when I confronted him in aim, then none of this would have happened. Yugito wouldn't be distraught and Kumo would still be standing. But your sensei would have been dead," Mei pointed out. "I love Jiraiya like a father, but the life of one man isn't worth that of the thousands who are likely dead now thanks to Pain." It was a harsh thing to say, callous almost, especially coming from Naruto. But as shinobi, both he and Mei knew that sacrifices were sometimes necessary no matter how much they hated that aspect of their lives. How many people lost fathers, mothers, sons and daughters in that attack? Is my happiness worth the happiness of all those who lost loved ones of their own? He looked back down at Yugito. Is it worth her happiness? Mei did not answer his question. They both knew the answer, and she knew that, regardless of what she told him, Naruto would blame himself. She tried another approach. "Do you think you could have beaten him?" "I don't know." Naruto bit his lip. "Maybe. Pain was able to beat Jiraiya-sensei. My strength is comparable, but we never went all out in our spars, so there's no telling who was the stronger between the two of us. Still, Pain was injured from his battle. I saw that at least one of his paths had been destroyed. I also know how his paths work. I know their weaknesses, their strengths. All he likely knows about me is my affinity for wind jutsu, my use of the Hiraishin and that I can summon toads. I had all the advantages and yet I still retreated. Oh Naruto." Mei's eyes softened as she looked at the man she was to wed. He looked so despondent right now. That damn noble streak of his was acting up again, making him blame himself for Kumo's destruction even though there was no way he could have known this would happen. Unable to do anything else, Mei let her head rest on his shoulder and pulled herself as close to him as possible. Right now this was the only thing she could do. Exox Naruto was jolted awake as the blonde-haired beauty in his arms stirred. Looking down he watched as Yugito sniffled a bit. He could not see her face, but he imagined she didn't look too pleasant right now. "Yugito." Her head lifting a bit, Yugito looked up at Naruto, who winced. When he pictured how horrible she would look, he had really been underestimating just how bad it was. Yugito's eyes were bloodshot and puffy from her tears. Her cheeks had tear tracks staining them. There was even a little fluid running down her nose. Naruto. Yugito's voice cracked as she spoke, as if she had not used it for a long time. How are you feeling? Awful. Yugito buried her face in his chest. Her arms wove tightly around his torso, holding onto him like some kind of lifeline as her entire body went into a fit of shuddering. In return, Naruto's arms held her tightly, trying to give her as much comfort as he could with the gesture. The pair were silent for a moment, a long moment that seemed to stretch on without end. But end it did when Yugito spoke again. I'm not dreaming, am I? She asked, her voice soft, conveying with it an anguish and sadness that Naruto felt did not belong in her voice. This is really happening. Kumo was destroyed. I'm sorry. Naruto knew his words meant nothing, but he couldn't help but apologize. It was his fault Kumo was destroyed. Had he just killed Pain when he had the chance, this wouldn't have happened. I can't believe it's gone, Yugito mumbled. Kumo was my home. I grew up there my whole life, and the shinobi I worked with were always so kind to me, treating me like somebody important instead of scorn like most Jinchuriki are treated in their own village. A stifled sob escaped her lips. Naruto could feel several tears dampen his shirt. They didn't deserve to die. No, they didn't, Naruto agreed. I wish I could say something that would help ease your pain, but I've never had this happen to me before. I've never lost so much in such a short amount of time. I can't even begin to imagine how you must feel right now. I'm sorry. I wish I could do something for you. Just hold me, Yugito told him, just like this. Hold me and tell me you'll always be with me, promise me you won't leave me. Naruto felt like someone had stabbed him in the heart. The woman who had always been so strong, both in spirit and body, was gone. The woman he had grown to love so much sounded more like a weak little girl than a strong-spirited kunoichi. It was enough to break Naruto's heart. I promise, he said, even though he knew this was one of the few promises he should not make. There was no guarantee he could keep it. But he also knew how fragile Yugito's state currently was. The mere fact that she was even asking him to make this promise when she knew as well as he that the life of a shinobi was oftentimes short and violent told him this. She needed some reassurance, even if it ended up being false assurances. Right now she needed something to hold on to. So he wrapped his arms tightly around his fellow Jinchuriki and gave her the words she wanted, no, the words she needed to hear. I promise, I'll never leave you. I'll stay with you forever and a day. And you know how I am with promises. If I make a promise, you'll never break it, because that's your nindo. Yugito and Naruto were almost startled when another voice spoke up. But they relaxed when a second set of arms wrapped around them both, holding onto them just as tightly as they held each other. I also promise to stay with you, Yugito, May promised the other woman, kissing the blonde on the temple. Yugito allowed her body to relax into the combined embrace of May and Naruto, her eyes closing and her body slowly beginning to shut down once more. She was still tired, oh so tired. She needed more rest. Thank you, she whispered softly before falling asleep within the embrace of the two people who meant the world to her. Exox. The day after Yugito and May received the news of Kumo's destruction, the trio found themselves standing outside of Kurigakure's gates, waiting. They had received a message sometime last night from Tsunade that a response and rescue team made up of Suna and Konoha shinobi, and Haruno Kuni samurai would be coming to pick them up before setting out for Kumogakure. They would be arriving sometime that morning. And so they stood there, silently waiting as the sun rose over the horizon and painted both the sky and ocean with brilliant splashes of color. It was a positively cheerful day, a stark contrast to the trio of ninja who waited with the Kurigakure squadron that would be joining them on this expedition. One of Naruto's arm was wrapped around Yugito's waist. He had not let go of the woman since the news had been released. Even when they ate, the pair stayed in constant physical contact, with his fellow blonde sitting on his lap. Yugito did not seem to be in any rush to have this end. Even though she knew it was a crutch to rely on Naruto for strength, right now she needed his strength because she did not have any of her own at the moment. Especially with what they were going to be doing, where they would be going. The young woman knew she would need all the strength she could get if she wanted to see what remained of Kumo with her own eyes. The group did not have to wait long. A mere 30 minutes after they arrived at the gates with the small contingent of Kiri shinobi that were to be accompanying them did a deep thrumming sound from above them, growing louder with each passing moment. As one the group looked up to see a speck appear in the distance. It was too far for most shinobi to see, but came closer with each passing second. One speck soon became two as the objects continued sailing through the air. The unidentified flying objects eventually became large enough that everyone could make them out in more detail. They were large, oblong objects with complex multi-plane fins. The way they glistened in the light let everyone know they were made from some kind of alloy. The skeletal structure seemed to consist of several rings and longitudinal girders. The two flying objects were being propelled from the back by several engines, mounted in gondolas, or engine cars, which were built into the structural skeleton. A comparatively small compartment was built into the bottom of the large, cylindrical objects with tapered ends. No doubt it was where all of the passengers were located. So that's Haru no Kuni's new Zeppelins, Mei said, intrigued and awed by the massive flying ships. Even Yugito had snapped out of her current depression to gape at the large vessels as they set down a couple meters away. I had heard they were impressive to see, but I didn't expect them to be so massive. Haru no Kuni has always been well known for their advanced technology, Naruto said as he and the others began walking towards the Zeppelins. The doors on the massive metal monstrosities opened up and a boarding ramp was soon lowered. This is their latest invention. I'm told it was based off the smaller blimps that Dotoo created several years back. As the group neared the Zeppelins, two squads of shinobi from Konoha and Suna emerged from the massive floating ships. Naruto smiled when he saw who was there to greet them. Shikamaru, Sakura, Ino, Choji, he greeted the four who gave their own greetings in turn. Troublesome. This is so troublesome. Shikamaru grunted as Ino elbowed him. Anyways, we're not the only squads here, but we're in charge of this mission. He rubbed his torso. We've got several more squads and one squad of Anbu from both Konoha and Suna. Naruto nodded, then looked at the Suna contingent. Tamari, Kankuro, I didn't expect Gaara to send you too. Gaara actually wanted to come himself, but we convinced him otherwise. Tamari looked at the group, her eyes surveying both Mei and Yugito for a second before moving back to Naruto. It took us a lot of effort to keep him from leaving. It's probably a good thing that you did, Naruto frowned. With what's happened, Suna is probably the safest place for him right now. Yeah, because Kumo didn't just get turned into a smoking crater by one guy. Oof. Kankuro. Tamari hissed at her younger brother as she retracted her elbow from his torso. The hell was that for, sis? Asked Kankuro as he rubbed his now sore ribs. Tamari just glared at him before pointing at the three people in front of them. When he turned his head it was to the sight of Naruto and Mei glaring daggers at him while Yugito had buried her face in the blonde Uzumaki's shoulder. Ah, ahahaha, ha, ha. Kankuro laughed nervously, trying not to shrink in on himself at the sight of two cage-level ninja shooting him looks that could melt steel. Considering one of them actually could melt steel and the other was rumored to be one of the most powerful shinobi in the elemental nations, his attempts failed epically. In other words, Kankuro looked about ready to shit himself. I'm really sorry about that, that was totally callous of me. It won't happen again. The puppet user gulped nervously when he saw Naruto's lips thin into a tight, white line. Kankuro got the distinct feeling that the only reason the young clan heir had not pummeled him was because of the blonde chick he was currently holding in his arms. Even that may not have been enough to save him, but help came to him however inadvertently from a very unexpected source. Naruto-kun. Descending from the ramp of the second blimp was none other than Koyuki Kazuhana, the daimyo to Yuki no Kuni and another one of Naruto's wives, though only Naruto and Koyuki's sister wives knew that. As was per usual when she was out in public, Koyuki was decked out in very regal garb, a thick blue kimono with light red accents and voluminous sleeves. Her hair had been styled in a pair of loops that swung behind her as she walked, ran towards them. The young woman, in her haste, seemed to have foregone any sense of decorum and had broken rank from the samurai surrounding her in order to full-on sprint towards Naruto and the group. Yuki, Naruto greeted with a smile. Koyuki looked like she wanted to jump on him as she stopped in front of them, but withheld herself when she saw Yugito in his arms. How have you been? It's been a while since we saw each other. About a month all told. Naruto had been so busy recently that he'd been unable to visit her weekly like he would have preferred. Busy, Koyuki said. There's a lot of work involved in running a country, you know. He did know. She complained about it to him often enough. I'm surprised you're here then. I may have used this as an excuse to take a small break, Koyuki admitted shamelessly as her contingent of samurai caught up to her. But I thought you guys could use my help. She looked at Yugito, her eyes dimming a bit before they flickered back to Naruto. I wanted to lend whatever aid I could. We could use a hand, actually, Naruto said, thank you. Koyuki smiled at him, but was interrupted from saying anything when the captain of the samurai contingent with her spoke up. Koyuki Dono, while we are among allies here, I would like to request that you not run off like that again. Rolling her eyes, Koyuki said, oh relax, Aizen. No one would dare attack me here, not with 3 cage level ninja, 2 squads of shinobi and a contingent of Haru no Kuni samurai. It would be suicide. Nevertheless, I would like to ask that you show a bit more caution, the man replied smoothly, his voice both articulate and concerned. It would not do for rumors to spread around about you. This time, Koyuki scowled. I do not care about rumors, you know that, and it's already a well-established fact that Naruto is one of my closest friends. If people want to talk about us, then let them. You would also do well to remember your station. You may be one of the best captains of my guard, but I will not put up with you disrespecting me like that. As Koyuki argued with the head of her guard, Naruto found himself studying the older male. He was a very scholarly-looking man, with square-rimmed glasses, and brown eyes and hair. This did not fool Naruto though, who knew the man was very capable. He wouldn't be wearing the white howari of a guard captain over the chakra armor that all members of the Haru no Kuni guard wear if he wasn't. Aizen Sasuke was one of the newer members of Koyuki's guard detail. He had risen through the ranks from a lowly soldier relatively quickly after joining. Naruto knew this was because he had trained in Tetsu no Kuni, the land where powerful samurai are in abundance. While he had never seen the man in action, it was said that Aizen had mastered the art of Iaido and channeling chakra through his swords to enhance their power at a very young age. I don't think he's disrespecting you, Yuki-chan, Naruto placed his free hand on her shoulder. He's merely concerned about your well-being. Thank you, Naruto-san. Oh fine, Koyuki rolled her eyes, I'll be more careful and not run off anymore. There, you happy now? Very. This is so troublesome, Shikamaru murmured again as he scratched the back of his head, his eyes blinking lazily. Look, I don't wanna interrupt you guys, he paused, actually I do. This situation is troublesome enough without all this quarreling. Anyway, we really should get a move on. Don't be rude, Shikamaru. Ino jabbed her friend and Chunin commander in the gut with her elbow. Shikamaru grunted and rubbed his now sore stomach, but didn't react to the blonde girl's maneuver otherwise. He is right though, Sakura said, we really do need to get moving. The more time we spend here the more likely it is that we'll be unable to find anyone to save. At the reminder that they were going to Kumo in order to rescue any survivors, Yugito perked up. They're right, she said softly, stepping away from Naruto's comforting embrace to stand on her own. We really do need to leave. Yugito. Naruto stared at the woman's eyes as they quivered. Are you going to be alright? Yes. She bit her lip. I need to go there, to see what happened to it. My home. I understand, Koyuki clapped her hands together, and in that case, we should get a move on. Yugito, you'll be coming in my Zeppelin. With that she grabbed the blonde girl by the arm and began gently guiding her to the Zeppelin she came out of. As they began walking off, Koyuki turned to look at Naruto. I'll leave you to commune with your friends and come up with a plan of action for this rescue operation. Yugito and I have some girl things to talk about. Girl things. Naruto blinked. What kind of? You know what? Never mind. I don't wanna know. He waved them off. Have fun. Don't worry, we will. Exox Yugito allowed Koyuki to guide her along as they walked down the halls of the Zeppelin. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. The walkways were made of metal and their footsteps created a series of loud clangs on the floor. Like the floors, the walls were also metal, and their polished surface gleamed brightly from the overhead lights. The glare they reflected caused Yugito to wince as it hit her overly sensitive eyes. The group soon arrived at a set of double doors at the end of the hall. They looked much more majestic than the rest of the hall, Dark red wood polished to a shine with golden inlays in rose patterns running along the edges. It and the crest of the Kazuhana family on each door presented an ornate appearance that managed to keep from looking overly ostentatious. This is my personal flagship, Koyuki told Yugito when she saw the older woman staring at her door. Whenever I travel by air I use this Zeppelin. I see. Let's go. As two of the samurai in Koyuki's escort detail opened the door, the woman in question led Yugito into the room. The inside was just as beautiful as the door, though it was a bit more austere than the blonde Jinchuriki had expected. Aside from the plush, royal purple carpet and wooden panels along the wall, the only other decor inside was the large bed, a desk, a dresser, a changing area blocked off by screens, and a mirror with ornately woven framework. Why don't you sit on the bed while I get changed into something a little more comfortable? Koyuki asked to Yugito as she walked towards the dresser where she began pulling out several articles of clothing. Of course, saying that she asked Yugito was a bit of an euphemism. When a daimyo asks you anything, it is more like an order most of the time, even if you were in with the daimyo doing to asking. Thus, Yugito sat down on the bed. Why did you want me to come with you? Asked Yugito as Koyuki moved behind the changing screens and began getting dressed in a new set of clothes. We're both going to marry Naruto, but we hardly get to see each other, Koyuki said as if it was the reason was obvious. Seconds later the daimyo Taharu no Kuni emerged wearing a pair of light blue flannel pants and a long-sleeve shirt. I thought this would be a good time to get to know you a bit better. Plus. Koyuki walked over to the bed and sat down right next to the other woman. Yugito watched her move. It was true she did not know the woman before her very well. They had only met a few times because Naruto's real relationship with Koyuki was still a closely guarded secret. Only her most loyal advisors and sister wives knew they were more than just close friends. It was this lack of knowledge about the woman before her that would probably best explain why she was so surprised when Koyuki pulled her into a hug. I also wanted you to know that I understand how you feel, Koyuki said to the stunned Yugito, who merely blinked as she found her head resting against the other woman's bosom. I remember when my uncle usurped my father's throne, killing him and forcing me to flee everything I ever knew. While my country was still there, I could never go back to it because I knew he would kill me if I did. I remember how hard it was knowing that I would never be able to see my father again, never visit my country again. It was so difficult that there were times I just wanted to give up. Koyuki paused, gathering her thoughts. Naruto, try as he might, can't understand what it's like to lose everything you've ever loved. A hand came up and gently brushed through Yugito's hair. But I do. And I know that sometimes you need a shoulder to cry and a person who can understand what you're going through to truly help. I'm sure you already feel like you've cried enough tears, but if you think you've got any more left, now is probably the best time to get them out. It started with a stifled sob, then turned into a trickle of tears, before becoming a torrential downpour. As she was held in the arms of one of her fellow sister wives, Yugito cried tears of anguish and pain. Exox Pain watched as the Geto Mazo greedily sucked out the Hachibi's chakra from its host. The chakra of the Biju had engulfed its host, who was still unconscious, and a long tendril had snaked its way to the mouth of the Geto. As the earthen-colored, decayed-looking statue with spiky protrusions on its back continued its task, one of the 9 eyes on its head began to slowly open. When the eye had opened fully, the task was finished, and Killer Bee was dropped unceremoniously to the ground where he lay still. Man, a sigh came from Kisame, that was a lot harder than it used to be. With only 4 of us left, it took more than twice the time it usually did. The silhouetted figure of the most notorious criminal in Kurigakure looked at the now empty hands where the other members used to stand during this procedure. Dedera and Sasori, the zombie brothers, Itachi and now Conan, maybe we should think about getting new members. Ooh. Oh. New members sounds good. Right now there are no ninja who meet the qualifications we are looking for in members of Akatsuki, Pain said without hesitation. None of the current ninja save the cages can possibly stand up to a Biju. That's too bad. Toby wanted to make more friends. Pain frowned at Madara, but didn't say anything about his stupid acting. There were more important matters that they needed to attend to. While it's a little early, I believe the time has come for us to declare war on the elemental nations. War, eh? Kisame gave a fanged grin. And how are we gonna do that? We don't have all the Biju yet, and with only 4 members I don't see how we're going to be able to do much. Zetsu, Pain turned to the plant-like being with a white and dark half. I want you to get in touch with the smaller nations' hidden villages. Get them to agree to meet me. Tell them the time has come for the smaller nations to rise up against the 5 great villages. If they are not convinced, inform them that I was the one who destroyed Kumo. Of course, Leader Sama, Zetsu's white half said. Don't worry, we'll get it done, the black half added. So we're gonna be using the smaller nations to fight. Kisame rubbed his chin. It's not a bad idea, but we're still outnumbered 20-1. It will be fine, Pain said, none of those arrayed against us can oppose the will of God. Exox, the sight that greeted them as their zeppelins reached Kumo was one that none of them could expect. It was a horrendous sight. The rocky spires of the mountain range that Kumogakure no Sato had been built upon were gone, the entire mountain range having collapsed. The once great village was now nothing more than a pile of rubble and debris. Naruto grit his teeth at the destruction done. Had anyone survived that? Could anyone survive the decimation of an entire mountain range? Once more the weight of his failures struck him with guilt. It's not a very pretty sight, is it? A soft voice asked in his ear. Naruto turned his head to see Yugao, decked out in her Anbu uniform, staring down at the village through the glass window. She had her mask on, so he could not see her face, but he could imagine the expression she was wearing. It was likely a mirror image of his own. It's a lot worse than I thought it would be, Naruto grimaced as he thought about the man who had done this. That kind of power is unfathomable for anything except a Biju. I had heard that Madara and Hashirama were able to cause this level of devastation whenever they fought, but for someone to be capable of leveling an entire mountain range in this day and age is unbelievable. Such is the power of one who wields the Rinnegan, even if it is a mock imitation of the one the Raikudo Sennin had. So this is the power of the Rinnegan. I hadn't realized it was so godlike. Do not be fooled, this level of destruction is not that of a god's. I could do this easily with an Amari, but it's definitely something within the Rinnegan's capabilities. The Raikudo Sennin's Rinnegan was so powerful he was able to create the moon you see floating overhead every night. That is the power of a true god. Naruto said nothing to Kyabe's praise of the Raikudo Sennin's powers. If there was one thing he had learned about the nine-tailed entity sealed inside of him, it was that the only human he seemed to hold any respect for was the man who had been hailed as the creator of ninjutsu, though the whisker-marked young man had no idea why. Are the teams ready? He asked out loud. Yes, Yugao answered smartly. They're all ready and awaiting your orders. Good. Naruto turned from the sight of the destroyed mountain range. He didn't want to see it anymore, not when he would be getting an up-close glimpse of it soon enough. Then let's go. Hi. Exox Hoshigaki Kisame stopped walking as the sun overhead began to set. Glancing around, all he could see were trees, their trunks so thick and the interweaving branches creating an overlapping network so complex and intermingled that he could not see anything past them. His senses told him there was no one else around for miles, no enemies at least, and while he was not a very good sensor, he had come to trust his instincts. So what do you think about all that? Kisame asked of no one in particular. Pain declaring war on the 5 great nations. Foolish, a voice spoke up from behind him. There was a rustling of bushes and leaves as Kisame turned around to see the man known as Toby walk out from behind a tree. But it serves our purpose well enough. With everyone's eyes on Pain, it'll allow us to claim the remaining Biju. The Nanabi, the Nibi, and of course, that Namikaze Gaki, Kisame grinned. Fighting that brat's going to be a blast. As if he were already anticipating a good fight, Kisame reached for the handle of Shimehata and gripped it tightly. We're not going after the Nibi or the Kyuubi just yet, Toby informed him. Now that Kumo has been destroyed, going after them is going to be difficult. I doubt they'll be separated anytime soon, and taking on the Nibi with Namikaze there will be nearly impossible. At my current level, I'm not sure I could beat him. He must really be something if you're admitting that, Kisame observed. He is his father's son. Several birds chirped as they flew through the trees. Kisame placed a hand against his shoulder, cracking his neck several times. So what is it you want me to do? Pain is going to be busy preparing for war, Toby began. He won't have time to watch your movements, and with Conan turning traitor he's lost his second set of eyes. You'll be able to move around much more freely from now on. Good to know, but what do you want me to do? I've just received a report that the Kyuubi has left Konoha for Kumo and taken many of Konoha's ninja in the hopes of finding survivors from Pain's attack. At least 6 squads containing some of Konoha's best and brightest are now gone, including the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I want you to head to Konoha and capture the Nanabi. She's living in the Namikaze estate, but spends most of her time within the Aburame clan grounds. So I'm capturing another Jinchuriki, eh? Kisame grinned a shark-like grin. And on my own this time too. Sounds fun. Be sure not to cause too much of a commotion, Toby added, we cannot afford to lose another member. Zetsu will be helping you on this mission. He shall create a distraction for you. Zetsu, huh. So we're doing that, then. Yes. It's a little earlier than I wanted, but circumstances have dictated that we unleash Zetsu sooner than I had anticipated. Kisame nodded. He was curious to know what Toby needed to do in Konoha, but honestly didn't care enough to ask. It wasn't like he would receive an answer anyways. Exox within the Hokage's office. One Godime Hokage sat behind her desk, working on a large stack of papers. There were currently 2 different stacks, one of the unsigned petitions and reports she had yet to look over, and another for those papers she had already finished. The stack containing unfinished paperwork was the larger of the 2. The day had hardly even started and yet Tsunade was already stressing out. Though on this day it had very little to do with the fact that she had more paperwork than she usual. Indeed, it had nothing to do with the paperwork at all. She had just received a report that the airships containing Naruto, Yugito and the joint Konoha, Kiri, Suna, Haru forces had set down near Kumo and would begin looking for survivors. While that was all well and good, the report had also included a very detailed description of what happened to Kumo. An entire village gone. No. Not just gone. Turned into nothing more than a large crater in the ground. Even the mountains the once proud village had been situated in were no more. Tsunade shuddered at the thought of someone who had that kind of power at their disposal. What kind of inhuman being had the power to destroy an entire village on their own? Tsunade-sama. Blinking, Tsunade looked up to see Konan standing in front of her desk. With Naruto off on a mission, his lover had decided to lend herself as Tsunade's aide, something the busty Hokage was thankful for as Shizune was needed at the hospital. The beautiful Kunoichi with blue hair and amber eyes had a scroll in her hand, which she handed off to the busty Hokage. Another report? She asked, opening the scroll and reading its contents. A frown crossed her face. This is a report from one of our guard stations on the eastern border. She looked up at Konan. I'm not sure why you felt this was important enough to give to me. It may be nothing, but that report came in 2 hours later than it should have, Konan told her. Naruto informed me that all guard stations are to send reports via carrier bird every 6 hours. I'm going to have to speak with Naruto about revealing Konoha protocol to someone who isn't a Konoha ninja, Tsunade sighed. She then straightened in her chair and looked at Konan. I doubt this is anything to worry about. The team is probably just experiencing some difficulties and couldn't get a message out sooner. Our eastern border tends to have the most trouble because it's so close to Iowa and there are a lot more bandits and highwaymen in the area due to the tension between our 2 nations. Konan nodded, but didn't look convinced. She couldn't place her finger on it, but she did not think the delay was due to difficulties with bandits or anything of the sort. Still, I'll have a team sent to check in on them, Tsunade added after a moment's thought. In times such as these it certainly couldn't hurt to be cautious. Konan nodded, mildly reassured. With nothing serious left to talk about, Tsunade leaned forward and smiled amicably at the younger woman. So how are you liking Konoha? It's exactly as Jiraiya-sensei said it was, Konan told the older Kunoichi. Your village is very beautiful, to be honest, I'm rather jealous. I wish Amegakure was as peaceful and beautiful as this village. You may end up getting your wish soon, you know. Tsunade told the woman. Naruto is doing everything he can to unite the shinobi nations through friendship and acts of goodwill. I know, Konan smiled at the mention of the man she had pledged herself to. His plans on uniting the elemental nations are much different than Pain's. It's why I decided to follow him. Exox several dozen miles from Konoha, hidden within a small hill and surrounded by shrubbery was a small outpost. It was one of many that littered Hai no Kuni. There were literally dozens of them, all interspersed throughout the nation. These outposts were built sometime after the Second Shinobi War on orders of the Sandaime Hokage, and all of them were dedicated towards keeping an eye on potential hostilities entering their nation. One of the Konoha shinobi, a Chunin judging by the flak jacket, located at this particular outpost let out a grunt of pain as he was impaled by a hand. Crimson, life-giving liquid began pouring out of the wound, trickling onto the pale white hand that had been shoved right through his chest, flak jacket and all. The Konoha shinobi grit his teeth, blood leaking from his mouth as his arms shakily moved so he could grab onto the arm that had stabbed him. 1 second passed. Then 2. The Konoha ninja's arms went slack, dropping limply to his sides. The man was no more. As the dead Konoha shinobi slumped over the arm, Zetsu finished absorbing what chakra the man had left. When he was finished he tossed the now useless corpse away, letting it hit the ground several feet from him with a dull thud. While Zetsu was looking at the now dead ninja, Kisame walked up to him, his giant blade hefted over his shoulder like always. That was boring, the shark-like man grumbled as he stopped a few feet from the plant man. He looked at Zetsu. I hope that Jinchuriki gives me a better fight than these wimps. Seriously, he had just taken on a full squad of Chunin and Junin, one that he had intercepted before they could arrive at this outpost, and they hadn't even been able to scratch him. Talk about a disappointment. Considering it's a Jinchuriki you're going to face, I bet she'll be much stronger than these ninja, Zetsu said. So you're going to be my distraction, huh? Kisame grunted. Where are the others? Oh, they're around. As Zetsu spoke, several figures emerged from the tree line. They were all Zetsu. To be more specific, they were clones of the original Zetsu. Unlike the original, these Zetsu's bodies were completely white and they had no Venus flytrap extension around their head. Also, unlike the original, these Zetsus had a strange zigzag pattern running down their stomach and another one on each leg that were reminiscent of the flytrap extension. More clones soon came out of the woodworks, some emerging from the trees, others coming up from the ground. There were hundreds of them, maybe even thousands. More than enough to keep Konoha's shinobi forces occupied. Of the Zetsu there, 8 walked over to the original and placed a hand on his shoulder. A bright, blue glow engulfed them as chakra was transferred from the original to the clones. When the transfer was finished, the 8 clones no longer looked like Zetsu but one of the 8 shinobi that had been located at this outpost and killed. The newly transformed Zetsus moved off, 4 going into the outpost while the other 4 took to the trees and headed for Konoha. Let's go, Zetsu said as he began walking in the direction of Konoha as well. Finally, Kisame muttered as he began moving again. I was starting to get bored standing around like this. As he walked forward, the Zetsu clones began dispersing one by one, some disappearing into the trees and others melding into the ground. Soon the grounds around the outpost looked just as they always did, with no sign of what happened other than a few blood splatters on the grass. Konoha wouldn't know what hit them. Chapter 28. The first sign anyone had that something was wrong was when several construction workers working on the edge of town went missing. They were supposed to have come back several hours ago, yet none of them had returned from the forest. A group of Chunin had been dispatched. The Chunin had returned with the workers in tow and everything went back to normal. No one had thought much of the incident. Then other people started disappearing. The first person to disappear was a shop worker. Her manager asked her to fetch something from the storage. She'd gone to do as asked but never returned. Several hours later, the manager had gone back to search for her, only to discover no trace of the woman. It was as if she had vanished from thin air. This was not a singular incident. Several people across Konoha vanished around the same time, one after the other. There was no sign of anything having happened to them, no clues that could lead anyone to determining where they'd disappeared to. In order to keep the rising panic from spreading, the Hokage dispatched shinobi to each scene. That was when the trouble truly started. Exox Iruka had always been an average ninja. He'd never aspired to become a Jonin. Thanks to the stains on his past, he believed that he could better serve Konoha by teaching future generations of troublemakers like Naruto Uzumaki and Konohamaru Sarutobi. What's more, the pride that he felt at seeing shinobi that he'd personally taught reach heights most ninja never achieved was indescribable. Despite not being a Jonin, or even a special Jonin, Iruka did possess an innate danger sense. Even before the disappearances started occurring, he could tell that something was wrong. School was off that day, and so Iruka was working in the missions department, where he handed off lower grade missions to Jonin with Genin squads. He was actually the first shinobi to have discovered the missing persons problem when several concerned citizens came in claiming that so-and-so individual was missing. Uruka-sensei. A voice called out, causing Uruka to look up. Ah, hello, Sakura, Uruka said to the bubblegum-haired girl as she walked into the room. Did you need something? I was just checking in to see if there's been any progress with the missing persons cases, Sakura said. The hospital has been placed on high alert since we don't know what's going on and want to be ready. Have you heard anything new? None, I'm afraid. Trouble. The doors to the mission room burst open and a young teenager stumbled in. He was holding a hand to his torso. Blood stained his fingers and expanded across his shirt. His heavy breathing and the sweat covering his pale skin showed how much effort he'd put into coming here. He looked ready to pass out. Udon. Uruka said in shock. Are you all right? Udon nodded, though it looked like the action took a lot effort. Sakura came over and helped him stand, slinging one of his arms around her shoulder, while putting her own arm around his torso. I'm okay, but you have to help Konohamaru. He's being attacked by an unknown group of ninja. What? Uruka and Sakura shouted at the same time. Konoha was one of the most secure hidden villages. This was due to the barrier, which alerted them to any foreign chakra signatures that were not registered into the seal that controlled it. The system had been created and upgraded by Naruto Namikaze, and it had already alerted them to numerous spies trying to enter Konoha unnoticed. For someone to sneak through the barrier. Sakura, take Udon to the hospital, Uruka ordered as he stood from his seat. I'm going to alert the Hokage to what's happening. Right. Uruka was pleased when Sakura didn't argue with him. After checking to make sure that he had all of his equipment, Uruka rushed out of the room and headed for the Hokage tower. I need to hurry. Exox Sakura was concerned. Udon was bleeding a lot more than a normal person should have. While she couldn't see the wound as she helped carry him, she could feel the blood soaking into her shirt. That meant that whatever had injured Udon must have cut one of his veins. Unfortunately, because of the delicate nature when it came to healing internal injuries like a severed vein, she couldn't perform more than basic first aid until they reached the hospital. Hold on for just a little while longer, Udon, Sakura said. Udon nodded, though he could have also just been slipping in and out of consciousness. His head bobbed up and down as she half carried him into the hospital. As the doors closed behind her, she ignored the patients standing around and rushed further into the building. I need a stretcher. Sakura ordered the nearest hospital staff member, a young woman who she'd worked with on occasion. The woman took one look at Udon, her eyes widened, and then she ran off. It didn't take long for a stretcher to arrive. Sakura laid Udon on it and had the woman her as she rushed through the hospital. Having already memorized the layout, staff numbers, in which hospital rooms were currently occupied, Sakura was able to not only find a room, but also purloin aid in helping her stabilize Udon. Sorry, I need you to take off Udon's shirt and clean his wound. Yes, ma'am. The young woman who helped her was not a medical ninja like herself, but she was very skilled in medicine, and she wasn't squeamish. Whenever Sakura had to deal with a particularly brutal case, she would get this woman to help on the off chance that Shizune couldn't. As the woman set about doing what she had asked, Sakura rushed over to the cabinet. While medical ninjutsu worked wonders for healing, there was no jutsu to disinfect wounds. When out on the field, disinfecting wounds normally had to be disregarded due to a lack of supplies. However, in the hospital, there was no need to be so stingy. A strangled gurgle that came from behind her caused Sakura to turn around. Surprise shot through her like a lightning jutsu as her mind tried to comprehend what she was seeing. Sari stumbled forward, her hands on her throat, which gushed blood from a slash wound. The wound was clearly fatal, and she would bleed out in seconds. She sent Sakura a pleading look before she fell face first onto the floor. Sakura would have rushed to help her, but at that moment, Udon leapt from the table, a bloody kunai in hand, and lunged at her. Sakura reacted. Moving to the left, she avoided the initial lunge. She then reared her fist back and slammed it into Udon's spinal column. For good measure, she pumped her chakra into his spine, disrupting his ability to move. As he fell to the ground like a puppet without a puppeteer, Sakura rushed over to Sari. Kneeling down, she turned the woman onto her back. Sari had already bled a lot. Her sightless eyes were staring at the ceiling. However, she was still alive, and that meant that Sakura could save her. She went through a set of hand seals, activating her healing jutsu. As her hands glowed an ethereal green, Sakura placed them over Sari's throat. There was no time to clean and disinfect this wound. If she didn't do something now, then the woman was going to die. Sweat poured from her brow as she concentrated, focusing all of her effort into healing the damage. The kunai had bitten into more than just Sari's throat. It had slit a vein in her neck and cut through her esophagus. Blood welled up in Sari's lungs, but Sakura worked quickly to heal the damage before the woman could suffocate on her own ichor. Next she healed the damaged veins. By the time she was done, not only was she exhausted, but Sari had turned a ghostly pale from having lost so much blood. Blood packs, Sakura murmured to herself as she rushed over to the cabinet for some blood packs. Udon tried to get up again, but she slammed her fist into his back. The ground underneath him dented as he was smashed into it. Grabbing a blood pack and an IV drip, Sakura went over to Sari and attached the IV to the blood pack, which she hung from a rack. After her task was finished, Sakura leaned back and wiped the sweat from her brow. There, she sighed, she should live. Now, to find out what's wrong with you, Don. Sakura stared at the person lying face first on the floor, a person who was most certainly not Udon. His skin was unnaturally white, not just pale or even albino, but a chalky white that went beyond mere skin disease or lack of pigmentation. What's more, he had a lot of mutations. Half of his face was missing merely lumpy flesh. He had spiky knobs protruding from his shoulders, and his left arm and leg was twisted and barely looked like limbs at all. Regardless of how this guy looked, it was clear that this person was not Udon. This person's chakra signature is the exact same as Udon's, though. Does that mean? Sakura felt realization strike her like a heavy fist to the gut. If this person's chakra signature was the same as Udon's, then it meant that he had somehow mimicked Udon's signature, and if this person could mimic Udon's chakra signatures, then it stood to reason that he, and maybe his allies if he had any, could mimic other people's chakra signatures as well. This was not good. If there were people running around who could change their appearance and mimic chakra signatures, it meant that Konoha had been invaded without them even knowing it. Who knew how many enemies were running around, disguised as people that she and the others knew, that they trusted. She could already picture the massacre that would happen if she didn't do something. I need to inform Tsunade-sama about this. After calling on several ninja and ordering them to take not Udon to a secure location, Sakura rushed out of the hospital and towards the Hokage Tower. She hoped that she could make it before they incurred any more casualties. Exox after Sakura informed Tsunade about how someone had been impersonating Udon, chakra signature and all, an alert went out to all shinobi. Yet even with the knowledge that there were people impersonating Konoha shinobi, there was little anyone could do to defend themselves. The impersonators were virtually indistinguishable from the original. Their appearance was the same, their chakra was the same, there was nothing different to help others identify who was and wasn't being impersonated. Many shinobi were killed within the first few minutes after being alerted to what was happening. Chaos reigned as, all across Konoha, shinobi were stabbed in the back by people they trusted, or rather, by the ninja impersonating people they trusted. Matters only became worse when, without warning, multiple shinobi had white deformities grow on their bodies. The deformities soon turned out to be from spores, which drained people of their chakra. Many shinobi were killed by all of their chakra being drained. Help. What are these things? I feel so weak. Someone. Aoba, a jonin of average ability, tried to help one of his comrades as spores grew on him. The frightened Chunin screamed as he tried to move to no avail. Whatever these things were, they not only drained a person of their chakra, but they also restricted their movement. Cutting it didn't work. Whatever this stuff was, it had hardened to the point where Kune simply glanced off it. Aoba, Sensei, the person he was trying to free gasped. Be behind you. Turning around, Aoba barely had a second to raise his kunai in defense, as a creature with white skin attacked him. Clang. His arms were jarred and as an arm bared down on him. Twisting out of the way, he moved into the white creature's guard and stabbed it in the chest. No blood came out, but the creature did rear back as it was injured. Not wanting it to escape, he went through a set of hand seals, ending on the tiger seal. Kaden. Gokyaku no Jutsu. A massive ball of fire flew from his mouth. It hit the creature, which howled in pain as it was burnt alive. Flailing around, the creature eventually fell to the ground, writhing in tormented agony before it eventually ceased moving altogether. Aobo sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling the way his arm shook from doing so. He didn't have much chakra, so B-rank jutsu like that exhausted him. Aoba-sensei. Look out. The warning came too late. Fire lanced through his back like a spear. He could feel his spine being severed, hear the sickening squelch. As his spinal column was sheared. The last thing he saw before dying was several white creatures converging on his comrade. Exox Fu didn't know what was going on. When the alert went out, Shino had told her to remain within the Aburame clan compound. He'd said that it would be safer there. While she wanted to go out and help, she also knew that doing so when no one knew what they were facing was dangerous. For all they knew, the person attacking Konoha could have been Akatsuki. So, Fu had stayed at the Aburame compound. There were several other people with her, guards, whose job was to protect her. The three shinobi protecting her were Muta, Shikuro, and Tatsuma. She didn't know much about them. Aburame were all stoic individuals, so they didn't talk much, and the only one she'd held extensive conversations with was Shino. Still, she was grateful for their presence. Fu didn't want to admit it, but with everything that had happened and was happening, she was worried. If you keep pacing like that, you'll burn a hole in the carpet, Shikuro said softly. He was reading a book, probably one about bug raising, which he periodically flipped the pages of. Sorry, she apologized. There is no need to apologize. I am merely stating that I'm worried about you. I mean, thank you. The Aburame were a strange bunch. They were all so stoic, and they rarely ever spoke, and when they did speak, it was hard to tell if they were being serious or not. Fu didn't mind their generally emotionless attitudes. These people had taken her in. Still, it did make it hard to know what they were thinking. Sweden. Dai Bakusui Shoha. Neither Fu nor the Aburame clan members had a chance to do anything as several tons of water destroyed the wall and slammed into them. Fu screamed as she was swept up in a massive tide of rushing water. She was dragged underneath the water's surface. The world spun around her. Everything was passing by in a blur. She felt a sharp pain stab into her back, and she released a cry before she could stop herself. As all of the oxygen in her lungs was expelled, her body instinctively tried to breath more oxygen in, which caused her to choke as water filled her lungs. She must have blacked out. The next thing Fu saw was a clear blue sky. She blinked several times, trying to figure out what had happened to her. Lying to her left, she saw Shikuro Aburame. His form was inert. Was he dead? Muta and Tatsuma were also there. They were lying not several feet away. They also weren't moving. A voice hummed. That wasn't as fun as I thought it would be. I was expecting them to put up more of a fight. Fu coughed several times, expelling water from her lungs. Nanabe's chakra helped her. She could feel it rolling within her, pushing the water out and evaporating what couldn't be pushed. With a gasp, her lungs were free, allowing her to take in several deep breaths. Move. Her eyes went wide as she rolled away from her current position, not a moment too soon. Mere seconds after she moved, a large object crashed into the ground, shattering the earth. Fragments and rock shards flew everywhere. Fu scrambled to her feet, covering her body with her chakra-coated arms to protect her vitals. As the dust settled, Fu lowered her arms, and she was finally given her first look at the person who'd attacked her. He was a very tall shinobi. She couldn't see much of him, because he was covered in a black cloak with red clouds, but he towered over her like a colossal giant. His blue skin gleamed with a strange slickness in the light. Eyes like a shark stared at her with a predatory gleam. His clothing rustled as he grabbed the object, which she realized was a sword wrapped in bandages. He hefted the sword up with ease and set it on his shoulder. So, you're the Nanabe Gaki who I'm here to take, eh? You don't look like much. Fu didn't know whether she should be insulted or not, but she knew that this person was trouble. Haiden. Rinpungakur no Jutsu. After going through a series of hand seals and taking a deep breath, Fu exhaled massive quantities of fine powder. The powder contained a luminesce quality. So bright was the powder that Kisame screamed in surprise as he was blinded, which allowed Fu to act. She quickly pulled on Nanabe's chakra. An intense aura engulfed her, bubbling over her skin, which became completely covered in blackish-red energy that took the shape of a bug. Mushikui. Fu charged at Kisame, who still appeared to be blinded. She was almost on her opponent when, without warning, Kisame stopped stumbling around like a blind man and slammed his sword into her face. Agony exploded as her nose broke with a loud crunch. With a shrill cry, Fu was sent flying backwards, pounding into the ground and rolling across it like a ragdoll. Her transformation slipped as pain overrode her senses. Lying on her back, Fu struggled to sit up. Hey, it's just like I thought. You might be a Jinchuriki, but you don't really know how to use all that power inside of you. Kisame grinned as he let his sword rest on his shoulder again. Fu glared at him, but he just chuckled. And now it's time to A. What the hell are these bugs doing here? Kisami's advance was halted when dozens, maybe even hundreds, of bugs crawled up his legs and latched onto him. He flailed around, swearing and cursing as he tried to fight them. It proved useless, and there was soon a legion of tiny insects crawling all over his skin. What the fuck? These things are eating my chakra. Where did these damn things come from? Kisami's flailing soon grew weaker and weaker, until, finally, he collapsed onto the ground and remained still. Fu stared at the bug-covered lump, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. During this time, Shikuro, Muda, and Tatsuma all walked around from behind a line of trees. While their clothing was soaking wet, none of them appeared to have been injured. Why, you're alive! Fu exclaimed in shock and relief. Shikuro adjusted his glasses. Of course we alive. An attack of that level wouldn't kill us. Are you all right, Fu? Yes, Fu said. I'm a little unsteady, but I'll be okay. I am glad to hear that. Now, let's leave. This place is no longer safe. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, a voice said from behind them. Before anyone could do anything, the body that had been covered in bugs exploded, sending water flying everywhere. Seconds later, a voice rang out all around them. Suiten. Sukoden no Jutsu. A large shark burst into existence. Its watery skin revealed its origins as a powerful water jutsu. With a length that was several times longer than a human was tall and rows of sharp teeth, the creature looked like something straight out of a nightmare. Muto and Tatsuma leapt out of the way, but Shikuro, who'd been helping Fu stand, didn't have the time. He shoved Fu away from him, thereby sealing his fate. Fu watched, horrified, as the gigantic jaws of the shark clamped down on the Aburame shinobi. She could practically hear the sound of his bones being crushed over his screams of pain. Not long after that, the shark finished biting straight through him, sending the two halves violently careening away from each other. While Fu screamed at the sight, Muto and Tatsuma attacked Kisame without hesitation. Bugs burst from their cloaks, whole swarms of them, which rushed to devour their shark-like foe. Kisame grinned. Suiten no Jutsu. The bugs stood no chance. As water shot from Kisami's mouth in a powerful torrent, the bugs were blasted away, and because they'd been doused with water, their wings had grown too heavy to keep them uplifted. All of them fell to the ground and remained there. Not yet. Suiten. Bakusui Shoha. After needing more chakra in his stomach, Kisame spat out a great volume of water, which surged and swelled like a massive tidal wave. The shark-like man rode atop the wave. He was grinning. Fu could do nothing as the water loomed over her. In the face of such an overwhelming technique, her mind had gone blank. She didn't know how to deal with this. She didn't know how to defeat a monster like this. Unlike her, Muto and Tatsuma did not seem as hesitate. They responded quickly. Tatsuma grabbed Fu and lifted her over his shoulder. He and Muto then leapt above the water as it crashed into the ground, engulfing everything in foamy white tides. Suiten. Goshokuzame. Kisame placed his hands on the water, and from his fingers, 5 sharks emerged. As Muto and Tatsuma landed on the water, the sharks burst from its surface and attacked. While Tatsuma moved out of the way, Muto did not. He unleashed a swarm of bugs to attack the sharks, making them feast off the chakra that kept the shark's body together. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough bugs to catch all the sharks. One of them clamped onto his leg and pulled him under. No. Fu screamed as Tatsuma retreated with her still over his shoulder. Xox, man, what the hell are these things? Kiba shouted as several white creatures tried to attack them. He leapt back, then drilled several with a Gatsuga, causing them to fly everywhere. Does it matter? Shino asked rhetorically as he spread his arms. A horde of bugs blasted out from his sleeves, engulfing several of the creatures and draining them of their chakra. The white monsters went down, twitching and spasming until they laid still. Don't answer my question with another question. Let's go Akamaru. Arf. Just like the others, Team 8 was fighting against uncertainty and the new white creatures, of which they knew nothing about. However, they were a bit better off than a lot of others. While Hinata's Byakugan could not distinguish chakra signatures, she could tell them what was happening in a 360-degree view around them, thereby warning them of possible approaching danger. Thanks to that, they'd been able to root out several enemy shinobi that had been disguised as Konoha shinobi. Gatsuga. Leaping into the air, Kiba and Akamaru spun around like a pair of drills. They slammed into the white horde, decimating their ranks, sending bodies flying left and right as they were torn apart. However, no matter how many enemies they destroyed, more filled the ranks. Man, how many of these guys are there? What are these things anyway? Demented clones. Hinata, who'd been using her Byakugan to the best of her abilities, shoved her left foot off the ground to spin around in a circle. Chakra emitted from her body at various points. The chakra eventually formed a dome of pure energy, which several members of the White Horde slammed into. The white creatures were flung away. Some of them struck walls while others simply tumbled down the road. Hinata stopped spinning, dust filling the air around them. I do not know, she answered, her breathing heavy. However, all of these people have the same chakra, so I think they might be clones. No two people can have the same chakra, Shino added as his bugs returned after consuming all the chakra of his enemies. Then why do some of these guys have the same chakra signatures as our shinobi? Kiba demanded to know. Were you not listening? Shina inquired rhetorically. These people are mimicking the chakra signatures of our shinobi. It is likely a talent unique to whoever these copies belongs to. Damn bastards. Kiba scowled. Don't think I'm gonna let you people get off lightly for this. You hear me? As Kiba launched himself into the mass swelling of enemies, Shino sighed. Idiot, he mumbled before backing up his comrade. Exox deep within Konoha's underground prison, Sasuke sat against the wall. His knees were drawn up to his chest. He ignored the darkness, the coldness, and everything else. With his revenge complete, Sasuke had nothing left. He was an empty shell without a purpose. Movement caught his attention. He looked up as a figure appeared within a black portal. It was a man with a strange spiral mask, and he wore the same cloak that Itachi had worn, black with red clouds. Sasuke Uchiha, he said, and Sasuke felt like he was being dissected as a single red eye stared at him through the mask hole. You're not at all what I expected. It is hard to believe that someone like you could have beaten Itachi. Sasuke said nothing. He didn't care what this person thought. The figure chuckled. Not much of a talker, I see. That is fine. I don't need you to talk, only listen. And the man began to talk. He spoke of Itachi and the third Hokage. He spoke of sacrifice. He spoke of things that made Sasuke pay attention. As Sasuke listened, rage boiled within his heart. What will you do, Sasuke Uchiha? The man who called himself Madara asked. Sasuke closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes gleamed with purpose and a desire for vengeance. On that day, Sasuke made a choice, one that would affect more than just him. Exox. While Konoha mounted a defense against the strange creatures, Konan went straight to the Hokage's office. She'd seen the enemy that the Konoha shinobi were battling. While she'd never realized that the two sides were capable of splitting apart, she knew who this person was even if he was missing half of himself. Hokage-sama, she said as she rushed into the door without ceremony. Several people were already in the room. Konan did not recognize all of them, but she knew at least three. Kakashi Hatake, Sakura Haruno, and Shizune also stood within the room. There appeared to be a meeting of some kind, which she had just barged into. Konan, Tsunade grunted as everyone stopped talking and turned to her. I'm sorry for sounding brusque, but if there's something you need, then please wait. We're in the middle of a crisis right now. I know. That's why I'm here. Knowing that time was of the essence, Konan walked into the room and got straight to the point. I know who's attacking you. He's a member of Akatsuki, a creature known as Zetsu. So, the white creature attacking us is called Zetsu, Kakashi said. While his Sharingan eye was covered, his visible eye was sharper than a Raikiri. I thought he was supposed to be a man who looked almost like a plant. He is supposed to, but it seems like his white half and black half somehow became split. I did not know that was possible, but there is no mistaking that the creatures you've been fighting are Zetsus. Can you tell us anything about him? Asked Tsunade. I can tell you know what I know, but I don't know how much help it will be, Conan admitted. Zetsu is a strange creature. He should have a light and dark side physically speaking, I mean. One side of him is supposed to black while the other is white. I saw a few of those Zetsus on the way here. It looks like someone took Zetsu and ripped the black side off. He also seems to have several abilities that I was not aware of, and the Venus flytrap that Kakashi mentioned surrounding him is mysteriously missing. Tsunade's scowl deepened. Well, that's just great. So we're dealing with a mostly unknown entity. Do you have any information that could prove useful? Conan knew that Tsunade was not angry at her. She understood that. But the tone in the Hokage's voice, the harsh quality it possessed, still made her flinch. I can tell you that Zetsu has always worked with Tobi, one of Akatsuki's members. She frowned. Tobi is merely an alias, however. The one who goes by that name is actually Madara Uchiha. Her words sent everyone who'd been present into shock. A hushed silence fell over the crowd. It was like a ripple. Conan could practically feel the fear rolling off them. Madara is dead, Tsunade said with finality. He has to be. My grandfather killed him. Conan shook her head. I do not know what to tell you. I don't know if the first Hokage simply thought he'd killed Madara, or if the person calling himself Madara is an imposter. I only know what I've been told. Tobi calls himself Madara, and he is undeniably skilled. He also has the Sharingan. I can attest to that, Kakashi added. When we confronted him in the forest, I saw his Sharingan. Tsunade cut into the frightened whispering that broke out. Let us go under the assumption that he is Madara Uchiha. Do you think he is here? Hard to say, Conan admitted. He does not like to fight unless he has to. If anything, I would say that we should worry more about what Zetsu's goal is for attacking. His goal? Sakura asked. Zetsu has never been a fighter, Conan explained. His talent has always lay in spying. Even if he has strange abilities that I haven't seen until now, he's still weak. An attack of this level will not defeat Konoha, which means there is another reason for him to attack. Everyone fell silent. Conan also grew introspective as she tried to deduce the Zetsu's real purpose for being there. Truthfully, there didn't seem to be much reason for him to be there. Yes, he was currently sowing chaos, but now that everyone knew what to look out for, defeating him would be a simple enough matter. So, why would he do something like this? Attack when there was no purpose, create panic when there was no reason, unless his reason is to cause a distraction. Hokage-sama. Where is Fu? Conan asked. Fu. Tsunade frowned. She should be on the Aburame clan grounds. Her eyes widened as she began barking orders. Kakashi. Sakura. Head over to the Aburame clan grounds and locate Fu. Yes, Tsunade-sama, the two said at once. I'll go with you too, Conan said, only for Tsunade to disagree. Actually, I would like you here. I need you to help coordinate our defenses, since you know the members of Akatsuki the best. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, there is little that I can do to help. Zetsu has apparently been hiding several abilities of which I know nothing about. However, even if my knowledge of Zetsu is no longer reliable, my knowledge of whoever is working while Zetsu distracts us will be. There was truthfully only one person who could have been attacking at this point. Kisame. Everybody else was dead, having been killed by Naruto. Tsunade debated with herself for a moment, then sighed reluctantly and nodded. Very well. Go and help Kakashi and Sakura. If the person going after Fu is who I think it is, they will need help anyway. I'm at your disposal, Hokage-sama. Good. Tsunade clapped her hands. All right, people. Let's do this. Exox Fu and Tatsuma stopped running after they reached a thickly forested area. Trees covered almost every square meter, and shrubs ran along underfoot. They were likely in one of the outlier training grounds that surrounded Konoha's circumference. Sinking to the ground, Fu felt her entire body shaking in exhaustion, fear, and guilt. I'm sorry, she whispered. Tatsuma, who'd been standing near a tree and releasing a steady stream of bugs, turned to her. Sorry for what? For what happened? Muto and Shikuro died because of me. Bringing her legs up to her chest, Fu wrapped her arms around them and tried to ignore the way her body shook. This is all my fault. If I had never come to Konoha, this wouldn't have happened. Tatsuma's glasses glinted in the low light that broke through the canopy. He tilted his head, as if considering her words, then he turned back to the tree and continued releasing bugs. We Aburame run on logic, he said after a time. And Aburame will never act on their emotions. The hive mind of our insects do not allow us. Perhaps, more than any other shinobi in Konoha, we understand what it means to be a small part of a greater whole. And just like we understand that, we also understand that things happen in war, things we don't expect, things we don't want. People die. Loved ones are lost. As an Aburame, we know this, and we accept this, which is why I can honestly tell you that what happened here is not your fault. Fu looked up in shock. But, if I had never come to Konoha, then Konoha would have eventually been attacked anyway, Tatsuma said. If not because of Naruto Namikaze, then because we would have opposed the people calling themselves Akatsuki anyway. This was bound to happen sooner or later. It was just bad fortune that it happened while you were here. Fu didn't know if Tatsuma was trying to make her feel better, or if those were his real thoughts. Because his face was completely covered, and what parts of his face could be seen revealed nothing, she never knew what he was thinking. However, she was grateful for his words. Ah, ain't this a touching moment, a mocking voice rang out around them. Fu stiffened while Tatsuma directed his bugs toward an area near their position. The bugs swarmed over there, but they were destroyed by several large water bullets slamming into them. A large object, a sword, suddenly shot out from behind a large bush. Left with little time to prepare, all Tatsuma could do was create a wall of bugs. It did little good. The sword smashed apart the bugs and slammed into Tatsuma, who cried out in agony as the bandages tore and spikes suddenly jutted from the weapon. As blood ran down his body, the sword seemed to pure. Ggggggggggggggggg. Tatsum tried to pull the sword off, but the moment he touched the handle, spikes erupted from it, impaling his hands. Tatsuma screamed as the protrusions went through his palms and out of the back of his hands. The purring also grew louder, then, without warning, the sword wrapped around Tatsuma, and a large mouth appeared at its point. Fu could do nothing but sit there, terrified as the sword chomped down on Tatsuma's head, then slowly ate the rest of his body. She quaked as blood splattered the ground. Her breathing became so harsh she might have been hyperventilating. The sword, engorged from having eaten somebody, purred in a satisfactory manner and released what sounded like a burp. Chuckling, Kisame knelt down and lifted his sword by the handle. How was that Samahata? Was it good eating? Ggggggggg. Good. I'm glad you're satisfied. Standing up to his full, intimidating height, Kisame grinned at Fu. I guess it's now time to deal with the squirt. I think I should chop her legs off so she can't run away anymore. Before Kisame could get any closer to Fu, several hundred shuriken made of paper sliced through the thick foliage. Kisame brought up Samahata, blocking his vitals with the large sword. Several shuriken still penetrated his flesh, hitting his thighs, arms, and stomach. Blood ran from the wounds, but Kisame seemed unbothered. Well, now, Kisame started with a grin as several people landed in the clearing. I never expected to see you again. Konan. Standing protectively before Fu was Konan, Kakashi, and Sakura. Exox Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow as he looked at the afternoon sun. It was midday. The sun overhead was bearing down on him and the others as they worked. All around him, Konoha and Yuki Ninja searched for survivors. They hadn't found many, which was expected considering the amount of damage that had been done to this place, but they had found a few survivors. Naruto. Yugito's voice alerted him to her presence. They'd split up a while ago to cover more ground. While Naruto was worried about her, Koyuki was staying by the woman's side in case she had a relapse. Turning to her, Naruto saw that she looked surprisingly happy for some reason. There couldn't have been many reasons, and he quickly deduced that they'd found another survivor. Running alongside her, trying to keep pace with the more athletic woman, was Koyuki. The queen looked close to collapse. On any other occasion, Naruto would have chuckled. Yugito, he said as the woman in question rushed up and grabbed him by the arm. Naruto. We found a survivor. It's Samui. Remembering the young woman with the abnormally large bust, Naruto allowed Yugito to pull him along with her. They traveled over debris, walked around massive structures that had collapsed, and raced over once towering pillars that had been destroyed by the Rinnegan's power, eventually reaching an outlying section of the village. There wasn't as much destruction this far out. The Rinnegan attack that destroyed Kumo had been localized to a single point. However, there were several buildings that had been decimated, gutted, and ruined. Among the pile of debris, Yugito dragged him to where Samui was being helped by several medical ninja. Her skin was marred with cuts and bruises, and Naruto could see blood leaking from her mouth, leading him to believe that she had internal bleeding. As the medical ninja cut off her shirt and checked for broken bones or ruptured organs, Naruto noticed the slow rise and fall of her chest. Samui. Yugito said as she knelt beside the woman. The medical ninja ignored her presence and continued working. Samui, it's me. It's Yugito. Samui didn't respond. Naruto looked at Koyuki, who noticed him and turned her head, gracing him with a sad smile. Naruto wrapped an arm around Yugito, pulling her close for comfort. She didn't resist him. Her body shuddered against his, causing him to lean forward and kiss her forehead. Don't worry, Yugito. Samui will be fine once she gets medical attention. I know. Yugito turned in his arm and buried her head in his face. Thank you. Naruto didn't know why she was thanking him. He'd done nothing to be thanked for. You're welcome, he said anyway. Sometimes, simply being there was enough to earn someone's thanks. Exox. Sweden. Sukoden no Jutsu. Sweden. Sukoden no Jutsu. Two large sharks burst into existence, their identically watery forms clashing together and blasting liquid everywhere in a misty spray. Conan, who stood several feet as Kakashi and Kisame clashed, casually blinked at the incredible display of prowess that the copy ninja was wielding. I know of the Sharingan from Itachi, but this is my first time seeing it being used up close. It truly is a fearsome dojutsu. Hey, you wield the Sharingan well for someone who isn't an Uchiha, Kisame complimented as he grabbed Samahata by the hilt and swung it forward. Thank you. Kakashi leapt backwards, avoiding the attack. He threw several shuriken, which went wide of Kisame, who kept rushing in until Kakashi yanked on the wires in his hands and entangled the missing Kiri ninja. Coming from someone who was partnered with Itachi, that is a high compliment. Chidori. Lightning traveled along the wires, sparking and crackling. Kisame grunted, his muscles straining as he broke free of the wires and leapt back. Grinning widely, he placed Samahata on his back and went through even more hand seals. Sweden. Daikoden no Jutsu. Streamers of water gathered swiftly and formed a massive shark that was nearly 10 times bigger than his previous one. Thrusting his hands forward, Kisame sent the shark at Kakashi, who'd already completed his own hand seals and flawlessly performed the same jutsu, thereby negating the attack. Seeing her chance, Conan launched several paper shuriken at Kisame, who saw them coming and dispatched them with Samahata. However, those shuriken were not normal, and the moment they met his sword, all of them exploded in a spectacular manner. Kisame burst out of the explosion, his skin blackened but not truly burnt. He was wearing a maniacal grin as he raced toward her. I had almost forgotten about you, Conan. He tried to slash her apart with Samahata, but Conan had already taken to the sky. Wings made of paper carried her forward. The wind whistled in her ear and rustled her hair. Before traveling too high, she threw several paper bombs at Kisame, who leapt back as they exploded, blasting apart the ground. Reikiri. The sound of loud chirping preceded Kakashi's appearance. Lightning covered his hand as he darted forward, stepping Kisame's guard and plunging his lightning-coated fist into the shark man's chest only for Kisame to burst into water, and for that water to entrap Kakashi within a dome. Kakashi then burst into smoke and a log took his place, revealing that he'd used the replacement technique, Karawimi. Hehe, this is pretty fun, Kisame said as he and Kakashi reappeared several meters away from each other. He went through a string of hand seals. Let's make this even more fun. Sweden. Dai Bakusui Shoha. Water spewed from Kisame's mouth in vast quantities. The water rose over everything, crushing waves looming over the forest of Konoha like towering mountains. Conan knew of this technique, and she knew that Kakashi wouldn't be able to escape from something with this sort of area-wide effect. Swooping down, she flew right at Kakashi and grabbed him just as the waves threatened to crush him. Whoom! The waves slammed into the ground. Several trees were crushed underneath the water, splintering into thousands of pieces before being swept away by the tide. Thanks for the assist, Kakashi said. You're welcome. Down below, Kisame, who was now standing on the crushing waves, wove more hand seals. Knowing that whatever he had planned couldn't be good, Conan rushed to ascend even higher. If she could just move out of the range of his techniques. Suiro Samiadori no Jutsu. Oh, no. Conan felt panic as a dome of water engulfed her and Kakashi. The massive dome expanded quickly. She felt herself becoming trapped within the dome. Not only could she no longer breathe, but because her wings were made of paper, they quickly became soggy and broke apart. What do I do now? This was not a good situation. All of her jutsu were paper-based, but paper was useless unless prepared in advance like the technique that had gotten Madara. This technique, which was controlled by Kisame, made her helpless. Kakashi tapped on her shoulder, garnering her attention and pointing at something. Conan looked at where he'd pointed and felt her worry increase. Kisame was rushing toward them, and his appearance was very different from what she remembered. His blue skin had picked up a grayish pallor. Large fins covered the back of his arms, and his hands were webbed and clawed. Gills ran along his trapezius. His head was no longer shaped like a human's, but was long and sleek, almost like a real shark. A long tail jutted from his tailbone. Samahata was nowhere to be found. He's fused with Samahata. This isn't good. He has us at a complete disadvantage. Kisame closed the distance. She and Kakashi swam out of the way, but his tail slammed into Kakashi, who he must have deemed was a larger threat. Fortunately, Kakashi still seemed capable of using jutsu. He replaced himself with another log. Staring at her current companion, she pointed at Kakashi, then at the other side of the water prison. Kakashi must have understood what she wanted. He nodded, and they split up and traveled in opposite directions. After a moment's hesitation, Kisame chased after Kakashi. The water prison technique that Kisame was using had one glaring weakness. Once the technique had been activated, it altered its position in order to reflect the direction of its user's movements, in this case, Kisame. While this was great for one-on-one battles, it was not so great when there were two or more opponents. Kisame could only follow one person, which meant that if she and Kakashi split up, it would be easier for one of them to escape. After that, they could break the technique from the outside. Conan's lungs burned as she swam towards the edge of the technique. She'd already been inside of that water prison for what must have been 60 seconds, and she was running out of oxygen. Her vision was becoming blurry, her arms felt like they were weighed down by lead, and her legs were growing tired. Just a little bit further. With a startled gasp, Conan burst out of the water prison. She landed on the ground, bending her knees absorb the impact. Stand up, she turned around to see the water dome. It truly was a massive thing. She didn't know how large it was, but judging from her observation, she'd say that it was around 1 kilometer in circumference at least. How do I destroy a technique like that? Conan-san. Sakura called out to her. Conan turned around to see the pink-haired girl leaping down from a tree. Sakura. Where is Fu? She's with Tsunade-sama and Shizune-san, Sakura said, huffing. What is that technique? And where is Kakashi? Kakashi-san is currently fighting Kisame inside of that technique. Conan turned back to the dome of water. We need to find some way to destroy this dome, however, I lack the power necessary for such an endeavor. She might have been able to destroy the technique if she used a bunch of paper bombs, but there was no guarantee that would work. While bombs created incredible force, especially when used in conjunction with several hundred other bombs, the water was being held together by Kisami's chakra. What's more, setting up enough paper bombs to demolish the technique would take time. They didn't have that much time. So, you need to destroy that water prison somehow, Sakura murmured, her expression thoughtful. Do you think you can fly me over the dome? Conan didn't know if she could. Would her paper work, or was it too wet? Turning her head, she channeled her chakra and formed a pair of paper wings on her back. Flapping them experimentally produced decent results. Her wings were wet, but they appeared to be in working order. I should be able to, she announced, grabbing hold of Sakura and taking off into the air. Her wings felt heavy, and Sakura's added weight didn't help any. Conan channeled more chakra into her wings, hardening them further, allowing her to ascend higher. It wasn't long before they were hovering over the large dome of water. Conan could see Kakashi battling with Kisame. Thus far, the copy ninja managed to remain alive via judicial use of his Sharingan, but he had to be running out of breath. She could see that his movements were getting sluggish. What do I do now? Conan asked Sakura. Drop me. What? I said drop me. Let go and I'll take care of the rest. Conan didn't know what Sakura had in mind. She must have been crazy for thinking up a plan like this. However, it wasn't like they had any other plans. Conan let go of Sakura, who plummeted toward the sphere of water like a rock. The pink-haired girl reared back her fist. Was she actually planning on punching this thing? Shanaru. She was, apparently. Conan could only blink as Sakura yelled out a strange battle cry and slammed her fist into the dome of water. She expected the young woman to simply sink into the water. What happened next shocked her. Starting from the point of impact and spreading across the entire prison was a large ripple. The dome soon began to undulate. Then, without warning, the entire thing exploded. Water flew everywhere. Conan closed her eyes as she was struck in the face with enough water to drown a dragon. Her wings, thoroughly soaked, were unable to remain cohesive and broke apart. As she fell, she channeled chakra to her legs and feet, softening the fall so that she didn't break her legs. Looking around, she saw Sakura standing on the ground, her fist still extended in the punch position. Kisame and Kakashi were also there. The Akatsuki ninja looked utterly flabbergasted to see his technique destroyed, and his shark-like face had morphed into an expression of astonishment. On the other hand, Kakashi looked quite proud. That was a good punch, Sakura, he complimented. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said with a tired sigh. She destroyed one of Kisami's most powerful techniques with a single punch, Conan thought in shock. Truly, the younger generation of shinobi were quite fearsome. Hey, I didn't expect that, Kisame muttered. You're pretty strong, little missy. I didn't think you were packing that much power. I've been trained by Tsunade-sama herself. Sakura wheezed. She must have used up most of her chakra. Don't underestimate me. Duly noted. Conan, Kakashi, and Sakura surrounded Kisame, who didn't seem bothered at all. In fact, he wore a rather wide grin, which made his current shark-like appearance all the more frightening. Despite this, Conan was confident that they could beat him. His best technique had just been destroyed, and it was now 3 against 1. Even for someone with Kisami's monstrous reserves, this would be a hard-fought battle. Kisame, a voice said as a black creature appeared out of the ground. Zetsu. Conan was startled to see Zetsu without his white half, but if the white half had, indeed, split as it appeared, then it made sense that the black half was on its own too. What do you want, Zetsu? Can't you see I'm busy? I can see that, however, there's no more need to fight anymore. We've already accomplished our objective. So we're leaving already, or we? Kisame looked annoyed but resigned. Well, fine. I've had a good deal of fun, so I guess we can head out. You say that like we're just going to let you leave, Kakashi said. However, it wasn't the Kakashi in front of Kisame, but the one directly behind him. Reikiri. Kakashi plunged his lightning-covered hand into Kisami's back, but rather than blood coming out of the wound, it was water. The Kisame that he'd killed dispersed into a puddle, which Conan deduced came from the remains of the water prison. Don't worry, Copy Ninja. We'll finish this battle later, Kisami's voice echoed all around them. I hope you're looking forward to it as much as I am. Silence reigned in the clearing for a moment. Then Kakashi sighed, breaking the silence as he placed his headband back over his Sharingan eye. It looks like this battle ended in a draw, he said. Conan got the feeling that Kakashi had been hoping to eliminate Kisame, not that she couldn't understand why. What should we do now? Asked Sakura. We'll go back to Konoha and help them drive off the white Zetsus. They began to move. Because Kakashi had used up a lot of chakra, they didn't travel as quickly as they could have. The drain on his reserves must have been phenomenal. The white Zetsus have probably all retreated by now, Conan said. Zetsu told Kisame that they had completed their objective. I wonder what he meant by that. Sakura asked. Neither Conan nor Kakashi answered her. They wanted to know the same thing. When Conan, Kakashi, and Sakura returned from battling Kisame, it was to discover that the battle had already reached its conclusion. What was going on now was simply clean up. The battle hadn't caused much collateral damage. Most of the buildings were still completely intact, some were even pristine. What the Konoha shinobi needed to do was not help with repairs, but locate the dead bodies of the ninja and civilians who'd been impersonated by the white Zetsus. Unfortunately, there were a lot of them. Conan stood in the Hokage's office with Tsunade and several others. She decided to lend aid by offering the Hokage whatever expertise she could. It wasn't much. Zetsu apparently had more powers and abilities than either she or Nagato had been aware of, which meant that Akatsuki was even more divided than she had assumed. It was becoming clear to her now that she and Nagato had merely been tools for Madara. Though she didn't know what his ultimate purpose was, she understood that it likely wasn't the goal that Nagato was aiming for. This situation has become even harder to grasp. Several people came into the office, ninja who'd been helping with the cleanup. Conan didn't recognize them, but that wasn't surprising. Status, Tsunade said while keeping her fingers laced in front of her, as if to try and shield herself from more bad news. We've located the bodies of more than 2,000 civilians and 1,500 shinobi, though the numbers appear to be rising. Considering there were a total of 5,000 civilians who went missing, chances are good that we're going to have more than 8,000 casualties. I see. Conan wondered if the pained look that Tsunade wore was being mirrored on her own face. What happened was horrible, and there was very little they could do to recover right now, especially after the Kumogakure incident. She wondered, almost absently, if this disaster would have happened if Naruto had been present. I don't think there was much that even he could have done. Naruto was an excellent fighter, but he didn't have any sensor capabilities. Although his Sage mode might have been able to distinguish chakra signatures, but not having any sensing abilities of her own, she wasn't sure if even that would have worked. Please keep me informed of how the search is going, Tsunade said after several long moments of silence. Yes. Hokage-sama. As the man left the room, Tsunade slammed her fist on the table. Damn it. That Akatsuki really played us for fools this time. Conan felt guilt hit her like an earth jutsu to the gut. She had once been a member of Akatsuki. I'm sorry, she apologized. Tsunade grunted as she went about arranging her desk. It's not your fault. This kind of situation would have surprised anyone, she said, though Conan felt like Tsunade was, indeed, blaming her for what happened. It might have just been her own guilty conscience playing tricks on her, but she could have sworn that Tsunade's voice was incriminating her, as if to say, it really is your fault. You should have been more proactive. If there is anything that I can do to help, don't worry. I'll be sure to let you know. Right now, though, all we're doing is counting the number of casualties. Conan said nothing. Fingering the kunai in her pocket, she wished more than ever that Naruto had never left for that mission to Kumo. Even if what happened here was inevitable, she would have felt better if he'd been with her. Hokage-sama. A Konoha ninja rushed through the door, gasping for breath. He looked like he'd run across the entirety of Konoha to get here. What's the problem now? Tsunade asked with a scowl. It's Sasuke Uchiha, ma'am, the shinobi gasped. He's missing from his cell. Exocs altogether, they had found 2,365 survivors. Considering Kumogakure had once boasted a population of about 100,000, 2,365 wasn't that large. But when Naruto took the amount of destruction into consideration, they were probably lucky to find even that many. Kumo hadn't just been destroyed. It had been annihilated. The very mountain range that it had been built on was gone. The fact that there were any survivors at all was a miracle. They'd been forced to dig deep underneath the mountain range's rubble to locate anyone. Naruto had made liberal use of his shadow clones to help in this task. While some survivors had been near the surface and easily found, there were just as many who'd been buried underneath tons of rocks and dirt. The mountain had collapsed in such a way that it had created pockets of space where the people hadn't been crushed. Under his direction, Konoha had built a temporary base station just outside of the village. They'd built several tents for the citizens to sleep in. There were also medical tents for the medical ninja, who'd been working all day tending to the injured. Naruto felt almost out of place. He wanted to do more for the people here, but there wasn't anything else that he could do. He was no medical ninja. Just about the only thing he was good for during times like these was manual labor. Walking among the tents, Naruto continued moving to the back, until he reached a specific tent. He pushed the flap aside and entered. Like all of the tents, this one was bare. It contained only a small cot resting on one side of the room. There were 3 people inside already, Yugito, Koyuki, and Samui. Of the 3, only 2 were conscious. How's Samui doing? Naruto asked as he walked up to them. She's still unconscious, Yugito said softly, not looking up from the other blonde. Naruto realized that she was running her hands through Samui's hair. Though I've been told that she'll wake up soon. That's good. Naruto looked at Koyuki, who caught his eye and shook her head. He sighed, walked up to Yugito, and placed a hand on her shoulder. Are you feeling guilty for what happened here? Yugito didn't answer at first, and he didn't rush her. He let her take time to formulate an answer, knowing that her feelings right now must have been contradictory and mixed with self-loathing. I know, in my head, that I couldn't have done anything even if I had been here, she said at last. I understand that, but at the same time, your heart is telling you that you should have been here and done something. Naruto finished when Yugito trailed off. She didn't say anything, but her silence was more telling than any words she could have said. Sitting down next to her, he placed a hand over her free hand. He didn't say anything. There wasn't anything that he could say to make her feel better. He could have told her that it wasn't her fault, that she couldn't have done anything, but that wouldn't have changed how she felt. Yugito knew that she wasn't responsible. However, sometimes, just because someone knew that in their head, that didn't mean the guilt, the feeling of being responsible, would go away. NNNGGG. A groan caused all three of them to turn their heads. Samui stirred. Slowly, her eyes fluttered open, revealing cloudy blue irises. She blinked several more times. The woman looked around, her head tilting slightly, as if she was scanning her surroundings, before they landed on Yugito. Yugito. Samui, Yugito whispered, her voice filled with emotion. Tears stung her eyes. I'm so glad, you're all right. I was, when I found out what happened to Kumo, Kumo. Samui whispered. What happened to Kumo? Yugito opened her mouth, then closed it just as quickly. She tried again, only to get the same results. Samui, fortunately, seemed to realize what she was trying to say. I should have known this would happen. The Raikage, is he still alive? Yugito said nothing. I see. Samui closed her eyes for a moment, her face etched into an expression that made Naruto uncomfortable. It felt like he was getting a glimpse of something that she shouldn't have seen. Naruto could sense that Samui was on the verge of losing it. Yugito also appeared to be withholding her tears. He looked over at Koyuki, silently seeking her advice. She tilted her head toward the door, then gestured to themselves. Naruto took the hint. Yugito, he said, leaning over to speak softly into her ear. Yuki and I are going outside to check on how the other survivors are doing. Are you two gonna be okay alone? Yugito turned her head. She gave him a watery smile before leaning over to kiss him on the cheek. We'll be fine. Thank you. Gracing her with one last smile that he hoped was reassuring, Naruto took Koyuki by the hand and led her outside. Several seconds after the flap closed behind him, the sound of despairing twin wails echoed from the other side. He placed a silencing seal over the tent. Whatever happened in there was no one's business but Yugito's and Samui's. Neither of them spoke for a long while. They walked through the series of tents, watching as Konoha and Yuki Ninja traversed the small area doing whatever they could to lighten the Kumo survivors' load. Several saluted or bowed to them as they passed. A line of people could be seen several meters away, the refugees of Kumo that were conscious. Even though they were carrying plates of food, courtesy of Koyuki's chefs, their expressions remained despondent. What are we going to do about all of these displaced people? Koyuki asked Naruto. He was grateful for the chance to speak. I'm not sure yet, Naruto admitted. We certainly can't do nothing, which means we'll need to see if there are any nations willing to take them in. I wouldn't mind letting them come to Konoha, but I'll need to clear that with the Hokage, especially since there are so many people. If it was just 1, 2, or even 100, there wouldn't have been a problem with relocating them to Konoha. However, with 2,365 survivors, that was too many to consider relocating without deciding on other factors that would come with such a large population increase. There would, first and foremost, be the issue of housing. With so many refugees, they'd need to find a place for all of them to stay. This was on top of things like provisions and several other issues, not the least of which was having all of them undergo a psychoanalysis to see anyone might be suffering from PTSD or other mental illnesses due to trauma and stress. There was a lot more to consider than simply, should we, or shouldn't we? The land of snow will be able to take some of the refugees, Koyuki said. Now that we have the heat generators, we're not short on supplies. We've recently even advanced in the study of agriculture and have a surplus of food, particularly rice. I'll talk it over with my advisors to see how many we can take without putting a strain on our resources. And I'll see about asking Tsunade-sama if we can allow rest to take up residence Konoha, Naruto said. They stopped several meters outside of the encampment. He turned to Koyuki and slid his arms around her waist, pulling her close. In return, she placed her arms around his neck. Holding her like this, Naruto enjoyed the way she felt in his arms. His only regret was that she was wearing so many clothes that he couldn't feel the lithe curvature of her waist. Thank you for doing this, he said, presenting her with a soft smile. Koyuki shook her head. You know that I'm more than happy to help. What happened here is a tragedy, but it would be even more tragic if those of us in positions to help did nothing. Spoken like a true daimyo. Naruto leaned in while Koyuki tilted her head up and stood on her toes. Slowly closing his eyes, the last thing that Naruto saw was Koyuki doing the same. Naruto Taicho, a voice rang out, causing him and Koyuki to jerk away from each other as if they'd been standing next to a paper bomb. What is it, Izumo? Naruto asked, hiding his scowl. We've just received a letter from Konoha. It's addressed to you, Izumo said, holding out a letter. Frowning, Naruto took the letter and undid the clasp holding it closed. Reading the contents, he felt a sudden sense of exhaustion well up inside of him. What's wrong? Koyuki asked. In response, he handed the scroll off to Koyuki. It was technically a breach in protocol to reveal something that was meant for his eyes only, but since everyone would know about it soon, he didn't see the problem. Koyuki read the scroll and gasped. It seems Konoha had some problems while we were away. Naruto wore a mirthless smile. Exocs they had gathered. Pain looked down at the people who'd come at his behest. He saw the headbands of numerous shinobi villages, Takigakure, Getsugakure, Hoshigakure, Ishigakure, Shimogakure, and many others. All of them were looking up at him, waiting for him to inform them of why he'd asked for this meeting. He stood on the balcony of his headquarters in Omegakure. The rain didn't pour that day. He had stopped it for this meeting, though that did not mean that he wasn't keeping an eye out. His eyes saw more than anyone present could have expected. Since the founding of the hidden villages, 5 villages in particular have stood at the top, Pain started. Konoha, Kumo, Kiri, Iwa, and Suna. These 5 villages, which have been known as the 5 greatest hidden villages, have not only stood at the top, but they have trampled the smaller villages, like yours, underfoot. Pain paused, listening to the way the shinobi down below him muttered. They were discontent. That was good. For decades now, the minor hidden villages have been trampled on by wars waged by the 5 great nations. We've suffered more casualties than anyone else, not because we took part in their wars, but because we were in the way. Our people have been butchered, caught in the crossfire between the uncaring shinobi villages who speak of peace but wage war. The discontent mutterings grew. He could see it on their faces, the anger at their situation, their rage at the 5 great nations. He would turn that rage into a bonfire of hatred, and then he would forge that hatred into a sword, which he would wield at the 5 great nations. However, the time of the 5 great nations is coming to an end. Less than a week ago, I destroyed Kumogakure no Sato. His proclamation was not met with silence, but with more whispering. No doubt they knew this already. If one man can destroy a single hidden village, then what could an army do? If one person can defeat one of the most powerful nations ever, then what could we do if all of the minor villages band together? He could see the way they responded to his words. Some were nodding, others appeared contemplative, still not on board but willing to listen. That was fine. By the end of this night, every one of these people would join him, or they would die. Exox Shibuki never could have imagined that something like this would happen. Unlike the others, who'd been swept up in the euphoria that Pain's word had caused, he was calm enough to understand that this man only spoke half-truths. It was true that the 5 great nations often waged war. It was also true that the minor nations and villages were sometimes caught up in these wars. However, just as there were 2 sides to every coin, so, too, was there another side to this story. While the great nations waged war, they also helped the smaller villages, even going so far as to risk themselves for the safety of those they were allied with. Takigakure's alliance with Konoha was a prime example of this. Despite having once sent an assassin after their first Hokage, Konoha had helped his village many times in the past, especially recently. Of course, the others weren't interested in hearing this truth. They only cared about what this meant for them. Prestige. Power. Many smaller nations wanted the power that the five great nations wielded. When Paine ended his speech, asking those gathered to join him in his righteous crusade to crush the five great nations, a raucous cheer went up from everybody present, everybody except Shibuki. I need to warn Konoha about this. After Paine's speech, Shibuki traveled to his hotel, which was where all of the foreign shinobi were staying. He'd ignored them as they spoke in tones of hushed excitement. All of these people were fools. A person like Paine clearly didn't care about the other nations. Whatever his plans were, whatever his goal was, it was clear to Shibuki that he was only using minor nations for his own purposes. Entering his room, Shibuki quickly packed all of his belongings. The two ninja that he'd brought with him stood vigilantly by his side. Are we leaving so soon? Yoro asked. He was a tall man, and one of his village's stronger jonin. Shibuki also trusted him with his life. Would it not draw suspicion for us to leave early like this? It might, Shibuki admitted. But if we don't leave now and inform Konoha about what's happening, then we may never get another chance. Should we really inform Konoha about this, though? Asked the other jonin that he'd brought. Wouldn't it be better if we didn't inform them? Shibuki paused. Slowly, he turned to Kegon, whose face remained impressively blank. He didn't get angry, but considered Kegon's words for what they were. What do you think would happen if we went to war with the five great nations? You mean the four great nations, Kegon pointed out. Kumogakure has been destroyed. Our spies have confirmed that. Very well. What would happen if we went to war against the remaining four nations? Kegon took several moments to consider the question. I imagine that many of us would end up being destroyed in the fight. Also, it would be even worse for us, because our Jinchuriki is under the protective custody of Konoha, who currently has powerful shinobi such as Tsunade Senju and Naruto Namikaze. That's right. Our position is untenable. Even if I agreed with Paine, which I don't, our village would suffer greatly. Besides, this man calling himself Paine is a member of Akatsuki. Not only did Akatsuki attack our village to try and abduct Fu, but they had also recruited Kakazu, the most reviled missing ninja from our village. Kegon and Yoro stiffened at the name. Kakazu was one of their village's greatest failings, a shinobi who'd held much promise but was exiled after failing to kill the first Hokage. Many people of their village hated Kakazu for his failure, but Shibuki knew that it was their own failing which had resulted in Kakazu's betrayal. Neither of his jonin argued with him after that. After he'd packed everything, Shibuki and his two jonin waited until nightfall to leave. They slipped out under the cover of darkness and slowly made their way through a megakure. Large structures of steel towered over them on all sides, which did little to block out the rain that now poured down on them. The dull gleam of cold steel combined with the gloomy sky gave Shibuki a bad feeling, but he ignored it and pressed on. As they reached the halfway point, Shibuki's danger sense, which had been prickling at the back of his mind, suddenly went haywire. He, Kegon, and Yoro leapt back when something crashed into the ground before them. A pained grunt caused him to snap his head toward Yoro. His eyes widened when he saw his shinobi being impaled by a metal rod from behind. Not only that, but Kegon was lying on the ground, motionless, and had someone standing over him, holding something wispy and ethereal in their hand. The two figures both had the same Rinnegan eyes that Paine did. Damn it. Who are these two? Shibuki began making hand seals for one of his signature jutsu. Unfortunately, he would never get to cast his technique. The last thing he heard were the words, Bansho Tenon. The last thing he saw was the wall rushing to meet his face. Chapter 29 Naruto, Yugito, Koyuki, and the remaining survivors of Kumogakure no Sato needed to trek across the elemental nations. They would have taken Koyuki's zeppelins, but they had not brought enough to carry everyone. All of the injured were ferried away on zeppelins, while those who were uninjured, or at least capable of walking, began the long journey to Konoha on foot. They did not have any carriages to carry people, so everyone was forced to walk. Naruto cursed his own lack of foresight. The rescue operation had been hastily thrown together, so little thought had been given to what would happen if there were too many people to take on the zeppelins. Naturally, this meant they hadn't possessed the forethought to take any other modes of transportation with them either. Out of the 2,365 survivors, 1,300 had been grievously injured, Those people had been loaded in the Zeppelins, which left 1065 to trek across the elemental nations. Sadly, even if those people weren't wounded to the point of being incapable of walking, that didn't mean the journey would be easy. Kumogakure was home to some of the roughest terrain. Mountain passes with innumerable sheer drops, dark forests with little space to walk through, and a lot of deadly animals. Their current route took them down the mountain range that the now destroyed Kumogakure had been housed in. They had to pick their way carefully, constantly double and even triple checking their surroundings to make sure the area wasn't too dangerous for the dispirited Kumo refugees. Are you sure deciding to walk to Konoha with us was a good idea, Koyuki? Asked Yugito as she and Naruto helped Koyuki descend down the mountain. I wanted to be with you, Koyuki said. Are you saying I should have left with the Zeppelins? Since Naruto was the one leading everyone to Konoha, he maintained his place at the head of the pack, securing safe routes for the people to travel. Yugito and Samui were with him. They knew the terrain far better than he did, which was a boon when it came to discovering unstable paths. The big surprise was Koyuki, who not only insisted on coming, but also demanded that she stay with him, Yugito, and Samui. Well, no, Yugito said after a moment's hesitation. But it would have been safer for you if you had gone on a Zeppelin. Also, your clothing isn't really made for walking long distances in. Koyuki's clothing consisted of an extravagant kimono whose primary color was pale blue. Royal purple trimmings lined the edges and hem. The high collar flapped in the breeze. Her kimono was actually a furisode, so the sleeves were much longer, traveling all the way down to nearly her knees. In a similar manner, her obi had several layers of blue, purple, and gold. It tied in the back, with the golden layer looping through the bow and trailing down to her ankles. Looking at her clothing, Koyuki had to nod. Yes, I suppose you're right. This is a bit too extravagant for traveling on foot. A bit. Were the thoughts of Naruto and Yugito. Not only were those clothes long, they went down all the way to her ankles. The chances of her tripping, especially in this terrain, were beyond high. The only reason she hadn't yet was thanks to him and Yugito. In that case, SSCCHHT. A loud tearing sound echoed through the mountains as Koyuki, gripping her kimono, liberally ripped it off. Ah! What are you doing? Yugito shrieked. Why are you stripping now? Naruto also shrieked. Hurry and cover yourself up. But I am covered up, Koyuki said in a, what are you two freaking out for, kind of voice. Naruto and Yugito gave a simultaneous, huh, before they realized that, true to her words, Koyuki was still decent. Black shorts that conformed to her bottom creased around her butt cheeks as she walked, but they didn't reveal anything either. And the white shirt that she wore, which stretched taut across her bust, also kept the goods from spilling out. Her clothing might have been a little skimpy, but it still covered everything that needed to be covered. Still, aren't you cold in that? Asked Samui. Kumo isn't the warmest nation, you know. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit chilly, Koyuki admitted. Naruto and Yugito's simultaneous facepalm echoed across the mountains. Exox to reach Konoha, Naruto and company needed to travel through the land of frost and the land of hot springs. Contrary to its name, the land of frost was not, well, frosty. In fact, the climate was actually quite mild. The land of frost was a country dotted in forests. The temperature was fairly warm year-round, only growing mildly chilly in the winters. There were a few places where it snowed, but those were the peaks of tall mountains, which Naruto could only see in the distance. Their current travels took through them knotted glades, with trees that were thick and had branches wrapped around each other. It was a good thing there was a path for them to follow. It was 2 days into their journey. The sun had gone down, and while there weren't a lot of stars out yet, it wouldn't be long before the night sky was filled with twinkling lights. That was why they had decided to make camp. Their camp was set in a series of small clearings located within a forest. As good fortune it would have it, Koyuki had been smart enough to bring numerous extra tents. There were enough for all 1065, 1155 if he counted the Kumo shinobi who came with them. That meant no one would be sleeping outside that night. Food was a bit of a problem, but fortunately for everyone there, Naruto was a master of the shadow clone jutsu. That technique made foraging for food a simple matter. While everyone else worked on setting up the tents, he was able to find plenty of edible plants, caught a lot of fish, and found captured rabbits to feed an army. Multiple fires sprang up around the clearings as people cooked the food that Naruto had caught. Naruto was sitting around a fire with Koyuki, Yugito, and Samui. While he and Koyuki did most of the cooking, Yugito helped comfort Samui, who was still coming to terms with the fact that her friends and brother were dead. It's still pretty hard to believe, Samui admitted so quietly that Naruto, who was sitting right next to them, could only hear it thanks to his enhanced senses. I mean, one minute we were all drinking in a tavern, and then the next our village was being destroyed and we were fighting against an unstoppable enemy. I could barely figure out what was going on before everything just seemed to end. Yugito wrapped an arm around Samui's shoulder, pulling the other girl close. I'm sorry. I wish I had been there to help. Samui's short hair swayed as she shook her head. No, had you been there, that bastard would have just gotten you as well. He not only defeated Kurabi-sensei, but he also took down Raikage-sama. That man, it's like he wasn't even human. Naruto wasn't sure why, but listening to Samui made him feel guilty. Perhaps it was because, as one of Jiraiya's students, he felt responsible for what one of his peers did. It could have also been something even more simple. The reason probably didn't matter as much as the feeling itself anyway. It didn't change that he wished he could have done something to prevent all this from happening. And now Konoha has been attacked as well. Konoha might have survived, but it had taken heavy damage. Naruto didn't delude himself into thinking that his presence could have made a difference. One person cannot be everywhere at once, not even someone with the Hiraishin, and from the sound of what happened, the problem had been one that strength alone couldn't have solved. Still, the fact that he hadn't been there, helping, was a blow to his sense of duty. Koyuki bumped against his shoulder. Thinking heavy thoughts. Just thinking about how so many bad things have happened in such a short time. Naruto smiled, though it was more resigned than anything else. There's a lot going on, and I feel a little helpless. I guess all this stuff that's happening is making me realize how small I am in the grand scheme of things, or something. PFFT. Koyuki snorted. What are you doing, getting all mopey and sentimental? Where's the ninja who kept obnoxiously proclaiming that he was going to become Hokage every chance he gets? What happened to that guy? Oh, he's still here. You don't need to worry about that. Naruto jabbed a thumb into his chest. I'm going to become Hokage. I just know my limits now, is all. Is that so? Leaning back and looking at the sky, Koyuki's smile widened as though his words amused her. That doesn't sound like you at all. Aren't you the man who doesn't know the meaning of the word limit? I could have sworn you were the kind of person who broke every limit placed on him. She has a point. Kyuubi. Been a while since I've heard from you. I don't make it a habit to speak with hairless apes. Still as charming as ever, I see. What's what you were saying about her point? Just that you've always been the type who was overconfident to the point of being stupid. You never shut up about how you're going to become Hokage, or how you're going to make me tell you my name. Do you know how annoying that was? I pretty much told you my name because I hated the idea of you constantly annoying me. I can't tell if you're complimenting me or not. HMPH. I'm just saying that the Naruto who was always confident and never gave up, he's a lot better than the one who mopes. Naruto knew that he wasn't really being himself right then. He knew that, but there were times where even he didn't feel confident, where he felt helpless, powerless. As confident as he was, as strong as he acted, he couldn't stay that way all the time. He wasn't that strong. However. Yeah, you're right. I need to be strong for the people here. Thanks. Kurama. TCH. What have I told you about calling me by my name? You never said I couldn't. Naruto could barely stop from chuckling as Kyuubi fell silent. He didn't use Kyuubi's name often, mostly because he didn't think he had earned the right, but there were times when he just couldn't help it. In either event, the giant, nine-tailed ball of fuzz in his gut was right. He couldn't really afford to mope around. As the person in charge of this operation, he needed to remain strong and indomitable. Naruto. Koyuki asked when he didn't respond to her. He grinned. It's nothing. I was just thinking that you were right. I've been too mopey lately. I can't do anything if I'm depressed like this. Clapping his hands, Naruto grabbed one of the sticks with grilled fish on it. Okay. Time to eat and regain my good cheer. Damn it. Why didn't I think of bringing a scroll filled with ramen? Naruto grabbed his head in his hands and shook back and forth as he realized the severity of his personal problem. Thinking on it, he hadn't been able to eat a good bowl of ramen in so long. How long had it been anyway? Days. Weeks. Months. It felt like ages since his last good bowl of ramen. Not only that, but because of how much had been going on lately, he hadn't even thought about having a good bowl of ramen. While Naruto was going through mental ramen withdrawals, Samui leaned over to Yugito and whispered in the other woman's ear. Is your boyfriend having a mental breakdown? Just ignore him. Yugito grabbed 2 sticks of fish, one of which she handed to Samui. Here. Eat up and regain your strength. As Samui took her first bite of fish, a loud scream pierced the night air. Naruto stopped putting on an act, Koyuki jumped at the sound, and Yugito and Samui both looked in the direction that the scream had come from. Dozens of meters out, in one of the other clearings, the fires had gone out. More screams filled the air. Naruto and Yugito looked at each other. Yugito stood up. Koyuki, Naruto said, no longer moping or acting dumb. His tone was sharp enough to cut through steel. I need you and Samui to stick with us. Don't leave our side for even a second. Okay. It was a testament to her faith in him that she didn't ask any questions. She and Samui stood up and followed him and Yugito as they rushed toward the source of the screams. The screams had come from several clearings over. However, by the time they were goaded into action, the chaos had spread to multiple other clearings. When they arrived in the next clearing, it was to discover several dozen ninjas wearing frost headbands wreaking havoc on the civilians. They leapt into the crowd, spilling blood as they slashed people's throats with kunai. Several performed a number of hand seals and called out their jutsu. Kaiten. Gokyaku no Jutsu. Fire spewed from several mouths, and the civilians, innocent people who'd just lost their homes, lit up in a blazing torrent of flames. What the hell is going on here? Naruto couldn't let his shock stop him. Before his mind had a chance to fully understand what was happening, his body acted. He pushed off the ground, throwing himself at the people casting the jutsu. They were the larger threat. The first person he attacked was an older man with graying hair. Naruto appeared before him, a swirling sphere of chakra in his left hand. He shoved the Rasengan into the man's face. The shinobi's head exploded in a spray of blood, skull fragments, and gray matter. Who the hell is this? Naruto ignored the surprised shouts from his enemies and, rushing toward the next person, he relieved them of their arm with a wind chakra-enhanced kunai. The kunoichi he attacked fell to the ground with a scream. They weren't a threat anymore, so he moved on. His next opponent was more prepared for him. It was another kunoichi, again, wearing the frost headband. She went through a series of hand seals and placed her hands on the ground, tried to place her hands on the ground. Doten. The woman stared at her now missing hands, which Naruto decided she no longer needed, for a full 5 seconds. Then the pain kicked in. She screamed, and she would have continued screaming, but Naruto kicked her in the head. Her head snapped back. She remained in that position for several seconds, back arched, and then she fell to the ground. Her eyes were glazed over. Naruto had broken her neck. Still close to Naruto, but far enough so they weren't in each other's way, Yugito attacked the frost shinobi with a series of vicious claw slashes. Her fingernails were encased in fire. Every attack sliced through and then cauterized. While this meant they wouldn't bleed out, the amount of pain one felt was double that of what they would normally feel. It also meant that any limbs they lost could not be reattached. What is this woman? She's a monster. Yugito must have been enraged. The Nibi's red chakra was already bubbling around her skin, creating a cloak with 2 wavering tails. She tore into the enemy shinobi with a vengeance. Arms flew off. People were dislegged. Naruto didn't think he'd ever seen so many people losing limbs at such a quick rate before. Someone tried to sneak up on him while he was observing Yugito, but Naruto sensed their movement and backhanded the shinobi away without looking. Naruto checked to make sure Koyuki and Samui were okay. Koyuki was behind Samui, who had a kunai in her left hand. There were no enemies near her, but Naruto created 6 clones to surround the pair anyway. Not that he didn't think Samui was incapable. She had just experienced something traumatic that might affect her fighting ability. Since Yugito was tearing through the enemies attacking from outside, Naruto darted into the crowd of civilians. There were several ninja mixed among them. Naruto could see them slipping through the panicking people, slitting throats and breaking necks. Carmine fluids flew through the air, painted the ground, stained the people. A threnody of terrified wails made Naruto grit his teeth as he slipped around a civilian. Swish. Naruto shuffled behind an enemy shinobi. Their kunai glinted in the moonlight as it moved toward another innocent person. Naruto grabbed the arm that held the kunai, twisted it around, broke it, and then, while the person was screaming, he grabbed their head between his hands and, with a loud crack, snapped their neck. Naruto couldn't count the number of people he had killed. A red haze fell over his vision, blocking out the atrocities he committed. The scent of blood hung heavily in the air, acrid and overpowering, causing his nose to wrinkle. He moved swiftly through crashing bodies. It was fortunate that he was not alone. Yugito was quick to dispatch all of their attackers, who had been acting to hem the group in. Not long after she had killed everyone surrounding them, did the group of civilians properly disperse. Naruto-sama, several snow shinobi appeared before him. All of them had some form of injury, from simple cuts to more life-threatening wounds. Status report. Naruto ordered. Sir. All of our camps were ambushed by shinobi from several different villages. It seems they knew that we were coming down this way. They had cut off each camp with several dozen shinobi, and then attacked while we were distracted. In theory, it was a sound plan. By surrounding each camp and sending people into a crowd of innocent civilians, it was easy to indiscriminately kill without worry. The protectors would be too afraid to attack without fear of hurting their own people. However, while strategically a sound plan, it was morally reprehensible. What's our casualties? The snow shinobi hesitated. We didn't lose many shinobi. We had 10 casualties and 5 fatalities. However, we've confirmed 200 civilian deaths. Naruto closed his eyes, took a deep breath, held it, and then released it all in one go. He allowed his rage to dissipate, let his anger leave him. He was still upset, but he couldn't afford to let his anger cloud his judgment, and he couldn't allow himself to blame his enemies. Do we know where their base is located? The snow shinobi shook his head. Negative. We had several people try to follow them, but we lost them several kilometers out. They know this terrain too well. We'll not try to track them, then, Naruto decided. Burn down all of the foliage within a 2-kilometer radius of us and establish a defensive position. I'll create some clones to help. Yes, Naruto-sama. The shinobi offered a salute before disappearing. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed, trying to stem the flowing tide of emotional exhaustion that washed over him. He had so many questions. Why were he and the others being attacked? It was clear that something had changed, but Naruto couldn't for the life of him figure out what. Exox Naruto arrived with the group of Kumo refugees several days later. There had been no attacks during the rest of their journey, which Naruto was grateful for. At the same time, he knew they were being watched. While not much of a censor, Naruto had been able to occasionally see the shinobi tracking them. He would have attacked, but his priority had been the safe deliverance of the refugees to Konoha. That was far more important than capturing and interrogating a potential enemy, for now. When Naruto arrived at Konoha with the refugees, it was to see the extent of damage done to Konoha. Even standing in front of the gates, he could see the demolished buildings in the distance. Roofs had collapsed, walls were reduced to rubble. The sight made him clench his hands into fists. Naruto. Katetsu greeted with some enthusiasm. As always, he and Azuma were guarding the gate. Man, am I glad to see you, though I wish circumstances were different. You should go on ahead, Azuma added. Hokage-sama wants to see you right now. Don't worry about the refugees. Several temporary buildings have been prepared for them in one of our training grounds while we repair Konoha. Right. Naruto sighed and turned to Koyuki, Yugito, and Samui. Koyuki, you should probably come with me. Yugi, Samui. I think you two should help the refugees settle in. You got it, Naruto. Yugito kissed him on the lips. We'll help out here. Yuki-chan. Naruto held out his arm. Koyuki hooked her arm around his and walked into the village. As they walked through, Naruto finally had a closer glimpse of the destruction. It wasn't as bad as it could have been. Even so, seeing the collapsed buildings, the rubble strewn about the roads, and the disheartened expression of the people, caused a pain to appear in his chest. He didn't regret going to help Kumo's refugees, but he wished he could have done something to help his own people, too. Try not to recriminate yourself, Koyuki said suddenly. Nothing good will come of it. I know. Naruto leaned his head down and kissed her lips. They tasted sweet, like strawberries and vanilla. Thank you. Anytime. Several people were already inside of the Hokage's office when he and Koyuki arrived. Kakashi and Guy stood side by side, and with them was Genma, whose arm was in a sling. Jiraiya, Sakura, and Shizune were also there, of course, and so was Hiyashi Hyuga and Danzo, a surprise. Naruto didn't think Tsunade would let him stick around, but he guessed it was to appease the elders. Naruto. One other person who was inside of the office was Konan. The moment he entered, she was walking over to him. She didn't kiss him. There was a hesitance in her movements, which he guessed was because they weren't alone. Their relationship wasn't a secret, but given what happened, she probably didn't want to draw too much attention to herself. Konan, I'm glad you're okay, he said, taking her hand. She smiled at him. Me too. I was worried after we got word of those shinobi ambushing you. That ambush is actually part of the reason we're holding this meeting, Tsunade said, using Konan's words to lead into the topic she wanted to discuss. Naruto and Koyuki walked further into the room. Danzo frowned, but he didn't say anything as Naruto, Konan, and Koyuki stopped next to Jiraiya. Good to see you, brat. Nice to see you too, Aro Sennin. Jiraiya clicked his tongue at the dreaded nickname, though he didn't say anything. He didn't get the chance. Tsunade began speaking soon after. We've learned through Jiraiya's spy network that Pain, aka Nagato, has created alliance between Akatsuki and all of the minor hidden villages. Furthermore, the minor villages have officially declared war on the major villages. No one was surprised by this announcement, but a noticeable tension now filled the air, a sort of resigned tension, as though everyone had been expecting this but were hoping it wouldn't happen. The only one who didn't seem bothered was Danzo. This also didn't surprise Naruto. Warmonger that he was, going to war could only be a good thing in Danzo's mind. We have several contingencies put in place in the event that war broke out, Kakashi said. But I don't know if any of them will work now. Considering our enemy is Nagato, a prolonged war is the last thing we want, Jiraiya added. Danzo tapped his cane against the ground. Considering you're the reason we're in this mess in the first place, I do not believe you have any room to speak, Jiraiya-san. While Jiraiya clenched his hands into fists, he did not reveal anything else about his emotional state. It must have been galling to be called out on something like this. This was especially true since Jiraiya still didn't think he'd done anything wrong when it came to training Nagato. Naruto looked at Konan, who stood beside him with gritted teeth, and then looked back at Danzo. On any other occasion, he might have remained silent. Maybe. However, he had no intention of letting a slight like this go, not when the true fault lied not with Jiraiya, but with the man who was doing the accusing. If there is anyone who has no room to talk, it's you, Danzo, Naruto said. After all, it was you who teamed up with Hanzo Hattori to kill Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko. If you hadn't intervened in Omegakure's problems, none of this would have happened. Danzo's hands tightened on his cane. I did what I did for the safety of Konoha. And look at how safe Konoha is now, Naruto shot back. We were attacked by the man who you tried to kill. It sounds to me like your attempt at protecting our village has backfired spectacularly. Tension filled the air once more. Danzo glared at Naruto, who had no trouble glaring right back. He could practically feel the sparks flying between them. Everyone else watched on, so silent, barely breathing, as if they were afraid that letting out the slightest noise would bring negative attention onto them. Who is to blame for our current situation is not important right now, Tsunade said. What's important is how we deal with this situation. She paused, sighed, and then continued. I have sent letters to all of the remaining cages, asking for a conference together, so we can decide what to do about our current situation. Given that Pain has declared war on all of the major villages, this isn't just something that affects only us. When is the meeting? Asked Guy. The meeting is 1 week from now in the Land of Iron, Tsunade said. In 1 week, I will travel there and meet with the other cages. Exox. The meeting lasted for half an hour longer as they discussed who would be on bodyguard detail. Naruto and Kakashi were a given. They made a good team, and they were two of the strongest shinobi on the current roster. Jiraiya would also be going. Even with one arm, he was still an excellent ninja, and he had clout in the ninja world. Other than those three, it was decided that Konan, Yugito, and Metagai would be traveling with Tsunade. Naruto and Jiraiya would be Tsunade's primary guards, while Yugito went to represent the displaced people of Kumo. Kakashi and Guy were back up. Naruto, if you could stay behind for a moment, Tsunade said as everyone began to leave. Konan and Koyuki looked at him, but he waved them off with a smile. Why don't you two go out and have some fun together? Yuki-chan, Konan's been feeling down recently, so I'm counting on you to show her a good time. The beaming smile on Koyuki's face told him all he needed to know. The shocked look on Konan's also told him what he needed to know. Leave it to me. Koyuki gave Naruto a silly salute before she grabbed Konan's hand and dragged her out of the room. Come on, Konan. Let's do something fun. But wait, don't. Konan tried to say, but she was overpowered by the less physically powerful woman. There's no need to hesitate. Let's go out and have some fun. Konan was soon pulled out of the door, which closed behind them, leaving Naruto and Tsunade alone. The fifth Hokage, sitting behind her desk, reached down and pulled out a bottle of sake and 2 saucers. She filled one saucer. Then she filled the other. Naruto took the hint, grabbed one of the saucers, and sat down on the couch that he knew Tsunade sometimes slept on when she was pulling an all-nighter. Things are heading in a way that I don't think any of us could have foreseen, Tsunade said. She paused here, then took a swig of her drink. Things are going to get a lot harder from here on out. For everyone. Granny, not to put a rein on your parade or anything, but did you ask me to stay so you could speak in cryptic sentences? Asked Naruto, taking a sip of his sake. Don't be rude, brat. Tsunade took another sip of sake. I called you here for a number of reasons. First, we need to talk about Konan. Do you still not trust her? Asked Naruto. That's not it. Tsunade shook her head, took another sip of sake, and then sighed. I trust her just fine. The problem is Danzo and the 2 elders, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane. Danzo is the one that I'm really worried about. I have a feeling that he'll try something soon, though I don't know what. I have a feeling they might try to assassinate her. Danzo is a patriot, Naruto said, swirling the sake in his saucer. If you want to kill him off before he can cause harm to Konoha, you should send him on a suicide mission. I'm surprised to hear something like that come out of your mouth. Naruto remained silent for a moment, getting his thoughts in order. Truth be told, he was kind of surprised to hear those words himself, but at the same time, a lot of today's problems could be laid solely at Danzo's feet. His warlike policies had created more problems than solutions. Naruto turned his head and looked over at the wall upon which a portrait of the Hokages past and present were hanging. The first and second hung side by side, and the third was on the left of the second. Right next to the third was the fourth, and then Tsunade. He wondered what the previous Hokages would do in this situation. I'm generally not a fan of suicide missions, Naruto said. Or of sending people on them because you want them to be killed. However, for a man like Danzo, I recognize that we may not have much choice. Maybe. Tsunade agreed, though she still sounded shocked that he would suggest doing such a thing. What else did you want to talk to me about? Naruto asked. Tsunade coughed into her hand, and a sudden hesitant look came over her face. Naruto sensed a shift in her emotions. Whatever she wanted to talk about now, it was clearly a serious issue, perhaps even more so than Danzo and his cohorts. Even though he was curious to know what she wanted to discuss, he didn't rush her. It was better for her to speak on her own time. We need to talk about the Kumo refugees, Tsunade admitted at last. Thanks to the recent attack on Konoha, we no longer have the means to support so many new people. Are you saying that you can't accept the Kumo refugees? Asked Naruto. The long pause that followed his question was answer enough. Naruto stood up. No, Tsunade-sama, I know that we're in a tight spot thanks to the attack, but Kumo was destroyed. Its people have nowhere to go, and we were the ones who instigated the rescue mission. Are you telling me that we can no longer accept them after already agreeing to? Taking a deep breath, Tsunade looked up and stared into his eyes. Her expression was stern, unwavering, the face of a leader who was being forced to make a difficult choice. Right now, our village doesn't have the means to support them, she said. It's not a matter of not wanting to. It's a matter of not being able to. With all the repairs we need, with the money we're going to be spending, and with war on the horizon, our infrastructure can no longer support that many refugees. From a purely logical standpoint, her words were not incorrect. If their village couldn't afford to sustain more people, then that meant its infrastructure would probably break if they accepted the refugees. At the very least, Konoha would experience a time of drastic economic hardship. They couldn't accept the refugees and repair the village at the same time. Then what if we only accept a few refugees and ask water, sand, and spring country to accept the rest? Naruto suggested. If we share the burden of accepting refugees, the cost it takes to allow them in will be lessened. That is true, Tsunade admitted. Can you guarantee that the other nations will agree to help? Of course I can. Naruto grinned. Gaara is my best friend, and Koyuki and Mei are both with me. I'm sure if we ask them, they would all be happy to help. I'll send out the letters then, Tsunade sighed. Since this is an official request from the Hokage, I can't afford to leave it to you. I'll talk to Koyuki about it as well, since she's currently here, Naruto said. That's fine. Was there anything else you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, there was one more thing I wanted to tell you. The expression on Tsunade's face, which had already been quite stern, suddenly appeared sharper than any blade. Sasuke has gone missing from his cell. We have no idea as to what happened, but it appears he escaped during the chaos. Exox Danzo stood in the center of a dark, subterranean room with very little light. The gray floor was all that could be seen. Lights from overhead did a poor job of illuminating the space around them, leaving only a single center of illumination. With him were his two colleagues, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane, the two elders who were supposed to have an advisor role to the Hokage, or the two people who were on the advisory role before Tsunade had forced them into retirement. What do you want with us, Danzo? Asked Kaharu. If you called to ask for our support, then you know that we no longer have any support to give, Mitokado added. Our political power has been all but taken from us thanks to Naruto Namikaze. I am aware of the struggles that you two are facing right now, Danzo said. However, it is because of these struggles that I believe we need to strike soon. Konoha has become weak. The Akatsuki's attack on our village has proven that we no longer have the strength we once did. What's more, the minor villages have decided to rise up against the major villages. An alliance between all of the minor villages would be a huge problem, Mitokado said. While there were only 5 major villages, for now, there were numerous smaller villages. Each minor country had its own village, and there were around 40 minor countries. Of course, minor hidden villages were generally small, consisting of anywhere between 1,000 and 10,000 ninja at any given time. Even so, Konoha didn't boast any more than 30,000 ninja themselves. What's more, most of their ninja were genin and chunin. The number of ninja who became elite jonin was small, barely 5% of the overall ninja population. If we are going to defeat our enemies, then we need to become strong, Danzo continued. We cannot grow under Tsunade's reign. I agree, Kaharu said. Mitokado adjusted his glasses. I assume you have a plan. In 1 week, Tsunade will be going to meet with the other cages. Furthermore, she is taking several of her most powerful ninja with her. Danzo tapped his cane against that ground. That is when we will strike. Exox Koyuki tugged Konan along with her as she walked through one of Konoha's shopping district. While a remarkable amount of damage had been done, and several buildings had been ruined, reduced to rubble, the shopping district was relatively intact. There were still numerous stores that were open for business, vendors still stood on either side of the street, and a lot of people were still shopping around and chatting like nothing was wrong. People living in ninja villages are quite hardy, aren't they? Koyuki asked as they stopped in front of a store that sold dresses. It comes with the territory, Konan replied in sullen voice. Since they live with ninja every day, they have accepted the fact that their lives could be endangered at any moment. I guess so. Come on. What? Wait. Koyuki didn't wait. Still holding Konan by the hand, she pulled the reluctant woman into the store with her. She spoke to the store clerk, asking if she could see the dress in the front display. When she asked what size, Koyuki needed to glance at Konan for a moment to give an accurate estimation of the other woman's proportions. After being assured that the dress would be right out, the clerk left the two of them in the shop and went into the back. Koyuki-sama, Konan started to say. You can just call me Yuki, Koyuki said. Since you and I are practically family, I would like it if you didn't stand on ceremony with me. Conan hesitated. Quote ellipsis. Yuki. Much better. The store clerk came out from the back room moments later with a box in hand. She apologized for making them wait as she handed Koyuki the box, and then recommended that she try it on. Of course, the box wasn't for her. It was for the one with her. Here you go. Koyuki placed the box in the confused Conan's hand. Let's go to the dressing room so you can try it on. What? Ah. Wait. Hold on. Conan was somehow helpless against Koyuki as the daimyo placed a hand on each of the woman's shoulders and pushed her to the back. There were a number of dressing rooms in the back. They were small, just a little section blocked off by 3 walls and a curtain. Koyuki pushed Conan into one of those rooms, and then closed the curtain. Go ahead and get changed. I'd like to see how you look in that, Koyuki said. There were several moments of silence. Koyuki waited patiently until, with a glacial slowness that made her feel like Conan was doing this reluctantly, the ruffling of clothes reached her from behind the curtain. I don't see why I have to change into this, Conan muttered as something thumped to the floor. Her cloak, Koyuki guessed. Because you need more clothes to wear than just your cloak. I have other clothes. I just prefer the cloak. Then we're shopping to cheer you up. The rustling of fabric stopped. Quote ellipsis. You're doing this to cheer me up. Of course. Naruto noticed right away that you weren't yourself. That's why he asked me to take care of you, and I figured you and I could do something fun to bond while helping bring your mood back. You don't even know what's bothering me, Conan countered. Not yet, Koyuki corrected. Just you wait. We're going to have a blast, enjoy some female bonding, and then you're going to unload all your problems onto me so I can help you out. After all, it's a lot easier to talk to another girl about your problems than it is a guy, even if that guy happens to be someone like Naruto. There was another pause. Koyuki inferred from the strange hesitance in Conan's countenance that she was not used to sharing things with others, and she was even less used to having a fellow female to bond with. However, in Koyuki's mind, that was all the more reason to break down the walls surrounding Conan. They were going to be sister wives. It wouldn't be good if she kept everything that was troubling her to herself. Have you finished changing? Koyuki asked. I have, but. Then let's see it. Grabbing the curtain, Koyuki pulled it back and received her first look at Conan. She whistled. You look good in that. The dress that she had gotten Conan to change into was simple, a black dress that stopped just above her knees. Small straps hung over her slender shoulders. It was tight around her bust, which made it look like her chest might spill out at the slightest provocation, but Koyuki felt it added a sensual touch. She looked down and frowned at the plain blue ninja sandals. We need to find you a decent pair of shoes. Koyuki spent nearly 10 minutes finding a good pair of shoes that Conan could wear. She eventually decided on a pair of simple red slip-ons. She wanted to go with something more exotic and sexy, but Conan wasn't the type who wore shoes like that, so she decided against it. Conan, bless her heart, put up with Koyuki's antics and let herself be dressed up. So, we've got the dress, and we've got the shoes, Conan said, trying her best not to squirm. Koyuki, even at a glance, could tell that Conan was embarrassed. Are we done yet? Done. Koyuki smiled. What are you talking about? This is just the beginning. Conan's horrified expression couldn't have been more amusing. What followed was a shopping extravaganza. Koyuki took Conan everywhere she could think of. They didn't just go to clothing stores, they also visited vendors and grabbed some tasty treats, went to toy stores and played like children. While Konoha might have experienced a serious attack, that didn't mean the village or its residents stopped doing what they had always done. The wreckage could be seen wherever one walked, but the people still went about their business. At some point during their shopping excursion, Conan had began to smile. It wasn't a very big smile. Even so, Koyuki counted it as a victory on her part. She and Conan had never really spoken much because of their duties. She was a daimyo and Conan had been Naruto's informant about Akatsuki's movements. That she could make the former Akatsuki ninja smile was something that she considered worthwhile. By the time Koyuki was satisfied with their shopping, they ended up buying 4 bags worth of clothing. She thought about going to the Namikaze's estate, but Naruto probably wasn't there yet. That was why Koyuki decided they should find a nice place to have a drink. Besides, they still hadn't talked about the most important topic. That looks like a good place to relax. Koyuki pointed to a small bar named the Rusty Kanai. It was a nondescript building with little in the way of embellishments. Only the sign overhead told them about what kind of place it was. Shall we go in and have a drink before heading home? Conan tilted her head for a moment, her eyes peering into the distance. Then she came back into herself and nodded. I don't mind getting something to drink. Great. They walked arm in arm into the bar. The dirt street shifted to wooden tiles, and the natural sunlight was replaced with the low lighting of oil lamps. Clunk clunk. Their sandals thudded along the floor as they walked past several booths that were already full. It looked like a number of off-duty shinobi were in the process of drinking. The booth they eventually sat in was located near the back, in the corner, which gave them a clear view of everyone else. There were no windows in this bar. A small oil lamp sat on the wooden surface of the table, along with a set of drink menus. When someone came up to take their order, they unilaterally decided on warm sake. So, Koyuki set her elbows on the table and leaned forward. Did you have fun? I did, Conan admitted, gracing Koyuki with a grateful smile. I had no idea shopping could be fun. Never underestimate the appeal for shopping, Koyuki said. Shopping is a woman's best friend. Whenever you're feeling down, you can just grab one of your girlfriends and ask them to go shopping with you. That always makes me feel better. I don't really have any girlfriends, Conan said slowly. You have me, Koyuki replied. And I'm sure Yugito and Mei would be happy to become your friends as well. Yes, I suppose you are right. Conan said, probably remembering one of the times that all of the Namikaze girls had met. There hadn't been many moments like that. Since one of them was a kage, the other a daimyo, and the last one a spy. Yugito was the only one who didn't have major role in their society, and she was a jinchuriki, so she could hardly be called normal. The waiter soon came up, set 2 saucers down on the table, and placed a jar of warm sake in between them. He asked if they needed anything else. Both of them replied in the negative, and the waiter left soon after. Koyuki grabbed the jar of sake and poured some for herself and Conan. Taking her own saucer in hand, she swirled the liquid around, and then took a sip. This isn't bad. It's nothing like Naruto's firebrand sake, though. Ah, what I wouldn't give for some of that sake. But I'm digressing. Why don't you tell me what's eating you? The table fell silent. As though she was reluctant to answer, Conan took several sips of her sake. Koyuki also drank from her saucer. She waited patiently. I just feel like I should have done more to help when we were attacked, Conan said at last. So many people died, but they didn't have to. If I had taken a more proactive role, if I'd done my job as Naruto's informant and properly gathered all the information on Zetsu, Konoha could have avoided a lot of casualties. Are you really going to blame yourself for not gathering enough information? Koyuki asked. No one is perfect, and no one expects perfection out of you. I'm sure no one blames you for what happened here. Tsunade-sama does, Conan mumbled. Are you sure you aren't projecting your own sense of failure onto Tsunade? Koyuki shot back. I'll be the first to admit that I don't know everything, but I also know that Tsunade isn't the type to blame someone for not being perfect. And how do you know that? Because Naruto would never follow such a woman. Conan jerked her head back as though she'd been slapped, her eyes blinking rapidly several times. She stared at Koyuki. It was like she was just now seeing her for the first time. You are right. Conan relaxed and looked down at her drink. I am probably imposing my feelings of guilt onto Tsunade-sama. She never once said that she blames me. I merely made the assumption that she did because I was once part of Akatsuki. A tint of red sprang to Conan's cheeks, which she hid behind her hands. I've gone and done something foolish, haven't I? Just a bit foolish, Koyuki said, pinching her thumb and forefinger together in emphasis. She then grabbed the saucer again and filled Conan's saucer. Now, how about we drink some more and forget about all of our troubles? It had been a long time since Koyuki really drank. She hadn't gotten wasted since before Naruto had saved her kingdom. It was partly because she was now the ruler of a country, but the other reason was because she didn't want Naruto to see her bad side. However, just this once, she could make an exception. Conan's answer was to down her saucer in one go and gesture for Koyuki to refill her glass. I think this is going to be the start of a beautiful friendship, Koyuki said, grinning as she poured more sake into Conan's saucer. Exox after his meeting with Tsunade, Naruto wandered to Training Ground 38, the place where several wooden houses had been set up for the displaced people of Kumo. Even before he stepped onto the training ground, it was easy to locate. Several large buildings jutted from the ground. They were houses, well built and elegant. Yamato's work, no doubt. All of Koyuki's zeppelins were also at the training ground, their floating forms attached to the ground with thick steel cables. A lot of the civilians were standing around the buildings. Some were walking into and out of them, boxes and blankets and other necessities in their hands. A few were working on the yards, building fences and so on. While a lot of faces were still despondent, a natural expression considering everything that had happened to them, it seemed more than few had accepted what had happened and were trying to make the best out of their situation. It made what he came here to do all the more difficult. Yugito and Samui were in the thick of things, doing their part to help everyone get settled in. Samui was helping a small family set up their house. She seemed to be doing a little better than before. If nothing else, there was a light in her eyes that had not been present during the trip to Konoha. Meanwhile, Yugito was giving out orders to the few ninja who had survived Pain's attack on Kumo. Ma'am, it looks like there's not enough houses to fit everyone, a shinobi that Naruto didn't recognize was saying to Yugito. Clicking her tongue as though disappointed, Yugito spent a moment thinking to herself before coming to a decision. In that case, let's put the smaller families together for now. With luck, more houses will be built, though it could be a while, given that Konoha is currently undergoing repairs. Ma'am. The shinobi, who looked quite young, saluted and hurried off to follow through with her orders. Yugito, he greeted. Oh, Naruto. Yugito greeted him with a smile and a kiss. Naruto allowed the kiss to linger several seconds longer than was probably necessary, even though part of him felt guilty for doing so, considering what he was here for. How did your meeting with Tsunade go? Not as well as I had hoped, Naruto admitted. Do you have some time? There's something important that I want to talk to you about. Yugito must have sensed that he had something important to say because her entire countenance became more serious, from the way her shoulders stiffened to how her smile disappeared. She nodded once. There's a place not far from here where you and I can talk in private. Follow me. The place where Yugito led him to was a small glade several kilometers away from the main area of the training ground. Trees and plants surrounded them. Animals made their music, which echoed around the pair, growing louder and softer as though every animal was part of a symphony. There were a lot of hiding places around here, which made it easy for people sneak up on them. That said, he didn't think there was anyone here. Naruto might not have been a great sensor without Sage Mode, but it wasn't like he couldn't tell when someone was spying on them. Naruto and Yugito stood facing each other. As he peered at her expression, he noticed the tenseness in Yugito's shoulders. It was like she was preparing for the worst. Had she already deduced that what he had to say was about the refugees? Well, naturally, it would be about them. However, could she have figured out what, exactly, he was going to discuss with her? This is, about the people of Kumo, isn't it? Naruto nodded. It seems a lot more has been going on while we were looking for survivors. Akatsuki has declared war on the remaining major villages, and Pain has gathered all of the minor villages under his banner. They've currently blocked off our trade routes, which, on top of the damage done to our village, is putting stress on our economy. Sighing as if trying to release all of his pent-up emotions, Naruto ran a hand through his hair and continued. Tsunade said we can afford to keep everyone from Kumo here for no more than a month. After that, our economy won't allow us to let them all stay. I see. Yugito looked at the ground as a mirthless smile tugged at her lips. I guess I should have expected something like this. Tilting her head back up, she stared at him with pleading eyes. Please tell me there's something we can do. I don't want my people to suffer any more than they already have. There is something we can do, Naruto assured her. I'm going to speak with Koyuki, while Tsunade sends letters to Gaara and Mei. Our plan is to have each nation take a number of refugees. If each of us takes on a fourth of the people rescued from Kumo, it will lessen the strain all of us have to take considerably. Yugito remained silent. Naruto assumed she was studying the plan inside of her head, searching it for potential flaws. While she was more the attack first and never ask questions type, when it came to her people, Yugito did not allow her normal impetuousness to get the better of her. That was, in fact, the reason she hadn't chased after the shinobi who had ambushed them on their way to Konoha. It is a sound plan, she admitted at last. Though I don't like the idea of splitting my people up. During hardships like this, it's important for everyone to come together as a people and help each other. We can't do that if we're separated. I know, and I agree, Naruto said. I wish there was something we could do, but unless the war that's coming on the horizon ends quickly, we won't be able to support that many new people. This is an unenviable situation, huh? She said. Yeah. Silence passed through the clearing as Naruto and Yugito went into their own thoughts. None of what was happening was something that either of them wanted. They were just doing their best to deal with several bad hands. Despite all that, Naruto wanted to offer Yugito's people whatever help he could. There has to be something I can do to help everyone. Yugito wants her people together, but that's clearly impossible with the limited amount of resources we have right now. The problem wasn't necessarily that they lacked resources, but that they would soon. A lot of their money came from two areas, missions and trade. Big paying missions were often requested by people outside of Konoha, which meant that in order for a mission to be made, someone had to travel here and request the mission, or they could send a scroll via carrier bird. However, with their trade routes blocked, no one who didn't already live in Konoha could enter the village. What's more, it was easy to intercept a carrier bird if you knew what routes they took. If only we could somehow bypass the roads and instantly appear wherever we want, that would solve a lot of. Naruto paused in that thought. He rewound his thoughts several times. Could the Hiraishin be the solution to this problem? Would it be possible? Theoretically speaking, it was perfectly possible to do mass transportation via Hiraishin. The issue was a combination of chakra consumption, distance, and knowing how to use it. Hiraishin took a lot of chakra, more than even most Jonin. In fact, only someone with reserves that were on par with a cage could use it the way he and his father did. However, maybe if he set up a method of drawing chakra from nature. Yugi. I'm going to build Hiraishin pads. Huh. The expression on Yugito's face, which could have been described as, "What the fuck are you talking about?" adequately expressed the woman's feelings. Shaking his head, Naruto smiled. I'm just thinking out loud. There might be a way to keep everyone connected, even if they live in different nations, but it'll probably be a while before I can make it happen. Yugito continued to stare at him like he was an unknown entity. He guessed he couldn't blame her. Finally, she smiled and said, well, let me know when you have it figured out. Naruto grinned. Will do. There wasn't much left for them to discuss, and Yugito still needed to help everyone get settled in, so Naruto left her and returned to his estate. He wanted to get there quickly. However, he didn't want to merely Hiraishin there. The presence of strong shinobi had a positive effect on the people, and so Naruto walked through the village, greeting the people who smiled and waved at him, speaking with the children as they ran up to him. Despite not being present during the battle, it seemed everyone still thought highly of him. I should have been here. It was useless regretting the past. There was no way he could change it. Jutsu could do many things, but they could not send one back in time. Even the most complicated space-time ninjutsu was not capable of changing the past. All he could do was move forward. That didn't mean he had to like it. Naruto returned to the Namikaze estate, entered through the front door, and took off his sandals. 2 pairs of shoes were already present. A pair of blue shinobi sandals and high heels. They probably belonged to Koyuki and Konan. He wondered if their talk went well. Naruto had left Konan to Koyuki because he felt a female would have better luck understanding the mind of another woman. After removing his shoes, Naruto went in search of Koyuki and Konan. He went through much of the house but found no trace of them. They weren't in the kitchen, the living room, the training room, the backyard, or even their individual bedrooms. That left. Naruto opened the door to his bedroom. He paused. Konan and Koyuki were lying on the bed. Well, Konan was lying on the bed. Koyuki was straddling Konan's waist. Their limbs were locked in a passionate embrace, matched only by their equally impassioned, open-mouthed kiss. Naruto stood there as Koyuki's tongue danced and coiled with Konan's. The moans they produced were a thing of music, a symphony that blessed the ear, sweeping through him like the silken caress of a lover. Koyuki wasn't wearing anything except a pair of cotton white panties. Konan still had her chest wrap, which kept her breasts from jiggling during combat, but outside of that and her underwear, a lace G-string, she wore nothing else. From the way Koyuki was cupping Conan's breast, it appeared as though she had tried to remove it at some point without success. It took Naruto a second to reboot his mind, and in fact, it didn't happen until a loud cry from Conan echoed around the room. Koyuki had slipped one of her hands into the other woman's underwear. Even with Conan's long, lean legs, toned from decades of being a kunoichi, he could still see how the daimyo's hand teased the S-ranked ninja's entrance. Naruto ignored the way his pants tightened for a moment and took a deep breath. What are you two doing on my bed? The pair did not stop kissing, but their heads did turn partially toward him. Of course, all this did was give him a better glimpse of their tongues as they danced together, dripping with saliva. Conan's cheeks were a vibrant red, her face flushed and sweaty. Koyuki wasn't much better, but unlike her partner, she was at least capable of speech, once she managed to pry her mouth from the other woman's. Oh, Naru, hic, Kian, she said, grinning. We were waiting for you to get back, hic, but we got too horny to wait. What? Come, hic, join us. Koyuki patted the spot beside her. Naruto thought this through in a logical manner, as logically as he could. Conan and Koyuki had been waiting for them, but they got horny and decided to start playing with each other. So, that meant they had been planning on tackling him together, or just that they had been waiting for him to return home. Also, that scent hanging in the air. It was. You two are drunk, he declared as the slight sting of alcohol hit his olfactory senses. Drunker than a SK, hic, Koyuki agreed. Now get over, hic, here. Naruto debated on what to do for one full second. However, regardless of any arguments he had against having a threesome, they were drunk, he didn't want to take advantage of their drunkenness, etc. None of them sounded that good. It probably had something to do with there being two nearly naked women making out on his bed. He didn't know any hot-blooded male who would be able to resist that allure. Discarding his haori, shirt, and pants, Naruto crawled onto the bed and moved until he was behind Koyuki. He pressed his chest into her front. His erection ground into her backside, causing Koyuki to release a heavenly moan and wiggle her butt against him. Naruto leaned over. He took one of her ears in his mouth and nibbled on it. Wait. I have a better idea, Koyuki said suddenly. Naruto frowned as he was pushed off her. That changed to intrigued when Koyuki slid Conan's G-string down her legs and threw the article to the floor. Let me prepare her for you, was all she said before leaning down between Conan's legs. Naruto only had a moment to realize what was happening before Conan's entire body tensed. Her legs closed around Koyuki's head, which made him worry about how she would survive. Kunoichi had strong legs. However, she didn't seem bothered, so maybe he had nothing to worry about. Not wanting to be left out, Naruto decided to help Koyuki. It had nothing to do with the fact that he was still behind her and had a perfectly clear view of her perfect ass. Nothing at all. Hooking his fingers into the waistband of her panties, Naruto pulled the object down, sliding it across her legs, though he had to stop halfway because Koyuki wouldn't lift her legs. That was fine. He had perfect access like this. He leaned forward and pressed his face against Koyuki's butt. He gave her an experimental lick. When her muffled cries reached him, he grinned and began pleasing her in earnest. Her hips shook as he teased her entrance with his tongue, but he placed his hands on either side of her butt and kept her from squirming. It was difficult reaching her clit from this angle. His tongue didn't extend that long. However, he quickly decided to extend his reach using chakra, which resulted in the woman's juices exploding in his face. Maybe using chakra is too much. Koyuki's hips, no longer able to stay in the air, collapsed onto the bed, which allowed Naruto a glimpse of Conan. She had lost her chest wrap. The S-ranked kunoichi was fondling her own breasts, pinching her nipples between her fingers as Koyuki teased her. The sight made him even more aroused, especially when he saw Koyuki's nose resting against the small patch of blue hair above the V of Conan's crotch. Grabbing Koyuki's hips again, Naruto lined himself up and entered her in a single, smooth motion. Koyuki's cries of ecstasy grew louder, even while muffled. This also had the effect of making Conan cum, which he saw in the way her body shook. He moved at a steady pace, thrusting and retracting. Koyuki was no longer able to keep going down on Conan the way she had been. She somehow managed to crawl up Conan's body, and the two women shared another passionate kiss, loud slurping and smacking noises. that he could hear over the slapping of his hips as the thrust into Koyuki from behind. At some point, Koyuki's body was unable to stay upright, and her hips fell down until they met Conan's. Naruto decided to change things up. He withdrew from Koyuki, who groaned in complaint, and thrust himself inside of Conan. A muffled cry reverberated through Koyuki's mouth. He put on a steady pace before, quite suddenly, changing the pace and tempo of his thrusts. Conan's muffled moaning intensified. Naruto reached down and cupped Koyuki. He quickly found what he was looking for and began to stimulate her with a strong but gentle rubdown. Her hips twitched and bucked. From his position, Naruto could see nothing but her back. However, hers and Conan's breasts spilled out the sides, pushed together as they were. Because he wanted them both to get off, Naruto continued to switch between them. He changed from one to the other, never letting either one of them rest for too long. This kept them in a heightened state of ecstasy. Over and over he pushed, increasing the pace, changing his rhythm. At some point while he was inside of Conan, her muscles tightened around him and her insides suddenly became well lubricated. Her body spasmed several times, legs twitching, toes clenching against the bed sheet. Then she went completely slack. Koyuki lifted her face. "She's out cold," came the announcement. "I guess she had a little too much to drink. Dare I ask how much you two drank?" "Not much. I suspect Conan isn't used to drinking." Knowing how much Koyuki could drink, he determined that they must have had upwards of 15 jars of sake. That was enough to put anyone but someone with Tsunade's drinking caliber down for the count. He should be glad she had simply passed out. Naruto. Koyuki placed her head on Conan's breasts and wiggled her butt in the air. "Make me feel good too." Naruto knew better than to deny her. He pushed into her once more and thrust his hips. As Koyuki's loud moans resounded throughout the room, Naruto had but a single thought. There are certainly worse ways to spend my days. Exox a week passed in what Naruto could only consider relative peace. There was so much work that needed to be done before Tsunade, along with himself and some of Konoha's other elite jonin, left for the land the iron. Repairs were still being made to Konoha, the people of Kumo had barely settled in, and a relocation effort was being planned, so only about a fourth of those from Kumo would even be staying. He had spoken with Koyuki about the relocation, and she had been on board with the idea. Unlike Konoha, whose trade routes were blocked off by all of the minor nations, the Land of Spring was an island nation and currently quite prosperous, thanks in no small part to their technology. She had even offered to take all of the refugees. Naruto had considered it, but he knew that taking over 2,000 people would be difficult, even for her. Integrating immigrants always put a strain on a nation's economy. It cost time and money to process them through customs, register them as citizens, and do a background check to make sure they weren't harmful to society. This didn't include finding them housing, helping them get jobs, or how the original citizens would feel. Those were separate issues entirely. That was why Naruto had suggested they split the refugees 4 ways between the nations of sand, spring, water, and fire. Each nation could easily sustain around 500 new citizens without putting a serious strain on their economy. While it would mean that some people might end up being separated, it would also mean their lives would be more comfortable because they weren't having one nation stretch themselves thin to help. Of course, this topic was one of many that would be brought up by Tsunade during the conference, which Koyuki would also take part in as the daimyo of the Land of Spring. The entire entourage had officially been chosen. Naruto, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Meidagai were traveling as Tsunade's guards. However, Koyuki and Yugito were also coming along with them, as was Conan. Yugito was going as a representative of the displaced people of Kumo. She was the strongest shinobi in their ranks now, so it was only natural. Conan had been added at the last minute to act as Koyuki's bodyguard. Naruto personally just thought Conan was coming along so Koyuki could have more fun. She had apparently enjoyed their threesome last week. It had been the first of 3, and the only reason they hadn't done it more was because Naruto also spent a lot of time with Yugito. Even then, Naruto was certain that Koyuki had been getting Conan drunk and sleeping with her when he wasn't around. Several times he had discovered them exiting the same room together, hungover, and they even took baths together now. He did think it was nice that Koyuki and Conan were getting along so well. At the same time, it seemed kind of weird to him, though he certainly wouldn't judge them for it. The journey to the Land of Iron took 5 days. Fortunately, the Land of Iron was connected to the Land of Fire. There was no need to travel through another nation, which should, at least in theory, keep them from being attacked. Tsunade's reason for choosing the Land of Iron for the Cage Summit was a simple one. The Land of Iron, known across the elemental nations for its powerful samurai, was a completely neutral nation. This meant there was no chance of them working for the benefit one nation over another. Of course, had it just been sand, water, fire, and spring, this wouldn't have mattered. However, the Tsuchikage from the Land of Earth, more specifically Iwagakure, had also been invited to this conference. Since the war between the major and minor villages affected everyone, they couldn't afford to not send the Tsuchikage an invitation. Snow crunched under their feet as Naruto walked alongside everyone else. They hadn't been able to take a carriage, since the snow was so thick it prevented any form of wheeled transportation from moving. There weren't any trains that traveled through this way either. Also, the Land of Iron didn't have Spring Country's technology. The vehicles that were famous in Spring had barely begun to trickle down to other nations. Only the wealthy could afford them right now. It's pretty cold, isn't it? Yugito asked as she walked on Naruto's left. Koyuki and Konan were walking on his other side. Behind them were Maeda and Kakashi, and up ahead, Tsunade and Jiraiya were trading barbs. This is the Land of Iron, Koyuki said. They're well known for their icy climate. That said, she looked around and shivered, wrapping her arms around herself as though to keep warm. This type of freezing temperature reminds me of how the Land of Snow used to be before we discovered my father's heat generators. Was it this cold? Naruto asked. I honestly can't remember. Koyuki gave him a dry look. Stop talking. You don't even look cold, or are you trying to act tough by wearing that? Naruto looked down at his attire. Black long-sleeved shirt with dark orange trim. Black pants. A white haori with more dark orange trim and an orange Uzumaki spiral on the back. It was basically the clothing that he always wore. He looked back at Koyuki. As a Jinchuriki, I don't really feel the cold anymore. Yugito is wearing her normal attire as well. Once a Jinchuriki masters using their Biju's chakra to a certain degree, elements like cold no longer affect them, Yugito said when everyone looked at her. There you go. Naruto nodded as if everything was solved. Is it just me, or is Naruto getting a little cocky because he has a bunch of beautiful women around him? Asked Kakashi. Maeda looked at the copy ninja, who continued to flip through the pages of his book. What are you talking about, my eternal rival? Oh, nothing, Kakashi muttered. You know I can hear you, right sensei? Naruto asked. Can you? Kakashi's eyes smiled at Naruto. How surprising. Then he went back to reading. Oi, shouldn't you guys be a little more quiet? Asked Tsunade, turning her head to look back at them. There was a bit of glare on her face. A bright red vein pulsed on her forehead. This isn't a vacation, people. Stay alert. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi, Guy, and Yugito said at the same time. The Land of Iron was marked by a massive landmark known as Three Wolves. It was a giant mountain range that branched in 3 separate directions, with each mountain reminding Naruto of a head. Massive stalactites hung down from the mountain's giant overhang. They formed what could have easily been a set of gnarly teeth. Even the smaller mountains that branched out from the larger 3 were eerily reminiscent of a trio of tongues. Before they could reach Three Wolves, several people walked out from behind a set of thick trees covered in snow. They were wreathed in segmented armor, which clacked together, steel ringing against steel, as they walked. Silver helms with oni horns jutted from their heads. The rest of their faces were covered in masks. Underneath the armor, a black bodysuit covered them, creaking as they moved. Each person carried 2 katanas, though only the one in the center wore a large fur cape. He must have been this patrol's leader. You are the group hailing from Konoha? The leader asked in a rough voice muffled by his mask. That's right, Tsunade said. I am Tsunade Senju, Godime Hokage. With me are my bodyguards, plus a representative from Kumo, and Koyuki Kazuhana, the daimyo of the Land of Spring, along with her bodyguard. The man nodded. We have been expecting you. Follow us. We shall take you to the meeting place. The armored man and his group of 3 turned and walked off, clearly expecting them to follow. Tsunade nodded to them and began following alongside Jiraiya, who appeared completely at ease with the situation. Kakashi and Guy also started walking. Since no one seemed to be wary, Naruto and his group started walking as well. So, who are those people? Asked Naruto. I'm not surprised you don't know them, since you've never been here before. Jiraiya turned around and, walking backwards, grinned at Naruto. Those people are the Land of Iron Samurai, a group of swordsmen so fierce that all of the ninja villages have decided to leave them alone. Trust me when I say you don't want to get on their bad side. Naruto didn't really know anything about the Land of Iron Samurai, though he had heard rumors about their strength. It was thanks to their samurai that this nation had been able to maintain its neutrality for so long. I wonder how long they'll be able to keep it, though. The grim thought followed Naruto all the way to the meeting place. Exox, the meeting place for the Cage Summit, was located inside of three wolves, the strange mountains that were like three giant mouths taking chunks out of the earth. Naruto and the others were led through a ravine between one of the mountain ranges that acted as a tongue for one of the mouths. Did you know there's a legend about these ravines? Asked Kakashi. Decades ago, a shinobi army of 20,000 strong tried to invade the Land of Iron. They attempted to subjugate the samurai here by entering the ravine to attack the samurai stronghold. However, they were defeated and run out of the country by a force of only 1,000 men. I didn't know that, Naruto said. Neither did I, Guy admitted. Kakashi, still reading his book, shrugged. It's not taught at the academy. I only know about it because my father told me that story. I also know about that story, Jiraiya added. The Sandaime was fond of it. He would always use it in his lectures. Hey, you got that right, Tsunade said with a grin. The ravine was deep, the walk treacherous. There was no worry about them being killed. Even so, the ground was covered in a thick sleet of slippery ice like snow. Koyuki, who had no chakra abilities to speak of, needed to hold onto Conan's arm to keep from falling. At the end of their path, a solitary door stood, which they all walked through. As snow shifted into hard stone floor, Naruto took a look around. The ceiling over their head was high, probably around 50 or 60 meters, and several dozen columns with simple designs stood as support pillars. Naruto looked at one of the columns, noticing the lines running through it. Those lines formed a pattern that he didn't recognize. There was a geometry to it, but he felt they were more for decoration than some form of functionality. As they walked further into the large interior, they were met by an entourage of samurai. At the helm of the group was an older man. Long gray hair that almost reached his waist swayed as if caught in a breeze, and several bandages wrapped around his head kept the hair trapped behind him. Black eyes stared out from beneath the bandages. There were wrinkles below his eyes, making him truly look his age, which contrasted with his strong bearing. His outfit, a simple purple kimono with sandals, seemed somehow out of place on him. Naruto felt like he would have looked more at home in armor. Welcome, Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya of the Leaf, the old man greeted. Mifune, Jiraiya said with a grin. It's been a long time. You've aged well. Time tests us all, Mifune said, staring at Jiraiya's missing arm. I see you have faced your share of hardships. Some stuff happened. Jiraiya shrugged as though losing an arm was no big deal. It's not like losing an arm means I've lost any of my strength. I'm still as powerful as I've ever been. Is that so? Mifune said. I'm pleased to hear that. Now then, allow me to show you to the meeting room. Mifune turned around and walked off. Jiraiya and Tsunade followed him, but not before Tsunade gave Kakashi and Guy some orders. You two patrol with the samurai. Don't get in their way, but try to be supportive of their efforts while remaining conscious of your own. Yes, Hokage-sama, the two said at the same time. Naruto, Yugito, Koyuki, and Konan followed Tsunade and Jiraiya to the meeting place. They walked through another set of doors, which lead to an area that was outside. No, not quite outside. Naruto looked up at the blue sky, at the snow falling, and then looked at the walls surrounding them. This place appeared to be located in a sort of crater inside of three wolves. A building stood in the center of this crater. Majestic. A monolith of ancient architecture that reminded Naruto of the many palaces he had visited. 6 walls blocked off the main building, a pyramidal structure sitting on a square of frozen water. The only way to reach the pyramid was from a single walkway. As he and the others crossed, Naruto looked down at the ice, wondering if there was a lake beneath all of this. The meeting took place on the top floor, which forced Naruto and the others to ascend half a dozen floors before the narrow stairway opened into a small room. Simple decorations lined the interior. Tassels hung from the walls. A purple tapestry with kanji written on it hung between two columns embedded into the wall. Someone else was already present. He sat in a chair on one side of the table, which was shaped like a horseshoe, his red hair short and ruffled. Pale skin stood out starkly against his black and auburn cloak. Thick black rings formed around pale green eyes. The kanji for love was written on the left side of his forehead, just above his brow ridge, in blood-red ink. Two people stood with him, a woman with teal eyes and blonde hair gathered into 4 ponytails. Gaara's other companion was a man wearing white makeup and a cat suit. Naruto easily recognized the Sabaku siblings, Gaara's older brother and sister. Gaara. Naruto grinned as he bounded up to the cage without ceremony. Gaara smiled. Naruto. It's good to see you. I see you are doing well. I heard about what happened to Konoha. He paused upon seeing Yugito, and then nodded to her. You both have my sympathies. Had I known what was happening, we would have sent our shinobi to help. I know, Naruto said. Thanks for that. His eyes brightened. So, how've you been? How's the cage life treating you? It has been difficult, Gaara admitted, but that has more to do with the current state that the elemental nations are in. Despite the hard times we're now facing, I have been enjoying life. Matsuri is going to have a kid soon. Matsuri. Naruto scrunched up his face. Who was Matsuri? Matsuri, that's, the girl who had been one of your genin, right? That's right, Gaara said, nodding. So she's having a kid, huh? Nice. Who's the father? I am. Naruto needed a moment. You are. Really? Wow. Congrats. Wait. You're going to be a father. Frowning, Gaara asked, why do you seem so shocked? Because I don't remember hearing anything about this, Naruto shot back. Does this mean you're also married? Why wasn't I invited to your wedding? I didn't even get to give you a pre-wedding prank. Gaara stared at Naruto for several seconds. His face was so blank that, for a moment, Naruto almost wondered if he had reverted back to how he used to be. There hasn't been a wedding yet, Gaara told him at last. Matsuri and I have been engaged for about 3 months now. Wedding preparations were underway, but given the current crisis we're facing, we decided to hold off on actually having a wedding. Gaara paused. I was actually hoping you would be my best man. Really? Yes. While he and Gaara were definitely friends, they hadn't spent all that much time around each other. Hearing that Gaara wanted him to be the best man at his wedding was shocking. At the same time, a warmth spread through his chest. This, right here, this was proof that there were people who acknowledged him, not his title, but him, Naruto. That meant a lot more than simple words could say. I thought I was going to be your best man. Kankuro interrupted. Naruto, Gaara, and Temari all looked at Kankuro. Kankuro, your makeup is so thick most people would mistake you for a geisha, Temari said. Naruto nodded. Exactly. The position is best man, not best man in makeup. You people keep insulting my war paint. How many times am I going to have to tell you this? I don't wear makeup. As Naruto and Temari teased Kankuro, Mifune and a pair of bald samurai stood before the purple tapestry. Tsunade and Koyuki had sat down in their seats, which were next to each other. Konan and Jiraiya stood by them, watching Naruto as he spoke with the Sabaku siblings. Yugito was also sitting down. Her place was where the Raikage would have been sitting were he still alive. Since there was no Raikage anymore, the seat had been delegated to her. Minutes passed and 2 other groups soon entered. The first was an old man who walked with a noticeable stoop. He was short, coming up to only Naruto's waist. A large mustache sat under his big red nose, and a triangular bear wiggled as he moved his mouth. Black eyes made contact with Naruto for all of 2 seconds, but then the older man was walking over to his seat. The Tsuchikage. A while back, the Tsuchikage had tried to kidnap Koyuki, tried being the keyword. It had ended in failure. Since then, Iwagakure had been quiet. Naruto hadn't heard a thing come out of them, which may or may not have been a good thing, seeing how Iwagakure was the only nation that he was wary of. 2 people were with him. Naruto thought he recognized one of them as Kuretsuchi, the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. Short black hair. Purple eyes. She wore the standard attire of a Iwa Jonin. Her brown armored vest fit neatly over her reddish shirt. A black half-skirt swished as she walked, and her heeled shinobi sandals clacked against the floor. She also saw Naruto. Unlike the Tsuchikage, who remained cool, her face paled. The other person was large like an akamaiki, had dark eyes that seemed unusually jovial, and wore a red bandana-style headband. Plump nose and large cheeks made up his most prominent facial features. Like his partner, Kuretsuchi, he wore the standard Iwa garb of a Jonin. However, he also had a yellow scarf wrapped around his shoulders. I don't have any information on that one. Naruto looked at his mentor. Jiraiya's face was blank, a mask that revealed nothing, a perfect poker face. He wondered what the man was thinking. Though I'm sure Jiraiya does. While the Tsuchikage sat down, Kuretsuchi and the larger ninja took up guard positions on either side of him. Knowing that he needed to once more play the role of Namikaze, he bid goodbye to the Sabaku siblings, got a promise from Gaara to let him know when the wedding was going to happen, and walked over to Tsunade. Arriving only a few seconds after the Tsuchikage was the last of the four cages, Mei Terumi, whose resplendent red hair trailed down to her ankles. With her were her two attendants, Chojiro and Ao. She wore an amiable smile as she walked in. While she didn't greet him and Yugito with words, the smile she tossed them both was enough to let them know that she planned on greeting them properly when this meeting was over. When everyone sat down, Mifune, who was now sitting behind a desk that allowed everyone to face him, coughed into his hand. Hats off, everyone. Those who had not already taken their hat off, Unoki and Mei, did so immediately. When they set their hats on the table in front of them, Mifune continued. In response to the Godaime Hokage's request, the four remaining cages have assembled here. I am Mifune, and I will be your moderator. The cage summit is officially called to order. Exox those who were not part of the meeting, in other words, the bodyguards, were immediately sent away. Naruto and Konan stood on a small platform above the meeting room. The platform circumvented the entire room below. A curtain hid them from view, though they were able to peer at the meeting between a crack that was purposefully left there for them. They did not know where Jiraiya had gone. However, Naruto knew that the perverted old man was somewhere, probably hidden behind one of his toad ninjutsu. So, what exactly did you call this meeting for, Hokage? The Tsuchikage, Unoki, asked in a raspy, slightly high-pitched voice. Tsunade steepled her fingers together. Since they were behind her, neither of them could see her face, but Naruto easily pictured her expression, a steely gaze that could cut through anything. That woman could put on a frightening countenance when she wanted to. I'm sure everyone knows this already, but Kumogakure is gone, Tsunade began with this grave proclamation. It was destroyed by a man known as Pain, who, wielding the power of the Rinnegan, was able to destroy an entire hidden village on his own. To make matters worse, Pain has managed to rally the minor nations and has declared war on the remaining four major nations. This is a grave matter, which is why I have requested this summit. Unoki snorted. HMPH. I do not see what's so grave about this. So one of the 5 major villages has been wiped out. It just means they let themselves become lax in the growing years of peace. And who cares if the minor villages have declared war? They are weak. It's not like they have the strength to fight against the 5 great nations. I believe you are seriously underestimating what the minor nations can do if they band together, Gaara said. Oh. Do tell me, Kage, what can a group of small nations do? Unoki all but demanded. Gaara did not rise to Unoki's taunts. With a face that epitomized the term, cool as a cucumber, he laid out his argument. There are 5 times the number of minor nations as there are major nations. We only number of 5, 4, now that Kumo is gone. While individually, each minor nation is small and can't do much, together, they outnumber us by a 5-to-1 factor. What's more, the minor nations surround the 4 major nations, essentially cutting us off from each other. It's easy for them to disrupt trade between us. They can isolate us. They have isolated us. I'm not sure I understand the importance of all this. Unoki shrugged. Iwa doesn't trade with the major nations all that much anyway. Your village might not, but your nation does, Mei interrupted. The daimyos of the land of water and the land of earth have a trade contract for silkworms. Now that the minor hidden villages have gone to war with us, we can't afford to trade with you, since doing so would mean crossing through enemy territory. Still hiding behind the curtain, Naruto was nodding along with Mei and Gaara's argument. But even as he listened in, he kept a watch on his surroundings. He would not be surprised if something happened, if Pain or perhaps the one calling himself Madara, tried to disrupt this meeting. There was also the possibility that Unoki or his bodyguards might do that. Then again, maybe I'm just being paranoid. Naruto didn't like that he knew so little about what was happening in Iwa. Since he had no information about them, he couldn't accurately predict what decisions they would make. Of course, he did recognize that Unoki was a belligerent old man, but he was also a Kage, and one did not earn that title without being both strong and intelligent. Do you think the Tsuchikage truly believes what he's saying? Asked Konan. It's hard to say. Naruto peered at Unoki, who seemed almost uncaring and even irritated by this meeting. He could merely be acting like a belligerent old man because that's how he is, or there could be another reason behind his actions. Perhaps he knows something that we don't, or maybe he made a deal with Pain. Without having any information on him, there's no way for me to tell you. It's probably a mixture of both, a voice said behind the pair. Naruto and Konan both jumped in shock. Instincts kicked in, however, and like the S-ranked ninja they were, both of them whirled around. Naruto already had a Rasengan in both hands, and paper was peeling from Konan's skin. 13 different attack strategies came to Naruto in that split second. All of them disappeared when he saw who was standing behind him. Whoa, you two. Jiraiya held up his hands. No need to get violent on me. Arrow Sennin. Naruto blinked. He took a deep breath through his nose, and then slowly released it through his mouth. You shouldn't sneak up on people like that. Konan and I were this close to wasting your amputated ass. Jiraiya laughed his words off. The day a pair of brats can beat me is still a long way off. Calming down, his expression slowly grew less jovial, becoming more serious. In any case, I know Unoki a lot better than either of you. He's a stubborn old goat who's set in his ways. At the same time, he's not the kind of person who would do something to harm his village. If he's not agreeing with Tsunade, then there's a reason for it. Naruto looked back at Unoki, who was still arguing with the other three. In fact, he was acting even more irritable than before. Regardless of what all of you might think, the threat of the minor nations does not concern us, Unoki continued. Iwagakure has remained strong for generations, we will continue to remain strong for generations, and we will do so without the interference of other hidden villages. And what will happen when your country is attacked? Asked Gaara. You might think this doesn't concern you, but Pain has declared war on all of us. He has the power to wipe out a hidden village as powerful as Kumogakure on his own. Now that he has so many nations allying with him, do you really think you can stand against him by yourself? Of course we can. Unoki sneered. Kumo might have been weak enough to be destroyed, but my village isn't so pathetic. How dare you? Yugito's voice was but a whisper. Even so, it resounded clearly to everyone, no matter where they were. Naruto peered at her to see the woman's shoulders shaking with barely restrained emotions. She was, like Tsunade, sitting with her back mostly to him. He could only make out the barest hint of her face, but what he saw was enough to frighten him. She looks like she's about to rip Unoki a new asshole. I hope she does rip him a new asshole. At least that would be entertaining. You know nothing of Kumo. Yugito raised her head, glaring at Unoki. Naruto could practically feel her hatred wafting from her in waves. Kumogakure was the most militarized of all 5 major hidden villages. While Konoha was preaching peace, we were gathering and training our shinobi. While Kiri was in the middle of a civil war, we were trying to increase our power. While Iwa's military declined, and while Suna was suffering from economical issues and friction with Konoha, we were making our village strong. We had more shinobi than any other village, and we had trained them extensively not about how to make peace, but how to fight in a war. Yugito paused. Her shoulders heaved. As he watched her, Naruto longed to go down and hold her in his arms, but he knew that he couldn't move from that spot. Besides, Yugito was strong. She didn't need him. Perhaps later, when they were alone, she would seek comfort in his arms. However, it would not come until she wanted, not needed, to be comforted. Our village was strong, our people were strong, yet they still lost. It wasn't because Kumogakure was weak, but because Pain is just that powerful. Yugito's voice, despite the emotions she must have surely been feeling, remained calm. You are simply wallowing in self-indulgent ignorance, because you haven't seen that power for yourself. Are you done? Asked Unoki after Yugito had finished speaking. Because if so, then we're leaving. What? Tsunade asked, her tone denoting how startled she was. I said we're leaving. Unoki stood up, grabbed his cage hat, and placed it back on his head. Kuretsuchi and the large man appeared behind him. It's become clear to me that this meeting is a waste of my time. I can't believe I left my village for this. Everyone remained silent as, without even giving them a backwards glance, Unoki and his entourage left the room. It wasn't even the silence of a grave. It was more profound than that. Not only had Unoki been beyond rude, but he had ignored all of the facts being pointed out to him, and then left in a fit like some kind of child. Jiraiya could claim that man was smart, but Naruto didn't know how a man like that had become the Tsuchikage. Well, Mei crossed her arms and huffed, that was incredibly rude. Gaara steepled his fingers. True, but now that Unoki is gone, perhaps we can have a civilized discussion. I was hoping to have the remaining 4 major hidden villages together on this. Tsunade leaned back in her seat and sighed. But I guess that wasn't going to happen. Does this mean you plan on continuing this summit, even though one of the cages has left? Asked Mifune. Tsunade looked at each cage, receiving a nod in turn. She then looked at Yugito, not a cage, but a representative to her now displaced people. The young woman, her blonde hair swaying, straightened her spine and nodded. We do, Tsunade said, looking toward Mifune. Very well. Mifune nodded. This summit will continue after a short break. Given how heated this discussion became, I believe we could do with a short interlude. Everyone, please use this time to relax. At the announcement of a break, everyone in the room breathed a visible sigh of relief. It seemed that no one wanted to continue after such a heavy debate. Fortunately, Unoki wouldn't be present once the summit resumed. It wasn't much, but Naruto would take whatever silver lining he could get. Since their presence in the balconies was no longer required, Naruto and Konan, along with Jiraiya and the ninja from the other 3 nations, returned to the first level. Tsunade was leaning back in her seat, appearing beyond exhausted. Even from just standing next to her, Naruto could tell how much the Hokage was craving a drink. Neither Mei nor Gaara looked particularly concerned with what happened. However, Naruto was sure they felt a similar stress. All this excitement has made me stiff, Mei said, suddenly standing to her feet. I think I'll take a walk. In that case, we'll go with you, Ao said. No need. Mei strolled over to Yugito, grabbed her by the arm, and hauled her to her feet. She then dragged Yugito over to Naruto, latched onto his arm, turned to face everyone present, and smiled. I already have 2 perfectly able bodyguards to accompany me. Without another word, and with a stunned audience following them, Mei all but dragged Yugito and Naruto out of the summit room. I sense a threesome in our future, Naruto thought to himself as the door behind the meeting room closed. Somehow, he couldn't find it in himself to complain.